a monster in human guise emerged, its eyes blazing with rage. An oppressive aura crushed everyone. It was a living nightmare, here to tear these filthy rats apart. I'll bury them with my blade. A punch like a mountain crashed into the beast, sending it flying. The hero had arrived, and it seemed victory was his. But it rose again, an undying specter. A savage grin shattered the hero's will as darkness consumed him. Are you afraid now? You should be. This is the ultimate SSS rank boss, a global, multi-level threat. Curious? Then join Pi as we explore this SSS rank dungeon boss. Let's see how this pyramid scheme works. Water dripped in a dark cave as a group ventured deeper into the cursed place. Just a little further, but their exhausted bodies couldn't take it. One man collapsed, and then another fell beside him. How many have fallen today? At this pace, the healer's mana will run dry. If this continues, they are all going to die. As despair spread through the team, a man, barely standing himself, suddenly spoke. It's all right. Their faces brightened with faith in the Empire, but their true hope was in the hero, Burn, who was right there with them. Hearing this, the hero turned with a faint smile. Hearing all your voices gives me strength. Let's just push on a little more. Despite his words, the hero's party was on the verge of breaking. The expedition started with 74 members, but now only 43 survived. He clenched his teeth, hating the loss of those 31 comrades. The 43 survivors had simply been luckier. He had failed to protect the others. Everyone gave their all, but it wasn't enough. In the end, everyone must face this alone, for this is one of the 7 great dungeons. The place they called the Ancient Core. Lost in his thoughts, Burn was jolted by a voice from beside him. He followed the man's gaze upward to a colossal gate looming before them. They had finally arrived at the very heart of the Ancient Core. They had reached their goal, but the cost was devastatingly high. Burn had found immense treasures here, but if he was truly lucky, this place might hold humanity's greatest artifacts, the 36 virtuous masterpieces. It was also the Dungeon Master's final resting place. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the dark space. Instantly, Burn shouted for the entire team to form up. Swordsmen and shield-bearers, to the front! Protect the mages and healers at all costs. When the rumbling stopped, a tense silence fell over them. The sound had completely vanished. Orbs of light flared up in the darkness, revealing a path forward for the team. But in that moment, what they faced was the giant maw of some terrifying monster. And just like that, everyone there simultaneously turned and fled. So, the humans invaded while he was asleep. Fighting while exhausted was always a pain. The beast thought to itself, lifting its head in arrogance. It faced 2 enemies at once, the humans and its own fatigue. But what truly annoyed the beast was that guy, Patrick. Can you please calm down? But how could the skeleton possibly relax? How could he be calm when the dungeon boss overslept until the humans were standing right in front of him, and then he just yawned at them? Does that make any sense? This is the problem with having a lazy, irresponsible boss. He couldn't suppress his rising fury. Patrick turned to Renee for support, but she just gave him an indifferent look. Still, you have to admit, he terrified them with a single yawn. Isn't this just another chance to be overwhelmed by the master's greatness? Faced with Renee's insane fanaticism, both Patrick and Swallow were speechless. This woman was a hopeless case. Patrick slumped to the ground, sobbing. This dungeon is totally doomed. But if you keep worrying like that, your bones will start to ache. This was one of the 7 great dungeons humans called unconquerable, the Ancient Core. Most dungeon raids ended in a spectacular victory for humans, because the power dynamic between them and the monsters was unequal. Humans could attack whenever they wanted, while monsters had to be ready at all times. This constant war only led to more dungeon outbreaks, however. During an era where countless dungeons were conquered, a few exceptions emerged. Dungeons that humans found nearly impossible to defeat. In hindsight, it was only natural. These dungeons, the 7 great dungeons, remained uncleared by mankind and earned the title of unconquerable. Yet, among these 7 notorious dungeons, the Ancient Core was the strangest. There, powerful guardians protected 3 different routes. The red path was guarded by a tiny maid, Renee. The main blue path was protected by a skeleton, the Death Knight, Patrick. And the path on the right was a filthy place with no reliable information about it. Even the number of its tentacles was unknown. And the creature ruling this impenetrable fortress was an ancient monster from the first page of the Deva Empire's mythology. Closing the book, she had read the story inside countless times. After Renee distributed this book on the master's orders, the number of intruders had skyrocketed. Hearing this, Swallow was overjoyed. There is a way to maintain the dungeon. If we are too mysterious, no one will dare to come close. We need to give these humans just a little information, enough for them to think they understand the dungeon. They'll rush in like moths to a flame, unaware that over half of it is completely false. Still, the monster hadn't expected the humans to arrive in such force, a total of 74 of them, but most of their weapons had been melted by 116 tentacles, rendering them useless. Only their most valuable equipment could survive. But if it were Renee, she could have handled them without suffering any damage. Seeing the girl's expression, Swallow narrowed his eyes. Then, a veil of darkness enveloped his entire body. Pitch-black eyes appeared from within, and out of the shadows, a breathtakingly handsome man emerged. He patted her head, certain of her success. But seeing their warm interaction, Patrick's eye began to twitch. Weren't they here for a meeting? Was this all just a game? Why did these two have to be so cheerful? But soon enough, the skeleton let out a hearty laugh of his own. The cheerful mood in the air was simply too infectious. He was laughing hard enough to crack a tooth, but his expression shifted again, as if his entire skull might just fall apart. All just to satisfy those two. Then, Patrick's booming voice echoed again. If their master was going to transform, then why not do it properly? Did he even realize he had 6 fingers? A little more effort would keep people from judging him. Staring at the extra finger, Patrick shivered, recalling his master's vile expression from before. This attempt was an improvement, at least. Last time, he had 10 teeth. A single glance at that horrifying mouth sent a chill down anyone's spine. After they all composed themselves, Renee got straight to the point. As they knew, humans were now advancing from the right passage. The problem was, the 116 black tentacles guarding that entrance were critically injured. But despite their worry, the young master simply let out a bored yawn. Don't worry so much. Their regenerative powers are top tier. If things get worse, we can just find other guardians for that post. A single job posting would draw thousands of applicants. Across from him, Patrick grinned widely at their master. In that case, could they perhaps find 2 new guardians? He wanted to retire, but such a plea would never move their master. This skeleton was bound to him for life, after all. Besides, humans will now only use the right entrance. They could form another subjugation team. Just as they predicted, humans often use communication talismans, so word that the right passage has been opened will inevitably spread like wildfire. Slamming a hand on the table, Swallow proposed their first strategic move. Renee, who guards the red entrance, will now defend the contagion entrance. The conquest parties will think it's open, so all she must do is guard it. Patrick will then take over the red entrance. When the humans see Renee is gone, they'll pivot to that location, and Patrick's job will be to defend it. This way, they could counter 2 separate attack waves. But when the blue entrance was mentioned, the young master flinched. Clearly, he hadn't considered humans using that route. To save face, Devora quickly added, they had no other choice. That path leads humanity straight to me. After praising her master's brilliant plan, Renee raised the next issue. Now, we just have to decide what to do with that sword. It was the very sword wielded by the conquest team's leader. At that moment, Patrick turned and finally laid eyes on it. He immediately drew the blade, pointing it forward. One of the 36 masterpieces of virtue. It is a famous collection among humans, though not all of them are weapons. I believe its name is Tanabella. Renee's own blade is also one of the 36 masterpieces. It seems humanity acquired a fine weapon this time. If they give it to one of the monsters near the entrance, the humans will simply take it back. If humanity reclaims this weapon, it will mean serious trouble. He offered it to his master, but Devora simply nudged it back toward Patrick. The skeleton froze for a moment. But then, a brilliant light seemed to radiate from his very being. He was absolutely ecstatic. This was the ancient core, home to a fearsome dwarven maid, a death knight radiating an aura of mortality, and a place where a colossal ancient monster slumbered. As for the remaining spoils of war, use anything valuable, and leave the worthless items as bait for those wretched humans. The next problem was that no monster carried any notable magic items. Renee suggested that they should just take the mana stones. They could sell them later, earning them a tidy sum. Hearing this, Swallow's expression remained neutral. Perhaps I should visit a human village. At his words, both Patrick and Renee shuddered in terror. Wouldn't it be far better to send Renee instead? Their lazy master was so clumsy when it came to human transformation, wasn't he? His tail was showing even now. Faced with this persuasive argument from his retainers, Swallow reluctantly agreed to remain in the dark cave. Stepping outside, a new mission began. Renee officially began her journey. Inside an appraisal shop, a man was meticulously examining the items before him, but ultimately, he couldn't afford them. He pulled a B-rank monostone from the counter and started to explain. A commoner would need to save for 15 years to buy just one of these, yet all the stones you brought are even larger. Stones of this quality are useless to anyone below a royal mage or a high-ranking sorcerer from the Magic Tower. Only a jeweler contracted with the royal palace, or a branch of the Magic Tower, could possibly process these. Hearing this, Renee instantly calculated the distance. In that case, a trip to the Magic Tower was unavoidable. She didn't want to go, but for Swallow, she would do anything. As she left, Renee purposefully left one of the stones behind. Consider it a tip for his time. At the Magic Tower branch, Renee followed the directions and headed deeper inside. The tower was built for its master to reside on the highest floor. It was quite similar to her own dungeon. When she arrived, a woman greeted Renee with a brilliant smile. This was the master of this Magic Tower branch, Promesia. As the woman continuously sized her up, Renee noted her impressive mana. But before Renee could speak, the woman cut her off. The girl was familiar with the Magic Tower's reputation. Amy assumed she brought high-grade mana stones worthy of their station, but said little. Renee dumped her entire stash of stones onto the table. At the sight of them, the woman was stunned. Their quality was supreme, rivaling the finest mana gems. This wasn't something a mere child should possess. Just who was she? As Amy wondered, she suddenly noticed the girl's hair color. Among the Empire's 8 great families, one possessed that silver hair. Could this be a runaway daughter, secretly selling mana stones here? Pushing aside her curiosity, the woman offered to buy all the stones, 50 gold blocks for each one. A commoner earns 10 gold a year. The offer was 1,500 blocks. Was she mocking Renee? The girl's eyes turned menacing, and the woman finally buckled. She confessed they couldn't afford them all. Instead, she offered 2,000 gold blocks, plus a valuable item, in exchange for the stones. Renee followed her to see it. Before her was a crown made of 4-carat diamonds. It had mana stones set in the center, flanked by a living black pearl. A true masterpiece of alchemy. At this, Renee shot a hostile glare forward, making Amy uncomfortable. She quickly introduced the next item, the rose quartz, a gem said to make love real. Hearing this, Renee's eyes widened, then began to sparkle with excitement. If you poured mana into the stone before the one you loved, the spirit within was said to grant eternal love to the couple. Without a second thought, the young girl decided to seal the deal. Seeing the child's excitement, the woman's sly nature emerged. She suddenly declared the rose quartz was priceless, sending Renee into a rage. Without hesitation, she offered her own sword, plus the mana stones, just for the love stone, shocking the woman. How could a young girl possess such a weapon? Meanwhile, a man was horrified to learn Amy had actually traded the crystal. Had she forgotten what kind of artifact it was? If they let the girl leave now, she would surely die. But paying his words no mind, the woman simply admired the mana stones she'd just acquired. That naive, noble girl had traded her life for the item she desired. There wouldn't be any problem. The unfortunate girl would die as soon as the curse was lifted, along with the person who liked her. Not a single trace would be left behind. Inside one of the 7 dungeons of Blood Castle, a mysterious woman raised a pair of scissors and snipped off Renee's silver hair. This was the dungeon boss of Blood Castle, Ursabeth Bathory, a woman who took great pleasure in cutting the little girl's hair. But one thing had to be said. This boss was truly jealous of dwarves like Renee, who had faces that never aged. Bathory, on the other hand, used countless cosmetics and blood to maintain her looks. Approaching the shy girl before her, Bathory was 1,000% certain no one could resist this appearance. By the way, why was Renee all dressed up? Don't tell me you're planning to confess. And she was right. Renee was indeed planning a confession. Bathory was shocked. She was only joking, but it was true? And the person Renee wanted to confess to was Swallow. Just look at that expression. She was clearly head over heels. No matter how Bathory thought about it, she couldn't understand. Why would such a beautiful girl fall for that lazy bum? He had absolutely no charm. Yet she saw Renee's wistful look when speaking his name. Sure, he might be the strongest man in the world, but his laziness ruined everything. He was a huge boss who ate like a pig and slept all day doing nothing. He also snored like a drum, lacked any subtlety, and was fat as a pig. But Renee was completely smitten with all of it. She adored that tactless boy. Clutching the rose quartz tightly, Renee was certain she would succeed. Meanwhile, at the royal capital of Leah, the Dungeon Conquest Alliance, a man with a grim expression appeared on screen. He spoke with absolute confidence. The hero Bernhistanz's Dungeon Conquest team has been annihilated. Hearing this, the others in the room couldn't help but slam their hands on the table. What nonsense was this? Didn't he say they had easily wiped out the Guardians? Their bodies haven't been found, so how can you be certain? Bond would never lose to those monsters, but they were all wrong. The ancient core dungeon wasn't large or complex. You either kill or are killed in a single day. It had been 2 days since the last contact from the hero's party. Burn was almost certainly dead. That's what they concluded. As for Burn, their communication magic was cut off when they reached the center of the ancient core, so unless they can get back to that spot, retrieving the 14th masterpiece, Tannabella, is impossible. Hearing this, someone suggested they stop the dungeon conquest. It's best to just abandon it, to prevent more sacrifices, but another argued they couldn't give up. If Burn truly fought the boss, he must have courageously wounded it. It's surely licking its wounds now, and the dungeon must be reorganized, just as they said. Shouldn't we regroup before then, and conquer it? But only one man remained silent, tormented. They had lost one of their heroes, the royal family's most precious, along with a masterpiece of virtue. If the second team failed, the leaders would surely be dismissed, and if they did nothing, the royal family's wrath would be turned on them. But what if Burn never even managed to wound the monster? What if the conquest team failed to make any impact on the dungeon at all? Then no matter how many times they challenged it, conquering the ancient core would be impossible. As their thoughts hit a dead end, someone stepped forward, confidently claiming the dungeon core was easy to conquer. They were the Three-Eyed Royal Magic Research Association, acting on the royal family's orders. Getting involved now. The man's face twisted into a scowl. These people's stupidity was unparalleled. Sacrificing a respected hero wasn't enough for them. They also lost one of His Majesty's precious masterpieces of virtue to the enemy. It was truly unbelievable. Therefore, His Majesty has made a proposal to conquer the ancient core once more. The man then loudly called for Nifum, startling the other man. This solution was plagued with issues, but Kia remained supremely confident. This was no failure. It was a resounding success. So, why couldn't Burnhistans and his team survive? Were they too weak, or just careless? Of course not. Then what was it? Burn and his team lacked one single thing, and that thing was new form. Just watch how this conquest succeeds. With a loud sneeze, Swallow sniffled. He had a bad feeling again. He didn't want to do this, but those humans could attack at any moment. Delaying his patrol any longer meant getting an earful from Patrick. Even though he was just a skeleton, he still terrified his master. Dragging his weary body upright, Swallow recalled hearing that humans were using the sewer system. So, this lazy master decided to check the sewers first. Peering through the core of the 16-tentacled guardian, Swallow watched them writhe. It was a pity, but he couldn't help it now. All he could do was wait. Next up, room number 5, Antiphago. If Swallow remembered right, the Antiphago could regenerate as long as their core was intact and they had enough nutrients. The good news was, the core was safe. They would heal on their own. The real problem was in rooms 1 to 4, where they had been massacred. It seemed he'd have to report this to Patrick, but why did he feel like he was about to get yelled at all over again? With a long yawn, Swallow glanced from the sewer to room 5. He'd worry about the rest later. For now, he could rest. If he went back now, Patrick probably wouldn't yell, but as he turned to leave, a blade shot out from the dark cave, whizzing past his face. A sword appeared, followed by a footstep. "You human filth. Now that you've come here, you won't be leaving alive." But the moment she realized it was Swallow, Renee froze in shock. She had mistaken her master for a human intruder. Treacherous? He wondered. But what was this in front of him? Was Renee all dressed up? Hearing her master's words, Renee's happiness was so bright it practically glowed. To think, Swallow actually noticed her clothes. At the girl's excitement, Swallow broke into a cold sweat, stammering. Renee looked like she was dressed for a special occasion. But a terrifying thought struck him. Don't tell me Renee is planning to quit. Hearing her ask for a moment of his time only fueled his panic. Anything but that. He followed Renee to a bright area with a table set for 2. As she trembled nervously, Swallow was praying she wouldn't resign. To keep her from quitting, his mind already a mess, Renee poured him tea and suddenly whispered in his ear. Reminding Swallow it had been 18 years. The words made him pause. Lazy as he was, he remembered everything perfectly. 18 years ago, humans destroyed thousands of dungeons, and countless heroes entered the ancient cores. That was when Renee received her title and began her climb through the ranks. He remembered it all, and his anxiety finally eased. Since she wasn't quitting, he finally spoke. "Renee, you've endured so much. Is your right eye any better?" But her wistful expression sent his fear soaring. "Wait, hold on. Did you say you were happy? Isn't that what people say before leaving? Don't even think it." But her next words shattered his expectations. Renee confessed she had loved him for 8 years, making his body tremble. But why was her tail wagging so hard? Hearing her confession, Swallow's worries vanished. He was thrilled. But their lives hovered on the edge of life and death. Neither of them wanted the other to be left alone. At his words, the girl looked sad. But the thought of Lord Swallow rejecting her was far more terrifying. Just then, Renee took out a strange stone. She would have her lord's love, no matter the cost. Kicking the table aside, Renee approached and offered him the stone, but a dark aura instantly filled the space. He growled at her, his voice low. "Are you trying to kill me?" His hand dropped the stone, and it shattered. From the fragments, a dark entity crawled out. What is this thing? The first thing they saw was Patrick's ecstatic face. Isn't the boss done with humans? Now he's kicking Renee out too? But in an instant, the skeleton began shouting praises for his master's power. He was so stunned by the attack that his jaw hung wide open. He didn't hold back against Renee at all, but Swallow was in turmoil, clutching his face. He looked at the stone in Patrick's hand, and knew it wasn't her fault. Of course, Swallow knew he was to blame. The moment he'd reacted to Renee's gift, Patrick had rushed to restrain his master, forcing him to calm down. But it was no use. Swallow had already lost his mind. And Renee? She was sobbing, completely unaware of the terrible thing she'd done. Patrick was caught in the miserable middle. He couldn't reach the girl in this state. There was only one option. He immediately drew his sword and slashed forward. The attack sent Renee flying backward. After getting her away, he now faced his master's full wrath, and on top of that, was accused of trying to kill him. Remembering that moment, Swallow's body trembled with guilt towards Patrick. He had sobered up fast, thinking about it now. A gloomy Swallow wanted to find her. She prepared his food, managed the monsters' diets, and cleaned and repaired the dungeon. She restocked monsters, reset traps, handled complaints, sold supplies, and managed the budget. Renee did almost all of the work. Truthfully, without her, the dungeon was in worse shape than if it were destroyed. The more Patrick spoke, the more Swallow sweated. He had to find her before it was too late. Even if it meant bowing and begging, he had to bring her back for his lazy boss. The Demura bracelet could stabilize mana, but Swallow's power was so immense, Patrick doubted it would even work. It was a small comfort, but it kept his condition from worsening. Seeing that vacant look on his lord's face filled Patrick with dread. He pleaded with Swallow not to break the fragile artifact. His lord had just 5 days to return to the dungeon before the humans attacked again. If he failed to stop the invaders in his master's absence, he couldn't imagine what would happen if humans reached the core. 5 days. That was all the time he could guarantee its safety. Taking the skeleton's warning to heart, Swallow donned a black cloak and departed. He promised to return with Renee within 5 days. Patrick also warned him, if he appeared near a human village, he must not draw any attention. A dungeon monster discovered in a human village would be disastrous. A wicked grin spread across Swallow's face. If things got out of hand, he'd just destroy everything and return. Simple. As his lazy lord vanished, Patrick heaved a long, weary sigh. This was far more complex than he'd realized. Renee had sold something to buy a demon-infused magic stone, causing Swallow to lose control. It nearly got the girl killed. He could already imagine the catastrophe if his master ever found out the truth. The image of that great maw swallowing humanity whole still haunted him. If his lazy master learned the truth, it would spell Armageddon for mankind. But it wasn't time for humanity's destruction yet. But as he reread the report, the color drained from Patrick's face. It stated the Dungeon Conquest Union was certain they would reach the core in 3 days, and he had just confidently promised Swallow he could hold them off for 5. 3 days? How could this be? The news struck him like a bolt of lightning. This ordeal was going to be the death of him. Meanwhile, after leaving the dungeon, Swallow was sprawled out on the ground, lazily watching the sky, clouds, and wind drift by. Gazing at the clear blue sky, Swallow let out a curse. This was the second time he'd teleported to a completely random location. Recalling Patrick's words, he crossed his arms and thought seriously. Was his magic acting up? Whatever, he'd just try again. The destination, Hoston, where Renee sold the mana stone. A woman sat upon a high throne, her voice dripping with scorn. Mere mortals, to think you've crawled all the way here. I shall grant you insignificant creatures a great honor. How about a glorious death? Hearing this, the man simply chuckled. Such an arrogant demon. We are seasoned conquerors, ranked 32nd in the kingdom, the elite mercenaries of the Tiger God Corps. Remember that name, for it will soon echo across the continent. As for you, demon, you are unworthy of that throne. We've come to take it. His bold declaration finally ignited her fury. I am the 17th heir of the Demon King, Asmodeus Manze Zelenfaria. You have the honor of knowing my name, lowly human. Now perish. With that, the two forces charged, ready for battle. The Demon Queen effortlessly spun her weapon with one hand, deflecting every arrow. Insolent, weak-minded humans. I will burn you all to cinders. She unleashed a devastating blast of violet flame, sending his men flying. Faced with the demon's undeniable power, A flicker of panic crossed the captain's face, but he reacted instantly, thrusting his sword into the ground. A wall of earth and rock rose to meet the inferno, but he quickly noticed particles of ice forming and panic set in. Had she already cast another spell? Refusing to yield, he hoisted a massive boulder and hurled it at her. Did she think that would stop him? Using the momentum, the captain launched himself directly at his foe. As the Demon Queen launched an ice attack, he instantly summoned a shield. He continued his relentless charge, finally shattering her composure. When did he summon that shield? I took out their mage. Then, her eyes caught sight of the other humans, constantly supporting their captain's assault. With that, she charged to face him head-on. Her powerful hands, meant to shatter mountains, struck the intruder with full force. But the impact sent her flying back into the rocks as well. What? That force wasn't from their clash. Something else had just appeared. A figure emerged from the thick cloud of dust. Helped to his feet, the mercenary captain stared ahead. Who in the world is that? He hadn't been briefed about any other conquest teams. The Demon Queen was equally stunned. Have they grown even stronger? If they can breach the Demon King's fortress, we're in trouble. Just who is this intruder? And then, standing before her, was Swallow. The newcomer cluelessly asked, "Hey, do you know where Hostin is?" Faced with this bizarre arrival and his ridiculous question, everyone froze. A moment later, both sides roared at him. "You broke into our fight for that?" The mercenary added. "You look human, but you better get away from that Demon King." Though he didn't get it, Swallow glanced back. He saw the fuming Demon Queen, a dark aura radiating from her body. "It doesn't matter how many of you there are," she seethed. "No number of mercenaries can bring me down." So, Swallow thought, that woman is a Demon King? She felt completely different from the others he had met. Was this some kind of generation gap? Before Swallow could process anything, their reinforcements finally arrived from behind, preparing to overwhelm the Demon Queen. Both sides ignored the dazed boy and clashed in a fierce battle. "Witness the power of my magic," the Demon Queen cried. But their desperate struggles were completely useless against her. A bolt of lightning arced towards the mercenaries. The battlefield descended into chaos. Swallow could only sit down and sigh, completely helpless. Being ignored so completely. Swallow was officially getting annoyed. He was really getting annoyed. Glancing up, Swallow knew he had to find Renee fast. Trying to talk to these idiots was impossible. Any more delays, and Patrick would have his head. The thought alone made him shudder. His head was already pounding. Yet these clueless humans begged him for help. They even thought he was afraid. That was the last straw. Swallow's twisted face glared as he snarled, "Shut up." In the next instant, to everyone's horror, he became a monster with an overwhelming aura. Amidst their desperate screams, Swallow massacred them all. In less than 5 minutes, he was human again. He was still chewing, as if finishing a fine meal. And the demoness? The carnage had left her completely frozen. A simple burp from him made her tremble in fear. Finally, she cautiously approached and spoke. What was that? So incredible. Such a powerful man. He might be even stronger than her. She couldn't hide her excitement, her eyes sparkling. This man fascinated her. She had to know more. Who was he? What was that giant form? What's his name? His secret? Seeing her fawn over him, Swallow's face filled with disgust. Noticing his look, she quickly changed her tone. She introduced herself as the Great Demon King, the 17th heir of Asmodeus Melzalimferia. "So, what's his name?" she demanded to know. Swallow just gave the flashy woman a look of disgust. He absolutely hated situations like this. He was about to introduce himself, but stopped. If his real identity got out, the news would spread like wildfire. Patrick would never want that. Besides, it wasn't necessary yet. He blurted out a name. Swando Runier, with a forced smile. The image of a bright, smiling young man. Swando Runier, 32, and happily single. He was instantly disgusted by his own fake name, but it was all he could think of. Agria, however, was completely captivated by it. Her eyes lit up like stars. After that cringy introduction, Agria thanked him for the rescue, even if it wasn't entirely necessary. To be honest, without him, she hated to admit those humans might have won. To repay him, she asked if he needed anything. Hearing those words, Swallow's face lit up. He asked if she knew the way to Hostin. Surely a girl like her would know. Helping her kill those humans was a great move. Hastin? What's that? Hearing this, Swallow's soul nearly left his body. What's Hastin? Don't tell me she has no idea where it is. You really don't know? Seriously? Speechless, Swallow could only press her for an answer. What's the closest human settlement? According to Agria, the nearest city was named Liz. Swallow could only bury his face in his hands. The capital, Liz. was a 2-month carriage ride from Haston. Swallow collapsed to the ground in total despair. It's so far. Hearing his despair, Agria kindly suggested, "How about using a teleportation wheel? It's an artifact created by humans using magic and alchemy. The device allows for instant travel through space, and of course, it was located in Liz." Arriving in the capital's center, Swallow scanned his surroundings. According to Agria, this was the perfect place. Nowhere was better for gathering information. But Swallow was worried. Finding Renee here was a long shot, but he had to find a clue about her path to Haston. Besides, wasn't Agria the master of the Demon Palace? As she led the way, a question struck Swallow. Did she just leave her palace empty? Her cheeks flushed. "Are you worried about me? How sweet of you." But she told him not to worry. She was a demon king, born in an ultimate body to rule. The palace itself was meaningless. Wherever I am, that is the demon realm, and all demons are my soldiers. Swallow didn't quite understand. Is that the power of the Demon King? Can she truly summon demons at will? In theory, yes, but she'd actually never tried it before. Seeing his doubtful look, Agria quickly defended herself. Her father could do it, so she was sure she could too. She just hadn't tried yet. Besides, the Demon King Palace, her father left her, was already partially destroyed, so she had no choice. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Swallow just scratched his head. "Sorry, but it's not that big of a deal. Humans are always causing trouble." Unable to hold back, Agria screamed. Even a demon king like her struggled with the capital right at her doorstep, but that was enough self-pity. It was time to gather information. But Swallow had a strange feeling, a hunch that something was about to happen. Or was he just overthinking? 2 massive mugs of beer slammed onto their table. Swallow froze, staring at the overflowing mug. Nope, he wasn't overthinking. The girl across from him was chugging it like water. Swallow was terrified. They had a long journey ahead. What were they doing here? After a satisfying sigh, Agria wiped her mouth and spoke. "It's been a while since I've been in a human town. This tavern is the best place to find information. Look around and listen. Every story is a priceless clue." Swallow just needs to pick which stories to listen to. Not quite getting her point, he scanned the room. Soon his eyes landed on something strange on a large board. Why are there so many papers tacked up there? Even Agria was surprised to see it. "This," she said, "is the information I mentioned." What Swallow held was a list of active dungeon subjugation teams. It was meant to stop multiple parties from causing chaos in one dungeon. No 2 groups could enter at the same time. With more than one team, dividing the loot would be a nightmare. Seeing this, Melz's brows furrowed in contempt. The more pathetic humans there were, the easier it was. Look at them, blinded by greed. Still, this was a good thing for them. When Swallow questioned her words, Melz simply shot him a sharp, observant glance. It sent a cold sweat down his spine. She must have guessed he was a dungeon demon. Suddenly, her gaze turned terrifying. It was strange. How could a demon like Swallow roam so freely? Seeing him avoid the question, she didn't press him. Melz had no intention of forcing an answer. He was a man of many secrets, clearly for his own reasons. Just then, Swallow's eyes landed on a notice posted on the board. It was about his own dungeon. Luckily, the conquest list was empty. There was still time. Seeing Swallow staring intently at the notice, a curious Melz scrambled up his back, demanding to see it too, as if trying to prove how tall she was. Such a petty girl. Not wanting to argue, Swallow held the notice out for her, causing her eyes to widen in awe. A promotion for a raid on the 7 deadly ancient core? Melz knew all about it. The 7 great dungeons, each holding terrifying power. It was a strength that even the foolish humans had to admire. And it was the dream of every demon. Among the 7, the ancient core was the strongest. Its ruler is the master of creation, guardian of the gods, and the punisher of the greedy. He is the supreme being of all demons in this realm, the great Devar. Hearing others speak of him like this, Swallow could only picture a grumpy landlord. The ancient core was Melz's ultimate dream. She wanted to become stronger, strong enough to one day meet Devar, completely unaware she was speaking to him now. As for power, her father was strong, of course, but some humans were far stronger. One of them was the hero, Burn. Melz gazed into the distance, looking at the one who had devoured Burn without realizing it. She didn't want to spend her life ruling a dungeon like her father. She just wanted the people of the demon world to build their own dungeons. This dream was just like one Swallow had long ago. So long he'd forgotten. A time when he was full of life. He led a mighty army, conquering 6 lands. He mastered all the world's knowledge, and worked harder than anyone to help the pitiful. They moved his heart. He gave them everything, again and again, only to realize it was all useless. Now, his only goal was to sleep all day. Lost in his memories, he didn't notice Mel's had already passed out and was snoring. With no other choice, he carried her to find an inn. But Swallow didn't see the new notice posted after he left, announcing a raid on the ancient core. The conquest list now had 31 members. The captain was Newfem. The time limit was 72 hours from the announcement. Waking up in a clean white bed, Swallow was about to check on Mel's, but he suddenly saw something that made him jump back in shock, falling flat on his butt. He stared at her with utter astonishment. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Mel's looked like a little kid. Seeing his reaction, she immediately lunged forward to give him a beating. How dare he treat her like a child? She punched and kicked, but in her current form, she looked exactly like a little kid throwing a tantrum. But according to Mel's, she hadn't gotten younger. Her appearance yesterday was just her second form, to keep humans from looking down on her. This childlike appearance was her first form, so that meant her form from yesterday wasn't her true self. This was her true appearance. Paying Swallow no mind, she explained her previous form was transformation magic, a spell to take on one's future appearance. In other words, when she grew up, she would look like that stunning second version. But seeing his indifferent expression, the little girl became furious. He better not treat her like a child. At that moment, in Count Hastings' domain, horses stopped at the gate. A man's voice boomed. "Open the gates and welcome the conquest party immediately. We are from Laius to conquer the ancient core." Inside, the Count held the notice. It had arrived yesterday, under the name of Triclops. Hearing that name, the Lord of Hastin, Count Isaac, gritted his teeth in frustration. Triclops, that damned association directly under royal command? He slammed his fist on the table. For dungeons above B rank, permission from the local lord was required for entry, but they didn't ask, they just sent a notification. Since it was a royal order, he couldn't just throw them out. Seeing his servant shared his concerns, the Count voiced his thoughts. Isaac didn't believe they came to conquer the ancient core. They were far too weak. And the commander, Newfem, he'd never even heard the name. If they clumsily provoked the ancient core, wouldn't his own domain face a crisis? It would be better to request a much stronger conquest team. And the answer he needed was closer than ever. The Wings could definitely do it. Count Isaac heard they'd expanded recently by collecting many mana stones. High-quality stones from an unknown source. Of course, even with such rapid growth, it was insane for an A-rank magic tower to target the ancient core. But if the rumors were true, the only monster left at the unguarded right entrance was the very one that had defeated the hero Burns' army. Swallow didn't need to think twice. The Lord immediately ordered a subordinate to send a request to the Wings' magic tower. He would use his name to promise them a fortune and great fame. Just tell them to conquer the ancient core first. Before the order was even sent, the door burst open. Newfem and her arrogant team strode in. Confirming the man inside was Count Isaac. The woman introduced herself as Newfem. "Why didn't you open the gate, my lord? We called several times, so we took the liberty of entering." Ignoring his reaction, Newfem dropped into a chair. "You did receive the documents from the royal family, did you not?" Then, she shot him a dangerous glare. How could they have possibly failed to get here? Under her overwhelming pressure, Count Wytak sized up the woman before him. She looked far too young to be so bloodthirsty. A woman in Nifram's party then brazenly demanded the Count smile for his guests. She even suggested bringing out sweets, like tea and chocolate. At such an insolent request, his hand clenched tightly on the table. The Count could only grit his teeth and order snacks, before sitting down across from them. Now, it was time for the real issue. Their reason for seeking him out was obvious: to conquer the ancient core. In fact, Nifram had planned to leave today, but a sudden problem forced her to delay until tomorrow. If the Count chose not to help them, it was no matter. They would just visit the Twin Wings magic tower and depart. She was only going there to kill them, after all. With such lax security, magical eavesdropping was child's play. She had already heard everything, so the Count intended to hand the conquest to the magic tower? She came to this border for that same prize. Did he truly think they would simply give up? She would eliminate any obstacle. At the familiar ancient core, Patrick was training his stamina, furiously swinging his sword through hordes of clay figures. Their arrival was imminent, yet on the other side of the realm, Swallow and Mel's were still taking a leisurely stroll. They finally arrived at their destination, a massive gate rising before them. Approaching a man nearby, Swallow asked for directions. How could he get to the instant teleportation gate? But the transfer wheels were still far away. 10 of them were located in the castle right of the palace. A long road ahead for Swallow. He had to pass through 3 more gates, a journey that would take an entire week on foot. Hearing that number, Swallow was stunned. A whole week? That was far too late. At this rate, he could forget finding Rini. and Patrick might leave him for good. Using divine spells or mana was completely out of the question. The humans would surely detect them, and he couldn't predict the result. If he unleashed his mana, who knew what horrors might occur? As they were talking, a bald man approached them with a kind smile, scratching his head. It seemed the two of them were looking for the teleportation gate. He introduced himself as Bever, a sky carriage driver. The creature sleeping behind him was a rejected fourth-generation homunculus. It was the result of a kingdom project to create artificial angels. Its appearance was strange, but it was strong, obedient, and could fly through the air. But it was discarded for failing to destroy churches as intended. Though the experiments were not yet over, the kingdom would never abandon such a power. A strange rumor said they were mass-produced on a large scale, but the current 4.0 models no longer used those gruesome vats from the past. That technology was for the first generation, from 150 years ago. Hearing this, Swallow couldn't help but think of Renee. 155 years ago? That was long after she had been born. Mel's inspected the material from top to bottom. It looked quite sturdy. She figured the old man wasn't lying. Traveling this way would take 3 hours. Passing through customs would add another hour, making it 4 hours total. As for the price, they could rest easy. It was only 8 gold os. The price struck Swallow like lightning. 8 gold os was 800 silver os. The inn cost 8 silver. This was 100 times more. There was no way they had that much money. But as he fumbled through his clothes, Swallow suddenly found something Patrick had given him. To my clumsy boss, one day you will be grateful to me. Yours truly, Patrick. And just like that, the carriage departed, leaving only Agria wondering where Swallow got all that money. His subordinate had slipped it into his pocket, of course. The only reason he was wandering around like this was because he'd been kicked out. Hearing this, Mel's lip quivered. Even after leaving his dungeon, Swallow cared for his people. She wished for a companion just like that. She wanted to live a life like Swallow, to be cared for so completely. On the bustling street of Survey Rose, the teleportation gate was currently closed. But if they weren't in a rush, the man told them to return at 8 o'clock tonight. The gate was shut down for security during an auction. After the auction concluded, VIP guests would use the gate, and then the higher-ups would grant access to others. This time, they had an extremely rare item. Item 34 of the 36 masterpieces, the decapitation nail. It was found just a few days prior. The moment Swallow grabbed the flyer, his entire body went rigid. It was identical to Rene's weapon. He even described how to use it, proving he was right. But no matter what he said, the man refuted him. There was only one decapitation nail in the entire world. It was one of a kind. In that moment, all the color drained from Swallow's face. This was definitely Rene's weapon. Why was it in human hands? Did something happen to Rene? But that was impossible. Even the bosses of the 7 great dungeons were wary of Rene. Humanity would never stand a chance. She was far too strong. She wasn't called Rene, the sword made for nothing. But could she have taken her sword with her when she left? Her uniform had no place to conceal a weapon, and she'd thrown a sword at him, mistaking him for an enemy. How many weapons did Rene have? Would she use fewer than 5 when fighting humans? Patrick could fight without a sword. He was simply stronger with one. But Rene was different. If the sword maid was disarmed, what power did she have left? Swallow had enough evidence for his conclusion. Had Rene been killed by humans? By that inferior, pathetic species? As the man stared in abject terror, Swallow lost all control. A frightening aura of mana exploded from him, instantly obliterating the man in a flash. When Agria grabbed his sleeve, Swallow was still shaking with rage. He asked one question. One of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. There's only one of each in the world, correct? As far as Agria knew, that was true. Swallow had been searching for it for a very long time. It belonged to his friend. He had to get it back. He no longer needed Agria's help. He now knew the way to Hoston and could get there on his own, so it was best for Mel's to stay far away from him now. Let's move, and fast. Just as Swallow took a step, Mel's voice rang out. Is that the friend you mentioned before? A demon with silver hair, a warrior who used her claws to behead 36 paragons of virtue. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Swallow's eyes. She's the sword-wielding maid, Lady Rene. Though Mel's was trembling, she held her ground, determined to speak her mind. Swallow's expression told her everything. She didn't need the full story. Even his terrifying voice wasn't enough to scare her now, especially now that she knew who he was. Lady Rene guards the great ancient core. She holds the highest rank among the elite. So if Rene is his friend, then Swallow must be Deva's subordinate. Thinking she'd uncovered his identity, Swallow froze at her absurd deduction, internally screaming, how can anyone be this stupid? He just stared at the excited girl before him. his eyes filled with disbelief at the world. She was ready to expose him. Her deduction skills were top-notch. Unaware of Swallow's dangerous thoughts, she decided to help him out. And of course, refusal wasn't an option. Looking at the confident girl, Swallow started to doubt someone's intelligence, claiming to be near a demon king's level. Was she really this simple-minded? But Mel's was sure. A demon with logic can't become king. No, the words of a demon who becomes king are the logic. This conversation had gone way off track. Seeing Swallow's exhausted face, Agria finally spoke up cheerfully. This was the Swallow she knew. A moment ago, he was truly terrifying. Strange things even appeared behind him. So Mel's was glad he was back to normal. She would help him from now on, so he shouldn't worry at all. And he should never use that voice to speak again. On the day of the auction, nobles crowded the front entrance. Meanwhile, at the rear exit, guarded by a single soldier, a charming lady and her attendant appeared. Awed by the girl's noble air, the guard became flustered, directing them to the front. But first, he needed to confirm their identities. Mel's answered the question naturally, introducing herself as Mel's of the Agria family, and the young man as her servant, Swallow. The guard scanned the guest list. In the end, he couldn't find her name among the invited guests for the day. But Mel's remained perfectly calm at his question. She just smiled and told Swallow to present their invitation. Before the guard could react, a devastating punch landed. It slammed right into the guard's face, a personal invitation to the next life. As the man fell unconscious, Swallow glanced at the girl in her oversized clothes, nagging like a mother. They simply stepped over the still body and entered the auction hall. Elsewhere, at the Blood Castle, Renee was still on her bed, crying endlessly, looking utterly devastated. She could never go back to the ancient core again. 85 years ago, in the year 761, flames had consumed the Grebenia forest, burning bright in the dark. A child's voice echoed, repeatedly apologizing to someone. The kid never thought humans were capable of such destruction. Even so, wouldn't the forest recover and fill with joy again instantly? After all, the kid had already taken revenge for it. That person was the master of Grebenia Forest, the earth spirit witch Grebenia. The ancient core used the forest as a natural fortress. That's why Swallow needed to make a good impression on Grebenia. All the arsonists were killed. That should have soothed her anger. But what else could he do? The thing in the cage seemed unrelated to all this. The more he looked, the more interested he became. It was called a homunculus, a non-human creature, created by human hands. He had wondered if he should kill it. Leaving a witness was never a good idea. But this was its master's final wish. The little homunculus was free now. It could go wherever it wanted. Swallow himself acted strangely back then. He couldn't help but escape from this place. Whether it died in captivity or chose to escape was entirely up to it. The homunculus's master was searching for a maid named Leo Lao, and since there were no other maids around, Swallow guessed this tiny thing must be her. His curiosity-driven mercy ended there. Leo Lao was the title for a head maid, the name given to the most talented one. The current Leo Lao was a head maid, but this tiny one had never been called that name. An object like her didn't have a name, but because of this, she received her very first name. At the Blood Castle, Renee sat motionless on the ground, lost in thought. Only Battery approached her with a worried expression. An expeditionary force from the Empire was marching toward the ancient core, but even as Battery said this, Renee swore she would never return there. Battery wasn't trying to force her back. She valued Renee's happiness but prioritized her choices more. Was she sure she had dealt with all her problems? Battery believed those two were probably searching everywhere for her right now. If they found out Renee was tricked by a human, what would Swallow and Patrick do? If Renee planned to live like a ghost, she needed to erase all traces of herself forever. It didn't have to be perfect. Being clumsy was fine. Patrick would understand her intentions and handle things. The ancient core would be busy with the expedition for a few days. If she was planning to get married, she should do it now. Clutching her dress, Renee suddenly shot to her feet. She needed to go somewhere far away and get some fresh air. Over on this side, Swallow was busy with the man before him. He slammed the old man against a wall, asking one last time, "Tell me everything about the decapitating claw." Choked by his grip, the man's face paled as he struggled to force out each word. It was sent by Hostin of the Twin Wings. He knew nothing else. At that moment, Swallow understood. So, Hostin was behind this. Releasing his grip, Swallow and Mel's turned and left coldly. The man gasped for air, clutching his neck in relief. That bastard almost killed him. He was just a guard. What had he done wrong? Go to hell, you bastard. But as the curse left his lips, the very same bastard suddenly appeared right beside him. Reflected in his wide eyes was Swallow's demonic face. He'd done nothing wrong. It was just his misfortune to be noticed by this demon. When they stepped into his territory, what was it they said? Are you a monster? Slaughter or killing? No. They used elegant words like subjugation or conquest. Did they feel any remorse for the creatures they killed? Had those beings done anything to deserve being murdered? Of course not. And Swallow was no different. This person was his enemy, and that was reason enough. Meanwhile, the inside of the auction house was electric. The bidding had reached 56 billion, then 70 billion, just for the item on display. To the side, the commander of the Black Tiger Legion, Hero Gin Historia, and Vice Commander, the spy Carrot, were deep in discussion. Their current mission was to provide security for this very auction. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike his gavel a third time, a strange presence appeared. A single blow ended the man's life. Stepping onto the stage, the intruder declared he would be the one to end the bidding. You're all here for the decapitation claw, are you not? The Empire had 3 great warriors. After one of the trio, Burn Histasatus, died fighting the ancient core, public criticism began to rise. A warrior, sworn to protect the Empire's people, had died while raiding a dungeon for his own personal gain. The criticism wasn't directed at just Burn. It soon fell upon the 2 remaining warriors as well. For one of them, maintaining the people's trust was essential. It was a duty strong enough to suppress her own survival instincts and fuel her fighting spirit. As Gin prepared to charge the figure on stage, Carrot quickly held her back. You can't do a single thing against him. That creature is far beyond dangerous. At that moment, Swallow placed his hand on the glass case covering the decapitation claw. This sigil might feel like a hunch, but it looks real. The trace of Renee is far too strong for this to be a fake, don't you think? As expected, Renee was attacked by these lowly humans. While the situation is too complex to explain, this item already has an owner. Therefore, I am simply returning it to him. It's a shame. It would have sold for a fortune. Before Swallow could finish, the nobles below erupted in criticism. Guards, stop that scoundrel at once. Faced with their arrogance, Swallow let out a long sigh. It appears they have no intention of letting him leave peacefully. Fine. I feel the same way. I will tear you all to pieces and bury you with this blade. But unexpectedly, Gin leaped down from above, descending on him with incredible speed. Her movement in combat gear was excellent, but sadly she lacked true talent, armed with nothing but her gauntlets. In that case, Swallow would just tear the girl's arm off and crush those gauntlets into dust. Still, for a human, her power was quite impressive. With that, the woman threw her iron fist forward. The moment Swallow's hand met her gauntlet, he flinched, sent flying backward by the impact. A savage grin spread across his face. So, this woman isn't just an ordinary human, is she? After Gin's attack, the man rose from the dust, stunning her completely. That very same technique had once annihilated a dungeon boss without a trace. Even an Apocalypse-class replica, said to withstand any 3 attacks, was destroyed by that one skill. Her iron gauntlet fell to the ground. A black liquid, no. It was a gas. So, that man wasn't human. But he wasn't an ordinary monster, either. What in the world is he? The corners of Swallow's mouth curled savagely as his eyes began to glow. Immediately after, a screen of pitch-black gas enveloped the entire area. While Gin was still stunned by her opponent's power, Carrot suddenly charged from behind, tearing a scroll as she lunged forward. She unleashed her attack. By late afternoon, the entire building was in ruins. Mel's appeared from nowhere, incredibly worried about Swallow. But of course, he was perfectly fine. That last attack wasn't something a mere human could unleash. It felt as if it struck his very heart. He wouldn't have been surprised if that attack had revealed his true form, and if he was exposed, Patrick would 1000% chew his head off. Swallow feared that bone soldier so much, he didn't dare think about what would happen. He could very well die from that. More importantly, he remembered the 2 of them. Not just one, but 2 of those peculiar red-haired creatures. While he was focused on the blue-haired one, she evacuated the humans, cast multiple protection spells on her partner, and then instantly escaped his magical grasp. They are truly fascinating humans. Meanwhile, the rest of the mortals were in a state of sheer panic from the attack. Everyone was worried about Gin's injuries. This girl is hurt badly. They had to call a healer immediately. And what of Gin? A celebrated warrior, yet she was defeated by an unknown monster in a single blow. Were the people from the auction house safe? And what about Carrot? She was lost, not knowing if her comrade was dead or alive. Carrot's voice cut through, startling Gin. The relief was overwhelming. She was still alive. Hearing this, a chill ran down Gin's spine. If that truly was Swallow, they had to stop him at all costs. This is human territory. We should have the upper hand. But this wasn't something that could be resolved by the feeble power of humans. Gin felt that overwhelming power firsthand. They couldn't win as they were now. They had to ask the Demon Subjugation Alliance for aid, and they needed to report back to the royal family, so Garou would have to act alone. In his current state, Garou couldn't teleport them both, so Gin had to stay behind. He used the Whisper of Light to heal her. It wouldn't mend everything, so he told her not to wander off. Before Garou left, Gin was still terribly worried. They didn't know when that monster would go berserk again, but he had to go. Meanwhile, Swallow was troubled. Should he let the escapee go and head to Hoston, or chase them down to eliminate the risk? What was the right move, now that he'd been spotted? Since he was safe and had retrieved the beheading claw, he decided to let them live. Besides, his main goal was to find Renee. He couldn't forget that. At least, he had to find her body. Turning around, he planned to take Mel's, but what was that look on her face? Mel seemed hesitant to answer Swallow's question. Under his urging, the girl finally spoke up. Lord Swallow was incredibly strong. She saw it at the Demon King's castle, but he was far more powerful than she ever imagined. He claimed to be Lady Rena's friend, but he seemed much stronger than her. Or was this Rene even more powerful than she could possibly fathom? She wanted Swallow to tell her who he really was. At her question, Swallow just sighed and scratched his messy hair. Then, he gently tapped the girl's head. Why worry about such things? He was just Swallow, and that was all. He promised to tell her the truth once everything was over. For now, it was time to finish the job. Show them the power of a demon king. Transforming into a seductive, adult Mel's, she used her power to restructure the building ahead. An instant later, a massive explosion erupted. Down below, the innocent people knew nothing. They could only panic at the sudden attack. What was happening? What just exploded? Following the trail of smoke, Gin realized it came from the auction house. Damn it. An attack in the middle of the capital? Did those damn creatures not care how many people were here? What should she do now? As she tried to stand, Garou's warning flashed through her mind. Stay put and wait for him. Her teeth clenched, and she began to tremble. A small child's hand grabbed hers, crying. In that moment, Gin forgot the warning and loudly reassured everyone. She would handle this. She was the hero, Gin Historia. She wouldn't run from a monster like this. The capital, Lai, was now a pile of rubble. Collapsed houses lay everywhere, as thick dust turned the sky a cold, ashen gray. Vour was kicking away debris to escape. As he pushed aside wooden planks, he called out, Hey Melcha, what was that spell you just used? Melcha replied, Restructure. What? That high-level spell caused the ground to collapse like this? She spread her magic wings, looked around, and spoke cheerfully. Everything should be fine now, right? It's all gone. But Vour warned her. You really shouldn't have used that spell here. Melche got annoyed. Can you please not interfere in my affairs? But then she showed off, boasting with a smug look. It was just beginning, but I've already ended it all. A clean finish. Now what more do you want from me? Melche sat perched on a stone wall, questioning Vour. Why are you complaining? If there was a better spell, why didn't you tell me? He answered helplessly. I thought you could make the right call, so I let you handle it. As they bickered, Vour noticed a strange scent growing stronger. He sighed with disgust. Vour glanced around, realizing this was bad. Using magic here would only bring more trouble. He turned to Melche and asked, Do you still remember the way to the teleportation gate in the center? She answered quickly, Yes, I do. I remember the place. Vour wanted to get out of the rubble. Let's hurry, the heroes and guards will be here any minute. Soon. He put his hands in his pockets, urging her on. Things got complicated after your spell. We need to get to Houghton quickly. Melche was confused, but she still naively agreed. Okay. Then she asked a simple question that nearly made Vour faint. You keep talking about Houghton, but where is it? He gave her a look of utter defeat. You know where the Great Core is, right? Melche replied proudly. Yes, I do. She continued excitedly. It's one of the 7 great dungeons I admire. Vour cut her off. The town is near there. She shrank back, embarrassed. Actually, I've only read about the Great Core in books. He was too tired to react. Fine, let's just go. Melche quickly flew off. All right, I'll protect it. You can count on me. He waved to her. Okay, I'll be there soon. Now, Vour was alone. He walked through the capital's desolate ruins. In the thick black smoke, the silence amplified his footsteps. Suddenly, he stopped and spoke. So, you finally arrived. He looked toward a group of figures shrouded in the smoke and asked bluntly, How many of you are there? The group emerged from the smoke, wearing cloaks and blue veils. We are one of the Empire's 9 pillar families. The Blue Crane Subjugation Squad. The words came from a man with a long scar. His voice was sharp. I'm the captain. And I'm asking you, who are you? Vower looked at the group, lips pursed in thought. Right. Humans always work in teams. He never understood their obsession with it, but they were a hassle when gathered like this. They seemed to be the guards from the auction, but it was fine. They were just soldiers after all. No heroes had appeared yet. Then, he slowly pulled his hand from his pocket. You wish to know who I am? Perhaps I'll tell you. Vower's eyes shifted, a dense, dark aura bleeding from his form. I am. His body twisted into the shape of Salu. Vower's chilling voice declared, your enemy. Meanwhile, on the path to the ancient core, Sylvia's voice echoed, Nipjim. They say no one who enters this dungeon ever truly leaves. Die here, and your soul is trapped forever, unable to rest. She playfully danced around Nipjim, full of energy. Maybe we should turn back? This place is seriously creepy. Annoyed by her antics, Nipjim finally snapped. Enough, Sylvia. Stop fooling around. The mage just pouted in response. There's nothing to do. I'm bored to tears, just trying to liven things up. Sylvia then shifted her focus to their surroundings. Still, something feels off about this dungeon. Nipjim was instantly on guard. The space around them was pitch black. Sylvia pointed out, the first room was littered with monster corpses, but this one, it's spotless. She concluded, someone cleaned this place. Nipjim's eyes widened, her tension skyrocketing. She whirled around to another knight. What's your take on this? The knight seemed stunned. The group started murmuring. The Histanless expedition force wouldn't have cleaned this place. Monsters aren't smart enough for that. Unless... Could a high-intelligence monster be responsible? No. Wait. This dungeon was cleared up to the 5th floor, wasn't it? Only the boss room remains. A single monster couldn't possibly clean all this. Then, a question was asked that sent a chill down Nipjim's spine. What was that? Then why clean here, but not the first room? Her gaze snapped back towards the dungeon's depths. Nipjim roared. Stop playing games. Monsters. Is this a trap? Her shout echoed through the vast chamber. Then, a new voice answered. You're all so loud. It's making my old bones ache. A pair of glowing eyes emerged from the shadows. We're not tricking you. The place was a mess, so we tidied up. We figured some conquerors might drop by. But your racket is incredibly annoying. Nipjim immediately gave the order. Sylvia, light. The mage responded instantly. On it. Sylvia raised her hand. A sphere of light shot upwards, revealing Patrick. Too bright, he complained. You humans are such fools. Why do you insist on coming here? Haven't enough of you died already? Welcome to the ancient core. A name echoed in Nipjim's mind. Scotland? Warily, she asked. You're the knight. Patrick? Patrick began his endless stream of complaints. Well, since you know me, I can skip the introduction. I had a whole grand entrance planned too. Oh well, honestly, you fools just line up to die here. Seeing the tense conquerors frozen before him, Patrick offered some kind advice. Everyone just calm down, don't overreact. Now, lower your weapons. We can talk this out. You, the little mage, relax that stance. And you soldiers, back up a bit. He teased cheerfully. What? Did I say something wrong? A dagger slashed through the air, only to be caught effortlessly in his bare hand. Nipjim snarled. Die. You talk too much. Patrick's eyes narrowed. Humans. So rude, attacking without warning. Suddenly, a new voice cried out, Ice art. A wave of frost erupted from behind Nipjim. The ice magic detonated, shaking the very ground. Shards flew everywhere as attacks were unleashed and instantly countered. Patrick's bored sigh cut through the chaos. Fighting again? This is all so dreadfully familiar, and so very dull. As Nipjim unleashed a flurry of slashes, he parried each one with ease. It's always the same, he taunted. In the end, I always win. Bloodlust blazed in Nipjim's eyes. She gripped her short sword, ready to strike, but even Patrick realized something was off. Just then, a great sword flew through the air, embedding itself in the ground behind him. Internally, Patrick sighed at the dull fight. Outwardly, he eyed the sword with a smirk. Oh, now you have some power, completely different from the others. Nipjim exploded with fury, chanting a string of enhancement spells. Omen of Lightfall, Silent Step, Path of the Bloodied Bone. Patrick watched, unfazed. So, your strength comes from stacking buff magic. He scoffed internally. But those effects, they won't last long. Just as Patrick thought, a minute, tops, he suddenly seized up. Nipjim was casting a chain of paralysis spells. Spasms of pain forced Patrick to his knees. Ugh. Not this again. Nipjim arrogantly planted her boot on his back. Say that again? A dense killing intent poured from her. Who would be the victor? Patrick struggled to lift his head. Not bad. I didn't think you could actually push me this far. Murmurs rippled through the expedition team. Is it over? The guardian of the ancient core shouldn't be this strong. Patrick casually glanced towards Sylvia. I suppose I should eliminate the blue-haired mage first. Nipjim mercilessly slammed her foot down on him. Shut your mouth. She raised her sword, screaming with bloodlust. Die. But the blade was stopped, caught between Patrick's two fingers. A deep laugh rumbled from his chest. He was thrilled. Ah, this is fun. It's been ages since I got to put on a show like this. My apologies. I haven't had this much fun in ages. I should have ended this quickly, but it gets so boring when no conquerors visit. So I thought I'd try pretending to lose for a change. Patrick's voice turned grim. Thank you for the entertainment. The dungeon was plunged back into darkness. Nipjim cried out in pain. She shot upright, clutching her chest and whispering, What just happened? Just then, a voice cut in. Oh, you're awake? Patrick was sitting nearby. It only took a few seconds to finish things after you collapsed. He gestured to the side. But it's better if you see for yourself. He revealed the fallen conquest team, their bodies scattered everywhere. Patrick declared with arrogance. Every human who has faced me, the Death Knight Patrick, has never lived to tell the tale. Not a single one. He grabbed Sylvia by the neck, lifting her up. I thought you'd know better, since you know my name. But it seems that's all you know. Patrick brutally tossed her body toward Niflim. However, dealing with this blue-haired mage was a real pain. She watched in disbelief. Sylvia. Patrick stepped on Sylvia's body as he complained, using holy magic. Just the thought of it makes my bones tingle. He suddenly grew cheerful, recalling the fight. Anyway, you're Niflim, right? That mage. She kept calling your name until the very end. He began to mock Sylvia's voice. Niflim, Niflim, Niflim. She sounded so desperate. Niflim lowered her head, utterly speechless. Patrick tilted his head, observing her. I was hoping for a more moving reaction. But yours is quite dull, Lady Niflim. How cold of you. He raised his crescent-bladed sword. Now, it's time for a little Q&A with the survivor. Even if Femor is an idiot, he wouldn't have sent only 30 people. And frankly, I'm sorry to say this, but this conquest force is utterly pathetic. Patrick pressed the sharp blade to Niflim's throat. I know you're hiding something, he added with a smirk. That's right, because I'm a kind and generous skeleton. I'll give you a choice. Answer willingly. Raise your right hand. If not, raise your left. Seeing Niflim silently raise her right hand, he praised her. Oh, a wise choice. Tell me everything you know, and I'll grant you a clean, painless death. But just as he was gloating, she raised her middle finger. Patrick's mood soured instantly. Oh my, how truly unbelievable, to be cursed in such a way. He quickly raised his sword. I'll respect your decision. Die slowly. A cold sound echoed as the blade pierced her flesh. It rang out in the dungeon's oppressive darkness. Patrick turned to leave after landing a fatal blow. Ah, when will I ever get this place cleaned up? She collapsed, unmoving, blood from her chest dripping onto Sylvia's bruised face. From afar, Patrick was still muttering to himself. Still, I guess it'll be easier than before. Her mouth filled with blood. Niflim struggled to watch him leave. He's gone, she thought. Then, she looked down at her fallen comrade. Niflim whispered, Sylvia. She gently wiped the fresh blood from Sylvia's face, thinking, I'm sorry, but Niflim's mouth opened wide, revealing bloodthirsty fangs. A single thought consumed her mind. I must survive. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air. The sickening noise quickly filled the dungeon. Meanwhile, Patrick was hiding just outside the room. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. What a disgusting sound. I knew it. I knew there was something more to her. As Niflim's horrifying feast continued, Patrick was deep in thought. So, eating corpses makes her stronger and heals her? And her power accumulates with each meal? Is it limited to only human flesh? What is the origin of this power? Alchemy or magic? There are plenty of bodies here. I should take some time to experiment. He let out a long sigh. His expression grew thoughtful. Anyway, I wonder where the boss is, and what he's up to. Patrick clasped his hands, praying his boss wasn't doing something weird, somewhere strange. The one he prayed for, Vaughn, was now facing Boonin. He spoke up. What is this? Demonic flames were devouring the Blue Crane Conquest team. Vaughn shot her a glance. You came here to die too? Bunnin stepped firmly onto the rubble and replied, No. She took a combat stance and introduced herself. I am the hero, Boonin Hitosia. But Vaughn just gave her a cold stare. I never asked who you were. Well, I like your spirit. But you can't possibly defeat me. Boonin shifted into a martial arts stance, preparing to strike. Even if that's true, she thought. As Vaughn watched her blankly, one thought remained. I have to stop him. In a flash, Boonin launched her attack. She poured all her power and weight into every punch. A violent shockwave erupted between them. The attack seemed to be a success. Boonin retracted her fist, her gauntlet now slightly scratched. In that instant, Vaughn seized her hand, his eyes filled with a warning. Sorry, but you only get to attack me once. He squeezed with such force that the armored gauntlet shattered into pieces. Go on, defy me again. Try to escape, if you can. Panic instantly flashed across Boonin's face. Vaughn effortlessly threw her backward with a single hand. Boonin finally understood. I can't defeat him. Her body slammed violently against the ground. Still, she thought, but I must have bought them some time, right? I'm a hero, and a hero's duty is to protect everyone. After venting his frustration, Vaughn lifted her up. Is that all you've got? But she still managed to whisper, I am the hero. Boonin Hitosia. Her gaze began to lose focus. I can't fall like this. She hung limply in his grasp. I won't let you touch my people. She suddenly found a burst of strength, gathering it for one last punch, but her fist landed with no impact, the power fizzling out instantly. Boonin spoke in broken gasps. I'm a hero, so I must protect the innocent. Vaughn finally released her shattered gauntlet. Congratulations on not dying in vain. He coldly tossed her body to the ground. Boonin Hitosia. I will remember your name, though I'm not sure for how long. Vaughn glanced down at her. With all due respect for your courage. He raised his foot, about to crush her face. I will grant you a painless death. Just then, a surprise attack struck the back of his neck. Vaughn's entire body shuddered from the impact. His eyes widened in shock, unable to react. He shot a cold glare behind him. He saw another conquest squad had appeared. He rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. Are you guys sausages or something? You just keep coming, one after another. A calm voice emerged from the crowd. We had to use drastic measures to rescue Lady Billin. Please forgive our rather rude interruption. Billin gritted her teeth in anger. Would you forgive someone who apologizes after hitting you from behind? The man simply continued. Allow me to offer my belated greetings. Vaser was slightly surprised. He's ignoring me. The man stepped forward with a smile and introduced himself. I am Aretho B. Z. Galiveton, of the Black Tiger Legion. It is an honor to meet the almighty Lord Zalu. Vaser asked, surprised. You called me Lord Vaser, didn't you? How do you know that name? Aretho replied, let's just say I have a sense for these things. Vaser watched his face, his guard rising instantly. That smile was hiding something. Out loud, he said, fine, but I am not in a good mood. A dense demonic aura began to radiate from him, and you are wasting my time. If you plan to attack after all this talk, do it now. Aretho bowed formally. You misunderstand, my lord. I would never dare. We have no intention of fighting you, Lord Vaser. We only wish to make a deal. As Vaser began shifting into Zalu's form, he sneered, What? A deal with me? Zalu's massive form began to materialize. When I have nothing left to lose, you'd best be careful not to insult me. You will not die a peaceful death, human. Facing Vaser's terrifying rage, Aretho stood his ground, calculating. This was a gamble for the fate of the entire empire. He then spoke. The original master of the head-cleaving claw is still alive, Aretho added. Of this, I am certain. You didn't come all this way just for that weapon. We are here to offer our aid. Vaser reverted from his Zalu form. And what if I say I don't need it? He casually slipped his hands into his pockets. Vaser then asked, What if I'm taking back the claw out of boredom, and my real goal is to destroy humanity? He leaned in close, eye to eye with Aretho. What would you do then? Aretho held his ground and countered, If your goal is destruction, our offer changes nothing. It makes no difference, does it? Vaser sneered. I see. So you want to prevent humanity's extinction? His expression grew dark. In a cold voice, he commanded, Then find the master of this item at once. Aretho complied instantly. We will do as you command. Gagio's voice answered, Yes, my lord. Aretho then turned as she stepped forward, asking Vaser, You've met her before, have you not? To find someone, I need an item they've used. May I borrow the head-cleaving claw? Vaser produced the weapon with a threatening glare. Try anything foolish, and you'll lose more than just a hand. Gagio eyed the weapon, sweating nervously as she answered, Yes, I understand. She cast her magic on the claw, then told Vaser, I see several traces here, but the target is too far to get an exact location. However, one of them is moving west, toward the Leader Palace. Vaser followed her finger on the map, thinking, west, in the direction of Houghton. He said, That information is enough. He recalled Zine joyfully calling him her lord, and thought with hope, it means Zine is still alive. Vazir let out a sudden sigh. A collective shiver ran down the spines of Gagio, Aretho, and every member of the Black Tiger Legion. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he clapped Aretho's shoulder. I owe you. I'll remember you both, the man replied humbly. It's an honor to have been of service. The legionnaires quickly parted, clearing a path for Vazir. He walked off swiftly, leaving a single word behind. Go. The scene shifts to the teleportation gate. Melissa's chiding voice rang out. Lord Zador. Leaning on her staff, she stood amid a mountain of corpses, speaking with great effort. You're a little late. Vazir was speechless, staring at the bodies, each with a massive hole torn through its chest. Though exhausted, Meche boasted, See? I kept my promise. I defended the portal. Her grip loosened on her blood-soaked staff. I believe this is a worthy welcome. With her last words before collapsing, Meche whispered, You've returned. Vazir swiftly caught her with a tentacle. Yes, it's more than enough. As Meche reverted to her childlike form, he praised her quietly. You did very well. Carrying her with a tentacle, Vazir turned to face the portal. All right, how do I work this thing? He examined the portal's core. This goes to Houghton, so if I just channel my mana. At that very moment, cracks spiderwebbed across the portal's frame. The fluid inside shattered the glass, gushing out like a waterfall. Vazir was too stunned to react. Drenched by the deluge, he thought, in disbelief. What? It couldn't handle my mana? But my transformation had finally stabilized. Vazir glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. He calculated his options. If I use Demira's mana just for the spell, can I teleport safely? He then pictured what would happen next. Speechless, he thought. I'd lose my form again. And doing so would announce my presence to the world. He grimaced at the image. Patrick's threat came to mind. Damn it. I'm on a path of no return. It's too late for a peaceful end. Vazir removed the green, glowing bracelet. As his demonic aura began to radiate outwards, he sent a final message to his subordinate. Sorry, Badik. The portal chamber began to shake violently. An instant later, Vazir's demonic aura exploded outwards, surging into the sky. Leaving the portal to crumble behind him, Vazir stood transformed as Zalu amid the ruins. He opened his eyes. Coordinates. Houghton, the wind magic tower. Meanwhile, at that very tower, the evening sun cast a magnificent glow upon the tower. A guard at the entrance offered a cheerful welcome. Welcome to the Tower of Wind Magic. Your identity and origin will be confirmed after a brief procedure. Zine, standing before him, asked coldly, Human, can you use teleportation magic? The guard pointed upwards. No. Visitors from all over come to our tower, so you cannot enter without verification. Zine drew a sharp, gleaming blade. Then it seems there is no escape for you. A sharp slice, and fresh blood splattered onto the ground. Zine walked past the fallen guard without a second glance. She thought to herself, the first time I came here, I realized this human magic tower is no different than a dungeon. A dungeon built by humans, who are nothing more than weak monsters themselves. At last, after cutting down everyone in her path, Zine, now covered in blood, ascended to the next floor. I've killed every human I saw on the first floor, she thought. All that's left is the top floor. A woman smiled. Well, now. I was curious who our intruder was. Isn't this the noble lady from before? Mo stepped forward with a haughty air. So, you aren't even human. Jean's voice was cold steel. Where's the head cleaver claw? Mo simply smirked. That is my property. I have no reason to tell you, but I am curious. She stared into Jean's empty eyes. Mo then asked with a mocking tone, How did you survive? Without another word, Jean drew her weapon, instantly taking a combat stance. Mo watched and sighed theatrically. Oh, dear. That's quite a weapon you're holding. It doesn't suit that tiny face of yours at all. Oh, I dare you. You think you can fight me, master of this magic tower, with that knife? Magic shield. But as Mo boasted, what can that blade do to me? Jean's daggers had already shattered her barrier. Mo's eyes shot wide open, a cold dread washing over her. Impossible. My barrier was shattered in a single attack. Staring at Jean's stone-cold expression, Mo thought, this brat's power is monstrous. But then she remembered, this tower is built upon an infinite spring of mana. If I can harness this endless mana, victory will be mine. Jean was already lunging forward. Where is my head cleaver claw? Wielding her knife, she screamed. Talk, you witch. Mo just laughed. Too bad, that little toy is already at the auction house. Magic domain. Instantly, a massive magic circle materialized above her. Bolts of furious lightning rained down from the sky. Ammo caressed her staff. You're quite powerful, I'll admit. Then, she raised her weapon high. A piercing arrow of light shot from her staff. So I'll have to use my full power against you. Long spear, she chanted relentlessly. Divide, divide, divide. Holy shield, Ammo screamed. Now, try and block all of this. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the demon ceiling tower. Through the thick clouds of dust and debris, Ammo watched with satisfaction. Perfect, she sneered, seeing the spears of light impaling Jean's body. This is the price you pay for being a monster that dares to challenge humanity. She leisurely twirled the magic staff in her hand. She calculated inwardly. This is one of my most advanced spells. Only a handful of powerful dungeon bosses could have survived that. But to think a little brat like her is still standing. Suddenly, the color drained from Ammo's face as she looked down in horror. Then, Ammo collapsed. In a flash, both of her hands had been severed, blood gushing from the stumps. She let out a horrifying, pain-filled shriek. Ammo clutched at her wrists. The pain! How? My hands! Jean approached coldly, her voice devoid of pity. Those are only your arms. Stop screaming like you're already dead, human. Without an ounce of pity, she swung her blade again, severing one of Ammo's legs. The mage scrambled back in pure terror. Get away from me. I don't want to die. Please, spare me. Pain racked her body. Tears streamed down her face as she begged for her life. As she finally collapsed, Ammo's desperate pleas continued. Help me. With her enemy defeated, Jean's expression returned to an emotionless mask. She thought to herself, it's finished. All traces have been erased. What now? What's left after everything? I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Just then, a sharp cry made her eyes snap open with alarm. Leader! A subordinate rushed to cradle Ammo's broken body. How could this happen? Please, wake up! He screamed desperately. You have to live! Ammo groaned in agony. Trembling, she commanded, heal me. No, kill that girl first. As the man's gaze shot towards her, Jean met it with a blank stare. He then pulled out a gemstone. Please, hold on. You're losing too much blood. Do you see what this is? Ammo struggled to focus on the stone. I can't see it clearly, he asked again. You can't see it? The man's face darkened ominously. This is a teleportation mana stone. You can use it to escape this place, but I don't have enough mana to activate it. You must use your own mana to activate it. Jean narrowed her eyes at the stone, a sense of deep unease washing over her. That stone. It looked just like a stone she had seen before. That same unsettling feeling returned. Moved to tears, Ammo choked out. All right. Thank you. Now I can, finally. Suddenly, she felt a sinister energy radiating from the stone as he pressed it against her face. Her eyes flew open in shock, but Ammo had no time to resist. The dark aura enveloped and swiftly devoured her whole. Watching her writhe in agony, the man stood, clasping his hands behind his back. Ammo, you made far too many enemies. You lived a wretched life, which is why Jean came to punish you. A wicked smile spread across his face. Everyone in your family, the Jiao Min clan. You must have displeased them greatly, so they sent me to dispose of you. The traitor then glanced over at Jean. Isn't that right, Jean? He even placed a hand over his heart and bowed. I am truly grateful to you. You've saved me a great deal of effort. His gaze turned profoundly dark. It seems you have no intention of stopping. And you've already set your sights on me. Correct? Suddenly, his body began to change, twisting him into a grotesque monster. But this ought to buy me just enough time to make my escape. Farewell. The monster took its final, horrific shape, its giant eyes darting madly at Jean. Amidst the creature's rampage, she thought, I can't get a clear look at it. That monster's aura. It's overwhelming. In my current state, I can hardly fight it. I suppose this is the end for me. Jean let out a weary sigh. An image of her master, Devour, flashed in her mind. Everything I've done. It all ends now. I will die here, and all traces of my existence will vanish. And yet, Jean stepped forward, hissing through clenched teeth. You absolute bastards! Jean screamed with rabid fury. Don't you lay your filthy hands on Lord Devour. She leaped, plunging her knife deep into the monster's eye. Even in death, I will never forgive you. Roaring in pain, the beast swatted her away with a massive tentacle. She withstood the impact, blood streaming down her face. As her consciousness faded, Jean thought, if you remember me someday, my lord, will you be sad? Night fell, but there was no peace for the demon ceiling tower. It continued to tremble from the violent clashes within. At that moment, the demonic aura of Vaser suddenly flooded the entire area. Its impact made the tower explode in midair. From the debris, Vower's voice called out. Are you all right? Just like when he first saved her. The situation was nearly the same. She was completely exhausted. Zine would not have survived if he hadn't appeared to save her. In her darkest moment, he always appeared just in time to catch her. Her eyes widened in shock. Lord Vower. He gently placed her on the ground. Zine was still silent, wondering why he was even here. Vower then stood up. Wait for me. Staring at his back, Zine couldn't believe it. Is this a hallucination? The monster, formed by the traitor, cowered at his arrival. Vower's expression darkened, a stark contrast to before. He spoke with a threatening tone. You bastard. You're quite bold. You will pay for this. Vower began transforming into Zalao. He then smashed his demonic fist directly into the monster. Vower reached deep into the creature's core. Then he seized its body with demonic tendrils. Die. Giant spikes immediately pierced the monster, and its fluids began to pour out. It rushed to regenerate its cells, but Vower quickly noticed. He frowned with disgust, then grabbed the monster's entire body. Then he swung it into the air. Finally, Vower slammed it forcefully onto the ground. The impact was so great it shattered the earth below, kicking up dust. That grotesque monster stubbornly refused to die. Vower lifted its body again, tilting his head to observe. He saw it was still regenerating, whimpering as it tried to cling to his hand. Vower clicked his tongue, his patience gone. He used magic to slice the monster, sending its fluids flying in all directions. Vower hissed. You damned thing! His power instantly created a massive explosion, splattering the monster's fluids all over the ground. Vower pulled out his fluid-drenched hand. I see. He looked at the creature flattened deep into the ground. Now I understand your power of regeneration. Seeing it continue to restore its cells, he guessed, is it the infinite mana from the source spring? As the monster's spikes shot towards him, Vower spoke calmly. All right then. He began to transform, revealing his sharp, bloodthirsty fangs. This will be simple. The giant form of Salao. It quickly devoured the monster with ease. A chewing sound echoed as demonic energy, and the scent of fresh blood filled the air. Vower returned to his human form, and turned to walk away. Hard to swallow, a disgusting taste. Now he had to face Zine. He was a bit unsure of what to do. Seeing her curled up with her back to him, he struggled to speak. Zine. Vower gently sat beside her, back to back. He spoke up. I have so much I want to say to you, but your mind is completely empty. I was wrong, Vower added awkwardly. I met a blue-haired girl earlier. I killed her on my way here. That probably doesn't matter, does it? Zine kept her head down without a word. Vower continued to call out to Zine. He whispered, I am so sorry for what I did. This time, Zine spoke up. You don't have to apologize to me. It was all my fault. Vower quickly denied it. Don't say that. The ancient core needs you, and to me, Zen is very important. Still a little hurt, she asked. Weren't you angry with me? Vower immediately replied. Not at all. Zine continued. You don't hate Zine anymore? Vower answered patiently. I don't hate you. He got up from his knee. I have something for you. Vower held out the intact headchopper claw. This is what I got back. Seeing it, Zine's tears finally began to flow. She hugged her weapon tightly, as sparkling tears streamed down. She said with a tremble. Zine was scared. She cried more and more. I was afraid you hated me. You won't abandon me, will you? Vower smiled at her. Don't say that. He gently held out his hand and offered, Come on, let's go back to the ancient core. A flashback to the past begins. Patrick's slightly mocking question echoed, Is that a dwarf? Vower, in his Zalao form, gave a long yawn and explained, I met the kid in the fire back at Grappenia, but then I saw her in the lab. It felt like fate, so I brought her along. Patrick wondered, so this tiny body holds all the information and knowledge of the dwarves? He glanced down at Zine, silently analyzing. And the kid is still very calm, even in the dungeon of the ancient core's strongest boss, a place also known as a demon's den for its dense dark energy. It means her spirit and stamina can face anything. He couldn't help but be curious. Boss, what do you plan to do with this child? Vower sighed and replied lazily. Just let her live here. Seems this kid is multi-talented, so first I'll teach her how to fight. If I can't teach her, she can just live peacefully. The kid was a servant before, anyway. Just give her the cooking duties. At this, Patrick was horrified, sweat pouring down his head. Wait a minute, boss, are you serious? Who's going to teach her? Vower's expression was extremely playful. He stuck out his tongue and pointed at him. You, of course. Vower didn't mind provoking him further. Cheer up. Patrick couldn't accept reality. No way. Why me? Vower was too lazy to argue with him. Come on, stop pretending to be so cold. Weren't you bored to death with nothing to do? Patrick was at a loss for words. Well, that's true. But he sighed and looked at Zene, a little worried. She's a hormone killer, so her physical abilities are superior, and she still has some subconscious resentment towards humanity. He had no choice but to ask, "Do you know the kid's name?" Vower lay on his back, scratching the fur on his body. What was it? I remember hearing it faintly the first time. Just then, a small sound was heard. Patrick looked at Zene suspiciously. It can talk? She slowly uttered each word. Leo Lao. Patrick couldn't help but wonder, is her whole name just one word? Leo Lao? Vower asked back. What more do you want? He then suggested. You're the kid's master. Why not give her a new name? Vower tried to endure his sleepiness and thought with his chin in his hand. Me? Let's see. Finally, he concluded. How about we call her Xena? Patrick agreed. That's good. So this child's name is Zene Leo Lao. He's asleep again. He had no choice but to sit down opposite Zene. All right, Zene. Patrick used 2 fingers. He pulled the corners of her mouth up into a smile. First, let's learn how to smile. The flashback ends. His friendly image disappears, replaced by the savage appearance of Batman. He confronted Vazar. How can you be smiling right now? What did you do in Huzaton to make the very ground shake? His threatening words continued. Were you dancing the cha-cha in the village? Vazar sweated, weakly reminding him. Bastich, a monster's life always has exceptions. Bastich pointed at the sleeping Meoche. And what kind of exception is that? Vazar looked even more guilty. It's a long story. Realizing his boss's panic, Bastich was stunned. Wait a minute, boss. Did you kidnap a child? Vazar was speechless. Do you really think I enjoy asking for trouble? He then asked, Where's Jene? Why did you bring this child back? Vazar suddenly turned away. Bastich, I met Jene in the human village. Bastich pressed on. So you saw her? Was she hurt? Vazar replied. She looked exhausted. He seemed lost in thought. Perhaps we've interfered with Jen's life. Bastich began to pace and think. He called him out directly. If she rejected you, just say so. Why be so melodramatic? Vazar immediately covered his face with his hand. Yeah. Vazar's expression suddenly turned mischievous. You'll have to manage this dungeon in a maid outfit. Bastich, just as quickly, presented his letter of resignation. I'm always ready to resign, you know. Becoming serious again, he asked. So, what's your plan now? Vazar replied. There's nothing left to do. He lazily sprawled on the ground. But I'll wait, I guess. I don't know when she'll be back. Seeing this, Bastich let out a sigh. Huh. I understand. He quietly stepped outside, thinking to himself, in this state, it's best to leave him alone. It might be lonely, but after some time. Suddenly, Patrick's footsteps halted. He then called out, Boss. Vazar's ears perked up in response. Patrick said one short sentence. She's back. But Vazar didn't understand and asked, Who? Patrick replied, Who do you think? The one you've been waiting for. Just then, Janae walked in with a smile. Salut, have you not eaten yet? If so, would you like me to prepare something? At that moment, Patrick was shocked to notice one of her eyes. He immediately turned to look at Vazar. Boss. You. His mind raced with thoughts. Did he go crazy and give her something? Or did he really give her that thing? Though not fully conscious, Vazar quickly remembered. At that time, he had asked her, Jeannie, your right eye is completely destroyed, isn't it? If you could still see, you'd know. He watched her cover her right eye, then added, I told you. If you still have those thoughts and keep the stone, I don't care when. Vazar used 2 fingers to pluck out one of his own eyes. Think about it carefully. He gave his eye to Jene. Then bring me the love stone next time. Now, Jene possessed 2 different colored eyes. She gave him a radiant smile and promised, from now on, I will always be by your side. Time passed. Pure water dripped from the ancient core. A drop landed on Miocha's forehead, startling her awake. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, trying to make sense of things. Where am I? What happened? Just then, Melissa was startled by the sight of Patrick sharpening a blade, and her face turned pale. She stammered while her whole body trembled. Oh no, am I dead? Are you the Grim Reaper? And is this hell? Bastich kindly spoke up. Sorry. No, this isn't the underworld. This place is the ancient core. Hearing this, Miocha's face lit up in a wide-mouthed awe. She quickly pointed and asked, So, you're not the Grim Reaper, but Patrick? He didn't hold back his praise. You're quick. Patrick stood up. I don't know if he's awake yet. He kicked Vazar's giant body hard. Boss, wake up. Vazar, in Salut's form, yawned and asked Bastich. I was sleeping soundly. What is it now? Is she awake? Mioche saw his form and turned pale, breaking into a cold sweat. Huh, you are. Mioche quickly bowed her head to the ground. She proclaimed loudly, "Master of the ancient core and incarnation of creation, defender of the gods, punisher of cowards, monster of the great supreme, Lord Vaser," she tremblingly introduced herself. "Your Majesty." "Ah, no, that's not it. Forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself." Vaser smugly recited with her. "The 17th defender of the Demon King, Devas Meolidi Lamadi." He waved his hand. "I already know." But Vaser's words stunned Mioche. "How could you possibly know my name?" She suddenly remembered. "Did Exato tell you?" She then started looking around. "By the way, have you seen Exato? I remember he punished the humans in Lycer and took back the claw." But Vaser cut her off, exasperated. "That was me." Mioche immediately frowned with worry. "What? Lord Vaser? What did you say?" Vaser rested his chin on his hand and repeated, "I am Zato." Mioche's face was a mask of confusion, becoming panicked and disbelieving. She was terrified out of her wits, her mind in chaos. "That means I've been disrespectful to Lord Devazur." "Yup." While Melissa was blaming herself, Bastich interjected, Boss, about Demon Lord Melissa. His expression was scarier than a demon's. "About you punishing the humans in Lycer. Why didn't you tell me?" This time it was Vaser's turn to break out in a cold sweat. "Well, yes." Bastich wasted no words and commanded, "Follow me." Vaser could only meekly obey. "Yes." Meanwhile, in Graphinia Forest, on the border of Hausatin territory, a playful laugh echoed. "Haha, what's this?" An herbalist was happily picking leaves. "They said it was forbidden, but there's nothing here. This forest is full of herbs and mushrooms." Suddenly, he saw the collapsed figure of someone and immediately shouted in alarm, "Someone's here, and they're badly injured." The small herbalist hastily rummaged through his bag. "Wait, I have herbs. Got it," as he held the herb out before him. "Nip Jim with this herb." She had already opened her mouth wide and lunged at him. The sound of ravenous chewing echoed in the dark night as fresh blood spurted out. It splattered onto the herbalist's guide lantern. Nip Jim quickly threw on a cloak to cover herself and ran. She headed towards the city gate, telling herself, "Ah, I must go. The dungeon is the battlefield. To survive on a battlefield, one needs many qualities. One of them is calmness. If you're a true demon king, be a little more dignified, Melly." She even repeated it loudly, one more time. "How many times has Jenny told you? In Lord Deviser's room, silence is the most basic rule." However, Melly was not one to submit, and even protested more fiercely. "No, I refuse. I'm a free monster." Both seemed ready to enter a battle stance. With Melly's sharp reasoning, "Besides, I lived in the ancient core before I became a demon king. I came here to talk to Lord Deviser." But she continued to block the way. Jenny declared, "Lord Deviser is resting." For some reason, just hearing the word resting, her voice suddenly became urgent as she insisted, "That's exactly what I need. I plan to stay by his side and keep him warm until Lord Devaser falls asleep." Not only that, Melly even took a jab at her. "In this regard, Jeanne, you're so conservative and passive. You're clearly old-fashioned." This provoked someone like her. Jean snapped at her words. Did she just call her old-fashioned? Enraged, Jean gave chase, screaming, "Die! I'm going to eliminate you." This sent Mioli into a fit of laughter, while Jean's face darkened as she shrieked, "Get back here, now!" But the other clearly enjoyed the provocation, taunting her. Meanwhile, Batik was struggling with damage control, forcing him to mutter in despair, "This is truly hell." Even Vower could only manage a helpless groan. "Batik, they're too noisy, I can't sleep." But he was hit with a cold dose of reality. "You have no right to say that, sire. Thanks to a certain someone, it's chaos outside." Hearing this, Vower asked blankly, "How bad is it?" A suspicion dawned on Batik. Angrily, he pressed, "You didn't read the papers I brought, did you?" And so, Vower could only sigh and listen to the briefing. "Because you moved troops to Lai's defense, the border villages are being destroyed. What's more, Lord Houghton committed suicide, so Houghton is completely paralyzed." Vower just nodded. "Sounds serious." Batik watched him carefully. "And yet, I've seen all the papers from the last 3 weeks. There were only 3 articles about Houghton." Batik asked expectantly, "Do you know what that means?" But Vower was only pretending to listen, so how could he possibly know? He answered frankly, "No." This nearly made Batik explode with fury. Batik couldn't help but scold him. "Do you even think before you speak? I'm submitting my retirement." But Vower tried his best to placate him. "Sorry, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Batik." After a long, sleepy yawn, Vower finally managed to ask, "So, what are your thoughts?" Batik could only reply seriously, "I'm not sure. Without more information, I can't confirm anything. Based on my reasoning and the current situation, I suspect Houghton has been cut off from the outside. Vower sat in silence, not daring to speak as his aide interrogated him. You are the monster who ravaged that village. You still remember the damage you caused, right? A devastated village falling silent is certainly not good news. However, it's not necessarily bad news. We need Houghton. If we can keep an eye on it, we'll know the subjugation force's numbers and when they'll attack. Therefore, this trip is extremely urgent, Batik stated firmly. We must go to Houghton now. Any more delays will have dire consequences. After that long speech, Vower feigned ignorance and replied innocently, Right. Have a safe trip then. Don't overdo it. In his mind, he prayed desperately, Please go alone. Please just go by yourself. But a sudden statement from Batik made his eyes fly open in shock. Then I shall return as soon as possible, sire. For a moment, Vower tasted pure bliss. Thinking with satisfaction, is that all it takes to send him away? Now I can finally sleep. Of course, not even 2 seconds later, Batik turned back with a question. But don't you think it will be difficult for me alone? It would be better if at least one other person came along. This made Vower jolt in panic, crying out, What? He slowly eyed the 2 potential saviors before him, the top candidates for this trip. Maoli asked, a bit confused. What's wrong? As Vower was already calculating, Mioli is too dangerous. If she were magic, she'd be an explosion spell. If she uses magic like she did in the capital, this whole village will be annihilated. That's fine. Vower had a second candidate, who enthusiastically nominated herself. Let Jean go. Even as Mioli struggled, crying, Jean, let me go. Hearing this, he recalled her gaze, sharper than any knife. He had even more reason to refuse, thinking, no way, it's better if you stay here, Jean. That would be a magical apocalypse. Just staying put is a great help, so please don't move. Finally, knowing Vower was the only option, Batik sprung his trap. Since we don't know how long this will take, why don't you come with me? As he heard the endless nagging, Vower finally realized, he's trapped me. There's no escape, he's dragging me along. But since he had already planned a long, blissful sleep, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. As if he'd found an escape route, Vower began his desperate bluff. It seems I am the best choice for this situation. But unfortunately, I can't transform because I accidentally broke that Gmail Ra bracelet. But Batik knew he was just trying to weasel his way out. He feigned regret with a sigh. Is that so? It's true. Without the bracelet, you cannot come with me. Vower, thinking he'd won, let out a sly chuckle. That's right. It worked. I don't have to go. I can sleep. But reality was far crueler. His face darkened as he cursed. You will surely die a painful death. But Batik, satisfied to have him along, simply replied, Curse me, if you wish, but I'm already dead. Vower, looking like a withered tree branch, lazily spoke up. That's beside the point. But Batik frantically retorted, You said it yourself. You couldn't go because you don't have the Gmail Ra bracelet. He twisted Vower's own logic against him. In other words, if you have it, you can leave immediately. Right? Cornered, Vower could only yell weakly, That's not what I meant, you fiend. Upon reaching the gates of Houghton, Batik's voice turned grave. We've arrived, boss. You've caused quite a mess. Stepping inside, he immediately began to lecture. Boss, there are 4 ways to tell how a village is faring. Then Batik slowly began his analysis. The first is to check how crowded the market is. Vower, wanting only to sleep, replied dismissively, It's empty. Let's go home. But Batik simply ignored him and continued. The second is to see how much smoke rises from the chimneys. We should have checked before dinner, but we're too late. Vower desperately latched on. So, it's too late. Can we go home? The third is to see how many subjugation parties are listed on the mission board. But since Houghton doesn't have one, we'll skip that. He had resorted to outright begging now. Then let's just go home, please. But just as he found their destination, Batik spoke with satisfaction. And finally, the inn and the tavern. He cheerfully patted Vower's head and began to say, Tonight, we. But before he could finish, Vower had vanished. Vower appeared full of excitement, urging, What are we waiting for, Batik? Let's go. This left Batik wondering what was wrong with him. Still, he had to give a quick warning, but it's best not to get our hopes up. He was too exhausted to care, shoving the door open to ask for a room. What they found was a room choked with dust, with broken furniture strewn about, as he muttered, Damn it. Patrick had to face the grim reality. This village was no longer normal. The truth was plain to see. Everyone was infected. They lay motionless, a pile of corpses. But as the rain began to fall, something stirred, and they went into a frenzy. As they descended into a frenzy of biting, EJ's voice cut through the chaos. You've all worked hard. In the gloom, he made a declaration. After purging Houghton, we march on Leader, the enemy's heartland. Humanity is weak before the black calamity. A sinister smile played on EJ's lips, showing his dark ambition. This is the perfect time to crush the Empire. Batik was stunned. This is serious. Who knew the inn would be this empty? It only confirmed his suspicions. Houghton was completely cut off. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, drawing Batik's attention. I'm the owner of this inn. From the second floor, in the dim lamplight, Novan's voice was low. Who are you? Strangers appearing at this hour made him wary. What do you want? Patrick quickly formulated a reply. I am a knight of the Pitazione Black Dog Squad from Nechange. He knew the man suspected them of being thugs, but in this situation, Patrick could only feign innocence. We just need a simple meal and a place to rest. At that, Novan finally lowered his guard. Ah, customers. My apologies. He came down from the second floor, explaining carefully, but we don't have enough food left for a night. In fact, there's no food left in this entire village. Hearing this, Patrick seized the chance to ask, is it because of the Black Calamity? Novan seemed flustered by the question. He scratched his head, unable to deny it. Ah, so you've heard. It was his reason for wanting to refuse. I'm sorry, but we don't have any available rooms. I hope you can understand. That was all Patrick needed to hear. Well, water is probably worth more than a room now. Without a second thought, he tossed a coin to Novan. Take it. This only confused the innkeeper more. Excuse me, but why would you? Huh? Under the gleam of gold, Patrick's request sank in. Aren't you going to prepare our room? Just as he thought. The innkeeper was a materialist. Money talks. He immediately became hospitable. Right this way, please. But then, his brow furrowed. Novan eyed Vaser. Excuse me, but who is that? Vaser shot back defiantly. What about me? To smooth things over, Patrick quickly lied. Ah, he's my servant. This left Vaser completely stunned. Huh? He couldn't believe his ears. Hey, what are you talking about? Patrick ignored him, explaining with a smile. He's a servant, but he's a great help, so I treat him well. Despite Vaser's protests, hey, he just kept on talking, so I let him share my room. Right, where is the room for me and my servant? Vaser tried to cut in. Listen to me. As expected, the gold coin got them VIP treatment. He was pleased. This room is better than I thought. Vaser immediately dove onto the bed. I call this one. This is way better than where I stayed with Mail and Lie. Patrick had to agree. You're right, this room is great. Alright, I'll just put this here for now. Vaser stared, completely baffled. What are you doing? Seriously, was servant the best you could come up with? Patrick replied without a shred of doubt. It wasn't just the best I could do, it's what I actually think. Those clothes you're wearing are the most comfortable for you, aren't they? If you keep dressing like a slob, people will treat you like a beggar. Maybe being a beggar is better. He pressed on, getting more animated. As a beggar, you never know who might attack you. But a slave is property. People don't dare touch what belongs to someone else. He even put on a menacing glare, a beware of dog kind of face. You won't even change your clothes. Calling you a slave seems pretty accurate, right? That question struck a nerve, as Vaser's frustration boiled over. Besides, boss, why are you acting like this isn't even a mission? But after all the criticism, Vaser's laziness only made him more defiant. So what? In my next life, I'm coming back as a rock. Patrick calmly put his things away. In that case, you'd better just do as I say. Vaser played along perfectly. You are absolutely right, master. With everything settled, Patrick was ready to go. I'm heading out. Get some rest, boss. Vaser was already sprawled on the bed, replying, Patrick, it's just the first day. Don't overdo it. But Patrick was already at the window, ready for action. Boss, before he left, he offered a final word. You don't need to worry about me. After all, it's late at night. We can go anywhere, right? The Black Calamity struck Houghton because the royal family was enraged by the disaster, and they surely needed a scapegoat for the failed expeditions. Looking down from above, Patrick sighed. Wow, you really did a number on this place. However, before the royal family could intervene, the Lord of Houghton, Count Etat, passed away. This raised a new question in his mind. So, who's the current Lord of Houghton? I've been curious. The thought made Patrick even more pensive. The royal family had clearly lost its footing, and would target the noble houses to vent its rage. If that's the case, did Count Etat's heir inherit his title? Filled with curiosity, Patrick headed for the Lord's castle, his excitement growing. Well then, shall we go see what this new lord looks like? But the painful truth was unavoidable. Patrick had to admit, he was in deep trouble. The heavy patrol made him realize the guards were tougher than he thought. He could just charge in, but Patrick reconsidered. He could kill them or knock them unconscious, but that would just cause problems tomorrow, right? So, to ensure things went smoothly, Patrick stopped. This was enough for today. Haste makes waste. Besides, he already had a plan. He had a destination in mind, but something strange happened that made Patrick freeze on the spot. He thought to himself, humans might not sense it, but he could. The stench of death here was overpowering. Time for a walk. It seemed Vaughn had finally found true happiness. The dungeon was cool for sleeping, but getting out was nice too. This peaceful moment was perfect for a few satisfying naps, making the long wait worthwhile. But they never let him get a full night's rest. A moment later, a frantic knock came from Novan. "Sir Knight, sir, are you in there?" Vaughn could only drag his weary body to the door. No, the master went for a walk. Turns out, Novan had been preparing something. "Oh, I see. Could you come downstairs for a moment? I'm a little early, but I've already prepared dinner," he explained, sincerely. Every innkeeper knows that letting a guest go hungry is something you never do, especially since the knight had paid so handsomely. So, I must repay that kindness somehow. He then realized they hadn't been introduced and spoke up. "Come to think of it, we haven't properly met, have we? My name is Novan Hacker, but please, just call me Novan," he replied politely. "I am Zato." To avoid any trouble, Novan gave a warning. "Right, Exato. I hope you won't be disappointed. Food is scarce, so I could only make a few dishes." This made the knight ask, "Is the situation here really that bad?" Hearing this, the innkeeper replied grimly, "It's nothing short of a catastrophe. That's why they call it a plague, isn't it? Those who witnessed it firsthand went insane. It's a sad fate for the people of Houghton." Right after it happened, the Lord took his own life. He paused for a heavy moment, then continued, and after that, well, you can see for yourself. All communication between Houghton and the outside world was severed. Nothing gets in, and nothing gets out. Outside the walls, the bodies of the starved litter the streets. Novan offered a kind warning. "I don't know what you came here for, but you should leave as soon as possible. I'm telling you, I'm planning to do the same." Faced with this disaster, it was the only advice he could give. "Exato, you of all people must know what's coming." But just then, through Vaughn's open window, a small foot stepped into the room. Rosa. She peeked inside, checking if anyone was there. This is what desperation leads to. With Patrick and Vaughn gone, Rosa quickly slipped in. Despite her youth, she vaulted through the window with the skill of a professional thief. Rosa scanned the empty room with a satisfied smirk. Good. Based on her first glance, she began to piece things together. They saw the state of this village and stayed anyway. They have to be outsiders. Plus, this was the inn's most expensive room. From that convincing evidence, Rosa was sure of it. These people had to be loaded. Her eyes then fell on a cloak lying on the bed. This steeled her resolve to take anything worth selling, but the moment she touched it, she recoiled, her face twisting in disgust. Is this clothing or a rag? Gross. Weren't these guests supposed to be rich? Still, her motto was better to take it than leave it, so she held on. Whatever. I can use it to wrap things instead of a bag. From the start, Rosa had assumed they were wealthy, but when she opened their chest, she found not a single coin. Her confusion grew. Huh? Why is it completely empty? A wave of panic washed over Rosa. Oh no. Did they take everything and leave already? But with dreams of a massive score, she refused to give up, searching every single corner. Finally, Rosa seemed to have found her prize. Hope surged through her. That's right. They couldn't have taken everything with them, right? But the more she stared at it, the wider her eyes grew. What is this? A short while later, the room was back as it was. Patrick returned, calling out, "I'm back, boss. I went to scout out the Lord's castle. What have you been up to?" But his boss was still lazing about. Sprawled on the bed, Vaughn replied coolly, "The usual, my dear master." Patrick took off his hat and began his report. "I tried to get a look at the new Lord, but security was tighter than I thought. I came back empty-handed. Boss, did you find anything?" Patrick flopped onto the bed, full of hope. But Vaughn just asked bluntly, "What were you really expecting from me?" So Patrick reluctantly replied, "I was just asking to be polite." Suddenly, Vaughn's expression grew serious. It seems Houghton has been completely cut off from the outside world. Other than that, even the innkeeper is in the dark. It was a rare, thoughtful look from Vaughn, making Patrick gasp. Whoa. But his boss just asked, "What? What's gotten into you?" Patrick was truly stunned into silence. You actually did something? I'm completely shocked." At that news, Patrick's eyes lit up with excitement. "So that's it. Houghton is totally isolated from the rest of the world. Then let's go investigate more tomorrow, boss." Vaughn quickly grabbed a pillow and covered his ears, grumbling, "Go by yourself." But Patrick kept on pleading. But we have to go together, don't we? Then, he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Oh, right, boss. Please, lock the windows when I'm gone. I left only one open, but now both are unlocked. At this rate, we're going to have a thief break in. Hearing this, his expression turned to shock, as if it had nothing to do with him. He replied coldly, "What are you talking about? I didn't touch the windows." He even sighed in annoyance. "Come on, boss, that's impossible. The wind couldn't have opened it. Do you really think a ghost did it?" Bauer, only caring about sleep, vaguely replied, "I don't know. Ghosts, thieves, whatever. Someone must have opened the window." Suddenly, Patrick realized he wasn't joking at all. He was being dead serious, which left Patrick frozen on the spot. His eyes fell upon the ransacked room, and a dreadful feeling bloomed in his chest. Sure enough, in the next instant, Bauer cried out in shock, searching everywhere. "It's gone. My cloak isn't here anymore. Jean, she made that for me." Not only him, but Patrick also fell into a state of panicked despair. "My things have vanished too. Did you see what I left in the drawer?" Seeing his defeated look, he finally couldn't help but ask, "What did you lose?" At this, Patrick's face paled as he stammered, "My ribs." But while the two of them were wondering why their precious items had disappeared, Rosa was already making her escape with the loot. She carried a heavy sack, panting to herself, "This should be enough, right?" That familiar figure appeared with a stern voice. "Rosa." The young girl froze in place, completely stunned. Thought stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Rosa sternly. "Where have you been so late at night?" Seeing her wandering alone at midnight, his expression darkened. He reminded her coldly, "I told you not to wander around after dark." As Thought continued to lecture her, Rosa felt wronged and tried to explain. "I had a good reason. This time, it was for everyone." But Thought didn't believe her, shouting, "What? For everyone? You really think wasting your energy and making yourself hungrier is for everyone?" No matter how many times she tried to explain, "It's not like that. Just take this." Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "Thought, don't be so harsh." Rosa, on the verge of tears, was even more surprised to see him. "Leader," she called out. He was just as surprised, asking, "You're awake?" The leader casually pulled up a chair, not forgetting to advise, "A thief shouldn't be afraid of the dark. There's nothing to be angry about." The girl was now sweating nervously, her face a mask of anxiety and fear. Hearing the leader but wandering off was clearly her mistake. He leaned back in his chair, offering a pointed reminder. "Things are chaotic enough. You need to think before you act. You must consider how much trouble you cause others when you just do as you please." Though it was blunt, the leader stated frankly, "This place isn't like your old home, which welcomed you with open arms." Yes. Rosa truly knew her mistake, admitting it guiltily. "Yes, I'll be careful, leader." He just nodded in satisfaction, asking, "I think you understand." "So, Rosa, what did you do?" At his words, the girl eagerly pulled out her prize. "Just a second," she offered. The naive Rosa, still clueless, excitedly showed off 2 ribs. "Look," but the leader asked skeptically, "Did you steal this?" Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, leader. I felt I had to contribute something to the group." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he frowned deeply and asked again, "Where did you get this?" Rosa then confirmed, "You know the place, the inn on the main street." As she spoke, she suddenly burst out laughing, recounting with excitement, "I got it from a super expensive room. It was clean and stored carefully in a cabinet, so it must be a valuable antique." This was enough to give him a pounding headache. He pinched his brow, saying helplessly, "Rosa, this is..." The leader's eyes were fixed on the 2 bones, enlightening her to the fact that they were human ribs. Hearing that, Rosa frantically explained, "Wait, these are human bones? I didn't know, I swear." Even Thought asked suspiciously, "Did you rob a grave?" But she still vehemently denied it. "No way." Finally, the leader voiced his own theory. "It can't be a grave. If it were, you wouldn't be showing it off so proudly." As he spoke, he seemed to realize something, his tone growing more serious. "That's right. These bones are either for someone's twisted hobby or for magic. Who collects human ribs?" That thought alone was enough to make the leader's brow furrow in anger. This world is full of scum who chop off slaves' limbs for decorations. There's no way to be sure if these are human bones or the bones of someone who was once human. However, he had already considered the consequences. If they belonged to a necromancer or a dark magic user, it was far more dangerous. He thought grimly, "This is extremely suspicious, not to mention the clothes. At a glance, they look like the tattered rags a beggar would wear." But as he thought it over, he suddenly realized, it's made from the highest quality fabric. The thought alone made his face turn pale with worry. This kid, Rosa, you're so careless you didn't even check the bag. One surprise after another, they uncovered an extremely valuable prize. Even Rosa quickly asked, "Gold coins. How much is that, leader?" Thought was too moved to speak. "This amount of money is—" Seeing them like this, the leader couldn't hold back his frantic scolding. "You idiots! This is no time to be happy." Yet the young girl was still regretful. "But I went through so much trouble to get it." She hadn't given up, and even made an eager suggestion. "We hit the right place this time, boss." Though he seemed indifferent, he felt a pang of regret. A guest in a luxury inn, in a ruined village. He should have realized it sooner. Strange items appeared above his head, but he couldn't let his guard down. "Let me see. So the valuables are still intact. Human ribs, expensive clothes, and a hoard of gold. We had definitely provoked someone dangerous. Yet, the two of them returned with faces of unshakable confidence. "Hello, thieves. We've come for our things." After a chase through every alley, Vaser's voice chimed with excitement. "I must say, I've been looking forward to meeting you." He glanced at his cloak in their hands, feeling a sliver of relief. "It seems our belongings are still safe." Vaser's heart finally settled back into his chest. "Ah, I survived." But Patrick suddenly felt a terrible premonition. He asked nervously, "Is that the cloak Zine gave you?" Just the thought of her murderous glare was enough to make Patrick shudder and pray. Thank goodness. If Zine got angry again, he couldn't imagine what might happen. For now, however, Patrick could rest easy. Thankfully, that disaster was avoided. "All right, this ends here." Rosa's leader stood firmly before them. "Nobody move," Thought called out, surprised. "Leader?" From the respectful title, he pieced it together. "You're their leader?" the man asked, stunned. "How did you find us?" Patrick wasn't in the mood for chatter. He answered cryptically, "Who knows? Perhaps those items simply longed for their owner." But Vaser was at his limit, yawning deeply. "I'm exhausted. Let's finish this quickly so we can rest." Seeing Vaser's drained expression, Patrick suppressed his own urge to complain. "I'll let it slide this time, boss. You have been running all over the place, after all." His demeanor then shifted entirely, as he sneered at their foe, leader of this pathetic alley. "You chose the wrong people to rob. It's not too late to return our things politely. Do you understand?" However, the leader didn't trust him so easily, asking warily, "And how can I be sure you'll leave after you get your things back?" Hearing that, he had to nod in admiration. "You have a fair point." The leader's mind raced with suspicion. This is strange. Even if they followed Rosa's trail, in this darkness, they still found us far too quickly. An idea then sparked in her mind. Unless these two are demons, it's absolutely impossible otherwise. That has to be it. The thought only made Rosa more suspicious. Is this black magic? After a moment's thought, the leader asked with a tremor, "Are you creatures that live in the shadows?" And Patrick didn't deny it. "Well, our cave is quite dark." This confirmed the leader's suspicion. They were dark sorcerers. He also noticed how desperate they seemed. He grew more certain. "This ribcage must be incredibly important to you." Patrick didn't hide it, replying calmly, "Of course. It's my body." The leader's lips curled into a smirk as he probed, "So, you mean it's as important as your own body?" Patrick sensed the danger and warned him sternly, "No, it is a part of my body. More importantly, stop wasting time and give it back." But never in 1,000 lifetimes could Patrick have imagined he'd do something so reckless he threw both ribs away. Quick as a flash, the leader shouted an order to Yosa. Thought, "Evacuate anyone who can't move on their own." Patrick, meanwhile, scrambled desperately after his two precious ribs. He yelled in panic, "My ribs!" Finally, with a life-or-death dive, he slammed into the ground to save them, still managing to mutter, "Nice catch." While Patrick was preoccupied with his ribs, he failed to notice one of Rosa's crew, poised to strike from the corner. But unfortunately for the attacker, Vaser saw through the pathetic trick and instantly intercepted the blow. The man realized he'd been found out. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes, sending a chill down the attacker's spine. He's not even hurt? But of course, the cool facade didn't last 3 seconds. Vaser quickly returned to his lazy self, yawning, desperate for sleep. Suddenly, his voice turned thoughtful. "Did they just use a rock as a weapon? Things must be pretty terrible around here." As soon as he spoke, another man lunged in a sneak attack, but just as he was about to strike, his blade snapped in two. Vaser had seen the stealthy approach from the start, but waited for him to show himself. He grabbed the man by the collar, lifting him like a rag doll, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What's this? You have a proper weapon? How should we deal with this one, master?" Hearing that, he shuddered, and reminded him, "Boss, you can drop the act now." Without even looking, he knew another attacker was making a move. He let out a cold laugh. "Hey, stay put. An idea then came to him. Or maybe we should just knock them all out for now. But the other man heard. You want to let them live? And was struck with terror, turning to flee for his life. He didn't get 2 steps before Patrick snatched him by the neck and replied casually, I never said we should let them live. I said we should handle this cleanly. I'm not so sure. Vaser just said nonchalantly. I'm so tired. I don't know if I can even control my power. With his overwhelming strength, he slammed the man to the ground in a flash, sending blood spewing from his mouth. Patrick's calm voice followed. Well, if you just try your best, I'm sure things will be fine. Meanwhile, Zini and Melly were still lost in discussion. Is Lord Salau all right? Of course. Lord Salau has only been gone for half a day. Oh, is that right? Only half a day. Despite Melly's reassurance, she couldn't stop worrying. Zine assumed Lord Salau's work was going well, right? Zini was just wondering if it was okay for them to relax alone, while Lord Salau might be going hungry. Melly was at her limit with that imagination, asking helplessly, Zini, you're worrying too much. A being that great would never skip a meal. She sighed, filled with frustration. How many more times will she say that? Only then did Zine relax slightly, calming herself. You're right. It seems my worries were entirely unnecessary. Lord Salau and Patrick would never suffer in a mere human village, would they? The thought made her face pale with exhaustion. After all, Melly was certain that those two were ancient monsters, standing at the pinnacle of all creation. The Death Knight, who can command death itself, had finally solved the problem. Patrick crossed his arms helplessly, sighing, There is no suffering greater than this. He was ecstatic. My shirt! Patrick eyed the fallen robbers with disdain. You're impressive for a human. You even landed a surprise attack. I figured bandits would have a map or something, but they've got nothing. Let's stop wasting time and just get this over with. Just then, an idea struck him, but Vaur's actions made him freeze. Vaur's carefree attitude was infuriating. Would you please not just lie down already? But Vaur simply patted the ground beside him, inviting, You should lie down too, Patrick. It's more comfortable than you think. His words left Patrick speechless. Then Yosa's weak voice cut in. I'm sorry. The girl was drenched in sweat, struggling to speak. I'm sorry. I'm the one who stole it. But before they could speak, Yosa dropped to her knees. She sobbed, begging desperately. The others had nothing to do with this. So please, punish me instead. Seeing this, Thought rushed to help her up, pleading, Get up. Yosa, do you really think they'll let us go for this? She looked back, stunned. But, he insisted firmly, those bastards have no intention of doing that. Hearing this, Vaur just scoffed. Oh, so things are clear now, are they? With that, his last bit of patience ran out. He gave the order, Patrick, finish this. Patrick immediately stepped forward, replying with relish, Gladly. His every footstep made them hold their breath, their fear reaching its absolute peak. Desperate, Thought threw himself in front of the girl. He yelled out a threat. If you come any closer, I'll kill you. I mean it. Overwhelmed with terror, Yosa pulled out a hidden treasure and began to pray. In that moment, she poured her entire soul into the cross, praying earnestly. This strange phenomenon immediately caught Patrick's attention. Without hesitation, he walked right past Thought, as if he were air. He went straight to Yosa, meeting her innocent gaze. Patrick wasted no words, getting straight to the point. Tell me. His voice was impatient and cold. Where did you get that? It was a phoenix cross, shaped like an inverted number 10. More importantly, the mana flowing from it was surveillance mana. The sudden question left her unable to explain, only stammering, It made him think. Surveillance magic from someone who was not even a commoner, but one of the destitute. Suddenly, Patrick turned to his boss. But Vaur just answered lazily. What is it? His demeanor grew urgent as he warned, Someone is watching the people of Houghton. But Vaur just dismissed it, pointing out, Hey, you're getting snot everywhere. But Patrick pressed on, explaining, When that girl prayed while holding it, surveillance mana came from the cross. It means the cross only activates under specific conditions. This strengthened his belief that if we can figure out those conditions, we might uncover what the cross's owner is plotting. These words finally startled the indifferent Vaur, who questioned, But Houghton is not even a village of mages? Last time it was a magic stone, and now a magic-infused item? Knowing his personality, Patrick warned him beforehand. We're changing plans to work with the humans for now, so please cooperate, boss. Vaur, still lying there, lazily asked, Is that really necessary? How do you plan to handle this? Hearing that, Patrick replied cryptically, Well, of course. Then, Patrick became more mysterious, declaring confidently, I've come up with an amazing solution, boss. Just then, Thought's companion helped him up. Patrick stood there, feeling a bit guilty. We apologize for what happened earlier. It is not because you all stole something, Patrick continued. We received a royal decree not to leave any marks on those we conflict with. Hearing this, someone below asked, confused, a royal decree? Patrick leaned forward and gestured. To be honest, we are a secret organization under direct orders from the misty royalty of Joanno, the Night Knights. Thought's companion looked uneasy, taking Yosa's hand as he cautiously repeated, the Night Knights? Seeing everyone's confusion, Patrick let out a sudden laugh. That's right. We have no intention of harming you, so you can all relax. At that, Thought's companion spoke up. Sir Knight, why are you in Houghton? Patrick hesitated for a long moment before finally answering. To save Houghton. This reason left both Thought and his companion stunned. Patrick continued to explain. We defied the royal decree to spare you, because we need information from all of you. Thought stood there, his head bowed in deep thought or perhaps tension. He remained still, as Patrick continued. I need to grasp the situation and analyze it quickly, so I can send manpower and supplies to Houghton. He looked around at everyone and asked, So, aren't you all working together to restore peace to Houghton? I need your help. After he spoke, the crowd began to whisper. A royal knight. He said he is here to save Houghton. His Majesty has not abandoned us. Yosa stood there, just as astonished. The whispers echoed in her ears. Please, we must help the knight. We can finally escape this life. Patrick looked around and spoke. I believe the negotiations are complete. Humans are as easy to deal with as ever. These commoners are quite good at taking what is offered. Are they not? Vower, lying at his feet, looked up and asked, So, when are we going back to the dungeon? Patrick answered nonchalantly. We are not, of course. We have only just begun. I am starting to see a lot of strange things here. Hearing this, Vower's face darkened. He thought, I appreciate your effort, but I feel like things are just getting more complicated. Everything's a bigger pain because of you. Is it not? After a moment, Vower flopped onto the ground. He clutched his head wearily, saying, No wonder they say to keep an eye on the enemy around you. Patrick stared at his attitude, completely confused. He asked, bewildered, What are you suddenly talking about? Vower just sighed wearily. It is nothing. Patrick continued, By the way, get up. Stop lying in the road. Things are serious. It's time to work, not be lazy. Vower, still sprawled out, lazily replied, What's with the sudden energy? Can't you just handle it all yourself? Are you serious? Patrick snapped. He glanced at the villagers, then stated his plan. I'll keep an eye on the thief leader. He's our prime suspect, so you should stay with the people and befriend them. Vower's face went pale. You want me to befriend humans? Patrick replied with a pained look. We have no other choice, boss. Between a knight in full armor and a boss who looks like a beggar, who do you think they'll trust more? Vower's face fell. Did you just say I look like a beggar? Patrick immediately shot back. It was simply an evidence-based assumption. It's based on the current situation. Befriend them before I return. Try to blend in by doing whatever it is they do. Vower's expression darkened, his eyes void of emotion. Act like a human? He started to imagine their daily activities. First, he assumed they probably sleep most of the day. Next, their motivation must be near zero, with most of them just daydreaming. Even when working, they're careless. Finally, Vower flopped back down nonchalantly, concluding, I don't see any motivation in them at all. Seriously. A moment later, an idea sparked in Vower's mind. So I just need to do what I always do? Patrick just shook his head, sighing. I don't know how you reached that conclusion, but it won't be that easy. Then, he suddenly leaned in close. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. The religion spreading in Joseph also needs investigating. Don't forget. I need to get information from these people, especially their leader. The faster we finish this, the faster we get to go home and rest, right? Vower stared back, bewildered. Yes, master, of course. Patrick then seemed to recall something. And I'm telling you this just as a precaution. If the humans are a bit rude, you must remain calm. Vower's eyes darted around as he sighed, saying nothing more. Patrick sighed to himself. Befriending humans isn't easy. He looked toward the cheerful crowd, calling out, Sir Knight, you're from the Joanno Mist Order, right? If you're a royal knight, then you must be from Diaz. I hear it flows with milk and honey. Is that true, Sir Knight? Why do other knights wear armor while you're in normal clothes? The endless questions gave Vower a headache, forcing him to cover his ears. But their voices still broke through. You idiot, he's undercover. Do you really think he'd investigate wearing a full suit of armor? Oh, right, Sir Knight. When will we? Sir Knight. Hearing their chatter, Vower's expression grew darker and darker. His gaze turned ice cold as he thought, damn it. Befriending them is impossible. I can't even breathe. My head is splitting. He glared around with arrogant frustration. If I could, I'd devour them all whole. Vower turned away, thinking, right, I have to befriend them to finish this. Friendly. How? He forced a smile so friendly it was chilling. So, what are you curious about? The boy lit up, asking excitedly, have you ever gotten the chance to see Mr. Van? No, Vower replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. I don't even know who that is. But then he paused, thinking, those two names sound familiar. Suddenly, a girl named Yosa approached him and called out, Sir Knight. Just then, Thought quickly ordered the crowd to go home. The young girl stepped closer. She spoke timidly. Your belongings. I'm sorry for stealing them. He just rubbed his neck and clicked his tongue. It's fine. I got them back. Anyway, Thought suddenly appeared beside Yosa, his voice firm. They call me Thought. I'm in charge here while the leader is away. The leader ordered me to follow your instructions. He looked at Vower and asked, You said you came to save Houghton? Vower gave a firm, decisive nod. Thought gazed into the distance for a moment before replying. If you want to know the village's current situation, seeing it is better than hearing about it. He looked directly at Vower. If you wish, I can guide you there immediately. Hearing this, a bead of sweat ran down Vower's face. He thought nervously, why is he being so cooperative, so eager? Vower could feel glowing eyes staring at him from the shadows. But if I stay here, the questions will never end, he thought. My head will explode. After a moment of hesitation, Vower gave a curt reply. Fine, let's go. Night had fallen, the sky heavy with dark clouds. A voice cut through the silence. Let's check this residential area first. Where has everyone gone? Why are the streets so empty? Thought led Vower to a dark house. He paused before the door, saying, You'll find your answer once this door is open. With that, he gently pushed the door open. A dark and grim atmosphere poured out from within. Vower peered into the gloom. Both he and Thought stared at the still figures lying on the floor. Thought stated the grim truth. They're the ones who starved to death. He looked at them with sorrow. In this place, you can't even steal from your neighbors, because they have no food left to steal. Even the living don't know when their turn will come. Vower just stared at the bodies, asking himself, starved to death? A thought surfaced in Vower's mind. I've been curious about something from the start. Usually, when a village faces famine, their rage is aimed at the Lord, and the angry people rise in revolt. The Black Calamity is no different from a famine. He observed Thought closely, speculating internally. But why are the people of Houghton starving instead of fighting back? Just then, Thought spoke. The Black Calamity reached Houghton over a month ago. Why is the village so quiet? Why hasn't anyone rebelled? He turned, his gaze piercing Vower as he asked, Aren't you curious, Sir Knight? Elsewhere, in another dark room, Melly lay sprawled on a table and sighed. I want to go to Houghton with Lord Dober. So boring. Stuck in this dungeon. Hearing this, Jean immediately cut in. You can't think that way, Melly. Lord Dober trusted us to guard this place. What could possibly be more important? Outwardly, she insisted Lord Dober had placed his full trust in them. But inwardly, her attitude was a world apart. Of course, he trusts me, not Melly, that petty little thief. Hearing such devoted encouragement, Melly's spirits immediately lifted. She perked up, asking, Really? Is that right? I should have realized. Jean calmly sipped her tea and said, Not the thief part, Melly. You also need to stay focused at all times. We never know when those humans might decide to attack us here. Melly turned and replied, Don't you worry. I check whenever I get a chance. I just scouted 10 minutes ago. But I'll go check again right now. With that, she activated an intermediate magic spell. Observer's Eye. Jean gave a reluctant nod. Good idea. I'll clean up then. While observing, Melly suddenly froze. She stared blankly for a second, then spoke. Hey Jean. Speak of the devil. It's actually happening. Seeing the floor covered in warning marks, Melly immediately declared, We have an intruder. The observer's eye isn't showing a strong reaction, so it's unlikely there's only one intruder. Realizing the danger, Jean shot to her feet. Prepare yourself, Melly. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere changed. The ordinary teacup was now tinged with a strange red color. Seeing this anomaly, Jean knew for sure. It's here. In the next instant, a burst of crimson energy erupted, terrifying both Melly and Jean. A stranger slowly emerged, saying, My, why do you look so frightened? The voice sounded familiar to Jean. She let out a small gasp of surprise. Only Melly, standing behind her, was confused and asked, What is it? The person who appeared was the master of Trider Castle, the great and terrible Acebet Bathory. Recognizing her, Jean and Melly sat down, saying apologetically, We have so little to offer. My sincerest apologies. If you had informed us you were coming, I would have prepared something more. She shook her head with a small smile. Don't worry, you needn't trouble yourself. After all, I did arrive unannounced. Asabet then gave her an affectionate look and asked, Jean, if you truly wish to prepare something, you could offer me your blood. Jean recoiled slightly in fear. I couldn't possibly. Asabet replied sadly. How disappointing. But who is this? A newcomer? Seeing the question was about her, Melly immediately spoke up. Are you asking about the great and powerful me? Melly then stood with arrogant confidence to introduce herself. Let it be known, I am the Demon King, ruler of all demons, the 17th descendant of Akmodares, Melly de Lamadi. Hearing her grand introduction, Jean cheerfully added, Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Melly. This is the master of Trider Castle, Lady Bathory. Asabet chuckled lightly and said, Oh, the young Demon King. No wonder the energy around you is so interesting. Melly didn't like the sound of that. She leaned in to whisper to Jean, Hey Jean, if I live here permanently, can I meet all the dungeon bosses? Jean forced a smile, covering Melly's mouth. Lady Melly, you say the most ridiculous things. You truly have no shame, to dare speak of freeloading off of us forever? Asabet then gave a command. Pour me a drink. The bat at her side nodded eagerly. Yes, she watched the scene between Jean and Melly with a cryptic smile. You say she's freeloading. Does that mean she's not a member of the ancient core? A startled Melly stammered out. Well, not yet. At that moment, the bat transformed into a handsome man, carefully pouring Asabet's drink. She casually rested her chin on her hand and asked, So where are Patrick and that slow-witted one? Jean replied instantly. They left some time ago. Asabet exclaimed. What? She clicked her tongue in frustration. Of all the times for them to be away. Seeing Asabet's reaction, Jean couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did something happen? Asabet sighed and said, The villages near Trider Castle have all been destroyed, she continued with a troubled expression. The humans are likely all dead. The village was a sea of blood, but there wasn't a single body to be found. Seeing only blood on the ground, Asabet was stunned. I don't believe this was the work of humans. All the blood on the ground flowed in one direction, as if tracing a path. Those bloody trails led to a massive, dark castle, and at the end of that road was Houghton. What could this mean? Melly wondered to herself. All the bodies vanished? Unbelievable. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Could it be the undead? Asabet casually replied, But very few are capable of this. Most undead possess no intelligence. The special ones that do receive the title of Elder. And at a higher level, if an undead army moves as one, it means someone is controlling them. The Lord of the Undead, the Immortal King, Ezavote. He is the most likely suspect. Hearing this name, Melly blurted out. Ezavote? Jean shot her a warning glare. Asabet continued calmly. I have no concrete proof, but I still must inform that slow-witted fool. Are there any monsters that can deliver a message? Jean shook her head, dejected. No. The dungeon is currently empty. Asabet pressed, still not convinced. But surely there must be some way to contact him? Jean's expression suddenly filled with maximum confidence as she stated firmly, No, but I trust in his decision, Lord Dobers. Hearing this, Asabet sighed wearily to herself. To trust a man like that, poor girl. She then gave a faint smile. Thankfully, Patrick is very resourceful. Jean, still worried, said, This is concerning. Someone has to inform him. What should we do? Right. After a moment of silence, Melly suddenly spoke up. Exactly. Isn't it time for the great me to step in? I suppose it can't be helped. Meanwhile, with Vader and Thought, the old man was quietly explaining everything. The Black Calamity was the beginning of it all. Not long after the calamity arrived, someone set fire to Houghton's fields. A sea of flames appeared in Vader's mind. Thought continued. Because the fire spread so fast, all the mature crops, which were ready for harvest, were all reduced to ash. Around that same time, a malicious rumor began to spread. It was said that food from lands touched by the Black Calamity was diseased, and eating it brought agonizing pain. That is how Houghton became a cursed land. Vader stood silently, listening as he continued. When whispers spread that even the Emperor had abandoned them, utter despair consumed the city. But in that darkness, a flicker of hope emerged. A wealthy commoner couple stepped forward, their crops miraculously untouched by the flames. They opened their storehouses, feeding the desperate masses, becoming a symbol that inspired people to help one another. Just as trust began to blossom again, their blood-soaked bodies were discovered in their home. Greed for their food had struck them down. After that, trust shattered completely. Cooperation died, replaced by a desperate fight for scraps. In the end, they starved. Thought's face was grim. We slum dwellers only survived because of a rumor that the food was diseased. Vower finally spoke up. So, unlike the rumors, you ate the food and were unharmed? He hesitated before answering. So far, yes. At that, Vower's eyes lit up as a thought sparked in his mind. The food couldn't be tainted. I never touched it. Someone spread that rumor maliciously. Thought then broke the silence. Let us go to the next area. Outside the castle, a few guards watched them, their gazes filled with confusion. He led Vower to a new site, saying, "Everyone thought we would overcome this disaster quickly. This is the price of that arrogance." A chilling mountain of corpses rose before them. Thought explained, "If we left bodies in the streets, flies would swarm, so we dug a pit and stacked them." Vower questioned, "You didn't burn them?" Pinching his nose, Thought replied, "Many who lost family could not bear to let them go. Or rather, no one wanted such a grim task." Vower slowly approached the pile, his voice ringing out, "You can't do it?" Thought, still covering his nose, replied, "I did not mention it before, but that couple had a daughter." Vower's expression remained unchanged. "And?" Thought lowered the cloth from his mouth to explain more clearly. "I mean, Rosalina's parents are somewhere in that pile." Vower nodded. "I see." He then walked to the guards, asking, "Do those soldiers just stand watch forever?" Thought nodded from the side. "Yes, in 2 shifts. They are not protecting it, they are controlling it." Vower studied the guards carefully, thinking, guards controlling a gate in this situation. They must be following the Lord's orders. That is when something clicked. "That is right." Vower hesitated. "The Lord of this land is suspicious. I need to meet him face to face. A direct approach will not reveal their plan." An image of a cheerful Patrick appeared, saying, "That is why I stole this Hafi egg. The Hafis will chase the egg, right? Then you appear and defeat them, giving you a reason to meet the Lord." He beamed with pride. "A perfect plan. I am a genius." But Patrick's mood suddenly soured. "Well, that was the plan. But," he yelled in frustration. "Damn it!" A horde of enraged Hafis charged. Patrick cursed. "I did not expect so many of them." A dreamlike vision appeared. A weeping voice whispered, "It is okay." It might have been Lala, her trembling voice calling out, "Brother." Then, Etak's terrified face emerged. He whispered her name, "Lala, you have to survive." He leaned in close, insisting, "Do not forget, you must survive." With those words, Lala shot up in bed with a scream. She sat there, head bowed in weary thought. Her handmaiden approached gently. "Another nightmare, my lady?" Lala quickly composed herself, replying, "It is nothing." This was the Lord of Houghton, Lala, wife of Etak. The maid asked, "Would you like to rest more?" She simply shook her head. "I need some fresh air." Lala walked to the balcony, gazing into the distance. "Weeks since I inherited this title. I remember the day he died so clearly. A relative fled with our fortune, abandoning Houghton to its fate. To survive this, I only have one choice." Gazing out, Lala made her decision to rebuild Houghton. The scene shifts. Lala sits on her throne, her voice laced with suspicion. "You promised to save us." Lala's hand trembled as she struggled to speak. "You said you would protect me and my domain." Kneeling, Uhuman affirmed, "I did." Hearing that, she lost her composure and shot to her feet, pointing outside. "Look out there. Is this the salvation you promised?" Uhuman remained steadfast. "I never break a promise. Soon, I will resolve every hardship the people of Houghton face, so you need not worry." Hearing this, Lala stood trembling, biting her lip. This man never reveals the details of his plans. But right now, I have no other choice but to trust him. Uhuman spoke with confidence. "The plan is proceeding smoothly. So please, continue to enjoy your life of luxury, my lady." A slight smirk touched his lips as he spoke. "All your worries will soon disappear." Exhausted, Lala leaned back in her throne. "Fine. I will trust you and wait a little longer." Just then, a man burst through the doors to report, "My lady, I have news regarding the security of Houghton." She asked calmly, "What is it?" The man continued, "According to the guards, we were attacked by a Hafi horde, but a knight suddenly appeared and stopped them. With a single blow." Lala was stunned. "A single blow? Who is he? Which knightly order is he from?" The man replied. The guards at the north gate asked, but he gave no answer. Lala responded, "I will ask him myself. Where is this knight?" He replied immediately, "I brought him to the castle's reception hall." Just then, Uhuman spoke up. "My lady," he said with concern, "please, reconsider. You cannot rule out the possibility that he is an assassin disguised as a knight." "Fine," Lala countered, "but we can't ignore that he saved Houghton, even if he seems suspicious. It is a lord's duty to reward such a great service. A duty of Houghton's ruler. Bring the knight here. Soon after, the knight was brought in. It was Patrick. He announced himself formally. I, a wandering knight, request an audience with the Lord of Houghton. Kneeling, Patrick continued. The road to Houghton was perilous, but to stand in your noble presence makes every hardship worthwhile. From her throne, Lala spoke with calm authority. I am told that your courage and honor saved Houghton. On behalf of my people, I thank you. Patrick's eyes gleamed. The honor is all mine, but as he spoke, his mind raced. She is clearly unfit to rule. Based on her age, she must be the former lord's younger sister. Lala, puzzled, pressed further. To which house do you belong, knight? But Patrick was silent, refusing to answer Lala's question. Seeing his silence, she asked again, Then who are you? Patrick bowed his head. My apologies, but I cannot reveal my name. You must understand. Lala's expression hardened. Is that so? You carry many secrets, don't you? If I ordered you to remove your helm, would you refuse? Patrick quickly invented a reason. My face is covered in scars from battle. One side of it was destroyed. It is not a pleasant sight, but if my lady insists, I will remove it. She waved her hand dismissively. No, never mind. I will let the matter rest. I have little to give, but I must reward you. What is it that you desire? Patrick made his request carefully. In that case, I ask only for food. He thought to himself. Food is the most critical resource in Houghton now. Her response will reveal the castle's true state. Without hesitating, Lala agreed. Very well, that is simple enough. Go and prepare it. The man beside her nodded. Yes, my lady. Patrick bowed gratefully. I am truly in your debt. He inwardly smirked. She answered without even thinking. This means the castle has no food shortage. So why is the Lady of Houghton allowing her people to starve? And then, Patrick's eyes fell on Uhumen, a suspicion forming. Being undead, I can sense this energy. That man, he feels disturbingly familiar. Acting on his gut feeling, Patrick spoke up. My lady, may I ask one more question? Lala nodded. What is it? She focused on Patrick's next words. Something has been bothering me for some time. His gaze shot toward Uhumen, his eyes turning cold as steel. You there. Who are you? Uhumen glared back with equal intensity, but said nothing. The scene changes to a rundown apartment, where a voice cuts through the quiet, and that's the gist of it. Vader, lying across some crates, spoke casually. Don't tell me the great lady of the castle just sat there, and did nothing? Patrick shot back. When I told her I was just curious, she simply let me go. Vader let out a whistle. That easy, huh? He continued his lazy drawl. So, if this guy felt familiar, doesn't that mean he's undead? And you just let him be? Patrick walked over and leaned against the crates to answer. Did you want me to start a fight right there? Besides, a familiar feeling doesn't guarantee he's undead, he continued to explain. I get the same reading from necromancers or humans using dark magic. Their bodies can also radiate the energy of the undead. Vader sighed in frustration. Who has time to check every single person? I would have just dealt with him on the spot. At that, Patrick's voice became an angry growl. We are here to clean up the mess you made, not cause more chaos. Do you want me to resign? Annoyed, Vader quickly backed down. All right, I'm sorry. Patrick stopped roughing him up. He asked seriously, Forget it, boss. Did you find anything? Vader replied casually, Yeah, it seems the people here believe the food supply is tainted with the plague. The village is quiet, because they refuse to eat and are dying of starvation. He recalled something. Patrick. That little thief's name was Rosalina, right? It's hard to get near her, the kid just keeps running away. Patrick thought of Melly and said, Mind control magic would be useful now. I really should have brought Melly. Vader gritted his teeth in anger. You're saying that now? After dragging someone here who never wanted to come? Patrick pulled out a pouch. Regardless, we still have options. Look, this is the food I got from the lady of the castle. Vader's eyes widened. I'm starving. Are we eating first? Patrick shook his head. No. He gestured with his hand, saying, We'll use this to earn Rosalina's trust. Later, Rosa was startled from her sleep by a voice. Hey, kid. Scared, she broke out in a sweat. Yes? It was Vader, offering her a piece of bread, wondering, why so surprised? She stammered unconsciously. Oh, it's because. Vader didn't press it, simply saying, Let's eat together. The girl was surprised by his concern. Frozen for a moment, Rosa took the bread, her face lighting up. Isn't this the priest's holy bread? Hearing this, he began to wonder. But Patrick's the one who gave it to me. Vader looked up, completely baffled, and asked, Who is this priest? Later that night, Vader and Rosa walked outside together. So, the knight is a believer too, she said. Wow. I never expected to meet someone else who shares my faith. I'm so happy. Nobody around me believes. Rosalina pouted and complained. Isn't it strange? Everyone is so foolish. All they need is unconditional faith, and they can be saved. She then turned to him with a bright smile. Don't you agree? Sir Vader just grunted non-committally. Yeah. After walking for a while, Rosa stopped and cried out, Ah, we're here. She led him to a massive cave entrance, shivering. I don't know why, but this place always gives me the chills. Rosa went first, reminding him, It's dark inside, so watch your step. Vader followed, replying coldly, I know. From deep inside the cave, Margot's voice declared that disaster had befallen Houghton, a trial for all mankind, for their wicked deeds, and for a power that could save them now. The man on the steps continued his sermon. As believers who have earned his trust, we shall be praised as the chosen. Yes, Father, the crowd replied as one. Just then, Yosa led Bowser inside, whispering, Please, sit here. Maggot, still seated above, droned on, Never forget the message, the sacred words we have received, and so today, as well. His eyes suddenly sharpened, staring intensely as he continued to speak. We will feast upon the blessing he has granted us. Bowser sat below, chin in hand, listening with a bored expression. This is nothing special. Is this just brainwashing? Bowser felt a shift as everyone stood, including Yosa beside him. A young girl rose with a bright, joyful smile. It seems we're just in time for the Holy Communion. He glanced over curiously. What's that? Yosa began to explain patiently. It's when the priest gives out the sacred bread. Bowser froze when he saw it, thinking, that thing. In Maggot's hand was a very familiar wafer. It looks just like the one Patrick got from Lord Houghton. Why is something like that in the Lord's castle? Yosa whispered in his ear. Sir Knight, this is a top secret, just for you. I heard that when Houghton's savior comes, true believers will gain eternal happiness. Bowser felt a flicker of suspicion at her words. Eternal happiness? The girl nodded. Yes, you draw closer to that powerful being. It's said that if you succeed, you'll receive an even greater blessing. Confused, he asked, a greater blessing? Yosa hesitated for a moment. I'm not really sure, but wouldn't it be something even better than bread? Like meat, for example. As she spoke, Maggot appeared. You've come today as well, Rosalina. The girl beamed at him, crying out. Father. Maggot gently handed Yosa the bread. This is today's blessing. Be sure to hold it tight. She accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Father. He then walked to Bowser, offering him the bread. This is the first time I've seen you here. I hope you will come more often. Bowser reached for the bread. I'll consider it. Maggot smiled. He will be so happy you came. At those words, Bowser's eyes flashed with anger. You bastard. He glared at Maggot, his voice a low growl. What is this? The wafer fell, shattering on the ground. Yosa, watching nearby, wondered, what happened? Bowser placed a heavy hand on Maggot's shoulder. Are you trying to fool me right to my face? Humans may not see that mana, but your tricks have no effect on me. He leaned in to whisper, I don't care what you do with these humans. But wait, he reconsidered. While Maggot preached, everyone looked hypnotized. Bowser glanced at Yosa and saw the same blank stare. Remembering this, he shoved his face close to Maggot's. Don't you dare try to probe me. You've crossed the line. The man paled, sweating as he stammered. You're not human? Yosa stared at them, still holding her bread. Bowser continued whispering in Maggot's ear. I have a terrible memory, but I will be sure to remember you, the girl finally asked. Is something wrong, Sir Knight? Bowser casually put his hands in his pockets to reply. Nothing. I was just thanking him for giving us food. Let's go. A short time later, he walked Yosa home. The girl said cheerfully, Thank you so much for today, Sir Knight. He waved goodbye to Yosa. Yeah, get home safe. The moment she left, Bowser's expression turned to ice. He scanned the area and muttered, There's so much suspicious activity. I doubt I even need solid proof. Thinking back, he put the pieces together. A cult leader in the isolated land of Houghton, using mana from an unknown source to brainwash and control them. Plus that undead aura from the man beside the Lord. Everything connects. It's so obvious, even I couldn't miss it. There's someone behind all of this. Suddenly, Melly appeared, shouting excitedly, How did you know? As expected of the great Bowser. Seeing her bright expression, his own soured into a look of disdain. Melly tilted her head. What's wrong? He gave a tired smile. My problems just keep piling up. On the city street, a lamp cast a faint glow as Melly walked and talked beside him. You said you destroyed it, so I wondered just how bad it could be. As she said this, he led her to the site. Seeing it, Melly gasped in shock. The view from here isn't all that great, Bowser replied flatly. You didn't come here just for this. Why are you here? Melly flew down to sit near him. Lady Bathory visited the ancient core. She said Houghton is about to face the undead. Bowser looked up. Bathory said that? She nodded. That's right. She said she found traces of abnormal phenomena near Chite Castle, all heading toward Houghton. After listening, Bowser sighed. So, that's what's happening. Melly continued. She also said the person most likely behind this is, she hesitated for a moment, then said, Ezavote. Hearing the name, Bowser simply stated, Ezavote is the most likely culprit, but that's just speculation, right? Melly looked away and answered in a low voice. I've thought a lot about this. It's normal for a place to be overwhelmed by the sheer number of undead, right? Bowser lay on the ground, bored, I guess. Melly stood there, looking grim. Houghton's situation isn't good either. He answered lazily. Yeah, so? Melly looked at him, puzzled. Aren't you curious why he isn't using that tactic? If my guess is correct. She stabbed her sword into the ground. Then he must be using the flow of mana. A magic circle flared to life at her feet. She looked down. I knew it. Just as I suspected. Night had fallen. A mysterious figure stood before some ruins in an empty lot. It was none other than Maggot. He placed both of his hands on the ground. Then he channeled an immense supernatural energy, as if trying to revive the rubble itself. Maggot's appearance began to change. He became Cyclops, gatekeeper to the land of the dead, Liximon. As Maggot knelt piously on the ground, a dark mass appeared before him. It was the arrival of Ezavote. A voice hissed, Maggot, you have finally come, my loyal servant. Maggot bowed low. Lord Ezavote, the lord of all undead. His subordinate bowed resentfully. My final report. Sire, before you leave for Houghton. Ezavote nodded in praise. I won't forget the hardships you have faced. Margot knelt, bowing sincerely. I am only fulfilling my duty, because I understand your grand vision. Ezavote nodded, satisfied. Of course. Now, what is your report? Margot's face turned grim. There has been an unexpected intruder. Ezavote was unsurprised. Human reported the very same thing. The one you met. Did he wear armor that reeked of death? Margot shook his head. Forgive my incompetence. He wore no armor, nor did he carry the stench of death, but he holds a connection to the deep darkness. Ezavote pondered this. A connection to the darkness, you say? Margot looked up. My lord, do you know who it could be? Ezavote shook his head. No, that one would never make a move himself. He gave Margot another order. No matter what happens, we must control Houghton first to seize the Empire. Never forget what this place is, and before you act for our greater purpose, always be cautious. Margot bowed in shame. I feel disgraced for failing my mission. Ezavote did not rebuke him, only asking, Human requested aid at the Lord's castle, so I sent Ma Sam to the underground dungeon. Do you need reinforcements for this intruder? Margot shook his head, refusing. Not at present. If it becomes necessary, I will send word. Ezavote did not argue. Fine. The decision is yours. Margot bowed in gratitude. As you command, my lord. After Ezavote vanished, Margot surveyed the ruins, declaring, Soon, the undead will dominate everything on this land. No one who comes can stop us. No one at all. So long as that monster stays away. The scene shifts to Melly and Vaser. He sees the magic and turns to Melly. Can you find the one who cast this spell? She stepped closer to him and replied, There's no certain way, but for wide area magic like this, the caster usually chooses a method to maintain a constant mana flow into the earth. Vaser sat up with a sigh, then said, In other words, the caster must be nearby to maintain it. She nodded in agreement. That is the most likely scenario, but it is not an absolute guarantee. They could be using a medium to channel the mana with stability. This is just my theory, but a medium that can support magic covering all of Houghton would surely require an immense amount of mana, correct? Melly's eyes scanned the area. If they didn't want to redirect the magic, they wouldn't have buried that huge mana stone in the ground. So if they're using a medium, it must be over there. She pointed her staff toward the dark castle in the distance. That place is the most suspicious. Looking at the fortress, Melly considered. The Lord's castle, Melly continued explaining to Vaser. Of course, we can't be sure of anything. It's all just speculation. Hearing this, he let out an exhausted yawn. He thought, even if we don't know their plan, if we cause a big enough scene, someone will come to investigate. Vaser slowly got to his feet. Batik is over there as well. Melly, you are free, are you not? She gave a firm nod. Of course. Vaser then commanded, Then let's go to the castle. She stared blankly for a second, then asked, "The castle?" He casually nodded. "Yes." Vaser then gave a sinister smile and said, "It is time we replaced one of the Dock Knock." The scene changes to that very castle. The moon was suddenly bright, shining down on the dark, gloomy fortress. Batik stepped inside, thinking to himself as he walked, "Just as I suspected. This place is the most suspicious. The stench of rot from below is far stronger than last time. This smell is definitely suspicious." He walked deeper inside, musing. And in this situation, this underground dungeon is also meaningless. Such a suspicious sound coming from the dungeon. While exploring, Batik saw something interesting up ahead. It was a massive figure. He was holding a terrifyingly large knife, and the heavy scent of blood filled the air. Batik whispered, "So, that's why the smell was so awful." Noticing the knife, Batik was surprised. "It has been a while since I've seen a cleaver." Then, Batik silently moved closer to the man. He gently placed something on the man's back and said, "Sorry to interrupt your work. Who is your master?" The figure heard the noise. He spun around violently with a terrifying glare. Without a second's delay, he swung the knife behind him. Batik offered a word of praise. "You are a big guy." So that was a powerful swing. Suddenly, the figure's body began to shake. Batik's hand touched the cleaver as he said, "But a sluggish attack like that will never land a hit." He stood there calmly, continuing, "Using both hands? And that is all your strength? Truly pathetic." But for something like this to be happening in the castle dungeon, Batik's light touch caused the knife to crack. He taunted, "Does this mean he and the lady of the castle are working together?" As he spoke, Batik shattered the cleaver into 100 fragments. He looked pleased, stating, "If that's the case, then there's no need to act in secret." He immediately shoved his hand into the brute's mouth and said arrogantly, "Now that we have our confirmation." He then tore the man to pieces with a single, brutal declaration, "Then you can get lost." The scene changes. After finishing the brute, another person appeared, looking around before clicking their tongue in disgust. So filthy. And before he knew what was happening, someone attacked from behind. A single clean sword stroke ended him instantly. At that moment, Batik appeared. He was extremely excited and said, well, what a surprise." Batik's face contorted into a fearsome grin as he let out a terrible roar. He stared straight ahead and said with excitement, "Even Diojiahan is here. What in the world are you people planning?" Batik stood before Diojiahan and called out with arrogance. "Hey, you," he asked sharply. "Under whose command are you guarding this place?" However, Diojiahan remained utterly silent. He faced Batik without a word. Seeing that he wouldn't answer, Batik wasted no time and lunged forward to attack. Patrick froze, staring at Han's massive blade. The cursed sword, Batik. He charged, a mix of shock and admiration. It corrodes an opponent's weapon. And this won't be easy. Patrick could already feel the pressure. This guy was strong. This wasn't the usual Han at all. Seeing his aggressive fighting style, Patrick backed off. "We're both undead, you know. Why don't we sit down and talk?" But Han's refusal irritated him. He was an intelligent undead, after all. But he refused to speak a single word. "I have to know why you're here." Patrick raised a hand to his mouth, biting down as he spoke. "The lord of this place. Thank the Revier. The lord of this place. Must have the answers." He slammed his palm on the ground, releasing a wave of pure energy. Patrick unleashed a low-level spell, Skate, to attack Han. He snatched a cleaver from the ground and charged straight for him. He swung down hard, roaring, "Weak sword, strong iron." Patrick's eyes narrowed as he spoke. "If you refuse to talk, then I won't drag this out any longer." With a final swing, he finished Han. This will be over in a flash. And with that, Han drew his final breath. But Patrick wasn't finished yet. He moved without hesitation. He stepped forward, casually saying, "Mind if I borrow this? It's not like you'll be using it anymore." A cold smirk crossed his face. To end it completely, Patrick swung his sword. Han's body was split in two. As it happened, he let out a powerful roar. Heavy sword, great axis. The scene shifts to Lala's castle. She pulled the blankets tighter, shivering in her bed. So cold. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room. "Sleep well?" It was the towering figure of Patrick. Lala recoiled in terror, clutching her blankets. Despite her fear, her voice was sharp. "How dare you sneak in here at this hour?" He looked at her calmly. "Isn't it obvious? I have business to discuss with you." He drew a sword as he spoke, his voice ice cold. "Your name is Lala, correct?" Patrick asked, standing firm. "My esteemed Lady Lala, I'll give you 5 minutes. Bring me the man who stood beside you earlier." It didn't take long. Lala summoned the two of them. Patrick addressed them politely. "My apologies for calling you so late, but I was out for a walk, and I happened to come across this." With that, he tossed Han's head at Lala's feet. She stared at Patrick, horrified. What is this? He leaned in, a skeptical look on his face. You truly don't recognize it? Patrick answered for her. It's the helm of a Han. His eyes bore into Lala's. My lady. No, Lala. Patrick gave a cold, unfriendly smile. Why are you collaborating with the undead? She trembled, stammering. What are you talking about? Undead? Hearing this, Patrick just shook his head. Disappointed. How disappointing. You'll feign ignorance to the end? Human stood silently as Patrick continued. Or perhaps you truly are that clueless. Who you're actually dealing with. I'm not surprised. You're an incompetent ruler. You have no idea what's happening in your own territory. Uhuman could no longer stand by. He turned to Lala, urging her, My lady, you don't need to listen to these baseless claims. Call the guards and arrest him. But Patrick cut him off. I killed that Han myself. In the dungeon beneath this very castle. Lala was stunned. The dungeon? He nodded grimly. Yes, your dungeon is filled with corpses. And let me give you one more hint. Patrick drew his sword, pointing it at Uhumen. The man standing right beside you is also one of them. Naturally, Lala refused to believe him. She shouted furiously, I don't believe a word you say. Do you really think I would believe such an accusation? Furious, Lala shot to her feet. Pointing at Uhumen, she declared, This man promised to save Houghton. She glared, her voice laced with fury. By accusing him, you are threatening Houghton's safety. As she raged on, Patrick just gave a soft, indifferent laugh. He stood his ground. How can you say that, when you know who's truly threatening Houghton? Uhuman quickly intervened. Now, let's all calm down. Sir Knight, you said this was a Han's helm? A Han is not a creature one simply stumbles upon. Patrick's face lit up with excitement. You think so too, don't you? I was shocked myself. I couldn't believe my own eyes, for such a high-level undead to appear here, and more importantly, that Han was strange. As an elder undead, it should have possessed intelligence, the ability to speak, yet it never uttered a word. Its movements in battle were also unnatural. So after I burned its soul, I did some investigating. A little investigating. Patrick held up the Han's armor plate. And look what I found. There appears to be a magic circle, carved inside the armor for mind control, and next to it, the master's name. This Han's name was Masam. That sounds like the vice-captain of the old raid team. The brothers, Masam and Haza. Their squad was formed to destroy a savage undead, 35 years ago. He was said to be a powerful knight, but he vanished after the raid ended. After his explanation, Patrick turned to Lala. Time for a little quiz. Who do you think that savage undead was? The one they tried to destroy? She trembled. Who? He quickly drew his sword again. Fine, let me ask a different question. He turned his blade on Uhumen, and I hope you can answer this one. Uhumen's face went blank. Patrick pressed the blade to his throat. Where is the savage undead, EJV? Tell me. Mr. Undead Minion. At that moment, a voice spoke up. EJV? Lala, drenched in a cold sweat, stammered. I don't know what you mean. Why the name of the poison prison's boss? Suddenly, Uhumen erupted in horrifying laughter. Seeing him cackle madly, Lala recoiled. What? Didn't you promise to save me and my domain? Uhumen's eyes blazed red, a grim smile stretching from ear to ear. Oh? Of course I did. Lala was stunned, speechless, her purple eyes wide. Even with a sword at his throat, he was utterly calm. The plan has changed. A peaceful solution is no longer an option. Lala hesitated, her voice trembling. What are you going to do? He gave no answer, his hand shooting out. Instantly, a flash of light erupted from Uhumen's feet, blasting toward the ceiling. The blast sent Patrick's sword flying from his hand. Beneath his helmet, his blue eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Patrick growled. Both of you, stay put. The man glared back in silence. From the floor, Lala saw his face and shrieked in terror. A zombie! Uhumen let out a sudden strange wail and removed his helmet. A wave of dark energy exploded from him. His voice echoed with deathly power. I am Uhumen, and I will, and I will kill you. Along with everyone in this land, I will turn it into a domain of death. For a human to be granted such salvation, you should feel honored. Lala trembled as the dark aura crept closer. His voice remained chillingly steady. This is all part of the plan. The plan of the zombie lord, the undying king, Lord Ezavote. Uhumen's body twisted grotesquely, radiating a deathly aura. Seeing this new form, Patrick spoke with unnerving calm. I see. I never would have imagined it. Zombies are a race that relies on overwhelming numbers, are they not? I never expected them to use such a detailed and organized strategy for an invasion. I've had my eye on you since we first met, Uhuman continued. You even exceeded my expectations by defeating Masam. Patrick tilted his head, his voice laced with sarcasm. That's a first. Being praised for killing my enemy's subordinate. How interesting, Uhuman mused. Now I'm even more curious. You're undead, just like me. So, why don't you serve Lord Ezavote? Patrick glanced down at Lala, who flinched in horror. Undead. Like him? She stammered. He let out an internal sigh. My cover's blown. Patrick tapped his head with his sword. Still, we need the lady of the house to manage this domain and work with us, and I have no desire to kill her. With that thought, his voice dropped to a growl. You know, you're starting to annoy me. In a flash, he sliced clean through Uhuman's wrist. Before Uhuman could react, his severed hand hit the floor. Patrick pressed the blade to his throat, threatening, Now, you're going to listen to me. Unafraid, the zombie asked. Do you think that threat works on the undead? Of course not, Patrick replied. But after all, your work. Aren't you afraid of losing it all? An image of Devereaux flashed in his mind, and Patrick spoke again. If you've done your research, you know my companion is far stronger than you imagine. So powerful, that he could destroy your entire plan with ease. Interesting, Uhuman replied coldly. But that would also harm the humans. Oh right, Patrick quickly conceded. Sorry, but we're siding with the humans on this one. So stop wasting time and explain everything. And you can start by telling me about your superior. What is your Ezavote planning? Uhuman was silent for a moment, then agreed. Very well. I'll give you an answer. But first, do you know what it takes to become an elder? Patrick sighed impatiently. Stop asking questions and just talk. So, Uhuman began his explanation. For a human or elf to become an elder, it requires a rare supernatural event, or a hatred so immense it transcends even that. They're called elders because each one has the strength to fight 1,000 zombies alone. Lord Ezavote is a being of immense power. He can use his magic to create such elders. Patrick's eyes widened in realization. So that's why you isolated Houghton and created a cult? Precisely, Uhuman answered. It was all to create an elder. We needed humans with living bodies, but weakened souls. The perfect place for the undead to gather. We isolated them, starved them, and crushed their will. The cult was for the same reason. Patrick swiftly asked another question. I understand the basics, but what about the mountain of corpses in the dungeon? That is to create even more elders, he replied, so we can destroy the Empire. Now that's just evil, Patrick remarked with grim admiration. He recalled a vision of himself in a sea of fire. If the Empire falls, and all humans become undead, then Ezavote's goal must be the seven hells. Uhuman grinned, showing a mouth of sharp teeth. The truth is always realized far too late. Vegetados impetata, a high-level curse of dark expansion. A crimson magic circle flared to life, and shadows shot out toward Lala. She leaped back just in time to avoid them. But dark hands erupted from the ground, seizing Patrick. Uhuman gloated. Did you think cutting off my hand would stop my spell? How foolish, Patrick smirked. Impressive, casting an incantation with just your voice. As he spoke, a new arm regenerated for Uhuman. Dark energy pulsed around him. Did you really think I was telling you the truth? No being in existence can oppose Lord Ezavote. Patrick struggled against the shadowy hands. Uhuman gathered energy, continuing his speech. The only one who could is the ancient monster. But that monster fell into a deep slumber after teleporting. Therefore, nothing can stop my master's plan, he roared. Uhuman launched a sphere of dark energy at Patrick, but he stopped struggling. Is that so? Then let me ask you this. With those words, Patrick clenched his fist and shattered his bonds. The shadow hands dissolved. Uhuman was shocked. He broke the curse? With pure strength alone? Patrick raised a hand to his helmet. So, to summarize everything you've said, with a clang, his helmet fell to the floor. His voice echoed, full of power. No matter how grand your plan is, if the ancient monster appears, whether it's you or Ezavote, your ambitions would all turn to dust. What nonsense are you spouting? Uhuman shrieked in a panic. Suddenly, the entire ceiling collapsed. Rubble rained down directly on Uhuman. Outside, smoke plumed from the castle into the night. Patrick, his skeletal head now fully revealed, sighed. Seriously, your timing is impeccable. It was Devereaux. He sat upon a conjured throne, looking down with absolute arrogance. Lala covered her mouth, coughing from the thick clouds of dust. A sudden scream echoed. It was Melly, falling onto the rubble in pain. This castle is so flimsy, she cried. Bat-Tich just frowned and sighed. Her timing is impeccable. Deva tilted his head, looking at him suspiciously. Bat-Tich quickly replied, "It's nothing, boss." He asked, "So, how much did you find out?" He answered swiftly, I basically know everything. All, while Melly groaned in pain. Ugh, my head hurts so much. His gaze suddenly shifted to Lala, making her flinch, but he showed no concern. Deva looked up at the ceiling and saw a stream of dark energy flow past. With a cold scoff, he swatted the dark presence away. An explosion erupted instantly, sending debris flying. Melly jumped, crying out, "What was that?" He didn't answer, his eyes glowing as he stared where black spikes were rising. The spikes shot up, impaling Yu Men and trapping him. From beneath his hood, his eyes widened in confusion as he thought to himself, "This power, could it be?" Nearby, Bat-Tich spoke up. "Didn't I tell you my companion was much stronger than you thought?" Hearing this, the man began to tremble. Deva tilted his head in disgust. "What is this thing?" Staring at him, the man thought in disbelief. Impossible. No information could have leaked. How could that ancient monster? Suddenly, the black spikes vanished. Yu Men collapsed to his knees, looking up as a memory surfaced. "I can't sense the stone's energy on the upper floor anymore. Based on the energy I read from her, she must be a demon lord. I have to stall for as long as possible and get this news to Lord Ezavote." With that, Yu Men stood, his voice ringing out, "Ancient monster, why have you come here?" He coughed once, then continued, "I heard you vanished after the incident at Leader." But before he could finish, a blinding light erupted right in his face. On the castle's upper floor, another huge explosion blasted outwards. Yu Men was thrown to the ground, groaning, coughing. He struggled to speak. "You're too late." Finding him an eyesore, Melly simply incinerated Yu Men with magic. "You talk too much," she scoffed. Deva, watching from the side, gave a tired yawn. Suddenly, a laugh echoed. He heard it and mocked. "Oh, look at him. Is he laughing?" Melly looked at the burning figure. "Maybe because he's undead. He's just that stubborn." As Yu Men turned to ash in the violet flames, his dark voice echoed, "Kneel before him. Our lord has already set foot in this land." Bat-Tich felt a bad omen and yelled, "Boss!" He quickly replied, "Yeah, I see it. Such a dramatic entrance." Bat-Tich looked ahead. Yu Men was burned to nothing. He just clicked his tongue in disdain. In a small alley, 3 people were gathered. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Look! Doesn't the sky seem a little strange?" The one next to him asked, confused, "Strange how?" The night sky was pitch black. No moon, no stars. It gave off a terrifying, ominous feeling. In a poor alley, hurried footsteps echoed through the night. Rosa was panting with exhaustion, but kept running. Suddenly, a voice called, "Rosa," making her look back. Recognizing him, she asked, "Han Thought, are you still awake?" He leaned on his hand. "I should be asking you that. Where have you been?" The girl hesitated before answering. "I just went for a walk to relax." A walk. In Rebet Square. Rosa's eyes widened and she clapped a hand over her mouth. Crap. Why did I mention a place no one visits because of the plague? He's going to be so mad at me. Thinking this, she said, "I'm sorry." Her eyes darted away, unable to look at him, sweat beading on her forehead. Seeing her expression, Thought sighed. "You, really?" At this, the girl wondered awkwardly, "Huh? He's not angry?" He then said, "Rosa." After the meeting, the leader and the others made a decision. The girl asked, intrigued, "What kind of decision?" Thought answered immediately, "Tomorrow night, all of us are leaving Houghton." He turned away, his voice steady. "I don't know what you're thinking, but the leader doesn't trust those knights. Follow me. I'll explain as we walk." Soon after, Thought led Rosa to a desolate, gloomy place, lit only by the flickering torch in his hand. He covered his nose and mouth with a cloth, looking down. Rosa's parents were buried in this deep pit, he thought. Then, Thought spoke. "Rosa, once we leave, it will be a very long time before we can return. But of course, the choice is yours. Do whatever you want." Hearing this, she fell silent in thought. After a moment, she spoke. "You know, Thought, I don't get why the leader wants to leave Houghton. Isn't it going to be saved? Why can't we just wait a little longer?" Walking behind her, he replied, "Rosa, I won't try to persuade you. You've chosen to believe in that cult, but you want to wait for a salvation that may never come? Doc, while your parents are trapped in that dark place?" Hearing this, Rosa narrowed her eyes, saying nothing. The two of them stopped before a field piled high with various corpses. Thought reminded her, "The God you believe in isn't the only one who can grant salvation. What you do can bring salvation too." Mulling over his words, she whispered to herself, What I do brings salvation. Her hand clenched, as if coming to a realization. Then, Rosa spoke. You're absolutely right. Seeing her expression, Thought paused for a moment. He handed the torch to Rosa and asked, Do you think you can do it? She affirmed with conviction. Of course I can. Immediately, Rosa walked towards the pile of bodies before her. A drop of sweat fell from her brow. Her face hesitant, her hand tightened around the torch. Suddenly, another hand grabbed hers. A voice spoke. Well now, I was wondering who else would be here at this late hour. Thought froze, startled, and demanded, Who are you? Rosa turned her head towards the voice. An old voice rang out. What are you doing in a place like this, Rosa? It was Maggot. His blood-red eyes stared at the girl with killing intent. Startled, she looked at the person holding her hand. Father. Rosa winced. The man's grip on her hand was painfully tight. Father, what are you doing? Because of his grip, the torch flame caught onto the man's sleeve. Father, the fire! Thought shouted from behind. Hey, you priest! Let her go! Suddenly, his face darkened. A familiar scent suddenly filled the air. Even through her own pain, Rosa's worry shifted to the man. Father, you have to put out the fire. The words barely left her before a sudden force threw her back. Thought caught her, breaking their fall. The two of them collapsed, utterly exhausted. Thought glared up at the man, his eyes burning with fury. You bastard! The flames spread, consuming his black cloak. When the fire finally burned away, the cloth hiding his face. He turned toward them, sweat pouring down his cheeks. Rosa gasped in shock, but Thought was filled with pure terror. A zombie? The father? The man finally spoke, his killing intent washing over them. It was an aura strong enough to swallow them whole. Silence. Humans should be quiet and welcome his arrival. Rosa couldn't believe her eyes. Before she could even process it, a hand reached for her. The zombie's eyes flashed red, and the sight before her became an even greater nightmare. One by one, the corpses behind him began to rise. What? What in the world is happening? As if controlled by a puppet master, the mindless zombies shambled toward them. Damn it, kid, what are you standing there for? Thought yanked her to her feet. Run! They charged with terrifying speed. And there were so many of them. Go now. After a desperate escape, they finally shook the horde, finding temporary safety in a small house. Inside, Thought barricaded the door with everything he could find. Panting, he wiped the sweat from his brow. This should hold them off, for a little while. Rosa collapsed to the floor, her energy completely gone. But I don't think I can run anymore. Thought slumped down beside her. We don't have another choice. It's better than being out there. But the first floor isn't safe. Let's go to the second floor. Okay, but my leg. He knelt down. Get on my back. We have to hurry. Thought carried her, carefully climbing the stairs. Rosa felt a bit embarrassed being carried like this. Thought, you must be tired too. Thank you. Thought didn't answer. 1,000 questions raced through his mind as shadows of the undead gathered below. Can we both survive this? If we can make it out alive? Noticing his silence, Rosa called out, Thought? As they reached the second floor, a foul stench hit them. This place smells disgusting. Is it coming from that room? They moved toward the room where the terrible smell seemed to originate. Thought set Rosa down in a corner and scanned their surroundings. So, are we safe now? No. He stood up. This place is just as dangerous. If you want to live, you have to stay sharp. What do you mean? Thought moved forward. A zombie's corpse was already in the room, holding a piece of wood with a knife tied to it. This could be a weapon. He unwrapped the scarf from his neck. Rosa watched from behind, her fear growing. Thought, what are you doing? His blood had already stained the scarf. Thought looked back at her, then approached with the weapon in hand as she sat frozen in fear. Thought. With a sudden motion, Thought swung the makeshift weapon. She was so terrified that tears welled up in her eyes. Rosa slowly opened them to see what Thought held out. Now I finally have a chance to tell you. This thing has been bothering me for a long time. Thought cut the cord on the object. From now on, only believe in what's worth believing in. You could have warned me. You scared me to death. But their moment of peace was short-lived. The horde had found their hiding spot, and their numbers were massive. They're breaking through the door. What do we do? Thought answered her calmly. What else can we do? I should find something to use as a weapon. He started walking away. Rosa called to him but got no response. Thought? Thought, where are you going? He stopped just before the door. Thought? He turned back to look at her. He offered a gentle smile, but for some reason, it filled her with dread. She struggled to her feet to follow him. Thought, wait, but she was too slow. Thought stepped outside and slammed the door shut. Thought. Outside, he tied his blood-soaked scarf to the doorknob. If I do this, the smell of my blood will trick them. They won't find Rosalina. Inside, she screamed. What are you doing? Don't leave me. Thought, I'm scared. Please, Thought, don't leave me here. Finally, he answered her. How long are you going to rely on others? You've been a burden long enough. The zombies were closing in. Thought braced himself for the inevitable. Listen carefully, Rosalina. No matter what you hear, don't make a sound. Don't speak, he ordered, and don't do anything reckless. She obeyed. She covered her mouth, trying not to be a hindrance. Thought was satisfied. You finally listened. Good. This is better than both of us dying. The horde finished gathering, ready to tear Thought apart. Their eyes glowed red as they shrieked and lunged forward. Thought gripped his weapon tightly. Rosalina. He charged into the fight for his life. Yet his last confession to the little girl was so gentle. I'm sorry for being so hard on you all this time. Hearing his every word so clearly, Rosa collapsed. She knew what he was doing, and she knew how it would end. That's why he said those things. But she was powerless to help, able only to accept this precious, final protection. Tears streamed down her face. The little girl gritted her teeth, remaining silent. The battle began with a roar from the lead zombie as the horde attacked. They swarmed him relentlessly. Elsewhere, another group of people held various weapons. This horrifying red sky. It has to be the new Lady Lord's doing. I knew something was strange. She hasn't been seen for weeks. Behind them, a powerful light flashed. The group kept running, speeding up towards the light. Heaven itself must be furious. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind them. It made the entire group stop in their tracks. What was that? A man stumbled forward on trembling legs, his body covered in wounds. It's dangerous. What happened to him? Is he hurt? Before anyone could react, a young man pushed through the crowd, rushing to the injured person. Let me see his wounds. He seemed delirious from blood loss, his strength almost completely gone. He collapsed into the arms of someone nearby. Are you from the magic tower? Yes, I'm an apprentice from the Tower of Wind Magic. The young man used healing magic to treat the wounds. A zombie? He's injured, but not bleeding? As they paused, the sound of skeletal footsteps approached them. Then where did all this blood come from? One of them voiced. Save this zombie. Everyone. They're coming. All who are able, prepare to fight. The healing continued on the injured man. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the young mage. It was the man he was treating. His face twisted in horror as he screamed, "A zombie!" The shock had clearly broken his composure. Hey, you need to calm down. After that scream, the zombies rushed toward the group. Their speed was terrifying. The horde was upon them, and all who could fight rose to their feet, but their faces showed only hesitation. Fear and anxiety were written all over them. What is this? A zombie with glowing red eyes stared them down, its gaze filled with death. It lunged forward, its mouth wide open, rushing its chosen prey. But before it could reach its target, a flash of white light ended the zombie's life. That single sword strike saved a civilian's life. The knight spoke. These zombies are not as strong as they appear. The knight faced the crowd, raising his sword. So you must decide. Will you run and wait for death, or stand and fight? To preserve their own lives, they all chose the same path. We will fight to the end. Who are you? We are apprentices from the Tower of Wind Magic. The Black Calamity caused this. We were on a mission outside, and we're lucky to survive. We hope to help, even though we're late. A hand suddenly shot up from the crowd. I will fight! Spurred by that courage, others found their resolve. Us too. Then I'll fight as well. The knight looked upon them. Good. He sat proudly upon his horse. He took the lead and commanded the people. Anyone in good health, grab a weapon and form the front line. The rest of you, create a defensive formation. We will protect Hoston to our last breath. The zombies quickened their pace, but no one wavered under the knight's command. No one showed any fear. The horde advanced, their shrieks a deafening chorus, and their numbers were overwhelming. 3 members of the tower arrived as reinforcements. They were ready for battle. Magic was prepared. Bolts of energy shot out, forming a strong defensive barrier for those inside. Fire! An explosion sent dirt and rock flying, and thick smoke filled the air. Damn it, what is happening out there? The leader growled through gritted teeth. He was deeply worried about the current situation, especially with his people missing. Where in the world did Rosalina disappear to? Then, the leader spotted a red-haired girl. She was leaning against the opposite wall. It was Rosalina. She was gasping for breath, her strength nearly gone. As she slowly opened her eyes, the leader asked, "What happened to you?" He took off his own coat and draped it over the small girl. He told me to stay put. At the mention of him, Rosalina burst into tears. She blamed herself. He told me to stay, but I got scared and ran all the way here, leader. Seeing Rosalina like this, the leader's emotions spiraled. He couldn't believe what had happened. Him. He He tried to reassure her, and himself, with conviction. "I know. It's all right. He isn't that kind of person, Rosalina. You managed to survive." Rosalina collapsed, remembering the form of that creature, maggot. "Leader, they aren't normal zombies. We need reinforcements." The leader was skeptical. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Rosalina's voice grew loud. With pleading yet determined eyes, she said, "The knight. We need his help." The leader pulled out a potion and handed it to her. "Those guys are probably in the Lord's castle by now. Leader, what are you planning to do? You don't have the strength to walk, do you? Drink this, and run." He stood up, his voice resolute. "I am the leader. I am sure the castle is safer than here." The leader glanced at the girl and smiled. "I can't abandon my comrades to fight alone. I won't let Rosalina, the one he sacrificed his life for, enter more danger." Rosalina stared at him. "Rosalina, go call the knights over here. We'll hold them off at this location." Elsewhere, Melly and Patrick were discussing something. "Boss, they've made a real mess here. Come and see. Now this is a problem. I'm not kidding, really. They've pushed their luck too far. The humans here are in danger now." A voice spoke from behind them. "Why are you looking? What does that have to do with us? Is he really sleeping?" "It has everything to do with us. There he goes, running away when things get complicated." Patrick quietly observed the battle. "It seems the humans have a slight advantage. They're putting up a decent fight. How long do you think their defense will last against that horde?" He glanced over. "Not long. They have some offensive and defensive ability. But with just that, they'll quickly be exhausted by 1,000 zombies." "I see," Patrick explained. "Besides, according to Yume, there's an elder lich mixed in with the zombies." He turned. "It seems Easy Vote has prepared quite a lot, hasn't he? Should we repay this favor, boss? Repay them?" Patrick was met with a simple, cold smirk. "Of course, but we have something to do before that." After a brief rest, he finally stood up. "Whatever you are planning, please don't. Didn't you tell me I should do something?" He approached the seated girl, his aura overwhelming. "Your name?" The girl trembled. "It is Lala Sin Vietak." He sat down. "Lala. Very well. I am Devar R." He gently lifted the chin of the terrified girl. "You want to live, don't you?" Otis, standing beside them, was shocked by his boss's words. "Boss, what are you saying?" "We need to kill her." Without moving, a voice replied. "That was my original plan, but I've changed my mind." "What are you thinking? Hasn't Hostin already crossed the line?" "Think, Your Majesty. Wasn't the zombie horde why we abandoned Hostin?" "Yes, that's right." His Majesty glanced at him. "If all the zombies disappeared and we controlled Hostin's lord, there would be no reason to abandon it. Correct?" Lala's eyes welled with tears. "I thought you were going to say something foolish again, but this is worth considering. Using the Lord instead of killing her isn't a bad idea." The three continued their discussion. "But aren't all humans untrustworthy?" "Exactly. There's no way they'd stay silent about our secret." "I don't believe they're all like that." Vaser stared into her eyes, but she didn't flinch. "I believe this human has a reason to live, despite her fear of me. She didn't even look away after seeing my true form. She could be useful." "Yes. For a normal human, that's impressive. Is there something special about her?" "Every hero I've met had something special. Something beyond mere effort. This lord possesses a spirit strong enough to face me." Lala slowly spoke up. "That's right. I have a reason to live." She then tilted her head up. "See? A human like this wouldn't seek death, would she?" Patrick flared up. "Is that all it takes for you to spare her?" "That, and good intuition, as Vaser expected." "Please rely on something more solid than your intuition," Patrick sighed. "Though it's not very reliable, fine. If the boss is this determined, what can I do?" He waved his hand. "Still, if this goes sideways, you'll handle the consequences." "I'll think about that later. Now, back to negotiating with Lala. The choice is now yours. Make it. Say, 'Please save us,' and everything will be resolved." "Then what happens after that?" He spoke so calmly, but his subordinate was a different story. "It's simple. The zombies will be driven away. And until Hostin is at peace again, Vaser will lend his full support." He complained, "Boss, are you selling me out? In exchange, what must I do? The simpler, the better, right?" "Correct. Hand over everything you have to me." "Ah." They looked terrifying saying that. "Give everything to me." Lala hesitated. An overwhelming source of power and pressure stood before her. "I'll die if I refuse, either by this monster's hand or the zombie's teeth. On the other hand, if I accept, I'll live but lose everything." Her fists trembled. "If the Black Calamity never happened, would my brother still be alive? If he were alive, would I have become the Lord of Hostin? If I wasn't the Lord, would I even be in this situation?" Patrick just wanted this over with. He stuck to his original plan of dealing with the girl. Just kill her. Where did I put my sword? Suddenly, footsteps approached them. Vaser sensed it first, looking toward the door. Huh, someone's coming? Melly asked. Sir Vaser, how do you want to handle this? I can block them with magic. Just open the door. She gripped her staff, swinging it lightly. Understood. Behind the door was a small figure, with distinctive red hair. Huh, the kid? Seeing Vaser, Rosa was genuinely happy. The emotion was clear on her exhausted face. You're really here, Sir Knight. Please help us. Rosa stopped right before him. The girl bent over, gasping for breath, but still pleaded clearly. Sir Knight, please help us. The zombies are flooding the village. Everyone is fighting back, but there are too many. We need your help, Sir Knight. Again, mentioning her lost comrades. Her eyes filled with sorrow. The captain said he'd wait for me. Everyone's trying to hold on, so please. Vaser just stared at the girl before him, silent. Please help us. Didn't you say you would save Haston? She looked up at him, the man she believed could save her village. Sir Knight. But when she looked up, she was completely stunned. A skeleton. Yes, I am a skeleton. Unfortunately, the current situation depends on that human's choice over there. Rosa was confused. A human? Lala, sitting behind them, avoided the little girl's gaze. The people of Haston are dying? The situation was urgent. Now even Patrick urged her to decide. Speaking of which, they should be reaching their limit soon. Miss Melly, I have a favor to ask. Of course. I'm curious myself. An observational eye was created from Melly's magic circle. What's this? She instructed. Don't dally. Go straight there. The eye flew out of the building. It flew directly to Rosa's village. The scene there was brutal. Humans and zombies lay scattered on the ground. In another corner, a desperate battle for survival raged between the two sides. Rosa couldn't believe her eyes. No! Vaser and Patrick also stood before the screen Melly created to watch the situation unfold. There are ghouls, too. I hate them. Their stench is disgusting. Oh, it looks like they can't hold out much longer. The scene made Rosa lose her composure as tears welled in her eyes. No! Stop! Don't! Just kill me. Patrick and Vaser glanced at the girl. How can you just watch when you have the power to stop them? Aren't you strong? Then kill them all. Please, save us. The girl's emotions grew more intense than ever, perhaps because her entire childhood was tied to this village. What are you doing while your people are dying out there? I'm asking you. What are you doing? Lala couldn't watch anymore either. She accepted. Now, she just wanted everyone to be safe. Please, save us. The people who are still alive in Haston, please, save them. As she finished, Vaser strode forward with a calm demeanor. Fine. That's not a difficult request. Why not? Let's go. And so, the three of them set off, moved by the pleas of the two girls from the village. The battle between humans and zombies was far from over. Many zombies had fallen, but the number of human casualties was just as high. A man collapsed, covered in countless wounds, and most of them were extremely severe injuries. Damn it, who said these monsters were weak? There are only a few left in this area, but in his current state, he couldn't fight them anymore. To think we'd all be defeated so easily. Suddenly, a zombie leaped right in front of him. Is this the end for me? His thoughts were cut short. He saw a foot take down that zombie in a single kick. So gross. I should have landed on the roof. How disgusting. Once again, a storm of zombies erupted, a writhing mass swarming toward Melly. Yet she showed no fear, giving them a single glance. So noisy, her magic neared the zombie horde and exploded, wiping them from existence. After her performance, she was particularly proud. The man she had just saved stared at her with endless admiration and gratitude. An angel. But she wasn't so simple. Her face showed clear annoyance as she turned to him. You useless human. What nonsense did you just spout? Melly strode closer, kicking him square in the stomach and sending him flying. If you value your life, then get lost. How dare you compare me to an angel, you pathetic human. To think I'd ever help your kind. Magus rises from the wreckage. You're not human. You're a demon? With a human form and that much mana, you must be a demon king or a dragon. But why are you on the human side? Melly's face twisted with contempt. I do as I please. A zombie like you has no right to question me, the demon king. He let out a savage grin. I'll get the truth after I tear you to pieces. You fool. You seriously overestimate yourself. Abandon that human form and join the undead. What do you say? You would make a powerful new breed of zombie. His words only served to confuse Melly. I have no idea what you're talking about. But you are without a doubt the chattiest zombie I've ever met. So incredibly annoying. Magus raised his hand, pulling the bones of the fallen zombies into a weapon for himself. I serve the leader of all undead. My name is Simon Magus. Do you really think I could lose to a demon king like you? He began to cast a spell, preparing to attack. How odd. I have no clue what you're saying. Melly watched him calmly. Your opponent isn't me. Hearing this, Magus grew confused, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He felt the crushing weight of 1,000 eyes watching him. Those eyes pinned him down, making escape impossible. Found you, you bastard. I told you I'd remember your face. Devar launched a powerful punch straight at him. The immense power difference and the surprise attack left him no time to react. The blow sent him flying far into the distance. Devar smirked with satisfaction. Now that felt pretty good. A zombie lay pinned under 2 stone pillars. If I'm not mistaken, that's the gatekeeper of the undead army. That also means he's the gatekeeper of the 7 hells. Devar called out, "Hey, a single punch isn't enough to kill you. Get up." Wow, he took down a guy like that with just 1 punch, and it looks like he wasn't even at full power. Am I seeing things? Melly ran closer. Sir Devar, it seems you have a personal grudge against him. Do you know this man? Well, he recalled the recent event, his expression souring. A few hours ago, he tried to probe my mana without permission. But honestly, I just don't like him. I should probably hit him a few more times. There's no point in staying here. Melly, do you think Ezavot is in this village? Probably not, Melly pondered. That's a barrier created to imprison everyone inside. Oh, so that's what it is. I just thought the sky turned red, Melly asked timidly. This means the caster is outside, but I don't know what they're planning. Unfortunately, I don't think I can break that barrier. Ah, then don't worry about it. I plan to handle this myself anyway. Devar proposed, Hey Melly, from now on, can you handle the small fry? Are you talking about the zombies? Yeah, and if you can minimize human casualties, that would be even better. Although it might be too late. This village needs a certain number of people to survive. It might not be perfect, but if that's all you ask, I believe I can handle it. He patted Melly's head. That's our demon king for you. You're amazing. Then I'll clean up here before facing Ezavot directly. Leave it to me, Sir Devar. But Sir Devar, may I ask how long you'll be gone? About 15 minutes or maybe 20. Melly's face lit up. If it's only 20 minutes, then I can definitely hold out. You're so reliable. In that case, please be careful, Sir Devar. I will. Devar walked over to Magus. Now, let's finish this. I have my own suspicions about you. Even standing still, his killing intent was terrifying. Are you an ancient monster? Well, how should I put this? You're partly correct. Then what exactly are you? Devar joked. Probably Patrick's slave. Utter nonsense. He unleashed his dark magic. He then continued with a lecture. Ancient monster, did you think I was so foolish as to wait here unprepared? He fired a magic blast, forcing Devar to step back. I am Simon Magus, one of the pillars of Lord Ezavot's army. I have never once failed him. A powerful beam of his energy obliterated the nearby buildings. However, the attack left him drained. I must use this chance to get to Lord Ezavot, but suddenly, an unbelievable sight appeared before him. From within the smoke, Devar was not only unharmed, but now even stronger, charging straight toward Magus. You damn bastard, you just keep provoking me. Magus floated in the air, whispering to himself, damn it, so it's true. At that moment, magic erupted from him. Eyes burning like hell opened wide, as a massive jaw grinned, challenging the entire world. The thought flashed through Devar's mind. From the hell of gluttony? Seeing the dire situation, Magus quickly fled. This is bad. I need to reach Lord Ezavot now. Magus flew forward, with a horde of monsters chasing after him. His speed continued to increase. Faster? I have to go faster! A set of sharp teeth was waiting for him. The monster snapped, its jaws shut as if it had caught something. A crunching sound echoed as the beast's eyes turned in another direction, staring at Magus, who had narrowly dodged its fangs. The monster glared at him, thinking, that bastard is quick. A magical circle appeared in the air, opening a path for him. Magus vanished in an instant. Devar watched him go with a hint of regret. I was going to devour him in a single bite, but he got away. He scratched his head and thought, it's a pain to waste time looking for him now, but I can't just let him go. As he was thinking, Melly appeared out of nowhere, whining, Sir Devar, how long will you be gone? He turned and answered, 15 or 20 minutes. I can definitely hold out for 20 minutes. Hearing this, she sweetly reminded him, please be careful. As she walked away, he watched her go, thinking, I'm a little worried about Melly, so I can't afford to waste any more time here. He raised his hand, gathering his power as raw energy began to materialize in his palm. The source of power grew larger and larger, He thought angrily. That bastard must have run to my mother. Ezavote is probably outside the village, so if I want him to leave, I'll have to follow the castle walls. Right? I'm not sure. He opened a teleportation circle. Realizing something was wrong, Wizard looked back, his face filled with concern. The teleportation circle from before was now growing abnormally large, as if ready to detonate everything. Der Bauer smirked to himself. If I blast it all in this direction, I'm bound to hit that insect. It turned out fine. The village's main structure was intact. A deep crater scarred his path. Hands in his pockets, Der Bauer walked on, cursing under his breath. I can already hear Batik's whining. Must be a hallucination. Lost deep in his own thoughts, he came across Maggot's corpse. Letting out a small "oh," Der Bauer mumbled. Found the body. Wait, if I take out something already dead, is it even considered a corpse? He lifted the creature's lolling head, his face a mask of pure disgust. Whatever, he said, annoyed. This trashed village is your fault. How are you going to take responsibility? Ugh, so filthy. Dragging the corpse, Der Bauer muttered. What? You're telling me not to blame others? If it's not fair, you should have tried to survive. Go explain yourself to Batik. He walked a bit further, then stopped dead. So, this is the barrier, he sighed, staring at the barricade. A barrier not even Melly's power could break, so it seems. This thing is impressive. But just how strong is it? He reached out a hand to touch it. A sudden explosion, and a spray of blood. His expression stayed calm. Whoops. His hand had been blown apart into a grotesque shape. When he pulled it back, it was completely shattered and bloody. It was a mangled mess. Staring at his hand, he said with a grin, Wow, this thing's powerful, Der Bauer added, amused. But I can probably get through it, as long as this undead corpse can take it. If this body gets destroyed and I can't keep Batik's form, I'm definitely in for a lecture. Sighing, he spoke to Maggot's corpse. Oh well. If something goes wrong, I'm blaming you. This is all on you. Der Bauer then looked up at something above the pit. A voice echoed, That's right. There are no humans in this area. Hearing this, Der Bauer simply chose to look away. The thud of a heavy landing. Vicious eyes stalked their target. As the monster appeared, Der Bauer turned back around. He quickened his pace, preparing to smash the barrier. A surge of power slammed into it. With a deafening roar, the barricade shattered completely. The strange creatures below looked up. Their shapes and sizes were all bizarre and grotesque. As he drew closer, Der Bauer faced the horde, completely unfazed as he spoke. Wow, there sure are a lot of you. Their eyes turned blood red, their mouths gaping wide as if to tear him apart. The monsters closed in, surrounding Der Bauer. Without a hint of panic, he unleashed a wave of power, sending them flying. His scornful voice rang out, Your welcome is truly terrible. The jagged, skeletal beasts hung suspended in the air. A sword was plunged deep in the ground. Skeletons advanced slowly, but their numbers were overwhelming. They swarmed Der Bauer. He scanned the area, then spoke. Right. I should have just done this from the start. Even tightly wrapped mummified beasts were among them. From the bushes, bright eyes watched the commotion. Der Bauer held out his hand and called, Here, a gift for you. In the shadows, the eyes paused for a moment. He whispered, It seems we have a lot to discuss. A figure slowly emerged, radiating a brilliant energy. He read the name aloud. Ezavote. An ancient monster sat upon a writhing pile of beasts. The massive boss glowed with a shimmering light as its voice rang out. Are you saying it's fine to abandon those races? To be oppressed by humans? Every eye turned in one direction, toward Der Bauer. He remained completely silent. The creature began its arrogant tirade. Humans are arrogant, crude, and selfish, even when they live in peace. But they always crave more, invading the lands of other races. Annoyed, he cut in. You're rambling. Get to the point already. The creature replied, Humanity must vanish, and you possess the power to easily wipe out the entire empire. Its eyes burned with a destructive fire. I once thought defeating the empire was impossible, unless we could somehow defeat Rias. Until I heard about the black calamity that attacked him. From its high perch, the creature's hoarse voice continued. If you declared your wish to cleanse humanity from this land, all demon tribes would rise up to follow you to the death. Der Bauer put a hand to his head in irritation. Why do you talk so much? He said. Just get to the point. The creature answered. I am saying that if you hadn't just stood by and watched, then so many demons would not have died. We could have even wiped out the wretched human race. Energy flared around its seat. Der Bauer closed his eyes, answering with clear annoyance. So, you mean everything you're doing is all my fault? the creature hissed. Yes, you are the root of the problem. He immediately cut it off. Right, understood. I'll wipe out humanity, so stay out of my way. Is that what you want to say? The creature sounded displeased, disappointing, truly disappointing. A magic circle appeared in the sky. Der Bauer looked up, bewildered, muttering, "Oh, a creation." A massive, sharp animalistic foot began to descend. "What is that?" he asked. The magic summoned a rotting tapir. It leaped down with its sharp claws. Der Bauer's eyes widened. He pulled a tiny, gleaming diamond from his collar. The tapir's claws tore into the ground, aggressively destroying everything. Tiny motes of pink light scattered. Suddenly, Melly appeared, crying out at the monsters before her. "My God, there are so many of them." She aimed her spear toward the horde. Arcs of searing electricity zapped each one, making them writhe in agony. She unleashed a continuous stream of power. Looking down from above, she watched as the monsters were consumed by the inferno she created. Melly said, "If they keep coming like this, we'll have no choice but to keep moving and dodging." She then looked up at the sky, thinking seriously. The barrier covering the sky is demigod-level magic. Just as Lord Der Bauer expected, she recalled his words. "I'm going to go have a little chat with Ezavote." She thought, it hasn't even been 3 minutes since he said that, yet so much has happened. From behind her came ragged panting. A tall, injured man was calling for her help. "Miss Mage, is everyone safe?" Melly quickly pointed toward the roaring fire. "If you're talking about the others, they're currently burning in there." His voice was weak. "Miss Mage, are you the knight's companion?" Melly repeated, confused. "Knight?" He clarified. "The one in that huge suit of armor, and the one in black who looked like a beggar. I mean, a wanderer." The description sounded strangely familiar. She realized who he meant. Companions? How is that possible? He's just a servant. How could he ever compare to their greatness? He struggled to ask, "Really?" If she knew those knights, she'd already be with them. Thank the heavens, wizard. You actually did it. At least Thought's death wasn't for nothing. Hostin can be saved. He collapsed onto the ground. Clutching his wound, he spoke weakly. "Sorceress, I'm turning into one of them." Melly replied calmly. "I know," he pleaded. "I know I don't deserve this, but could I ask you for one favor?" His face, covered in blood, his eyes stared blankly at her. So, she wasn't human. A thought crossed his mind. "Well, I guess it doesn't matter now." He slumped over, asking, "Is there a weapon nearby you can get for me?" Melly remained silent, the point of her spear aimed right at him. He slowly looked up. Melly praised him. "You truly are a warrior." Taking the weapon in hand, her magnificent wings carried her toward the fight. As Melly spoke, a stunning magical energy erupted. The shockwave ripped trees from the ground. A fierce-looking boar monster spoke. Another one of these strange corpses." The boar beast's red eyes were flung back by some force. The monster tumbled forward. From a high perch, a voice echoed down. "As expected. That power lives up to its ancient monster title." His beast soared through the sky. But the boar monster wasn't finished, scrambling up, ready for more. An undead with a slime magic core? It charged with ferocious energy. The beasts watched each other, their cold eyes ready to clash. God-tier magic, evil fang. His monster began to glow, radiating immense power. His eyes narrowed in thought. The strongest god-tier magic. Not even an ancient monster could withstand it. Spears materialized as a menacing message appeared. "Tremble in fear." The sky blazed with light as the energy was unleashed. The undead began to rise, and from a mountain of corpses, a monster was summoned. It shrieked, letting out a terrifying growl. The beast's eyes glowed fiercely, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Ezavote admired the creation he had brought forth. A thrill of excitement shot through him. "I will finally kill that ancient monster, and fill this land with my undead army, and become a transcendent being who rules over death." As giant spears rained from the sky, Ezavote thought with arrogance, "You ancient beast, consider yourself lucky to die by my hand after millennia of aimless wandering." Streams of magic formed into sharp spears, aimed directly at the creature's back. Now, to use the power of Sa Lao's form for this attack. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the very fabric of space. Waves of force rippled outwards from the blast. The magic conduits shattered from the tremor. Ezavote could only watch in shock as they broke into tiny fragments. He was caught in a blast of magic. A pained groan echoed from somewhere. That hurts. It hurts too much to let you hit me again." Ezavote instantly realized something was wrong. Let you hit me? Could it be him? He immediately cast ice magic at the forest's edge. The ground beneath the trees began to tremble violently. He continued felling the surrounding trees with ice magic. Wizard watched, completely baffled. Huh? Why is he taking his anger out on trees? He glanced up at the magic spears raining down on him. But whatever. Is that the best magic you've got? Nothing stronger? Hearing this, Ezavat's rage boiled over, and he clenched his fists tightly. Did he let me attack? Just to test the power of my god-tier magic? He grasped the situation instantly and activated a teleportation spell. I can't defeat him. I must retreat. But as the portal began to open, he thought, I was too hasty. I need to create multiple escape routes. But Wizard shattered that plan. I'm still talking to you, Ezavat. His voice was a clear warning. Don't even think about trying anything funny. Ezavat's eyes snapped open, glaring at Wizard. His colossal form now stood before him. Wizard insisted, use that stronger magic you're hiding. Seeing the man and his minion standing motionless, he wondered aloud, why the silence? Wizard's grin widened with excitement. Does this mean you have nothing stronger? Right? Instead of answering, Ezavat unleashed his magic. He fired 2 terrifying blasts of energy at Wizard, instantly disintegrating the tentacles. 2 beams of light connected the magic to the beast, Evil Fang. It shot forward like an arrow, leaving a massive scar upon the land. Ezavat controlled it with his ice magic. It seemed he wanted a final showdown. In a flash, Wizard was bound by chains of ice. He exclaimed with amusement, oh, look at all these bones mixed with blood and flesh. Wizard sighed. I truly despise this type of spell. Suddenly, from within a skull, a pair of beastly eyes began to glow. It quickly took the form of a raging bull. Wizard casually remarked, oh, is that another god-tier spell? This one seems rather sturdy, defensively. Wizard then shot a quick glance behind him. Suddenly, the monster swallowed him whole. Wizard's panicked scream echoed, ah, this is disgusting. He trudged through the slime it produced. Oh, dear, this is so unpleasant. He scanned his surroundings. With a chamber this size, He frowned, his expression turning grim. I suppose it's time to get a little serious. The monster's expression suddenly changed. Wizard burst out from within its corpse, sending fragments of bone and flesh flying everywhere. Wizard appeared before Ezavat once again. The man frowned, silently making his calculations. Wizard climbed atop the corpse, quickly reverting back to his human form. Ezavat's eyes were instantly filled with caution. With his hands in his pockets, Wizard spoke casually. It's time to replace one of the 7 ancient hells. Meanwhile, at the building where Patrick's group waited, Rosa and Lala glanced nervously at the corner where Patrick was muttering to himself. Ah, what's on your mind, boss? He sat huddled there, clutching his head. No matter how excited he gets, he is a walking disaster. Or maybe he just doesn't realize it? How did he even become the boss? Still, wouldn't it be better if the boss calmed down? That other guy clearly can't beat him. I'm sure he'll make me clean up this mess later. Just you wait. Maybe I should write my resignation letter now. Ezavat, that damned skeleton is so annoying. Oh, wait, I'm a skeleton too. Suddenly, a gust of wind forced them both to squeeze their eyes shut. Lala asked worriedly, what's going on out there? Tamchich covered his face and replied, the boss is causing a scene again. I mean, he's taking care of the undead army. Lala asked again, so does this mean Hostin will be saved? Is that what you're saying? But Tamchich's reply was far from confident. No. Everything will be fine, so don't worry so much. Besides, can you please try to speak normally? Ah, perfect timing, Patrick remarked. Meowchi stretched out on the floor, satisfied. My work here is done. I haven't used this much power in ages. Tears welled up in Patrick's eyes. You worked so hard, Lady Meowchi. I dread to think what would have happened if you weren't here, she asked again. But didn't you do most of the work? No, he insisted. Your way was better. Meowchi just shrugged. Oh, he's still not finished with that guy? Patrick answered with a bored tone. Just as you see, the boss is still fighting him. That power. It was a truly spectacular sight. Even more so when she imagined the terrifying consequences to come. Plus, it's a fact that whenever he goes out to fix things, he only ends up creating a bigger mess. A stark contrast to Rosa's worried expression, Patrick just sighed. It's certain I'll have a mountain of work to do in this village later. He wondered to himself, all he has to do is crush them. Why is he prolonging the fight like this? He clearly doesn't care about me, the guy who has to clean up all his messes. Patrick's voice called out again. Rosalina, isn't it? Confused, Rosa turned her head. Yes? Somehow, Patrick was already behind her, blade in hand. The Lord is the only one whose life we promised to spare. He raised his sword, his face like a demon crawling from the depths of hell. I should clean this up now, to prevent future problems. He rested the blade on his shoulder. Other than the Lord, there's no merit in letting the rest of you live. Rosa stumbled backward in sheer terror. Lala quickly interjected. Wait, Sir Patrick, she is one of my subjects. He stood there, completely unmoved by her plea. Then suddenly, his expression shifted to a cheerful one. Of course, there's no reason to kill the girl. He glanced at Rosa's broken state and thought, she's powerless on her own, now that the back alley thugs are all dead. More importantly, with her mind already shattered, there's no need for me to finish the job. Killing her would only cause problems with the local lord. It would be more trouble than it's worth. So, let's just say everything on this side is taken care of. He turned to the one person who was still relaxing. Lady Miauchi? She tilted her head slightly. Yes? Patrick asked. Can you put someone to sleep? Miauchi slowly sat up. That's simple enough, but who did you have in mind? He answered nonchalantly. I need a private word with the Lord. Miauchi immediately cast a spell on Rosa. Sleep, little one. Patrick then turned to Lala. All right, let's get started. He leaned down, meeting her gaze. As you can see, we kept our promise to save Houghton. Now, you will keep yours, Lala asked. What is it that I must do? Patrick stated plainly. You will not speak a word of what you've seen here. But I'm sure you already knew that without me telling you. Seeing the fear on Lala's face, he continued. Now, I'm going to tell you a story, so listen closely. It's about a brave lord who endured humiliation to protect her land. This lord realized the undead would overrun her territory, so she resolved to protect her domain and all of her people. But tragically, she was being watched by the undead, and her land had too few warriors. Her only choice was to seek outside help. But before aid could arrive, her own people grew angry, insulting her and blaming their lord as they awaited salvation. Countless subjects fell to the undead hordes. The lord had no choice but to cling to faith through the long, desperate wait. Then, imperial reinforcements arrived, drove out the undead, and saved the land. A truly wonderful story. Patrick suddenly clapped his hands, making Lala flinch. You are not some cowardly lord who merely hides. He began weaving the narrative. You are a lord who sacrificed everything to save the people of your domain. Lala questioned, Are you telling me to lie to my own people? He simply pointed to the devastation laid out below them. Patrick asked, Didn't you say you wanted to live? Lala bitterly clenched her jaw, unable to speak. He then advised, Go distribute the castle's food stores. Help those who are still alive. Aid from the other cities will be here soon. Lala looked surprised. How can you be so certain that help is coming? Patrick replied, I'm not certain. I'm going to make it happen, because we're the ones who will turn the young Lord of Houghton into a hero. Beneath the bright moon in the silent night, Lala was speechless. His business concluded, Patrick finally stood up. Since it's this quiet, the boss must be finished, he said to Miauchi. We should rejoin him now, Lady Miauchi. It would be great if you could teleport us. But Miauchi stated bluntly, I'm completely out of mana. I can't use teleport. Lala suddenly spoke up. May I ask you one thing? Her question made both Patrick and Miauchi freeze in place. Why did you go to such lengths just to save Houghton? Lala knew in her heart they were dungeon monsters. There was no way they would save humans for nothing in return. But Patrick just scoffed, his tone turning cold. Didn't you say you wanted to survive? Then know your place. Don't try to find out more than you need to. The scene shifts to the confrontation between Vour and Ezavote. Well, it's about time we replaced one of the 7 dungeons, he remarked calmly. I almost feel sorry for you. Looking at Ezavote, impaled by tentacles like a honeycomb, Vour mused. If you had just stayed quiet, none of this would have happened. Isn't that right? He lamented. Why can't anyone just leave me in peace? Honestly, I've been stabbed so many times my back is starting to itch. Ezavote suddenly spoke. Ancient One. Your power continues to astonish me. Vour replied with disgust. Spare me. I don't care. He then wondered, Let me ask you something. Why Houghton? Of all places. If you hadn't attacked this place, I wouldn't have had to come. Ezavote answered, Houghton is the most advantageous location to invade the Empire. Vour was not satisfied with that answer. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Vour realized with a silent dread. So, he knew this was my domain, and attacked anyway. Ezavote began to speak again. A chill just ran down my spine. Thankfully, it looks like no undead are left in this village, just like the Demon King Miauchi. At that moment, Miauchi stumbled into the room. Ugh, so incredibly tired. What do you think is the reason? Suddenly, a magic circle materialized behind him. Vour's brow furrowed. Sharp spikes he summoned impaled Ezavad's body. His chilling laughter echoed through the dark night. Then, his laughter grew, bordering on insanity. Bubbles formed on the tips of the spikes, ready to detonate. At last, Ezavad's entire body erupted mid-air, an earth-shattering explosion that tore through the silent night. His head tumbled to the ground. Vour watched, shocked. Huh? What's this? So he never planned to use teleportation magic? He reached down, grabbing the horn on the severed head. Whatever, it doesn't matter. He was going to die anyway. Vour then scanned his surroundings. Let's see here. Only then did he notice the utter devastation from their battle. A sense of dread washed over Vour as he thought, what am I going to do? This place is useless if it's not repaired. Just then, a familiar voice sent a shiver down Vour's spine. Boss. It was Patrick. He called out while twirling his sword. Boss! Every shout sent a cold sweat down Vour's back. Patrick's face twisted into a demonic expression. Stay right there, sir. Don't you move. I'm coming for you. I've missed you so much. You missed me too, right? Desperate, Vour simply gave up. I'm so screwed. The rain poured down, a white sheet of water. Puddles formed on the road. When the rain paused, a figure's reflection appeared. Then the rain returned, blurring the reflection. Huddled in a corner, Yosha took shelter, her eyes completely vacant. As the girl mumbled, there's nothing left at all. Rosa buried her face in her knees, blaming herself. What kind of help was that? I'm the only one left alive. The rain seemed to swallow her words, unheard by anyone. The rain made Yosha's figure seem even smaller. She cried out, I hate this! Her small figure, lost in the rain, kept repeating, I hate it so much. I hate everyone. Yosha wondered aloud, whose fault was it? Her eyes flashed with a deadly red glint as she asked again, who was it that killed them all? Elsewhere, a warm cup of tea was set on a table. Jean cried out excitedly to Vour, Welcome back, Sir Vour. However, Vour and Patrick showed no enthusiasm at all. He simply replied to her, Yeah, I'm back. She spread her arms wide, boasting to him, completely unaware of the stone pillar shaking above. Jean has been waiting quietly and patiently for you. The stone pillar cracked. In a flash, Jean leaped up, kicking it away before it hit the ground. She landed gracefully and finished her sentence. And while I was waiting, I tidied everything up too. Vour placed a hand on her head. Jean's face lit up with pure excitement. He praised her. Yeah, you did a good job. Jean watched, confused, as he, Patrick, and Melly collapsed to the floor in exhaustion, each groaning. I'm so tired. I feel like I'm about to die. Jean shyly continued. Sir Vour, you must be very tired, right? Her words made him glance over, despite his drowsiness. Jean offered with a bright smile. Would you like dinner first, or a bath? Vour was so tired, his words slurred together. I'll just drink the bathwater. Patrick's glare was full of judgment. What the hell? He shot a look at Erzabeth and demanded, Exactly what have you been teaching her while we were away? His words made her jump in surprise. Ahem. Erzabeth forced a laugh and changed the subject. So, did everything go smoothly? Vour commanded. Batory, you may leave now. Patrick, looking completely dead inside, continued for him. Oh, right. If you count everyone who starved or died to the undead, the total is around 3,000 people. And don't forget that our damn boss here blew up the entire town. Other than that, yeah, it went smoothly. Erzabeth asked, annoyed while covering her nose with a cloth. Hey, Vour, what exactly did you do over there? He looked at her, confused, as he replied, I just cleaned up the undead. Why? She eyed him with suspicion. Are you sure you only cleaned up the undead? He replied while pulling something from his pocket. I cleaned it up very, very thoroughly. Erzabeth clarified her question. What I mean is, what exactly did you clean up? He fumbled in his pocket for a moment, then pulled out a skull. He placed it on the table. Here, now stop bothering me. I'm going to sleep. Erzabeth picked up the skull, bewildered. Ezavad? She stared at it, confused. Meanwhile, as Vour drank the bathwater Jean prepared, she interrupted. Thank the Lord for what? As long as our bellies are full, everything's okay. Why aren't they satisfied with the Lord's solution? I'd rather follow my family to hell than keep living like this. The person next to him added, even if we follow them, we should eat our fill first. They turned to the little girl and wondered, what's wrong, kid? Are you giving up too? You should fill your stomach before you go. Rosa replied, her voice devoid of emotion. Where could I possibly go? Of course, I'm suffering too. I want to run away. But why are we the ones who should have to run? What did we do wrong to deserve to die? You should all think. Who is at fault? Who killed everyone here? Her words made them hesitate. Yosa gritted her teeth, cursing. This is so unfair. Utterly unfair. Their glares turned hostile as Yosa continued. Don't aim your anger at the wrong person. She was stating an obvious fact. What good is a meaningless death? If we're dying anyway, let's get revenge on who put us here. She tried to convince them. It seemed Yosa's words had finally ignited their spirits. They turned to her, asking, "What do we need to do?" Yosa gave a cryptic answer. "You all already know." Her face twisted with pure resentment as she concluded. "We must kill all the zombies." High in the royal palace, an order was given. Knights stood guard while a figure knelt before the throne, receiving the command. With utmost seriousness, His Majesty spoke from the throne. The man bowed politely, reporting, "I am here, Your Majesty." His Majesty continued, "I've summoned you because you never lost focus during my long speech." He replied softly, "How would I dare?" The king's eyes never left Azer as he spoke. "The lives of Team 5 rest on your shoulders. I expect great things from you." To this, Azer simply replied with a promise. "I will absolutely not fail Your Majesty's expectations." Meanwhile, outside, morning had come. The sky a strangely clear blue. Through the sky, a carriage was being pulled. Azer and Gazo were inside. She spoke up. "So, you've been given full command of the dungeon subjugation team?" He replied without interest. "Yes. You said the arrest warrant was for Paimon? He may be a fugitive now, but as a rich noble, he definitely has allies. That warrant is likely useless," Gazo explained, and Azer agreed. "Just knowing he's wanted is enough." She fell silent, lost in thought. As his gaze drifted outside, they shared a single thought. It's been a month since the Black Disaster struck Lizelle. This event had caused many incidents, scandals among the Empire's elite. Accusations flew wildly. Anyone too weak to fight back must have been devoured. So many things had changed. The carriage stopped before a building on a prosperous road. Gazo followed Vazer, asking, "You know there's a meeting in 2 hours, right? If you're late, what should I do?" He answered while walking, "Just wait for me." Then Vazer asked, "How is she doing?" Gazo's reply was brief. "She must be in here." They walked to a door. Azer pushed it open and announced, "I'm here." A monster eating cake looked up. Azer smiled warmly, asking, "Did you rest well?" In a dark forest, 3 people were on the move. One of them warned the others, "Listen closely. We retreat at the slightest movement from any monsters." The captain instructed his team, "Stay on high alert. This is the deepest part. We'll reach the first chamber soon." Sweat dotted his brow as he added, "I hope our information is correct." They ventured deeper as he spoke. They reached a certain spot and stopped. He spoke, "So it's true." His expression relaxed as he continued. "The intel that the monsters haven't reappeared since the Hisuelton team came 2 months ago is correct." He turned to his squad. "There must be something we can take here. Let's go deeper." The others got excited. "Great, we're rich." They pushed forward. The second and third chambers were also empty. Arriving at another area, they stopped, scanning their surroundings. "Nothing here either?" A team member asked him, "Are you sure this news hasn't already spread? Perhaps other teams have already swept this place clean and took everything of value." But he stubbornly argued back, "That's impossible. It can't be." The other members voiced their own doubts. Is this really the core of the Great Labyrinth? If there's nothing this deep in, then there's probably nothing here. Out of options, he pointed and declared, "In the next room, the 5th chamber, there is an ancient tree monster called an Anzoff. It's a wood-type monster, with thorny leaves and roots. They say if you process its corpse with a special method, and then forge it, it becomes hard as metal. Just 1 piece sells for a fortune," he explained, unaware that their team was being watched. "Just getting that will let us break even," the captain insisted. But a member was still doubtful. What if the 5th chamber is also empty? The young man who had been skeptical continued to argue for retreat. "What if there are monsters there? We're only a C-rank party. The weakest monster here could kill us in 1 hit." The captain glared, annoyed. "So you want to leave empty-handed?" He then kept walking, ignoring the rest. "Anyone who wants to go back, go. I'm not stopping you. However, don't expect a share of anything valuable we find from here on." After walking further, someone asked, "Well, do you see anything?" They stopped before a field of Anzoffs, amazed. "These are all," someone said excitedly. "Good thing we didn't turn back." The captain was already kneeling to gather items. "Let's grab these and get out of here." He focused on his task, but his expression suddenly filled with terror. Then he screamed the order, "Run!" His members looked at him in confusion. "Captain, what are you saying?" A set of blood-stained jaws opened wide as the captain turned and fled, yelling, "Run!" Only scattered items remained of the party. Baddix rummaged through them. "As I thought. Nothing of value at all. Jean glanced over, adding, they might have survived if they had just stopped earlier. Human greed is truly endless. She gritted her teeth in disgust. I despise humans. Battix interrupted. This should fetch a decent price. He looked up to Vazir, asking, what do you think, boss? Without a glance, he replied, better than zombies. Battix sighed. Just as I expected. They're not from the Empire. Their crests suggest they're from the western kingdom of Grantel. Jean picked up a cloth, her voice laced with scorn. They certainly came a long way. Vazir smirked. Who knew the local specialty would be delivered to our door? This world gets more convenient by the day. Batix gave him a judgmental look. How did you arrive at that conclusion? He then suggested. But it looks like we can't delay. We can't delay reinforcing this dungeon any longer. Rumors of it being monster-free are spreading too fast. Why do you act so detached when this is your own domain? I'm almost getting used to it. Battix sighed at Vasco's nonchalance, glaring at him as he began to issue a threat. Is that what you thought I would say? Are you coming down here, or should I submit my resignation? The threat was effective, sending Vasco into a panic. All right, I'm coming. He glanced at Melly. Luckily, we have Lady Melly as a guest. We can find the intruder quickly with her magic. Melly just smiled shyly at the compliment, and Vogel agreed. She is truly so reliable. Jean pouted. I know magic too. Vogel gently stroked her head and affirmed, yes, you're great. You are the best. Baddock and Melly sighed at the pair. I'm glad I could be of assistance to the revered ancient core. Baddock eagerly replied, of course, you've saved us a tremendous amount of effort. Melly clutched her dress, struggling to speak. But, you see, how much longer must I be a guest here? Melly's eyes were filled with hope. Elsewhere, a report came in. Preparations are complete, Your Majesty. We should advance on Judeca. Melly sat alone under the quiet night sky, smiling as she whispered to herself. My future looks incredibly bleak. A demon lord with no money or home. How pathetic. I need to decide soon. The Demon Lord Council is just days away. Baddock spoke from behind her. The air is quite fresh tonight. She looked over at him, puzzled. Are you also out for a breath of fresh air? Baddock replied. No, that's just an undead joke. She asked again. A very serious one? Baddock continued. What are you doing out here? Melly didn't look at him, as she answered. As you can see, I'm just enjoying the night air. And you? Baddock also gazed at the view. I don't require sleep, so I use all my time for training. Melly was surprised. Even you have to train? Baddock explained. A swordsman's hands grow dull if they don't hold a sword. Melly listened and then mused. I see. A heavy silence fell between them. Baddock thought to himself, come to think of it, this is our first private conversation. He cleared his throat and said, it's nothing serious, but it seems Lord Suptu is about to fully recover. Jean is waiting for you as well. Would you like to come along? Melly seemed a bit confused by his words. Soon, they arrived at Suptu's location. Melly remarked, he doesn't look recovered at all. Baddock replied, this is probably as good as it gets. Reaching this state is already a miracle. Jean, perched above, was muttering the number 68. She jumped down while speaking. He's still a bit short, and the recovery rate is very slow. Jean added with concern. I don't think he'll grow another 5 tentacles. Melly added. You said it fought the Hisutan Guild? Baddock suddenly remembered something. Lady Melly, there's a demon lord's castle near Lyser, right? It would be odd if you didn't know. Melly replied with a sad tone. Yes, I know of it. That was the raid party of the great hero Bion Hisutan, the same party that killed my father. After her tale, she looked at the tentacles and thought, how strong must Lord Suptu be to survive a battle against such a foe? I probably would have followed my father. Perhaps my dream of staying at the ancient core is just that. A dream. The thought saddened Melly. Baddock's voice cut through her thoughts. Now that Lord Suptu is recovering, I should convince the master to recruit new monsters. Jean chimed in. More, and only males. Like the golem guarding the 4th room. Hello, I am Golem. Baddock immediately refused. No, Jean, that's a bit. Melly suddenly called out. Miss Jean, Mr. Baddock. They both paused and turned towards her. She continued with a firm look. I've decided I should go to Judeca. In a building on a prosperous street, Ager spoke with concern. How are your injuries, Bunin? She replied. I'm fine. Completely fine. Garou grumbled. You should at least pretend you're still recovering. It's not good to show people you heal that quickly. Bunin pouted. I know. As she paced, Ager interjected. We have afternoon snacks. Would you like some tea? Bunin replied. I'm ready. The meeting. He paused, looking over. That's right. There's a meeting. Bunin, did the servants come by today? He asked. She thought for a moment. I don't know. I was out buying snacks. he mused. Is that so? Garo, Bonin, could you two head to the meeting room first? They asked. What about you? Agar vaguely explained. I have some documents to handle. I'll be there shortly. Garot and Bunin left quickly. All right, hurry up then, be there soon. Soon, only Agar remained in the room. He spoke. Do you know who the servants that serve tea here are? Another figure appeared from the shadows, saying, I will find out as soon as possible. Agar stated, you don't need to report the process. This office has thousands of secret files. Cleaning the tea table without me here means they've seen them. Agar ordered with an icy expression. Those servants. Find and eliminate them within 4 days. Night fell, the moon hidden by clouds. In the room, members of the Black Tiger Corps sat around a table as Agar began his presentation. Thank you all for your precious time. I've gathered you to discuss the Black Calamity, the destroyer threatening the peace of our empire. Kat interjected. The Royal Council has declared the Black Calamity is not the destroyer. Are you refuting the royal announcement? Agar clarified. Not at all, Captain Kat. That announcement was merely to calm the public. He retorted. If it's true, where's the proof? Agar looked directly at Kat and continued. I saw him fight the hero Biyunin with my own eyes, and he cost Garo Azanelja an arm. Enraged, Kat slammed the table and stood up. How dare you lie? I've received no such report, Agar calmly stated. The proof is right before your eyes. The other members shifted their gazes, looking at Biyunin, who was frowning. Kat spoke. It seems to be true, he thought. To think even Biyunin couldn't defeat it. Agar continued. The key point is that the destroyer appeared without any warning. We are here to prepare countermeasures, as we don't know when it will strike again. The members of the Black Tiger Corps were silent. One person asked, so what's the plan? How do you intend to stop him? Joe exclaimed, it seems Lyser's defensive measures weren't wrong after all. But isn't doing that in front of the destroyer meaningless? He looked at the man, agreeing. You speak the truth, Duke Joe. Now, your question? Azir's gaze locked onto him. I'm referring to the 36th masterpiece. Has everyone already begun their search? The 36th masterpiece is elusive. We've searched for some time, but even the new brachycephalic's fang fell to the destroyer. Azir calculated silently. How many of us can truly challenge him? Even with the Empire's greatest talents gathered here, it's hopeless. Aside from Bunin, our frail human bodies are useless. No amount of training could even scratch the destroyer's flesh. To overcome that absolute being and close the power gap, the 36th masterpiece is essential. We must find it, he resolved. His lips tightened as he sank into thought. The Pope's recent actions are strange, Azir stated. He claims the destroyer is divine punishment upon our empire. A girl from the papal faction shot up, outraged. Absurd. Divine punishment? Of course they would say that. The empire has suppressed their church for ages. Veins pulsed on her forehead as she warned Azir, watch your tongue. Suppressed? Such words sound dangerously close to treason. Azir just smirked, his indifference fueling her rage. You think this is a joke? She roared. In a flash, she lunged toward him. She grabbed his collar, but he remained unfazed. I only speak the truth. Suddenly, she froze, gritting her teeth as cold steel met her throat. His subordinate was ready to end her life. It seems you've overestimated yourself, Azir noted. At his signal, the subordinate vanished. With the blade gone, Azir continued, I am not taking this lightly. Of the 36 masterpieces, the papal faction possesses 3 of them, and they call them holy relics. Acquiring them means war. A grand holy war, Azir calculated. Meanwhile, at Vazir's place, a voice rang out. Really? Baddock exclaimed. Is that all you have to say? Vazir asked lazily. So what? Baddock roared back. I'm telling you, Lady Melly is gone, Baddock anxiously repeated. Boss, Lady Melly has left. Vazir, sweating slightly, replied nonchalantly. Yeah, so I heard. And? Vazir repeated, annoyed. And? Baddock exploded. Boss, are your ears just for show? You've got 2 pairs of them. Are you even listening? Boss, Lady Melly has left the dungeon. Is it because of those useless ears that both Jenny and Melly are gone? Because they can't communicate with you. Vazir curled up defensively. That's not it. Didn't you say they went to Judeca? So what? The demon lords are having a ball. It's normal for demon lords. Baddock gripped Vazir's hand while replying. The problem, he scolded, is that they might not return. His grip tightened painfully. Vazir cried out in pain. They never said they wouldn't return. Hearing this, Baddock paused. Now that you mention it, you're right. Vazir clutched his head. This guy always uses his strength at the worst times. Baddock grew thoughtful. Honestly, Lady Melly has been acting strange, especially about Judeca. He recalled her words. Instead of saying, I'll be back, she said, I suppose I have to go. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but Jenna agreed it was odd. Perhaps Lady Melly is planning something new, maybe even forming her own faction. As he rambled, Vaser's eyes widened. Janae had just placed something heavy before him. Huh? What is that, Janae? Janae lifted the lid, revealing a viscous purple liquid inside. She smiled brightly and said, "Oh, this? You seemed tired, my lord," she explained cheerfully. "So I prepared this special stew." Vaser sighed. "Are you trying to kill me?" Baddock chimed in. "You misheard, but the result's the same. So it works." Janae furiously landed a heavy punch on Baddock. Vaser used his tail to cover the strange pot, stopping them. "All right." Melly left. "I get it. But why did we all need to gather for this? Is there something else?" Baddock, still pinned to the floor, spoke up. "We can't keep delaying this any longer. We have to recruit more monsters, boss." Janae quickly agreed. "That's right." Vaser scowled. "Why do you two always push work onto me?" Baddock was confused. "Who's pushing work?" Vaser flopped down, exhausted. "Whatever. I'm not leaving this spot. On second thought. Aren't you my guardian? Shouldn't you be handling all this for your master?" Baddock considered this for a moment before replying. "You're not wrong," he admitted. Vaser looked up hopefully. "Really?" Baddock confirmed. "Of course. However, I absolutely can't do it. Have you forgotten? You put me in charge of all matters concerning Hostin. You must know what that requires. The resources it takes are immense. I'm swamped." Vaser sighed. "I knew that was too easy. If not you, then who will go?" Baddock instantly volunteered. "Lady Jenny, of course." Vaser's eyes widened in shock. Jenny beamed with excitement. "My lord, don't you worry. Just leave it all to me." Vaser, recalling horrifying memories of her work, spoke up nervously. Jenny still can't control her eyes. "Besides, won't she attract suspicion?" Baddock listened, then agreed. "True." His own eyes lit up as he went on. "Just dump it all on her and relax, boss. It's easy." Vaser looked down, dejected. Then, as if remembering something, he spoke again. But boss, did you know?" Vaser glanced over. "What is it now?" Baddock theorized. "Lady Melly might be over here." Elsewhere, a driver announced their arrival. "We've arrived, little miss." He watched Melly get down from the carriage. "You're so young to be traveling all alone. It must be tough. Take care," she stammered. I will." She was bewildered. Who would have thought she'd end up in a place like this? The mercenary city of Nick. Melly looked around. It certainly lives up to its name. The people here looked dangerous. It was located between the Empire and the Allied Kingdoms. This was a lawless land that belonged to no single power. They say 1 in every 4 people here works in a dungeon-related trade. This place supposedly holds the most information about dungeons. So why are there no maps or signs? The sheer chaos of the city was overwhelming. I've never been to such a hostile place. Looks like I'll have to trust the stars to find Judecca. Melly strategized silently. She scanned the area and noted, "This place is as vast as a demon king's castle." Melly's gaze sharpened, sensing the dense mana saturating the air. About 10 of them have power similar to the mages I met in Leader, the Lord of Information and Conquest. But then her eyes shifted. A smaller man was blocked by a massive guard. "Halt." After a quick inspection, the guard let him pass. "You may enter," Melly thought, watching the item in his hand. Is that proof of a dungeon conquest? So, no proof, no entry. Gathering intel here won't be easy, she thought, glancing aside. A thick, green aura lingered in the air. Melly frowned, following the trail to an area filled with cages, each holding a different beast. Melly covered her face in disgust, silently observing the monsters. Their blood-red eyes locked onto her. Were they captured? Someone slowly approached Melly and spoke. My. The man eyed her. Who would have thought a little lady would visit a place like this? What brings you here? His gaze lingered on Melly. Behind her, a dog inside a cage watched her intently. Bun couldn't help but marvel. Goodness, I wonder what you're doing here. He approached with a smile. How rude of me. Hello, I'm Bun from the Unbreak Guild. Are you perhaps looking for something special? Bun's eyes scanned Melly. He thought, she looks young, but to come to a place like this alone, she can't be some ordinary noble's child. Bun maintained his bright smile, waiting for Melly's response, because, for him, there was no reason to make an enemy of her. Melly spoke. I am Melly of the Aji family. What is this place? Bun explained. Simply put, it's a warehouse for dungeon items. Usually, the items here are used as materials for equipment or decoration, but I simply sell the goods you see displayed. As he spoke, she calculated. I should look around. After all, I'll need to recruit soldiers once my castle is rebuilt. Bun continued his introduction. We have all sorts of things, so please look around. Melly saw something in a cage that stunned her. A beast man. Melly mused. A powerful demon beast who survived the war as an army commander. I have to buy him. She spoke up. How much for this demon beast? Bun, slightly surprised, replied warmly. You wish to purchase this creature? These beings are very dangerous. We sacrificed 4 B-rank subjugation teams just to capture this one. Melly cut in, annoyed. You just need to name the price. Bun broke into a sweat, realizing he'd overstepped. If you insist. He glanced at the were-creature's information before presenting it. The price for this beastman is 250 ons. The cost weighed heavily on Melly. So expensive, she gasped, clutching her money pouch. No, it's not that I don't have the money, but this price. Melly recalled Zenny's smiling face as she handed her the pouch. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Thank you for helping Sir the Powder, Lady Melly. Melly considered. All I have is the 500 ons from Lady Zine. I can't spend half before the castle is repaired. She replied to Bun, I will look at the other items as well. He agreed instantly. Yes, please take your time. Melly walked past another cage. She couldn't help but ask, what is this? Bun followed her gaze and answered, I'm not too sure about that one. I was told they found it, after cleaning up from a subjugation. They couldn't find its mother, and it didn't even try to attack them, thinking it's just a big puppy, Melly murmured. Couldn't find its mother? The dog stared at Melly. She sighed, reaching a hand towards it. You're a lost child, too. Bun cried out in alarm. Valued customer, it's dangerous. It's still a demon beast, after all. Melly gently placed a hand on its face, soothing it, and told Bun, I won't hold you responsible, so there's no need to worry. Bun warned, sweating bullets. You could have been bitten. The creature seemed to enjoy Melly's touch. Her expression softened as she watched it. Melly asked, how much for this little one? The moon was clear that night. Melly looked to the sky, murmuring, in the end, I bought you. The creature breathed slowly, its eyes fixed on her. Melly looked at it and continued, but aren't you much bigger than I thought? I couldn't tell for sure, because your dark fur was hidden in the dim light. I could only see your head. Well, what's done is done. From now on, your name is John, she continued. Melly looked to the sky and spoke again. They say it gets dark 30 minutes earlier in Nit. I guess they weren't lying. She sat beside John and sighed. How beautiful, just like the sky in the ancient core. She reminded herself, this is no time to be sentimental. I must hurry to Judeca. Melly urged. Let's go, John. Melly and John walked together. She stopped, spotting a creature in the distance. It seems we've come to the right place, Melly announced. This great one has returned. Lead the way. The creature sighed and transformed into a butler, bowing respectfully. Welcome, Demon King. You may reach the fallen monastery beyond those mountains. The other demon kings have arrived. He gestured, and Melly replied simply, very well. She and John began to walk. Melly was surprised by this action. She turned her head and said, Hey kid, why are you following me? You're part of the demon army. You should sit and wait during times like this. I guess you wouldn't understand. Melly sighed as her attempts to push John away failed, so she patted his head as she instructed him. Sit here and wait for my return. If you see humans, hide. I can't take you to a place so tightly controlled, Melly continued. The more I think about it, the name John doesn't fit. A good name for you would be. Melly stared at him. John stared back. Melly frowned. Then, she unexpectedly saw the image of Vaser and John. That's it, she said excitedly. From now on, your name is Sir Handsome. Melly left, not forgetting to tell John, I'll be back soon. So sit tight and wait for me, Sir Handsome. It's not like I'll see him again, so he probably won't mind me using his name, Melly muttered as she flew away. Elsewhere, Vaser was speaking with irritation. I will not let this go, he continued. I have always told you, but you will not die a peaceful death, Patrick interjected. You have been cursing me for 100 years. Are you not tired? But he didn't stop and continued to scold Patrick. May your bones grow brittle, he mused. Well, that's a new one, Patrick chimed in. Don't get the wrong idea. Boss? Consider it entertainment, not a mission. Here, boss. He tossed an item to Vaser, who caught it with a questioning look. What is this? In his hand was a Gmelza. Vaser had to ask, Patrick, just how many of these do you even have? He answered frankly, I still have plenty. About 30. Vaser stared at the bracelet, and Patrick grew curious. What's wrong? Vaser shot back. Didn't you say these were expensive? Did you blow Daniel's entire fund on this? Patrick explained. What are you saying? Didn't I tell you they're actually cheap? Just then, Jean approached them. A deadly silence fell between Vaser and Patrick. Finally, he spoke. So you lied? Patrick tried to defend himself. I was just trying to get you to use it carefully. Jean then spoke up. Lord Vaser, have you been waiting long? Jean looked at him shyly, holding their supplies. Vaser glanced at her and nodded. Let's go, Jean said dreamily. This feels like we're on our honeymoon. She was clearly looking forward to it. Both Patrick and Vaser were struck speechless by Jean's expression. Privacy with you? Vaser, it's just us eating, and you already want to run. We'll go tomorrow. But Patrick grabbed him. Where do you think you're going? Vaser yelled out. Let me go, Patrick reminded them. Stop messing around and get going. Don't you two forget the reason you're leaving. Please, just come back without causing any trouble, he pleaded. On the road, Vaser started talking. Jean, where did you say we were going? She immediately answered, to Nit. They say it's a hub for information, because there are tons of mercenaries. He nodded. I see, Nit, huh? Patrick watched them go, deep in thought and sweating nervously. Was it a mistake sending those two? He wondered. What a headache. Yet he still trusted them. As long as they think, it'll be fine, right? The night sky was filled with stars. Melly entered a grand hall alone, following the brilliant light. She glanced around and thought, it's been a long time since I came back here. The banquet of the demon lord Judecca. The other demon lords shot Melly unfriendly glares. She seemed lost among the towering figures, but Melly pushed forward, ignoring the hostile crowd. She held a glass of green liquid. Melly stared at it, her expression grim. It's been such a long time. That's why I'm a bit nervous, she recalled the past. Every time I came here with Father, I was the center of all attention, Melly thought sadly. But now, I am completely insignificant. She slowly took a sip. Suddenly, a drink splashed in her face as someone bumped into her. Melly whirled around in a fury, shouting, What do you think you're doing? Then she froze, recognizing the person before her. Isn't that a demon lord? Melly immediately channeled power into her hand, thinking, How dare you touch a demon lord? I will take your head. She noticed the man's strange expression. Is he smiling? Then the man simply walked on. Her threat meant nothing to him. The other guests at the party erupted in laughter at seeing Melly humiliated. Is that really a demon lord? She thought with resentment. Hearing their mockery. These bastards, they're all looking down on me. They're doing this because they know I'm too weak to fight back now. Melly's hand clenched into a tight fist. You just wait. I will endure this shame. I'll endure it and build a truly powerful army. Melly's eyes burned with rage. But then, a hand rested on her shoulder. Melly spun around angrily, thinking, wasn't one time enough for them? Who dares? A woman with a friendly smile looked at her. Melly, you are Melly, aren't you? Melly was stunned into silence. Mamo? The woman pulled her into a hug, overcome with emotion. Melly, you're actually alive. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Melly stammered, confused. Wait, Mamo. The woman just beamed, ignoring her resistance. How long has it been? It feels like only yesterday. We were still just children, playing and learning together. Melly continued trying to push her away. Mamo, let me go. Why are you so rough? It seems you're a long way from being a noble demon lord. She struggled, but Mamo just laughed. Oh, come now. We were never so formal with each other. Her gaze suddenly shifted. Let's go somewhere else first. Meanwhile, in the mercenary city of Nit, Jean slammed a pile of money on the counter, demanding, Give us the best room you have. The innkeeper's jaw dropped at the sight of the cash. Others began whispering as they watched. That beggar is with a maid? The innkeeper hurried off. I'll show you two the way immediately. Vaser collapsed, flopping onto the bed with a heavy sigh. I need to rest now, he groaned. Jean was not pleased with this. Well then, have a good night's rest. Just call me if you need anything, he remarked. This feels incredible. Jean approached with a smile. Lord Vaser, you can't just lie there, he replied wearily. But we didn't rest once on the way here. Jean coaxed him. I heard there's a dungeon shop nearby. She tried to persuade him. We just need to pick a few monsters. If you come with me, we can finish everything much faster. You can do it. Get up. Vaser's body screamed no. Jean thought to herself, we have to move fast, but he looks so exhausted. I guess I have no choice. The humanity vanished from Jean's eyes as she drooled, thinking, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She recalled Patrick's words. Miss Jean, would you like to spend some fun, quality time with the boss? Her eyes lit up as she asked back. A date? He quickly corrected her. Instead of a date, just tell the boss a few times that you'll go by yourself. She asked excitedly. So, does that mean we can have our honeymoon? Patrick was baffled. Didn't you just call it a date? Never mind, call it what you want. Vaser sighed deeply. I can't even lie down and rest properly. Jean thought with excitement. I just did what Lord Patrick said. I can't believe Lord Vower agreed, he said wearily. Let's just get this over with, Jean. She was lost in her own delusion. This just proves how important I am to him. Jean's eyes burned with a fierce desire to be near him. This time, I will make him mine. After we quickly handle our business, we'll go on the perfect honeymoon. She was already imagining the words he would say to her. To our happy future, Xine. You're a true genius. He watched her self-praise with a complex look. Nearby, Mama chatted warmly with Melly. I heard what happened to your castle. I sent a few monsters to investigate, but humans now occupy the ruins. She continued her tale as Melly lamented. So, in the end, it truly became human territory. They all thought you were dead, she stated. Where were you for 2 months? Just wandering, Melly deflected, her mind racing. I can't mention the ancient core. Mama gently touched her arm, a relieved smile on her face as she clasped both of Melly's hands. In any case, I'm just glad you're alive. Melly, touched, confessed. Honestly, I thought you'd hate me, like the other demon lords. What? Mama asked, feigning shock. Melly explained. Because our fathers never got along. Mama just laughed and waved it off. That was between them. Their rivalry is ancient history. Now, we are both demon lords. We're walking our own paths now. Melly agreed. You're right. Then Mama changed her tune. Did you come seeking aid? That's why you came to Judeca. She knows everything, Melly thought in shock. I can help you, Mama offered. This is me speaking as your friend, not a demon lord. Melly, if you just try, you can do it. She persuaded her, and Melly naively believed every word. Mama. Looking at her, Melly felt a surge of admiration. You're so mature, unlike me. The woman simply invited her closer. Let's head back together. Melly reached for her hand, replying, Thank you for your help. I will rebuild my castle. She smiled knowingly, taking her hand. Of course you will, Melly. The spider eyes its prey, caught in the silken trap. In the past, Melly had screamed through her tears. My father is stronger. He is the true heir of Asmodeus. A young mama had cried back. No, my father is the stronger one. His horns are way cooler. Even as children, we were always fighting. Our personalities and views clashed, yet we were strangely drawn to one another. Was it our father's influence? In my memory, they were always at odds. We never truly got along, but to say we weren't friends wouldn't be right either. But from that moment, things began to change, or so I thought. This way, Melly, Mama urged, leading her on. Melly followed, her smile full of trust. I guess I'm still just a child. Hearing a murmur, Mama turned. What did you say? It's nothing, she denied. Hey, where are you taking me? Mama spun a lie. I can't restore your forces alone. There are other demon lords who share our purpose. Really? Melly gasped in surprise. Mama smiled and opened a door. In here. Melly peered in eagerly, but her expression quickly soured. The eyes staring back were anything but friendly. Mama? Melly questioned. Mama bowed her head slightly. I have brought her. I'm still too young, Melly thought. It's not that she changed. Mama smirked down at her. The failure was captured from the very beginning. Between Melly Delim Aji, a true disappointment. For a direct heir of the 4th generation Satan. Those were the words of Demon Lord Zoba. Mama glanced over before speaking. Our foolish Melly. Did you really think a demon lord who's lost everything would be welcomed in Judeca? She whispered the question right in her ear. I knew they wouldn't welcome me, Melly thought. But I never imagined this. Zoba continued. Descendant of Asmodeus, I will give you a chance to defend yourself. Defend myself? Melly asked, shocked, as she fell to her knees. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't lose to humans. Everything I've said is the truth. The figures around her just stared back in silence. One of them spoke. You say you didn't lose to the humans? So you think it's a victory if only the demon lord survives? Another urged. Just kill her. Look at yourself. Can you really say you didn't lose? Well, Melly stammered. I can't argue, she thought. The army fell because of the demon lord's failure, so Melly bowed her head. It is all my fault. Zoba stared her down. You are a disgrace to our race. Another added. How dare you show your face in Judeca? We should strip her of her title, so she can't disgrace it any further. They all agreed. Yes, kill her. Mama listened, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. They continued to discuss her fate. We must kill her. We can't let Judeca be ruined by someone like her. On the final day of Judeca, we will decide her fate. So what do we do until then? Zoba let out a sigh. Then he gave the order. Throw the prisoner in the dungeon. Elsewhere, a voice rang out. Hey, you can't enter. A guard blocked Vower and Xine. This is a restricted area. You need a badge to enter, he muttered. A badge? The guard sized them up with disdain. A beggar and a maid, he thought. This guy looks like he could collapse any second. Xine quickly produced 2 glittering gold badges. Here. He was stunned. A-rank raiders? His entire demeanor changed instantly. Please, come in. Welcome to our dungeon shop. We hope you'll continue to fight for the safety of mankind. As they walked in, he wondered, when did you prepare those? Genie smiled. While I was cleaning, I kept the badges that were in good condition. He remembered. Oh, right. There must be a lot of items like that around the castle. Genie beamed. Of course. There are tons of them. They stopped before a mission board. Genie marveled. Look at all this detailed dungeon info. Do we have time to read all this? He asked. What did you say we were looking for again? Genie looked at the notices they had gathered. A monster so powerful that humanity has tried and failed to defeat it. Time and time again. He nodded slowly. I see. A sigh escaped him. Thinking of Paddock. I should have brought another monster from the poison prison, but it's too late for that now. It just needs to be one rank below the poison prison, right? What are your thoughts, Jenna? She asked. One moment, my lord. For a rank below the poison prison, these monsters should be suitable. Jenny presented a few options. A voice came from behind them. Hey, I'm closing up now. Can you two come back tomorrow? Genie made a request. We wish to stay a bit longer. Could you please help us? The man simply smiled and refused. Everyone else has already left. We can't stay open just for you two. Annoyed, she thought. No way. If this drags on until tomorrow, my date plan with Jenna. Do we really have to come back again? I'd rather die than step foot in here again. Or should I just kill him? Reaching a decision, she revealed a single gold coin. Appealing to his greed, she asked, You still have dungeon subjugation requests, right? The man's face lit up instantly at the sight of gold. What kind of request are you looking for? He thought, confused. They took so much, but still want more? Jenny pointed. Give me that. Night was falling. They soon found a few candidates. All of them were quite weak. As Janae read, she commented, It seems there are no useful monsters this time. He followed up, What about this one? It's an ancient metal slime. She responded, That monster seems good as well, but the dungeon is too far away. He agreed. You're right. He sighed. Damn it. Maybe we should just recruit Melly. Janae added, I considered that as well, but you know she's too weak to manage the floors. He sighed, and Jeannie continued. Considering the level of humans challenging the poison prison, Melly would reach her limit in only 3 years. Also, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I feel she was most impressive as a demon lord. He agreed with a tired sigh. That's true. Still, I should have asked her. She was quite useful for bringing you home. Maybe I let her go too easily. Janae blushed, her mind racing. No. Hold on. Now that I think about it. Didn't I blow up her castle as well? He shot up, asking, How long will the assembly last? Jenny replied, Well, I know it's being held for 2 days. If you plan on going, you should leave before it's over. Will you be okay? He replied, We can try. If it's too far, then it can't be helped. Jenny continued, And you must also observe the stars to find Judecca. It's said to be a unique method among demon lords, but I don't know how it's done. He was silent for a moment, then said, I also know how to read the stars. The sun star is a tool that leads to Judecca. The guide stood outside with John. What a nuisance, he muttered. As our hero approached, the guide yelled out, Who's there? Halt! He eyed him before continuing. You are not a demon lord. Only demon lords are permitted to approach. Turn back if you value your life. But he kept getting closer. Enraged, the guard roared. You ignore my warning and still advance? Foolish human. I serve the great Baphomet. As long as I'm on guard, trespassers like you won't leave alive. He transformed, becoming gigantic before our hero. Annoyed, he asked, Why are you being so loud? Nearby, Mamo sneered. Not bad. Mamo looked at poor Melly and spoke. So, are you comfortable? Melly was silent in her cell. Mamo went on. You look better than I imagined. Melly, out of respect for our long friendship, let me give you some advice. When they debated your punishment, everyone wanted to kill you as an example. But you're my friend. How could I let that happen, right? It was so hard to convince them, you see? What do you think your punishment is? That they'll just saw off your horns and fangs? She kept talking, but Melly had no intention of listening. Oh dear, poor pitiful Melly, about to lose her horns and fangs. The entire nobility will look down on you, won't they? You probably don't know, but I, Mamo, have always wanted to see you. She continued with a wicked grin. In this exact situation, Mamo had no intention of stopping. How can you be a demon lord without your horns and fangs? Oh, I have a great idea. How about becoming my servant? I might just spare you, you know. I'll give you some status. If you lick my shoes diligently, perhaps? She said with a truly twisted expression. Seeing Melly's silence, she asked, "You don't like it? Why the silent treatment?" Some other demons approached. "Lady Mamo, we've been ordered to take the prisoner to the tribunal." She agreed at once. "Go on, then." "Yes, ma'am." Melly was dragged away without pity. "Move it," Mamo called out. "How dull." She grinned. "The party's just getting started." Light streamed in from the windows. A demon announced, "The sentencing trial will now begin. For losing credibility with subordinates while in a position of leadership, and for the crime of shaming the title of Demon Lord, the court sentences the prisoner to the removal of her horns and fangs. Melly Delim Aji, you have one last chance to refute this. Do you have anything to say?" they asked. Melly replied, "Although I wasn't confined for long, I've given matters a great deal of thought, but I truly cannot understand." She continued, "The strong live, and the weak die. From the start, the Demon Lord's army was made to protect me. The weak soldiers died, while I, the powerful Demon Lord, lived. What's the problem?" they roared in protest. "As a Demon Lord, you dare treat your soldiers like disposable trash?" Melly flared up, shouting back, "Stop putting words in my mouth." They froze as she went on. "Have any of you seen how I treated my soldiers? The entire army was wiped out, and yet you sit here so pathetically while still talking so big? You must be insane from grief," Mamo added. Melly glared back and retorted, "No. My eyes have only just been opened. No matter how you look at it, this trial is meaningless. You pin a crime on me, though I've done nothing wrong. Then deliver a verdict when the charge itself is baseless?" She cried out. She continued, "And our so-called greatest demon lord is not only petty, but his vision is so narrow, he might see better if he gouged his eyes out." Melly looked up with a sincere expression. "Isn't that right, Lord Gyoba?" Mamo thought in horror at Melly's audacity. She dares." From the side, someone screamed, "How dare you be so disrespectful to the monarch? Duoba, silence that sinner. Rip out her tongue." But he replied calmly, "Let it go. She has nothing left to lose. Your words are meaningless. Whatever you say, my fate is sealed." Melly thought, "So, he's a demon lord. They don't know what a true monarch looks like. A demon king with no discernment. How laughable." A strange relief washed over her. A demon announced her punishment for insolence would begin immediately. "Start the sentence." A minion presented the tools. "Hope you cooperate," he sneered, closing in. "This'll hurt, so enjoy it. Let's start with the horns." Suddenly, a strange sound cut through the proceedings. The crowd murmured, "What is that?" Mamo grumbled, "It was getting good. Who's making that racket?" Melly was stunned. Could Sir Duo Bodger be here? The crowd snarled. A dog's barking in the sacred Judecca. But she thought, it's fitting. A dog's bark is more sensible than their endless drivel. Melly couldn't believe it. Impossible. She tried to dismiss it. There's no way he is here. It has to be an illusion, even if I look. But what if he's really there? Tears welling, she turned to see him. Sir Duo Badger. His silhouette spoke. "Melly, looks like you're in trouble." Elsewhere, a body lay on the path. Someone remarked, "Wiped out completely? Why did they even resist? We demon lords are just demons with a few extra talents. So, one still remains? With horns like those, you must be a demon lord. How old are you? Hard to tell. Now, raise your head." The figure slowly approached, his voice like ice. "Hey brat," I said. "Look at me. Good. Nice horns. What is your name?" Duoba stammered. I don't." The man's name had petrified him. "My name is the fear of his past," crushing him as he looked upon me. The others watched his terror, confused. "Sir Duoba?" Duobager slowly approached and held Melly. "My child, I told you to be patient. So you're with Sir Duobager." Mamo spat with irritation. He glared at Duobager and Jean. "Hey, you two over there. Which demon lord do you serve? How dare you interrupt this sacred judgment?" Jean exploded with rage. "You don't know your place? How dare you?" He gently stopped her. "Let it go, Jean. We did interrupt." Then Duobager spoke up. My apologies. I got sidetracked. Truthfully, we serve no one. We're merely travelers resting on our journey." Melly listened. Her curiosity piqued. He continued, approaching Melly, whose eyes never left him. "You all felt Melly was acting like a demon lord, correct? That it was shameful, since she has nothing left? Is that why you did this? You debated her punishment. So, what if I destroyed all your armies? Then no one here would mind having their horns and fangs removed, right?" He threatened with a smile. The demon lords were instantly enraged. One hissed through clenched teeth, "This fool knows no fear. You insult the lords of Judecca. And now you dare threaten Sir Duoba? Duobager corrected him. I was only asking. The hothead roared back. Shut your mouth. One more word and I'll rip you apart. He lunged, weapon raised, screaming, die in silence. Duobager simply yawned, and the attacker was instantly defeated. He glanced around, feigning confusion. What's wrong? Why the stares? I did nothing. His gaze fell on Duoba. Did he do it? All eyes turned to the old lord. Sir Duoba? The old lord was sweating, his eyes fixed. You down there! You dare defy the Supreme One? The attacker stammered. Forgive me. Forgive me. I'll punish the one who raised his sword. Mamo stared, bewildered. Sir Duoba? The old lord was prostrated before him. Welcome, Supreme One. Sir Duobager? The demon lords whispered in shock. Duobager, from the primordial dungeons? The old lord remained on his knees. The defeated one rose. Sir Duoba, why? The old lord cursed internally. Idiot. Duobager spoke. You look familiar. Where have I seen you? Duoba recalled observing Jean. If I hadn't stopped you, that maid behind him would have taken your head. Not only that, it could have led to a massacre of all the demon lords here. Duoba, sweating, asked again. Supreme One, what brings you to this lowly place? He looked at the old man. Ah, I remember. Duoba, right? Wow, the kid from back then has grown. I almost didn't recognize you. The old lord replied humbly. It's all thanks to your mercy 900 years ago. A hand fell on his shoulder. Hey, stand up. I didn't come here for that. The old man paled. That unforgettable terror. It was just like 900 years ago, when he first appeared. Duobager had asked, want to know why I'm here? The boy from that day, now an old man, still looked at him with the same fear. Duobager smirked. Why do you think I'm here? Standing, he reassured him. Don't be so scared. It's just old memories. But I'm here for something else. The old lord asked. What could it be? He looked at the dazed Melly and continued. I came for you, Melly. Confused, she asked. Huh? Me? Jean approached. Melly. She looked at her, bewildered. Lady Jean. Jean explained. After consulting with the power, we've concluded the primordial core dungeon requires your presence. We want you to join us. Melly asked, disbelieving. Me? Jean replied. You came here to build an army, correct? Melly was stunned. How? Jean smiled, listing the benefits. If you accept, you'll become a member of the primordial core dungeon. You will manage one of its sectors. Of course, demon followers will be assigned to your sector, and those followers will become part of your demon lord army. Melly stammered, amazed. I'll be a sector manager? Jean confirmed. Yes. And there's more. To ensure your army has suitable followers, all members of the primordial core. Duobager cut in. Don't include me. Jean obeyed instantly. Aside from Lord Wizard, we'll give it our all, he added. That is precisely why we are here. He then turned to Melly. So, Melly? He reached out with a smile. Shall we make a deal? Her eyes welled with tears. Yes. And she moved to take his hand when Ma Mo suddenly intervened. I refuse, she screamed. How can a stupid brat who can't manage her own castle become the manager of that dungeon? He asked her, perplexed. What's wrong? She continued her tirade. This makes no sense. Ma Mo spewed her frustrations. I've been compared to Melly for so long, always told I was lacking, and now I finally have a chance to put her down. She questioned him. My lord, I'm sure Melly has deceived you. How could you offer her such a deal? No, you are not worthy. Why not me? Unlike Melly, I am a demon lord of ancient blood. A legitimate demon lord, she continued. If you allow it, I, Ma Mo, will serve you well. I will give you my heart and body. However, his expression grew impossibly cold, and Zine was the one to act. She spun around and severed Mamo's hand while questioning her. How dare you touch Lord Wizard with those filthy hands? Mamo was stunned. She screamed in pain. My hand! Melly gasped. Mamo. Gyoba quickly apologized to him. Lord Wizard, please forgive this sinful act. He glanced at the old man and agreed. Fine, that's acceptable. Gyoba kept insisting. No, my lord. If you leave this to me, I guarantee she will be punished accordingly. The demons immediately seized Mamo. As she was dragged away, she kept screaming, What is this? Let me go, Melly. Her name was the last thing heard from the woman. Before she was taken, he asked Melly, You don't regret this? Seeing her confusion, Zine clarified for her. It's about what just happened. If you had just asked him to punish all the demon lords here, he would have killed them all. Melly replied sadly. That wouldn't have helped the ancient core, she thought to herself. Of course, I'm not that kind either. That's why I didn't make such a request. They won't look down on me anymore, so it's better to let them live so I can benefit from them later. Melly wondered. Now that I think about it, how did you find Judeka's location? Zine smiled proudly and explained. Lord Dubao knows how to read the stars. Although the gatekeeper here was a bit troublesome and wouldn't guide us, we happened to run into a demon beast. It carried your scent, she said, pointing at John. Melly hugged it excitedly. Come here, you did a great job. You truly are my #1 warrior. Ah, no, I mean John. She then made a promise. I will do my best as a member of the ancient corps. But are you okay with this? Zine asked. Huh, what do you mean? Melly shared her thoughts. The previous managers must have been much stronger than me. For someone like me to hold such a position, I'll naturally try my best. But I'm still a bit worried, Zine replied. To be honest, it seems you don't even meet the standard. You might not last 3 years, your dungeon could be destroyed tomorrow for all we know. Her words struck Melly like a lightning bolt. Zine's bluntness made her cry out. Yeah, I already knew that, but hearing you say it so directly is still, Zine continued. However, she smiled and patted John's head as a reminder. The reason we came all this way for you is because Lord Dubao wished it, so do not, under any circumstances, disappoint him. Melly looked at them with wide eyes, then repeated her vow. I will do my absolute best, Zine encouraged her. That's a good mindset to have, and I should tell you, I've been given permission to confess to Lord Wizard. Melly let out a confused, huh? Zine spoke vaguely. Just remember that. And Melly had no choice but to agree. Okay, where did Lord Dubao go? Oh, he's over here, back in the same judgment hall. In the strangely quiet center, a demon lord spoke up. Lord Gyoba. The old man looked up at the speaker. As the representative of the North, I have something to say. Gyoba permitted it. Go on, speak. The demon looked at him and began. I know the wizard is an ancient monster and one of the strongest beings in this prison. However, even considering all that, your recent actions, how should I put this? You are the king of demon lords, yet your behavior was a bit excessive. That is what I mean. The old man slowly stood up while answering. My actions? I will remember your words well. You, he worried that I had disgraced the title of demon lord, didn't you? The others instantly showed fear when they saw him rise. Lord Gyoba, it's not like that. But the demon reaffirmed his own opinion. Yes, you could say that. If things like this continue to happen. The old man erupted with power, roaring. You fool! He grabbed the demon like a toy. Using the skill Hand of the Giant, the demon cried out, El Lord Gyoba. The old man glared at him. You, did you think I would mistake your insolence for courage and let you go? You saw my actions as a chance to usurp my position, didn't you? He tightened his grip. If you're so worried about me, the ruler of all demon lords, then why don't you try taking this seat for yourself? The demon and the others cried out in unison. Lord Gyoba, please calm down. They were terrified as his hand continued to squeeze tighter. At this rate, Vioman will actually die, his hand soon stained with blood. When Lord Gyoba spoke, come. He released his grip, and Vioman's corpse fell. If any of you think I bowed my head out of weakness, speak now. The other demon lords knelt to the ground, begging, please forgive our disrespect. He just dismissed them. Forget it, all of you, get out. He thought to himself, a warning like this should be enough. Gyoba turned and sighed. Anyway, how did a child from the AG clan get to know that ancient monster? Ador's sudden interruption made Gyoba's face pale. Oh, Gyoba, you're here? The old man exclaimed in shock. Lord Ador? He then approached to speak with him. Do you need something? Ador scratched his head and began. Well, I didn't really want to do this, but thinking about it. Gyoba frowned, thinking, I knew he wouldn't let this go so easily. But Ador continued. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Old Debaz would do anything to protect his demon kings. He's already bowed once. He has nothing left to lose, not when the survival of his demon kings is on the line. He pulled out an item, smirking as he asked a question. You are all demon kings, correct? Debaz cried out in fear, staring in shock as the old man knelt before him. Huh? What are you so afraid of? Debaz stared at the paper in his hand. What is this? Outside, the evening continued as Jean walked and thought aloud. I was wondering why they suddenly called for a meeting. But I never expected things to turn out like this. They're surprisingly friendly. I didn't think they'd go this far. Azure chuckled and Jean added, I also never expected you to be so proactive. Lord Azure, I'm just so happy. He tilted his head, confused by her remark. If this is enough to make you happy, then I suppose I won't have to worry about you in the future. Inside, he thought about his own plan. Why should I use my own brain, when it's better to let the demon kings handle it? Heh, I'm a genius. From a nearby house, a voice called out, "Lord Azure." Melly and John stepped outside, and Jean spoke first. "Miss Melly, is your work finished?" She answered simply, "Yes, I'm part of the ancient core now, so I can help carry your things. Are you sure you don't need my help?" Jean smiled warmly at her kind offer. "I'll be fine, thank you, Miss Melly. Is there truly nothing left for you in this place?" Melly glanced back one last time, then smiled brightly as she spoke. "I've already taken what I came for. There's nothing else I need. After I return to the ancient core, I will strive to become a powerful demon king." She then asked, "So, are we heading straight back?" Jean explained. "We just have one last place to stop by." Azure sighed. "Just let me rest a bit." "Are you feeling any better, sir?" A voice spoke up, and Mamo replied in a daze. "My arm?" A werewolf explained. "It appears someone used magic to reattach it, my lady." She then cried out, "My horn!" The two lackeys trembled in fear. "Ah, about that." Mamo spoke numbly, her hand touching her severed horn. "Ah, so it really wasn't a dream." Her followers asked with concern, "You've slept for over a day. Are you all right?" Mamo cut them off. "Forget it. What about that witch Melly?" They reported. Her expression was not pleasant. She left in the company of an ancient monster. Mamo's fist clenched as they continued. "Please don't worry about your broken horns," the other demon kings said. "They would come up with a suitable excuse. Though few, some factions still support you. We will follow you too, Lady Mamo, so please forget those bitter relationships from the past." But she roared with pure killing intent. "Silence. A bitter relationship from the past? You dare call that witch, my friend? How dare you say such things to my face?" Mamo muttered. "I have to kill that wench Melly, but I can't depend on the other demon kings. I need someone with far greater power. Someone who can stand against the ancient core." "That's right. There is such a person." Mamo grinned wickedly as she recalled who it was. "Someone who could oppose the ancient core, and perhaps even defeat it." A voice asked, "Why have you come here?" Azure stared at the figure and stated, "I have a question for the 13 rings about the homunculus." In Warehouse 1, a figure with a lantern moved stealthily. Melly and Jean looked on with curiosity, discussing the papers spread across the table. "The Demon King must have put a lot of effort into this. It's so detailed. It looks just like a raid request made by humans." Jean added, "According to what the wizard overheard, they've filtered the monsters to match their own power level." Melly gasped. "Ah, so that's her aura." She then posed a question. "But Jean, a monster this powerful, and you're still not satisfied?" Jean replied, "About that. From her race and profile, the succubus Queen Elizabeth is nothing more than a common seductress, right?" Jean remarked. Suddenly, she tore the paper to shreds. "Rejected?" Melly asked. "Is that so? What about this one?" she asked, pointing to a picture. "The giantess of Mount Lasmia." Jean's response was blunt. "No. The notes say her skin is too beautiful." Displeased, she used a knife to slash the paper into ribbons. "Rejected." Melly started to sweat. Jean sighed with her hands on her hips. "Honestly, what a useless bunch." She then smiled and gave her own frank assessment. "None of them meet the standard." A thought suddenly struck Melly. "Ah, so that's why. Could she be afraid of being outshined?" She grew excited just at the thought. Azure's snoring echoed in the room. Jean urged, "All right, let's keep searching." Melly quickly agreed. "I'll help too." On a bustling street, a voice spoke with annoyance. "It's not here either," Azure muttered to himself. "The wizard." And the question he once asked. His words echoed in his mind. "How will you deal with the aftermath?" Azure's resolve hardened. "For the Empire's safety, I must defeat that bastard, the wizard. To do that," he pursed his lips. Suddenly, a knock came at the door, and a voice called out, "It is Captain Garrot, sir." Azure answered. "Come in." She entered and immediately asked, "Captain, have you found anything?" He replied with a single request. "First, a cup of tea." Garrot raised her hand, controlling the items on the table. She gracefully poured a cup of tea and floated it to him. "Here, this should be acceptable, correct?" Azure took a sip of tea before he began to explain. "The only truly believable information in these books concerns the ancient core. Of course, it's information I already knew. But the more I read, the more I begin to wonder." Garrot looked confused. "What do you mean?" Azure placed his hand on a page as he explained. "The gatekeeper's identity and the dungeon's purpose. We can ignore the tentacles, since most creatures there are of unknown origin. But no matter how much I search, I can't find any records of the other two," he added in his thoughts. "Even with countless variables, there are too many strange things. While most other dungeons focus on expanding their forces, the ancient core shows not even the slightest sign of doing so. He then said aloud, "Most importantly, the wizard's true purpose remains a mystery." After listening, Garrot spoke respectfully. "First, you should hear my report." It was only then that Azure remembered. "Oh, right. What are you doing here?" She deadpanned. "A little late to ask now, don't you think?" Garrot reported. "An urgent message from the 13 Rings. Demon King Mamo has requested a meeting with you, Captain," which led them to this current meeting. In a dark, abandoned place, the 13 Rings representative spoke. "Thank you for accepting such a sudden meeting, Captain." Azure eyed the figure and asked, "I heard the Demon King's faction requested this meeting?" The cloaked person replied, "Yes, they chose this location and seem to be in a rush. Even so, I didn't expect you to accept. This seems incredibly dangerous." "Right," a voice came from behind. "Oh?" As Gazo glanced over, the person spoke again. "I thought I'd only find old men here. Because you are the commander of humanity." Mamo and her people smiled, sizing him up. "But you're quite young and handsome, aren't you?" He introduced himself. "I am Commander Adith B. Z. Gunley Viton." "The message said you wouldn't bring any guards, did it not?" he asked, his eyes sharp. Staring down her guards, Mamo retorted with equal fire. "Well, you didn't exactly come alone either," one of the three eyes interjected. "As for Ador, sit down first," Ador suggested. "Can we get straight to the point?" Mamo sat, remarking, "You're more impatient than I expected." "Fine," she began. "Near my castle is a small village of 400 humans called Rosoet. If you try anything, or if this conversation ends badly, that place will be instantly destroyed." Ador questioned her, while Gazo beside him was already in a fighting stance. "Try anything? You're the suspicious one here." She manipulated the water in her tea. As Ador continued to warn Mamo, "I'll overlook this little tea trick. I hope you won't pull any more stunts." She sighed. "You're quite cautious. I was just checking, since you don't emit any strange aura or magic." He urged her on. "Enough. Get to the heart of it." Mamo began, her eyes flashing with deep resentment. "Soon, a demon lord will be leaving Neat." "Kill them?" Ador asked Mamo. "Are you asking me to fight a demon lord's army? Am I just cannon fodder to you?" Mamo laughed and explained. "No, you just need to kill one demon lord named Melly. If you can assassinate her before she leaves Neat, I will reward you generously. The magical beast that robed Fiend needs for his experiment will be secured, correct?" she finished. But Ador glanced at her and stated bluntly, "I refuse." She froze, her confusion obvious. "What? You refuse? Why, is that not enough?" Ador sighed. "That's not it." She pressed him, annoyed. "Then why? As humanity's commander, you came all this way. There must be something you want, right?" He cut her off. "I wonder," Ador smirked, observing her. "It seems you're the one in a hurry. She has no horns or claws. They must have been cut. Her behavior is as if she's being hunted. For a demon lord to request a private meeting so suddenly, it's either a trap or something serious is going on." Mamo threatened. "Human, do you dare look down on me?" Ador replied. "Look down on you? Who, me? You're the one hiding things from us." He laid it bare. "You're asking us to kill a demon lord named Melly." His gaze turned fearsome as he saw right through Mamo's intentions. "That demon lord has a powerful backer, doesn't she?" He confirmed his suspicion from Mamo's trembling. "Just as I thought." Ador stood. No need to get involved in demon lord infighting. "Let's go," he ordered. "Yes, Captain," Garrett replied. Mamo called out. "Wait." She decided to tell the truth. "It's true. She has a backer. Just as you said." As he walked away, Ador replied, Right. Then let's pretend we never met." Mamo confessed. "It's an ancient monster from the ancient core. A name was spoken that made him freeze." Mamo continued. "But there's definitely a way to avoid him and kill that bitch." Suddenly, he agreed with her. "I accept." Mamo looked up, shocked. "Huh? What?" Ador repeated. "I accept the offer." He smiled and declared, "Demon Lord Melly, Delim Aji. We will kill her." As a red spider crawled on the wall, Mamo asked in disbelief. "Huh?" She questioned him. "I haven't told you Melly's full name yet. Could it be you?" Mamo looked at him with suspicion. "You know Melly?" "Yes," Ador replied. "Why wouldn't I know the name of the demon lord living right next to Lizzie?" Ador continued. "Anyway, I hear that demon lord will be leaving Neat soon. We must hurry." She thought it was strange, a chill running down her spine as she recalled his dangerous expression. This human was definitely grinning when he heard that name. Dua Ba. That means something. She spoke up. "I don't know what you're planning, but whatever. You haven't forgotten that right now." We hold 400 villagers of Rasoat hostage. Let me be clear. He cut her off again. Ah, if you like, you can just kill them all. Mamo stared at him, stunned. What? Ador continued. To be sacrificed for the revival of the great empire. They would feel honored. His face revealed an incredible wickedness. Mamo said, annoyed. Human, how dare you? Ador reminded her. Oh, the deal is set, so send the payment as promised. You promised to provide me with demon corpses for experiments, right? Luckily, there's one right here. A lizard slowly approached the red spider. He was implying a very suitable demon. A lizard demon lord drooled while watching the spider. Mamo's guards shielded her. My lord, get behind me. How dare a lowlife like you? She trembled with rage, her hands clenched into fists. Why does everyone want to provoke me today? How can a mere human like you dare to look down on me? She roared. Kill them, Ador smirked. Elsewhere, a voice called out, Ador, Sir Ador, good morning. He warily opened his eyes to see Jean's smiling face. Time to get up, Sir Ador. He bargained with her. Just 5 more minutes, Jean replied. You said that 3 hours ago. He waved a hand. Since when do we care if it's day or night? She was speechless with this master of hers. Oh dear, Jean said meaningfully. Melly, it's time to use that. Melly replied. You mean that forbidden wide area destruction magic? Jean asked, confused. But Melly already cast the spell? Huh? What do you mean? Magic particles floated in the air, and a massive explosion was created. The brilliant light stunned Vour. I'm up! I'm up! Stop the magic! What the hell was that? He asked Melly. I thought demons couldn't use holy magic, she explained. This is a genocidal spell, and it's not holy magic, it's just magic. Vour replied. Is that so? Over here, Jean continued. Sir Vour, if you're up, please have the breakfast Jean made for you. A bowl of a green gooey substance was brought out. Grilled goat meat with steamed vegetables. He looked at the bowl with great concern. Where are the original ingredients? This looks like a mess. Jean smiled. My apologies. He could only say 3 words. It's nothing. Jean continued. That's right. Sir Patrick has replied to the carrier pigeon Jean sent when we returned from Judeca. Vour asked immediately. What did Patrick say? She presented an item while continuing. And this was sent with the letter. He was confused. A piece of glass? Is it a mirror? What is this? Is he telling us to get a makeover? Melly examined the object, remarking, It looks like a magical communication device. Jeannie echoed. Her curiosity piqued. A magic communication device? Melly demonstrated. Right. Just channel your magic into it, like this. An image flickered to life. On the other end, Patrick cleared his throat before speaking. Can you hear me clearly? Vour immediately critiqued his appearance. Patrick, your nostrils are hideous. The man replied, wounded. Sir, why must you start a fight every time we meet? He continued. Everyone can hear me, correct? First, I heard from Janae's pigeon that Melly's been working hard, so I'm calling to provide some new intel. To help you recruit more monsters. Vour was curious. By the way, where did you get this? Patrick answered truthfully. I borrowed it. You know the mirror in Lady Bathory's room? It's a fragment from that very mirror. Vour recalled with a sigh. Is that so? I never thought she'd lend it out for free. Patrick explained. She didn't. She wanted blood in exchange. As you know, being a Death Knight, I have no blood. So, she became curious about the blood of a demi-human. So I agreed to trade some of Jen's blood. Wait a minute. Jen isn't there, is she? She replied with a chilling smile. I'm right here, Mr. Patrick. The connection instantly died. Vour called out, Patrick, where did you go? A moment later, his face reappeared. Can everyone hear me? Oh, we're connected again. Hello everyone, it's the real Patrick here. First, I heard that Melly was Genie shot him a death glare. It's too late, Mr. Real Patrick. My claws are already poised to take your head. Melly chimed in. I agree. You're a lost cause. Patrick began to sweat. Anyway, let's get back to the main point. I reviewed the rejection list Jenny sent, and none of those monsters met the criteria. So, I've prepared a different list for everyone. There. Janae was confused. Monster information? But she couldn't see anything. Melly quickly pointed. Look, something's attached to the back of the letter. She took it and gasped. Oh, these are monsters, not on the rejection list, Lord Debaucher. Patrick continued proudly. That took me several days. While individually they're nothing special, as a group, they're incredibly strong. Some can even use the terrain to their advantage. I've been watching them for some time now. Vour asked, disbelievingly. For some time? You mean, before Jane and I even planned to recruit more monsters? Patrick froze, then disconnected. Melly touched the mirror fragment and sighed. It seems he's truly disconnected this time. Jen agreed. Vower roared in frustration. I won't let that bastard get away with this. Elsewhere, amidst a field of slain monsters, a voice rang out. Demons. You can't trust a single one of them. To think they'd prepare an army of this size. Lord Azaria, this monster is still breathing. May we take it? Azaria considered it, and the three-eyed being agreed immediately. Fine, he continued. Now then, it's time to collect my payment, Demon King Mamo. He glanced at her, blood pooling at her feet. With a greatsword at her neck, she threatened, Human, do you think you can escape this? If you harm me, the other demon kings will Azaria cut her off. Spare me. I couldn't care less. He stared her down. But don't get me wrong, I'm actually grateful. Thanks to you, we have a chance to eliminate Debaucher. She burst into manic laughter at his ignorance. Eliminate him? Azaria scowled. What's so funny? Mamo retorted. What's funny? Your statement itself is absolutely hilarious. Eliminate him? Who do you think you are? I assure you, that's utterly impossible. You clearly don't grasp the terror of that ancient monster. A crazed look filled her eyes as she spoke. Another voice interjected. She isn't worth your time, Lord Azaria. I am truly grateful for these ingredients. Are you certain that's even possible? Azaria questioned. The man shot him a look and declared, I will absolutely grant your wish. I will create the ultimate homunculus. He growled with conviction. Using a demon king, a green lizard devoured a red spider. Across a rocky landscape, a red shape soared through the sky. Vower, Jene, and Melly rode atop the observer eye, discussing. It seems we've encountered an enemy on our level. Vower recalled Patrick's words. Between a lord and his vassals, trust is paramount for building loyalty. You have to recruit them yourself, as their lord, right? Jene spoke up. Lord Debaucher, I believe we've arrived. Melly remarked. Right as we remember Patrick's advice. The top recruitment priority is the Guardian Golem. Its stones will quickly reassemble and recover after being destroyed. A monster perfectly suited for the dungeon. They surveyed the area before them. That must be the Guardian Golem's lair, Patrick mentioned. As they drew nearer, Vower wondered aloud. Is that the one? Melly replied. He said it has limitless regeneration, as long as it's a magic-type golem. Its regeneration will continue as long as its core, the magic stone, remains intact. He grinned confidently. Is that right? Then we just need to find its magic stone and claim it, right? Jene interjected. Lord Debaucher, she warned him. That thing won't be easy to defeat. I mean, I'm weak, and it's... The golem charged right at them, Melly added. It looks quite powerful. She began chanting a spell. I'll restrict its movements, so please seize the magic stone before it can regenerate. Vower placed a hand on her head, patting it gently. It's all right, Melly. Thanks for getting me here. He watched the charging golem with calm resolve. Let's finish this. He stepped off the observer eye, shocking both girls. Lord Debaucher! He charged directly into the golem's massive fist. Jen and Melly quickly dove for cover, but their eyes never left him, crying out in worry. Lord Debaucher! The golem's fist smashed into solid rock. Vower remarked. So, Patrick found something interesting after all. Shards of rock rained down. Vower, the one who'd struck the blow, smirked. Now this is fun. Jene and Melly stared at the dusty rubble below. The two girls were stunned. Jane snapped. Don't just stand there. Find the magic stone, Melly. Startled, she replied instantly. Right. Vower sighed with feigned weariness. My clothes are all dirty now. Who's next? That afternoon, on a remote island, a voice spoke up. Did you hear the news? The monsters whispered amongst themselves. The golem from the stone mountain vanished after yesterday's tremor. I heard the White Wolf, destroyer of the highlands, was also defeated. Was it the humans? At this rate, we'll be next. Another monster cut them off. That's enough. The creature continued. There's no need to worry about what hasn't happened. No one could possibly know the location of our dungeon. A voice spoke from behind them. Did you hear that, Jenna? They're cyclopses. So massive. I didn't expect them here. Jean noted. Sir Patrick's information was perfect. The giants froze in shock. It stared at the girls and spoke. Who are you? How did you find us? Jean explained. We're here to make a deal. We're looking for monsters to work in our dungeon. One exclaimed. I see. You're the ones conquering this area. Another one muttered. Damn it. How did they get in here? The leader raised his weapon, threatening them. We won't go down that easily, Jean asked. What? She looked at Melly. Seems like the deal isn't working, Melly. Melly simply nodded. The cyclopses looked utterly confused. The next morning, Jean felt a pang of guilt. I didn't realize they were so weak, she said sadly, remembering how she took their heads. I truly didn't know they would fall so easily. So who's next on the list? Melly replied. Let's see, a monster named Jessa. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, I didn't think you'd be here, but I found you now. The figure hanging upside down from a tree continued. I heard the Cyclopses who live there have been defeated. Jean was impressed. Goodness, rumors spread so fast. The person landed and continued. That's why we can live so long without being detected by humans. We're extremely fast at gathering information. Jean smiled and asked, Then you must know what's going on? The clever Jessa said immediately. Of course. You want me for the dungeon. I'll agree. On one condition. That person over there. You must be the wizard, right? Jean looked clearly displeased. He says his name without fear? The wizard lazily replied, That's right. Jessa smirked and proposed, Let's have a fight. I'm curious how strong your monsters are. Jean angrily scolded him. How dare you speak so rudely to Sir Wizard? You insolent fool. Sir Wizard, you don't need to grant his request. Jean will handle this. But he thought differently. He wants this. So I'll oblige. He stood before Jessa and continued. Very well. Let's see what you've got. Jessa slammed his fists together, delighted. Excellent. Then he shouted, Come at me with your full strength, Vower. He raised an eyebrow at that. Full strength? Night fell again. Vower collapsed onto the bed, sighing, Damn it, I'm exhausted. So incredibly tired. We've been wandering for 2 days straight without any rest. I've heard that doing unfamiliar things can kill you, whether you're human or monster. Then Jean brought food, saying, Sir Vower, would you like to try this first? Since I didn't have enough time, I couldn't prepare a meal for you. So I bought these in the city. His expression tightened slightly, but he still ate it happily. Jean checked the list. We've only recruited the Golem, Cyclops, and Jessa has ascended. Vower replied, That bastard Jessa. I didn't expect him to just evaporate with a single snap. Jean continued. And Arach apologized for declining our offer. Jean smiled. But we still got a lot of things. Sir Vower, this is truly a memorable conquest. We killed them all and took their fortune, she said, looking at the pile of treasures. Vower asked, Are you two being serious? She went on, I'm curious what's inside those chests. The monsters probably got it all from hunting humans, right? Melly added, I'm curious too. I was in such a rush I didn't check inside. Jean spoke up while examining the items. Just as expected, lots of magic tools. She held up a bell, curious. What's this? Melly moved closer. A magic tool. Vower also looked. Let's see. He smirked, sifting through the pile. I wonder which magic tool can drill a hole in Patrick's bones. Vower paused. In his hand was a red flower. He asked, confused. What is this? A mess of tangled pipes overlaid one another. A mysterious person bowed respectfully. Thank you very much, sir, for providing me with such a wonderful test subject. A man named Ajer replied calmly. It is all in service to the Empire. This is excellent, truly unexpected. You were able to deliver a test subject in such perfect condition. Look over there, sir. It's so beautiful, isn't it? They both turned their eyes toward the specimen. Ajer looked thoughtfully at the person in the tank and murmured, Beautiful? The corner of his mouth lifted as he approached it. Yes, I think so too. But appearance doesn't really matter. This time is just to test the experiment's results. The other person quickly replied, Yes, we are all doing our best. But if we remove that body now, it will definitely be damaged in less than 2 days, he said, his eyes still on the body covered in tubes. That's enough, the man continued. And I'm not sure if we can suppress its mind stably. He paid it no mind. That's not important. Very well, I will trust your judgment. I'm sure that no matter what you use it for, you will see the experiment's effect. Ajer smiled happily. So it can do anything? I've decided what I'll use it for. Holding the bright red flowers, Vower asked Melly. Hey, is this a magic tool as well? Yes, but it seems someone has already used it. It has no effect anymore. Only the preservation spell is active. She thought carefully. Jean came over smiling. That flower is so pretty. Yes, Melly agreed, turning, but he just watched them silently. Seeing Vower dazed, Jean called out, Sir Vower, which startled him. He quickly got up and held her head. Stay still. Jean struggled, surprised. Hey, Sir Vower, he insisted. I told you to stay still. She was flustered and embarrassed. He stepped back to look at his work. There, that's good. Melly's eyes lit up. It looks pretty. The bright red flower stood out against her white hair, making her even more gorgeous. Looking at her, he thought to himself, she always works so hard, and it seems that since coming to Kennet, she's changed a bit. It feels like she wants something from me, but I don't know what it is. Then again, I've never given her a gift. Melly exclaimed. You look so pretty. Jean blushed, her lips pursed, looking at him with anticipation. Does it really look pretty? Yes, very pretty. Don't you like it? I'll give you something better later on. Jean lowered her head, her voice trembling. I'm really happy. She looked up with a bright smile. I understand. A tear of joy lingered at the corner of her eye. The other two were happy to see it. Vower's voice cut through the silence. I think our work here is done, isn't it? He sighed. Finally, a chance to rest. As they turned to leave, she quickly moved to stop them. Not yet, she insisted. We have 2 more places to go. He groaned in protest. I don't wanna. In a vast mansion, Bunnan whined. I'm so bored. Stretching lazily on the couch, she kicked her feet in frustration, finally collapsing onto the sofa, exhausted. A voice echoed in her mind. Beauty, even if you're healed, you must rest. You can't let anyone know you've recovered, especially not the nobles. That constant warning played over and over in her head. I know he's just worried I'll be sent back to the front lines. But doing nothing is even worse. Right now, people could be in danger. With that thought, she rose from the grand sofa. She stepped toward the window. At least I can make sure Lygia is still at peace. With one foot on the railing, Bunnan gazed out, thinking, all right, I'll just step out for a moment and come right back. Let's go. Where do you think you're going? A voice from behind sent a chill down her spine. She jumped, letting out a sharp gasp. Could we have a little chat? Ager asked with a gentle, disarming smile. Shouldn't you at least announce yourself before entering? She pouted. I had a feeling you might try to escape, he replied. So I came in unannounced. He gracefully lifted a teacup, unfazed by her sputtering denials. Escape? Why would I do that? Is that so? He asked, his voice laced with doubt. Bunnan looked away, unable to meet his gaze. I'm sorry, I was lying just now. You know, there was something I've been meaning to ask you. The teacup paused mid-air. And what might that be? Ager asked slowly. How is Geralt? She whispered, her voice filled with apprehension. Ever since the incident. With his arm. I haven't been able to speak with him. The horrific memory made her voice tremble as she clutched her dress. It's my fault he lost his arm. You don't need to carry the weight of the entire empire on your shoulders, Ager soothed gently. He continued. Of course, for a hero, such thoughts are admirable. But remember, everyone in the Black Wolf Knights is prepared to die for the empire, including Geralt. He merely sacrificed an arm for his country. As he spoke, his face grew colder, almost bloodthirsty. Bunnan bowed her head, lost for words. Geralt himself doesn't feel any resentment. I believe he is more concerned with your feelings. So don't feel too guilty. The girl's eyes clouded with a deep sadness, as she quietly agreed. All right. That's right. Could I ask a favor of you? He said, getting to the point. What is it? Bunnan replied, not refusing. It's about the artificial beings the Empire once researched. We've recently received reports of unusual incidents at a research facility. Unusual incidents? She repeated, a hint of worry in her voice. It seems the artificial life forms inside have escaped. Luckily, the site is far from any towns, so there have been no casualties. His wine-red eyes held a grave seriousness. She shot up from her seat in horror. Then we have to warn everyone. Though her body still trembled, her mind raced. I understand. Ager needed to resolve this incident in secret. Her gaze locked onto the man leisurely enjoying his tea. Unfazed, he returned her stare with a sharp, cunning look of his own. This must be handled quietly, with as few people as possible. Besides, you can't go to the front lines now, can you? Doing so would only make the royal family and their retainers suspicious of you. Her voice was laced with fear. Then, what do you want me to do? I've already informed the soldiers at the teleportation gate on the palace's west side. I've also given them the coordinates. You just need to be there in 3 hours. It seemed he had arranged everything perfectly. She turned to leave in a hurry. All right then, I'll go prepare. Lady Beauty. She instinctively turned at his call. He calmly held up 3 fingers, emphasizing his point. You must arrive in exactly 3 hours. Confused, Bunnan still nodded in agreement. Ager let out a faint sigh. The teacup was now empty. He slowly rose and walked to the door. 3 hours. I have to hurry. As his hand touched the handle, the door swung open. His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly bowed. Thank you for opening the door for me. Instantly, his red eyes turned wary, a cold smile on his lips. The Pope stood before him holding Janess III, a smirk on his face. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lord Ager? Or should I be calling you Commander now? His gentle voice dripped with sarcasm. Ager calmly closed the door behind him and retorted, You, who serves another master instead of the king. What business do you have here? The man erupted in laughter. Commander, your tongue is as sharp as ever. A sinister glint flashed in his cunning eyes. I merely wish to visit the heroic pillar of our empire. Before he could finish, Ager swiftly cut him off. He met the man's gaze with his own deathly stare. As far as I know, the empire's hero, Kwanin Hitoji, has never met the Pope before. And yet, you came all this way to check on her condition? After speaking, he smoothly brushed past the Pope. I'm quite busy. If I said I came to see you, would you believe me? The Pope spoke each word slowly, finally dropping the act. Let's have a little chat. Sunset was falling, bathing the small city in a warm glow. From a high tower, Ager looked down, pondering. What is he scheming, making such a suspicious offer at a time like this? His eyes softened, recalling that moment. Fireworks painted the twilight sky as the crowd below roared with joy. It's the Silver Deer raid team. Diana is back. He glanced down for a moment before resuming his thoughts. Nit is a city of mercenaries, where a third of the people belong to the raid team, and Vower is hiding somewhere in this very city. His eyes scanned the small, clustered houses. To defeat that ancient monster, I need more information. And to do that, I'll have to take a bit of a risk. For a second, the beast's terrifying eyes flashed in his mind. Commander. A voice from behind pulled him back to reality. A middle-aged man with a stern face continued his report. Preparations are complete. We are awaiting your orders. Thank you, Chapman. A mysterious figure beside him also spoke up. We are ready as well. How do you intend to find the Demon King in this city? The young man behind him just lowered his head, speechless. Without turning, Azo answered. A common man like me has no unique methods. Then what is your plan? One of them spoke. There's someone hunting the Demon King more relentlessly than we are, so we'll use her. How much time is left? 78 minutes until the hero arrives. The subordinate answered. It's early, but let's get this started. They immediately accepted the command. Yes, Commander. Summoning a Demon King is an ability only another Demon King possesses, so we'll find Melly soon. Then we can naturally locate him. Fireworks exploded across the sky. He spoke calmly. This will be quite the spectacle. In a rowdy tavern, everyone cheered and drank in celebration. Amid the laughter, someone said, the dungeon was dangerous, but it's a miracle no one was hurt. Where are you going, Bazat? His face red from wine, he waved his hand. To take a leak, he stumbled out the door, leaning against the wall for support. I'm about to hurl. I shouldn't have toasted everyone. Suddenly, a strange noise came from nearby. Bazat instinctively looked over. Someone else seemed to have had too much. He walked over to check. Hey, are you okay? The person just kept making gurgling sounds. Realizing something was wrong, Bazat covered his nose. What's that smell? That's when his eyes widened in horror. A monster was savagely gnawing on the man's neck. Without a second thought, Bazat drew his sword to defend. Damn it, how did a monster get into the city? The monster, annoyed by the interruption, swiped at Bazat. He quickly blocked with his sword. What is this? This thing is too strong. The sword before him started to crack under the strain. Glowing green eyes flared in the dark. A horde of similar monsters began to swarm toward him. Bazat's blood ran cold. What now? High up in a tower, Azo's men also witnessed the anomaly in fear. What the hell is going on? What is happening down there? Flames erupted in every corner, plunging the peaceful city into chaos. The young man spoke out in protest. Even for an imperial commander, the others could only watch in silence. He couldn't stand it and shouted, No, even if it's the Emperor's order, this is completely wrong. The mysterious figure cut him off. Shut your mouth. Be careful what you say. He clenched his jaw, helpless. I knew the three-eyed alchemy experiments were inhumane, but I never imagined they'd unleash this hell in the city's heart. Azo, sitting quietly behind them, finally spoke with a relaxed tone. Don't worry, the city won't be leveled. The young man looked at him, his eyes filled with fury and fear. What do you mean by that? In a flash, small houses were crushed into dust. His men watched in horror. What? Azo slowly stood up, his voice filled with anticipation. They've finally come. A giant monster's foot emerged from the rubble. The young man's heart pounded in his chest. Is that another artificial creature? Abominations of all shapes, over 2 meters tall, lumbered through the streets, destroying everything in their path. The young man couldn't take it and screamed. Didn't you just say the city wouldn't be leveled? If those things run wild, the city and its people will be in grave danger. Before he could finish, he saw Azo's cold expression, and a chill ran through him. Don't tell me. Horror crept onto his face as he spoke. Was this all part of your plan from the start? A faint smile touched Azo's lips. His eyes were cold as ice. He casually walked over to reassure him, acting as if it were nothing. Calm down. It's just a small sacrifice. Looking at the city engulfed in flames, Azo mused. From my point of view, Azo doesn't want the city flattened. He hasn't taken any truly destructive action. This implies he has a goal other than slaughter. Based on the situation, he might be fighting alongside the artificial creatures. At that thought, a twisted grin spread across his emotionless face. The young man beside him recoiled in shock. Azo gloated. Look, isn't it a beautiful sight? The sacrifice of the Empire's people, for the sake of the nation's progress. The young man stared at him, his eyes filled with absolute terror. No, this man, this monster, he's insane. Meanwhile, in a distant, darkening land, a small fire burned. A voice asked, Isn't that our inn? Probably. Hearing Zine and Melly talk, he cried out. No, no, it can't be, he screamed in agony. My bed! Someone gasped in awe. This tree is as big as the one in Grabfan Forest. This is a very ancient forest, Azo yawned. Now that we've recruited the monsters, can I finally get some sleep? Zine chuckled in response. Yes, please rest before we return, Lord Azo. Suddenly, John growled at something in the distance, confusing Melly. What is it, John? Soon after, a sudden shockwave blew past them. Melly's eyes widened to assess the scene. The city was burning fiercely. Isn't that where the inn was? Azo froze on the spot. No. Zine turned back, worried. Lord Azo. Azo covered his face in despair. My bed. Zine smiled seductively. You can always sleep on my lap, Lord Azo. Melly's eyes narrowed. This demonic energy. Could it be Mammolia? Azo slowly stepped forward. It seems some fool is releasing far too much magic power. Melly stammered. You can feel it too, Lord Azo? Azo tilted his head. What is it, Melly? She clenched her fists and hesitated. Lord Azo, Miss Zini, would you mind if I go see what is happening? The chaotic, ruined city was swarming with countless monsters. They were viciously attacking innocent civilians. Just in time, Bazat appeared and decapitated a monster. He shouted urgently, Run for your lives. Thank you. He gritted his teeth. Grind. God, there are so many of these foul creatures. Suddenly, a young man in chainmail appeared beside Bazat. Thanks for the help. Are you part of a guild? We are from the Red Lion Guild, Usos. Bazat thought in surprise. The Red Lion Guild? Usos? Isn't that the famous A-rank guild known for its high-level members? They would be a massive help right now. A Usos guild member gritted his teeth. We cleared the surrounding horde. Do you know anything about these monsters? Bachat swung his sword. Not really. Oh. And I'm Bachat, from the White Guild. They seem artificial, but nothing like the Jeffy homunculus. Regardless, that one seems to be the most important. The man in chainmail nodded in agreement. That's right. We've also made it our target. We have to get closer. Bachat worriedly added. I'll go with you. I may not look it, but I'm an A-ranker. The chainmail warrior's tone was grim. No, if you go there, you will die. Of course, so will I. Just try to listen to your surroundings. I can hear someone looking for you. Bachat, Bachat. He flinched, thinking, is he trembling? His eyes darted as sweat dripped from his brow. No, the one who's shaking is me. I know you want to protect the city's residents, but it seems you need to protect yourself and those around you more, the warrior stated firmly. Leave this matter to the Red Lion Guild. Bachat frowned, reluctantly agreeing. I'll leave this to you. The chainmail warrior grinned confidently in reply. Deal. With that, he dashed deep into the city. Bachat was helpless, his trembling legs giving out as he fell to his knees. The air was chaos and smoke. Here. I'm over here. The guild members were fighting together, one after another. Damn it, my ears hurt so much. This damn ear-splitting sensation. Is it magic? Soldiers stared in horror at the scene before them. What is that thing? I've never seen a monster like that before. So that's the monster causing all this chaos. The amount of mana it has is no joke. We can't underestimate it just based on its appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster cast countless magic circles. Seeing this, all the soldiers immediately fell back. Everyone retreat! Damn it, right as we were talking about it. The team's mage narrowed his eyes. That's just a simple mana tracking reaction. It's not for defense. You said mana tracking? Is it searching for something? If we're going to kill it, we must attack all at once. They immediately got into formation for a joint attack. Let's use chain fire. Intermediate fireball. In an instant, the spell set the monster's entire body ablaze. It let out a series of shrieks. All right, it's working. Don't stop, just like that. The flames grew more intense, swallowing the monster in molten orange. The old man with the shield eyed it thoughtfully. Wait, something's not right. The attack isn't working. Wait. Before he could stop him, his comrade charged forward, raising a sword that glowed brightly with mana, and rushed at the monster. Die! At the same time, the creature suddenly opened its mouth wide, gathering mana. The sword had nearly reached it when it let out a maddened roar. In a flash, the two sources of mana collided, the overlapping magic causing space to blur and distort. An explosion formed, along with a blinding light. The blast created a powerful shockwave. With a boom, everything was turned to ash. The lucky few who survived the blast began to struggle to their feet. His mouth full of blood, he stammered, unable to speak clearly. That's not something humans can defeat. Suddenly, a voice rose from the smoke and dust. Are you looking for me? The exhausted man lay on the ground and looked up. An angel? Mammolia, you've become so pathetic, the monster growled. Melly's voice was cold. Are you that angry with me? Mamo shrieked with rage. Melly, let's end this here, once and for all. Melly raised her magic staff high. High-level magic, black annihilation. The battle in Decca had ended several days ago. After everything that happened with Mammolia, she had no reason to stay in Nit. But this demonic energy calling to me, Melly thought as she flew, clearly belongs to Mammolia. She soared past rows of houses engulfed in flames. Melly flew with grave urgency toward the source of the demonic power. Mammolia, do you hate me so much that you've become this, yet still can't forget? I don't know what happened to you. The mana stone on Melly's staff radiated dense energy, but I will not pity you. She raised her staff. She instantly cast the high-level magic, Dark Destruction. Dark Destruction pierced Mamo's body, causing it to scream. The soldiers below were frozen with fear. That's the Demon King. What did you say? The Demon King defeated that monster? Why would the Demon King do that? Luckily, it seems she has no interest in us. Either way, there's nothing we can do in this situation, so let's retreat quickly. Melly frowned and thought. Something isn't right. I used magic with the power of pure destruction, but would that monster die so easily? The people who struggled and just retreated were all A-rank raiders, right? The monster's body trembled violently. The mage glanced back in surprise. Huh? Its mana attribute has changed. The monster's skin began to swell visibly. From within its body, an arm suddenly burst forth. Melly's face twisted, her pupils shrinking. Mamo's body contorted as she emerged from the monster's husk. The raid team members immediately stopped and took a defensive stance. What is that? Someone just crawled out of its corpse. That monster isn't dead yet? Mamo's head lolled as her legs shakily stood up. Mid-level magic, invisible dagger. In a flash, the mage's head disappeared from his body. Before they could understand what happened, Mamo was already next to them. They flinched, turning their heads to look. The monster Mamo stared at each of them with blood-red, murderous eyes. Mana detonation. Mana detonation instantly exploded, sweeping over everything and the city. When the explosion subsided, everything except Mamo was a wasteland. Melly growled her name. Mammolia. But only a stammering voice replied. Melly. Melly. My body. My body is melting. It's so painful. So hot. It feels like I'm on the verge of death. But I think I can take your life before I die. Mamo screamed madly, while in contrast, Melly was terrifyingly serious. Her will pierced the ground, shattering it into sharp spikes. Mamo ducked, covering her face to dodge the spikes. Melly swung her staff, and the ground trembled once again. Earth and sand rose, deforming into a massive wall. Mamo suddenly vanished before her eyes. The monster slammed Melly high up into the night sky. Mamo laughed, unable to contain her joy. Finally, you're acting more like a proper demon king. Mamo shrieked uncontrollably, while Melly gritted her teeth, trying to resist. The two streams of energy merged, causing the city to be gradually destroyed. The man in the green cloak spoke. Are you satisfied, my lord? Agio tilted his head. Now I understand why you were so confident. He couldn't help but let out a small smirk. The man in the green cloak slowly approached. If you wait a little longer, you will witness an even more interesting spectacle. Agio's lips curled. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Everything was going according to plan. Melly continuously deployed various magic circles. However, Mamo was nimble enough to evade them. Mamo's body suddenly froze stiff. Her legs were completely frozen. I don't have much mana left in my body, but she knew she couldn't last much longer. As Melly cast her spells, she thought, I just need to hold out to win. Stop right there, Mammolia. Melly's expression suddenly changed. Mamo's sharp claws had pierced her stomach. Melly grit her teeth in agony. You! Her strength fading, she was pulled forward by the claw. Mamo swung out, grabbing Melly by the head. Ah, my dear Melly. Heh, this is going to hurt. Melly grimaced in pain. Raising her staff, the spell struck Ma Molia. Sinfit's rejection. With that cry, the magic blast sent them both flying. Melly collapsed, completely exhausted. Damn you, Ma Molia. I'm completely out of mana. It's just like when the wizard tasked me with protecting the gate. Just then, the wizard arrived to help. As I collapsed. And then, these useless thoughts started filling my mind. So this is what it feels like to die. The wizard. I'm so sorry. Melly's head lowered, her breathing fading. Before I could even begin the task you gave me. Finally, she could bear it no longer, and collapsed to the ground. Father. Jean stared thoughtfully into the flames. Will Miss Melly be all right? Vogel leaned back, reassuringly. She'll probably be fine. Melly's stronger than she looks. But that demonic energy just now. A slight smile touched Vogel's lips. Don't worry, she may not realize it herself, but Melly is an outstanding demon king. Wouldn't you agree? John nodded his head in agreement. At that moment, dense, dark magic enveloped Melly's body, causing it to shrink. Melly mumbled in confusion. The wizard? A flicker of surprise crossed Azor's eyes. So, we've finally captured the Demon King. Altering the magic and using a high-damage combo was remarkably effective. Sir, what skill did you change to make it work so well? The leader replied gravely. I am researching how to seize an enemy's power while minimizing the side effects for the user. Just like with the knee frame incident. He gave a somber glance. However, that thing has no regard for side effects. It focuses solely on stealing the enemy's power. Though unstable, its power is immense. Azor mused coldly. It is all necessary for the coming conquest. This was all to measure Vaser's true strength. However, he seems completely at ease. The leader was stunned. What? Isn't Demon King Melly supposed to be Vaser's equal? At this rate, it'll be over before QR owner Nin even arrives. I must gather as much intel as possible on Vaser before the real battles begin. Where are you, Vaser? Suddenly, his subordinate spoke up. Sir, you have to see this. Azor's red eyes instinctively shot downwards. He stared intently. That's Melly. Realizing it was Vaser's magic, Ma Mo's entire body froze in shock. Its face was slowly covered by something. Vaser's demonic energy swirled, forming 3 grotesque demon eyes, as if it had been cornered. It let out a sudden, piercing shriek. The echo put Melly on high alert. Mamo lunged with a razor-sharp arm, swinging a blade right at Melly's throat. Melly reacted just in time, thrusting her staff forward. A blast of magic struck Mamolia, and the ice spear staff fell from her grasp. She stared in fear at the now frozen Mamo. What? How is this possible? This spell shouldn't be this powerful. Not with my strength alone. I used every last bit of my mana just to push Mamolia away. In this state, I should be dead from mana depletion and blood loss. But why is Lord Vaser's magic still lingering inside my body? And all of my wounds, they've vanished completely. Could the wizard have done something to me at leader? Melly cautiously raised her staff. First, I need to be sure. She channeled mana into the staff, detecting a life sign. Though frozen solid, Mamolia still muttered, Melly, die. Melly spoke, her voice weary. The battle is finally over. She covered her mouth, fighting back nausea. Just as I thought. If I had used all of Lord Vaser's dark magic, I could have dealt Mamolia a fatal blow before she even touched me. I was lucky to win this fight. I must return to the wizard immediately. I need to ask him about this magic that's residing in my body. Suddenly, a chill shot down Melly's spine. She slowly turned her head. Huh? I must be pushing myself too hard. Now I'm hearing things. The ice encasing Mamo began to crack. A hideous creature crawled out. Melly's eye twitched. What now? Is it eating Mamolia's corpse? No. It's absorbing her magic. Melly quickly shot into the air. Curses. I don't know what's going on, but I have no duty to handle that thing. Mamolia is already dead, and I've completed my mission. I know nothing about this monster. I'll just draw its attention with a simple attack, then teleport out of here. But before she could act, her body gave out. She crashed to the ground in agony. Damn it. I have no strength left. This is the price for using strange magic. Move. I have to get up. The monster writhed, slamming its tentacles down on Melly. She grit her teeth, closing her eyes for the final blow. In that instant, a binding rope wrapped around her, pulling her to safety. She was too stunned to understand. Huh? Jean flung her arm out, tossing Melly behind her. Melly cried out her name. Jean. Tears welled in her eyes. And John. Jean tilted her head. I was wondering what was taking so long. I didn't realize you were fighting that. I'm sorry. If John and Jean are here, that means... Vaser slowly approached. You took too long, Melly. I nearly fell asleep. Lord Vaser. Jean, what you did to that monster wasn't bad, but it wasn't enough. Jean replied brightly. I wasn't so sure. If an unskilled person like me tries your technique, it won't be very effective. But I believe with your power, you can do it. All right, leave it be. Vaser's expression darkened. But why do I feel like that thing is getting bigger? What a pain. Jean tightened her bindings confidently. I'll finish this quickly, sir. Vaser's gaze turned sharp. Stand down. The monster grew more ferocious. Vaser flexed his arm. I will handle this. The grotesque homunculus lunged toward Vaser. He simply raised a hand, blocking its brutal attack. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. The very ground trembled. The creature now knew Vaur was no easy prey. He spoke. What is this? Vaur's blazing eyes stared it down with absolute power. He growled. Trying to shake hands? Elsewhere, Jean casually poured hot tea. Would you like some? Melly was suspicious. Where did you even get that? Jean replied while Vaur was still fighting the creature. A maid like me must always be prepared. The excuse left Melly speechless. Is that so? Vaur seized the creature with one hand, then hurled it high into the sky. It extended a tentacle to strike him down, but Vaur easily smacked it away. It flew back, skidding across the ground. Vaur began a relentless assault. He gave it no room to counter. Every blow drew blood, its body slamming around. Melly asked, Are you sure this is okay? Jean replied, You need not worry, she said with total confidence. Lord Vaur is handling this himself. Just as she predicted, he held its torn tentacle, then tossed it aside in disgust. The beast, after the brutal beating, was completely motionless. Vaur stood over it, remarking, You're pretty tough, aren't you? Then, he raised his hand. A dark aura coiled around Vaur's fingers. How about this, then? He touched the creature with his darkened hand. Its body instantly swelled, surprising him. Wait! Too late. It exploded into pieces, showering him in gore. Vaur just clicked his tongue. Tch, I must have used too much mana. Jean calmly opened an umbrella. Oh my, what a mess. Melly was baffled again. Where did that umbrella come from? Soon, only droplets of the creature's blood rained down. Melly stared at the crimson shower, lost in thought. That thing was clearly a powerful enemy, stronger than any dragon and most demon lords. At least, that's what I thought. But now, only bits of flesh remained. Vaur walked over, yawning widely. Man, I'm sleepy. Hearing this, Jean quickly warned him. You mustn't, Lord Vaur. What if some of that filth gets in your mouth? Just then, John appeared, offering Vaur a piece of flesh. Vaur recoiled. Disgusting. Why bring that dirty thing here? Melly stated. That dirty thing was once Ma Mo. Vaur asked. Ma who? Jean pondered. That treacherous woman became this? He then casually realized. Ah, I think I remember. Melly recounted. When I first fought Ma Mo, her body was already deformed. But then that thing burst out and devoured her. He asked, Some kind of parasite? She replied, I can't be sure. But such parasites are rather common, so it's a high probability. John was still waving the flesh, splattering blood everywhere. Vaur dodged in disgust. Ugh! Melly ran to stop it. John, no. Suddenly, Jean noticed something and spoke sweetly. Oh, Lord Vaur, I know what that thing was. She revealed her conclusion. It's a homunculus. Elsewhere, at the magic tower, the sky burned crimson. A group of robed figures was in an uproar. This can't be. The pinnacle of alchemy. Our newest masterpiece. It should have held out for at least 3 minutes. They discussed the golden homunculus's demise. Just then, Ajer spoke up. There's no need for excuses. His words silenced them. He thought grimly. As expected, no monster born of alchemy is a match for that man, Vaur. Ajer continued, hands clasped behind him, but he finished it far too quickly. It seems we won't need reinforcements. Let's return. He asked the tower's master. Are you all right? The master replied, I am fine. Ajer casually announced, Our transaction ends here. A knight cried out in disbelief. What? He shouted loudly. Wait a moment, he demanded. You said this sacrifice was for the Empire's future. How can you just abandon us? A sea of fire raged outside the tower. He despaired. Like this, all the sacrifices become meaningless. Ajer touched his arm, repeating, Meaningless? He lowered his voice. Look closely. The view of the city that the brave soldiers of Nit died to protect. Unseen by the night, Ajer wore a cunning smirk. He sneered. This is only half of my predicted casualties. The knight collapsed to his knees, defeated. Ajer thought, a meaningless sacrifice? Clearly, we've gained a great deal. I now know normal power can't beat Vaur. and that he has someone he's willing to fight for. Ajer and the others turned to leave. Ajer was triumphant. Furthermore, this disaster will ignite a war. Very good. When that time comes, there will be those who need our masterpieces. He calculated. The casualties in Neat will be seen merely as a result of the conflict between humans and monsters. No outsider will know this disaster involved artificial creatures. As they exited the tower, a portal over there leads to Liger. I just contacted my agent there. Ajer spoke to Sir Judgment, who suddenly signaled him to pause. He listened intently to the device in his ear. The voice reported, "Sir, I have news. An intruder has appeared at the portal." Just as he spoke, the ground erupted in a spray of debris. The group shielded themselves. The voice continued. "There is only one of them, a monster, in the form of a maid." Ajer instantly knew. It was that sword-wielding maidservant. "She's blocking our escape route. This means she knows humans were involved in this incident," he surmised. "It seems the homunculi can recognize their own kind." Ajer gave a swift order. "We must return to the magic tower and build a temporary gate at once." Model. The magic tower's mana is enough for a long-distance jump. But suddenly, a blade hurtles toward them. The knights shield Captain Spider-Man's back, but the strange dagger shifts into a rope, ensnaring a knight's greatsword. The enemy pulled relentlessly as Queen held fast to his greatsword. He yelled, "Sir Shotman, leave this place to me. Get the captain out of here, now." Sir Shotman retorted, "I know your strength, but I can't just leave you behind." Queen's voice was grim. "There's no time. Please, hurry," he urged. "Just go." Sir Shotman hesitated no longer. "Captain, we're leaving." Ajer spoke Queen's name, then commanded, "Don't you dare die without my permission." "Yes, sir," he declared. Then Ajer and Shotman departed, leaving Queen to face the enemy alone. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the smoke before him. A voice echoed, "I hear you've killed countless raiders. Is that true?" The figure slowly came into view. "I've heard quite a bit about you, too." Queen roared. "Show yourself." Zine approached, putting him on high alert. He gasped, "The sword-wielding maid." As flames raged, Spider-Man's group rushed over. "Captain," he began, "I may be old, but I don't understand your reasoning. Why did you let Knight Queen face that alone?" Ajer countered, "Does he truly look alone to you?" Sir Shotman faltered, "Well, I know he isn't entirely on his own. I'm certain you know Knight Queen's capabilities," Ajer stated firmly. Knight Spider-Man conceded, "That's true, which makes this harder to understand. We should have left another knight to back him up." Ajer cut in, "No, that would only be a distraction." The words were met with confusion. "What?" Ajer revealed, "Knight Queen. He has received the blessing of a spirit." Meanwhile, Queen clashed with Zine, and everywhere they fought, buildings crumbled into ruin. Queen braced himself. Zine, like a demon from the abyss, said, "My master ordered me to destroy the gate hub and kill any suspicious humans, you see?" Queen ventured a guess. "Are you playing with your food since I'm the last one here?" Zine scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous, human. You were just buying time for the others to escape." Zine vanished, reappearing instantly before him. "Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Queen raised his greatsword to block, but it shattered before his very eyes. Zine spoke, her tone almost impressed. "Even alone. You've done well. Human." With those words, she unleashed a devastating attack. But in that desperate moment, Queen simply smiled. Queen began chanting in a strange tongue. Zine instantly halted her attack and retreated as a bizarre energy erupted where he stood. She grew suspicious. He's no ordinary swordsman. Was he gathering mana? A stone form appeared as Zine theorized, and this mana, from a spirit? Then, long, flowing blue hair emerged. A blue-haired water spirit materialized before him, while behind, a colossal earth spirit rose to his defense. The earth spirit slammed the ground, sending a shockwave at Zine. She leaped into the air to evade it. The water spirit dashed towards Zine. She dodged while fending off the earth spirit's assault. A massive boulder flew at her, and the impact sent her skidding backward, but she held her ground. Standing atop the earth spirit, the water spirit began an incantation in an ancient tongue. Zine halted, eyeing what the two spirits were unleashing. A massive green vortex surged toward her. Gale Rock Wall. Zine analyzed it instantly. This storm is formed from an immense amount of mana. He's sealed the area with a high-level spell. This is for underestimating humans. Now stay in there, you monster. Zine just smiled at Queen. Quite confident, aren't you? Controlling two high-level spirits at once. A look of pure excitement crossed Zine's face. How interesting. Human. She gripped her weapon, ready to charge. Meanwhile, in a shelter at Nict, a voice called out, "Wait, Bachet, I told you. Are you saying the bear raid team was wrong? He shot back. So I'm just supposed to sit here and do nothing? We have to at least try something. A female voice cut in. What can you do alone? Bachet pushed open the tent flap. I don't know, but I can't stay here. I have to check the city. Inside, the woman pleaded. Captain, please stop Bachet. He still hasn't fully recovered. Bachet scowled. Damn it, I'm perfectly fine. The captain finally spoke. I can't let you do that, Bachet, he explained. Listen, there may be survivors. We'll head for the raid point and the magic tower. We will go there and clear a path. The captain raised his arms. Silver Deer Raid Team Diana, he roared. Everyone, prepare to move out. Let's drive out the monsters that destroyed our beloved city. As the crowd cheered, Bachet called, Captain. Suddenly, someone pointed. Hey, look over there. The crowd roared. A guardian. It's the guardian golem from the Nicked Mountains. It must be here with a raid team to save us. A female member cheered. Perfect. The golem will be a huge asset to our team. But Bachet's voice was grim. No. Noticing his tone, the woman asked, Bachet, what is it? His eyes widened as he muttered, It can't be. Everyone. The golem suddenly raised its arm. Bachet screamed with all his might. Run! But it was too late. Its arm slammed down, sending debris and people flying. A few minutes earlier, on a nearby rooftop, a voice was heard. So, that's the gist of it. Patrick's voice came through a device. We thought it went out of control while you were busy, so you decided to fabricate a story. Ager cursed. Damn it. Who the hell do you think I am? Patrick explained. I just thought the only ones who could create artificial life were the Imperial Alchemy Association. An operation of this scale means the Empire is involved. The Demon King, Mamo, must have made contact with humans. A conflict likely erupted, and the humans defeated the Demon King. Do you know what happens when mankind defeats a Demon King? They sever the Demon King's head and either send it to his army or hang it in the public square. Vower yawns, letting him continue. They claim it boosts morale, but I just find it cruel. Vower sighs in frustration. What's the point of all that? He explains. If they stopped to create artificial beings and released them in town, something else is going on. He asks suspiciously. Right? Vower recounts. It seems suspicious. While looking for Jean, I saw a flying artificial life form, but it wasn't just flying, it was special. All the research data should have vanished. I destroyed all of their materials. Bastich replies tensely. That's suspicious. Is that all you think? Really? At this rate, they'll create an equal to Jean in a few years. Hearing this, he shivers at the thought. That's a bit terrifying, isn't it? Vower collapses, groaning. I'm so tired. Can't we just ignore it? Where do we even find clues? Can't he just wipe out the whole village? Bastich surprisingly agrees. Let's do it. He lifts his head in disbelief. Really? The other replies. Yes. You think those humans experimented on the Demon King and just stopped? They're definitely watching from somewhere. He asks, does that mean they saw us too? Bastich answers bluntly. They provoked Melly and saw you. Worse, they even pushed the disposal of that experiment onto you. Isn't that going too far? Hearing this, Vower says, all right, let's do it then. They forced my hand, so don't regret this. Just as Bastich wanted, he adds menacingly, that's right, fine. If the situation is hopeless, we'll just level the town. The golem had already flattened the resting spot of Diana, Melly, and John. Her bright eyes looked to Vower expectantly, humming a tune. My dear Bastich has allowed us to destroy everything. He turns and lets out a soft oh. The fiery smoke behind him makes Vower exclaim, how beautiful. Next to him, Melly protests, hey, stop getting so close to me. Vower speculates, it seems the humans have gathered. Suddenly, tracking them has become much easier. Another commotion from behind puzzles him. Vower turns to see a vast energy expanding. He wonders, is that a core heart over there? From the mana I feel, 2 earth spirits? It seems Renee is facing a strong opponent. Vower easily deduces that if a powerful foe is there, the Empire's leaders must be hiding nearby. Interesting people. Melly says, you don't need to worry about the main gate. I'm using shared vision to monitor it. By now, Melly's countless butterflies had spread out. She pats her chest, assuring him, my body has recovered too. Leave it to me. Vower wonders, but the main gate is on the opposite side. He glances at the rubble and says, because everyone is doing so well. He walks over and pulls out a massive object from within. Vower effortlessly lifts the huge bell, then declares, we should get started too. Vower considers, let's see what catches my eye first. Just then, a tower happens to catch his eye. And just like that, it became his target. Vower hurls the large bell toward the tower, deciding, let's start there. The bell slams into the tower, causing it to crumble before everyone's eyes. They cry out in shock. Captain, where did that come from? Was it an ancient monster? But what happens next makes them all scream in terror. Wait, the tower is falling this way. No! They work together, raising a shield. The group shouts, block it! It seems they formed the shield just in time. An officer reports loudly, Sir, like how the central core gathers mana in a magic stone, we must gather mana in this temporary core. But since the tower was destroyed, it looks like it'll take another 10 minutes. Hearing this, Ajo asks Sir Judgment, how long until building gets here? He estimates about 5 more minutes. Aho grows tense. The core heart that Maid destroyed was only damaged. The coordinate device to Cornet hit remains. What if Boonin runs into Vower? No, Boonin lacks the complete Book of Revelation. He can't defeat Vower. We're really going to die this time. Sir Judgment suddenly speaks up. Captain, can you return me to the teleport point? I promise I will bring building hit Tozia back. Meanwhile, G-Queen is focused, calculating mid-battle. A spirit's power isn't absolute. Even summoning them requires immense mana and cooldowns, not to mention needing massive mana to sustain them in battle. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets. However, I still have the upper hand. As long as this magic vortex exists, even if she breaks through, I can block her with an earth spirit. G-Queen tells herself, I won't forget why I'm here. What I want isn't a momentary victory. I'll only surrender when my mana is depleted, aiming for 3 minutes. However, G-Queen never expected to be attacked moments later. His body falls, eyes wide with disbelief, screaming internally, what the hell? A bizarre weapon appears from above. He unconsciously recalls his childhood. It was in a story I read as a boy, back when I admired heroes. The name came from its deceptively small blade. As the object from the sky grew larger, it resembled a guillotine. Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Why is a monster here? As the claw decapitated Gwen, he was split in two, just like a certain teacher. He lay dying on the ground as his summoned spirits faded away. Gwen's last words were, how? Jean informed him, this blade and wire can extend and retract up to 10 meters. It can easily slice through a magic cyclone. You humans receive the blessings and protection of spirits, correct? Jean picks up the sword beside him and says, since you've been split in half, even a priestess's healing won't save you now. Jean raises the sword decisively. But why not finish you off myself? As he's about to strike, a loud voice suddenly calls out, Butcher Maid! She froze, her gaze darting backward. Strockman had appeared. Seeing Jean pause, he felt a wave of relief. This is bad, she stopped. Since Lord Gwen has the goddess's blessing, I just need to buy some time and watch. His face drained of color. Jean had actually made her move. Churchman screamed in agony, Queen! He instantly lost control and charged, but Jean had no intention of showing mercy. It seems I'll get more from you than this corpse. Jean hurled the beheading claw at Churchman, the very weapon that split Queen in two. But in a moment of carelessness, he underestimated his foe. What could such a small blade possibly do? Suddenly, his eyes flew open in shock. That tiny thing he'd dismissed had suddenly grown several times his size. He panicked. It gets bigger? Churchman froze as the claw changed direction, shattering the very earth beneath him. Churchman seized the chance to rush at Jean again. You threw your weapon away? He thought. A foolish choice, Butcher Maid. But in the blink of an eye, the claw was already descending upon his head. He reacted just in time, parrying with his own weapon. Jean's sharp voice cut through the air. Mammolia and Hormelot. You'd better tell me everything, or else. The beheading claw grew in size and weight. The ground beneath Churchman couldn't take the pressure and began to crack. As he struggled to resist, his knees buckled under the immense weight. It can grow even more? Sweat poured down his face, his eyes becoming bloodshot from the sheer strain. He suddenly spoke. Butcher Maid, you've won. However, you were too focused on this old man. A voice cried out from behind. Hey, you monster. Bunin appeared out of nowhere, swinging a decisive fist. Jean took the full force of the blow, her body sent flying into the rubble behind her. Bunin's powerful punch was absolute. She stood there, her posture unyielding. Churchman propped himself up, completely exhausted. But he had to admit, she truly lived up to her title as the hero, Bunin. She knocked back that maid with a single strike, an astonishing feat. A deep trench was carved into the ground from the force of her punch alone. Meanwhile, Azur was still calculating, his top priority being their safety. The temporary portal remained stable, but tension quickly mounted within him. This meant Churchmen could easily regroup with Bunin's party. This plan could not be allowed to fail. Even if they recognized that homunculus, the Empire's citizens wouldn't learn the truth for some time. In this desperate moment, Vaur's voice spoke again. How will you deal with the aftermath? Hearing a voice near Azur, his subordinates exclaimed, Commander Vaur is only in his imagination. Yet the sound startled him so badly he fell backward. A subordinate rushed to him. Sir, are you all right? Azur tried to remain composed. I'm fine. How much longer until the gate is operational? The men quickly replied. About 3 more minutes, Azur instructed. Just ignore me, and continue your work. He was still reeling. Am I having hallucinations? Damn it. My fear has become a full-blown obsession. As Azur struggled to his feet, another figure appeared, their clear voice ringing out. Well, look at this. Why is our commander sitting on the ground? How unbelievable. The newcomer, a woman, offered her hand to help Azur to his feet. Azur was completely bewildered. And you are? The woman replied. The master of the magic tower, Lord Polazid, informed us that a royal was requesting aid. Luckily, I was just passing through. What a coincidence, no? Something clicked for Azur, the master of the magic tower. Your presence here means. Geralt confirmed his thoughts. That's right, the entire Black Wolf Knight Order, followed by the steady march of countless others, are heading this way, Geralt continued. They have all assembled here. She then offered her deduction. I'm not sure if this was part of your plan, but Queen has fallen, and Churchman is gravely injured. That's why Baunin is fighting that sword-wielding maid. Azur quickly cut her off. Wait a moment. Did you hear all of this from Churchmen? But Geralt looked confused. I don't understand. We came here the moment we received the report. Hearing that, Azur's eyes widened in terror. His urgency spiked. Damn it, we need to get out of here now. Geralt asked. Commander, what is happening? The color drained from Azur's face. He yelled, all of us need to leave immediately. Geralt quickly moved to follow his orders. But all of their actions had been captured by Melly's observation skill. She whispered, found them. Then, Melly turned and called out, Lord Vaur? For a moment, Vaur was silent. Then he broke into a mysterious smile. Is that so? Dust and smoke billowed as Jean rose from the chaos, her face filled with pure rage. The squad surrounded Churchmen to help, but he warned them, do not fight her. One of them questioned him. What do you mean? We have Baunin and the entire legion. How hard could it be to defeat one monster? With sweat on his brow, Churchman continued, these are the commander's orders. We cannot afford to hesitate. The group quickly evacuated Churchman, calling out, Baunin, we're retreating. She looked back, confused. Why? I'm about to defeat this monster. As she prepared to charge, a voice stopped her. No, Baunin. She was confused. Azur, realizing the danger, quickly ran to intercept her. We must return immediately. Baunin protested with clear dissatisfaction. But why? This is the perfect time to defeat the guardian of that ancient core. Azur insisted they would have another chance, just not now. Baunin finally relented. If you say so, then fine. Her quick compliance surprised Azur. He urged everyone toward the gate, but before he could finish, Jean's beheading claw flew past, blocking their only escape. It landed with a powerful tremor as Jean stepped forward, her voice ringing out. Who gave you permission to leave? She was dead serious. Lord Vaur sent me here because he trusted me. None of you will be leaving this place, Jean thought to herself. That black-haired man must be the commander, but taking him down won't be simple. Baunin reacted instantly, shielding Azur. Garot, take Commander Azur and go. I will hold her back. Jean coolly assessed the new development. That blue-haired girl is quite strong, she mused. I've faced many A-rank parties in this dungeon, but I've never met anyone who could fight to me to a standstill like this. With that thought, she declared, You with the blue hair, I'll tear you apart first. Baunin showed no fear. She met the threat with a challenge. You want to tear me apart? Just try it. Azur cried out in alarm. Baunin! Jean was enraged. It seems you'd rather do this the hard way. Just then, the air filled with fluttering butterflies. Azur's group was stunned. Where are these coming from? Baunin warned. Commander, this is magic. Azur asked defensively. What is this? Steady footsteps emerged from the swarm of butterflies as a familiar voice spoke. I only came here looking for Jean. Azur's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The figure added casually. It seems quite lively here, doesn't it? In that moment, Agio fell into a pit of despair. The one person he never wanted to face was Vaur, and now he was here. The pressure from an ancient demon was terrifying. He even greeted them. Vaur looked them over and said, You all look so familiar. They were all stunned by his presence. When he suddenly uttered, Ah, I remember now. I thought I would never see you people again. The green squirrel? And a redhead too? And you. Vaur gave Asia a special nickname, the Brave Boy. Agio recalled the question from before, how will you handle the consequences? Vaur was still musing, so many people in this empire, and yet, we meet again. How interesting, right? Agio's mind raced, searching for a reason. Why would this monster come for them instead of rampaging in the city? Seeing him move, Bunin whispered Agio's name, but in the next second, Agia knelt before Vaur. It is an immense honor that you remember us, my lord. Have you been well? Vaur nodded, satisfied. No need for such formalities. Agio bowed low and explained, I must say, this incident has nothing to do with us. Vaur deliberately pried, hey, you all live in the central citadel, so you wouldn't have come here for nothing, would you? Agia quickly offered, we came to resolve this very problem. If you wish to find the true culprit, we will offer our complete cooperation. Vaur paused to think. Agio's gaze was completely sincere as Vaur's eyes narrowed, assessing the situation. Then Vaur turned away. He finally agreed. Fine, whatever. He called to his comrade, Gina, let's go. I'm tired. Genie replied with a cheerful tone. Yes, my lord. Vaur suddenly sounded alarmed. Jean, are you bleeding? Cold sweat dripped down Agio's face. His heart felt like it was on fire. Did it work? He was so tense, his sweat dripped audibly onto the ground. Vaur began to walk away. As his back receded, Agio finally smiled in relief. A success. But at that moment, Vaur was suddenly right beside him, asking, what are you smiling about? Vaur's move nearly made his heart stop. He stumbled to the ground, confused. Since when were you? Bunin knew this was bad, and rushed to help Agia. Vaur spoke gravely to them. Did you really think? Gio's face turned pale with fear. Vaur transformed into his beast form, growling. That I'd let this go so easily? The group was on high alert. Bunin rushed to help, but she was too late. An evil, black aura from Vaur enveloped Agia. Ginny listened to the voice that rang out. I may have owed you a debt in lie, but this cannot be forgiven. Vaur reached out to the man on the ground, his words like a death sentence. Especially you. He focused on Agia, his eyes filled with Vaur's haunting presence. But suddenly, someone moved to stop him. A man in a hat shouted, Now, Miss Beline! In an instant, Agio was rescued from Vaur's grasp. Vaur glanced at Beline, asking calmly, And where are you off to? Garrett commanded, Everyone, protect those two with all your strength. Vaur glared at them as a massive explosion erupted. Bilin, Vaur only uttered one sentence. You all are truly a nuisance. With that, he launched countless sharp spikes toward the two runners. Beline couldn't block in time. She couldn't dodge. Just then, the man in the hat shielded her with his own body. He was covered in blood, but still managed a faint smile. This time, I was faster than you, Bunin. He only had time for one last request before he fell. Please, take care of the captain. Beline watched her comrade collapse, utterly speechless. She could only let out a scream of agony. Bunin gritted her teeth and turned back for revenge, but someone suddenly grabbed her arm. Gio pleaded. Bunin, don't! She screamed at him furiously. Why are you stopping me? He glanced behind them, holding her firmly. Don't! Still reeling from the loss of her teammate, Bunin couldn't understand Agio's actions. Why not? Only Garrot was still observing from the side. To end this battle, they had to use a teleportation gate. A dark mana was blanketing the area. It felt like a poison gas, making it hard to breathe. The others' minds were already affected, making it difficult to set the coordinates. Damn it, there's no other choice. It requires a sacrifice. She lifted her hand from her mouth and shouted, Aina. Hearing the order through his comms device, a man in the crowd responded. I understand. Vaur watched the scene with a bored look. This again? Aina charged forward, resolved. I have to push back this mana, and buy them time to build the teleportation gate. To do that, I must face him head-on. Seeing his reckless charge, Beline screamed, Aina! He pressed forward with fierce resolve, swinging his sword high, but before he could even act, someone sliced off his arm. Bunin's group froze in shock. A deadly voice echoed, Humans, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I will not allow you to succeed. It was Gene. Aina was in agony but tried to endure. Genie was merciless, and finished him off brutally, leaving his body mangled. Bunin froze at the horrifying sight. Her grief was unbearable. Then it erupted into fury, and she screamed. Agio desperately called her name, Bunin. She was filled with hatred, roaring, I will kill every last one of you. Agio rushed forward and embraced her, holding her back. Don't. Bunin. She struggled against him. Let me go, he begged in a hoarse voice. You have to survive. Please, Valer observed quietly. What are they doing? Suddenly, he noticed something. Billion saw the newcomer and shouted, "Mr. Spider-Man." He raised his shield. It then unleashed a blinding light. Even Vower was startled by the radiance. What is that? Vower's arrows slammed directly into the light. Sir Chopman finally caught his breath. Did I block it? Vower sounded slightly impressed. Pretty sturdy. But then his eyes turned cold and cruel. It seems I have to get serious. Sir Chopman remained wary. He was horrified. What is that thing? A giant silhouette appeared before him, summoning countless magic circles. He was terrified. Magic? So much magic. Garrett prayed silently. Just a little longer. The gate will be finished. Please, just hold on a little longer. Sir Chopman, please. He struggled to block the continuous barrage of magic. Garrett held on to a single ray of hope. The 36 forms, a technique said to be created by a god, but it now faced the full power of an ancient monster as its magic rained down. The protective light of Spider-Man. The shield began to crack, filling him with fear. Then it shattered completely, and he stared in a daze. A powerful blast sent him flying back. He dug in his heels, holding his ground. As everything began to explode, Bunin covered her nose. A voice, filled with pain, cried out, "Run, Captain!" Terrified, Bayunin screamed his name, "Mr. Spider-Man." He shielded them with his own body from the aftershock. With his last bit of strength, Spider-Man gave his final order. "Forget about this old man. Bunin, the squad and the Empire's future are in your hands now." Bunin cried out in anguish. "No, sir." Spider-Man spoke, each word a struggle. "It was an honor to sacrifice myself for you." And in that heroic pose, he passed away. Salo's voice suddenly cut in. "So you're still alive?" Bunin slowly moved toward him. Azur stepped in her way. "Don't. Bunin. You can't defeat him." Bunin ignored him, charging forward with a determined look. "That doesn't matter anymore, because I am a hero." She knew a hero's duty is to protect everyone. With that conviction, she landed a devastating punch on Salo. In a nearby chest filled with jewels, Jean cried out with glee, "They're so beautiful and shiny, Lord Devisor." But he told Jean, "We didn't come here for things like this." Before Devisor could finish, Renee cut in, "But we still made a huge profit, right?" Devisor replied with a bored tone, "Indeed. Well, not too bad. I sent the golem in just to see how berserk it would get. Tossing a crystal," he continued. "It performed its job well before its mana ran out. Recharge it when we get back." Jean looked slightly surprised. "It also took you a while to reveal your true form." Devisor held a gem, musing, "I can't bring myself to crush them. But when I think of the trouble he caused me, how should I put it? To kill them now would be a waste." Azur's group had arrived in a deep forest. As a blue flower drifted down, suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Bunin picked up the flower as someone asked her, "Remember my strike team that just fought the ancient core?" "Bunin, this time we only lost 4 members and 1 artifact." Bazid still regarded her with respect. "Thanks to you, we avoided complete annihilation." Bunin still ached from losing her comrades, but she could only grit her teeth and bear the pain. "I am aware of that." But someone else approached, interrupting their conversation. A voice said, "That flower is beautiful." Bunin gasped in surprise. "Garrot." She stepped forward to comfort Bunin. "I am sure that everyone is grateful to you." Bunin heard her but didn't reply, as tears welled in her eyes. "That's impossible." She blamed herself. "They must all resent me. If only I had arrived a little sooner." Bazid silently turned and walked away. Bunin continued to fault herself. "If I was a little stronger, I could have defeated the maid." With those words, she fell to her knees. "And if I were even stronger," Bunin clenched her jaw, remembering Spider-Man, and snarled, "I'm sure of it." Bunin's emotions finally broke loose. "I could have killed Devisor and saved everyone." Tears streamed down her face as she cried, "If only I." Garrot suddenly cut off Bunin's self-blame. "You will defeat him. I believe that one day you will be able to beat Devisor." And for that victory, everyone fought as hard as they did. Garrett pulled Bunin into an embrace, whispering, "So you have to let go of what happened." Hearing this, Bunin could no longer hold back her grief. She clung to Garrot, sobbing like a child. The two of them embraced for a long time. Meanwhile, in another room, dark and without any light, Azur sat listlessly in a chair. He wondered to himself, "How am I even still alive? Why didn't Devisor kill me back then? That was the perfect opportunity for him to kill me." And Azur recalled the scene from the other day. Devisor was in Salo's form when Bunin charged forward. Her punch had shattered the earth beneath them. He'd glanced at her with contempt. How boring. Tesk. he then exclaimed. Teleportation magic? Bunin had screamed. Garrot. Then, Salo had suddenly spoken up. Hey you, the boy with black hair. A dark and ominous aura enveloped Azar. Azar was confused. It seemed like that ancient monster wanted to say something to me. He sighed. I want to investigate, but too many eyes are watching me. I can't make a move. I can't even attend my own subordinates' funerals. I'll handle the reports from now on. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Azar. He was stunned. My eye. It suddenly feels like it's going to explode. Holding a candle, Azar quickly clutched his eye. Damn it, what the hell is this? He wondered. Is this just pain from overwork? Why? At that moment, Azar lost all awareness of his surroundings. He suddenly collapsed. Azar screamed out in agony. Soon after, many voices called out, Captain. Garrot looked down, asking, Captain, are you all right? He was bewildered. Garrett? Azar finally regained his senses. Did I pass out? How long was I gone? He suddenly coughed up a pool of blood. Garrett, beside him, was terrified. Captain, are you okay? She screamed frantically. Hey, you there. Call for a medic, now. Azar clutched his chest in pain. I see now. He didn't spare my life. That bastard. D-Visor. The monster's words to Azar were, you have about. Azar finally remembered. He only had 6 months left to live. Garrett stared at the chaotic mess on the ground. She looked completely drained. Garrett asked, are the hallucinations getting any worse? Azar replied calmly, I'm used to it, so I'm fine. One should be grateful to still see people as they were before. She swept the pieces of broken glass into a bin. It has been 4 days, so it is only a matter of time. The treatment is not working, and the symptoms are not improving, and we haven't even found the root cause of it yet. Azar also seemed tormented. This means modern medicine is useless for this condition. He thought to himself, the one who left this curse on me is Devisor. There's probably no real way to cure it. At this point, there's only one option left. He then called out, Garrot. He used his authority as commander to order her. From this moment on, no one is allowed to know about my condition. That, of course, includes Bunin. The masterpiece will be completed before I die. And for that purpose, our priority will be restoring the masterpiece that was destroyed, and the lost forces of the Night Corps. Garrett seemed a bit surprised. I will handle the matter of the Night Corps myself. I will gather the talented people you've been watching. They left a few hours ago, so some teams have likely reached their targets already. Hearing this, Azar felt a bit of disappointment in his heart. I wondered where Bunin and the others vanished. Since when? He questioned Garrot. Shouldn't you have reported to me first? Garrett shot back without fear. I assumed reporting to a superior in your condition would be pointless. It would be useless. Things will only get more complicated. I'll file a detailed report when this is over. I might have to leave for a while. Azo was at a loss for words. Giot turned and dropped a bombshell. Because on my way here, I saw the person you despise most. He's heading this way. Azo tensed up. What? You mean? But Gio had already vanished. He grumbled. Hey, don't just use magic in my room. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Azo called out, Come in. Dorinet entered with a smile. Greetings, Captain. I heard the news and came right away. I hope an old man's comfort can ease your troubled mind. Azo gave him a dark look. You know something? You must have been a priest for too long. Because you're a terrible liar. He exposed him instantly. You just came here for my answer, didn't you? Dorinet admitted it without hesitation. That is indeed the case. Azo had already figured as much. Why us? Why couldn't it be someone else? Dorinet replied. I want the Black Wolf Knights of Ethobzi, the Empire's strongest legion, by our side. It's as simple as that. He explained that in the current empire, religion is just a tool to maintain ties with the Holy Empire. But in reality, we are a secretly oppressed organization. Sometimes, my life is considered worth less than a single noble's. It's all about power. Azo scoffed. You say that as if we are the ones suppressing your faith. Even if a god truly exists in this empire, our god is His Majesty, the Emperor. Dornet just laughed. Of course. A wicked expression crossed his face. That's how it is for now. But soon, blessings will reach every corner of this human land. Then we can escape this oppression and spread our teachings far and wide. Azo stared at him with disgust. It sounds like you're about to start a holy war. Dorinet gave a sinister smile. You're jumping to conclusions. I can't even hold a silver spoon, let alone a sword. Just like you right now, Captain. Hearing that, Azo wanted to lunge forward and kill him. Dorinet didn't care, turning to leave. It seems you're not in good condition today. So, I'll be leaving. Let's pretend I haven't heard your answer yet. I hope you will heed the will of our God. He tossed the words over his shoulder and left. Azo sat there, stunned. An answer? Fine, you'll get one. Next time, I'll answer you in a different way. His expression was chillingly unreadable. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a voice called out, "This is the 4th room." Bastic called cautiously, "Miss Mioli." At that moment, the stones began to shift. The creatures inside started to awaken. Bastic said cheerfully, "From now on, this will be the room you and your hellhound are in charge of." Mioli was amazed. "Really?" she shrieked with joy. "I love it." Mioli playfully pinched John's cheek like a happy child. "This is the Great Dungeon's core. John, isn't this like a dream? We can rebuild the entire castle in this room. Let's think about how to decorate it." She cheered happily. Bastic turned to Vour and said, "I'm glad she likes it." Vour seemed confused. "You seem to like it too, huh?" Bastic replied casually. "Of course. It was worth clearing out the vermin for this. The master found an excellent gatekeeper." Vour sighed. "You're talking about John, aren't you?" Bastic confirmed. "That's right. Actually, just having Ron, that hellhound in this room is more than enough." Vour snapped. "I didn't name it. Don't look at me." Bastic chuckled and asked him, "If I recall, Miss Mioli was the one who brought it here." Vour added with a tired voice, "And she was the one who named it too." Bastic's eyes lit up hearing that Miss Mioli has a great eye for subordinates, but her naming sense is just... Vour had to agree. "That's true, but it seems she doesn't know that dog's true identity." Mioli was still playing innocently with her pet. Bastic guessed. "Perhaps the time isn't right yet. She will find out one day." Suddenly, someone ran up. "Sir Devisor, I've finished setting up the golem in the 3rd room," Jean reported excitedly. "The magic stone for its power source has been recharged and hidden in the wall, so normal humans will never find it." Vour patted her head in praise. "Good work, Jean. You've worked hard this time, and you've done an excellent job." Jean replied respectfully. "Thank you, Sir Devisor." Bastic cut in. "I'm sorry to say this, but I've seen this exact scene too many times. You two haven't changed a bit, have you? Even the headache I get from watching this is exactly the same." Bastic shuddered. "I can't watch this anymore, so I'll get straight to the point." Vour asked. "The point?" Bastic grinned. "Master, this time." Vour immediately cut him off. "Don't even start. If I have to go outside, I'm not doing it." Bastic nearly applauded. "That's exactly it." Vour mocked him. "That's it, huh?" Bastic spoke like a concerned father. "This time, do not set foot outside the dungeon. A lot has happened until now, right? You even destroyed an entire castle last time." Vour couldn't argue with that. Bastic continued. "And it seems the other dungeons have heard about it. They think your actions are highly unusual." Vour didn't seem to care. "So what? Are they going to come here and complain to my face?" Bastic replied instantly. "Yes, they are." Vour's eyes widened in shock. Bastic continued. "We've already contacted Miss Bathory. The other dungeons have a lot to say to you, Master." Vour was completely exasperated. What a pain. But he quickly recovered. "So, when are they coming?" Bastic gave a short, simple answer. "Today." The entire group froze on the spot. A mournful cry echoed from the dungeon's core. "For real?" Salu's laughter rang out. "Home sweet home." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Sir Eric Bed appeared out of nowhere like the Grim Reaper. "Do you have any idea what's going on?" Seeing Bastic's group bustling about, she was surprised. "End of the year cleaning?" Eric Bed kicked Salu in frustration. "It's not even the end of the year." Mioli watched, sweating nervously. "Do the great dungeons gather together often?" Bastic, who was cleaning, saw Mioli and answered, "Not really. If you mean a gathering like Judecca, then no, there's nothing like that. Judecca aims to unite the Demon King race. But the great dungeons are vastly different in type and nature. From one dungeon to another, Melly was ecstatic. "This is unprecedented. I'm witnessing history in the making." Patrick considered her words. "A historic moment, huh?" He admitted she wasn't wrong, but privately thought, "I've never heard of the great dungeon masters gathering before." Patrick warned, "This also means our boss has caused too much trouble lately. We shouldn't get so excited. Just look at this letter." He held up a paper. "They're coming to the ancient core, without permission or revealing their purpose," Melly complained. "They have no respect." Patrick agreed. "Exactly." He angrily crumpled the paper. "Those people are so arrogant." Patrick tossed the crumpled paper. Melly's eyes widened, then she sighed and suddenly called out, "Sir Patrick, I think there's an intruder." A strange object appeared at the entrance. Patrick was instantly on alert. "Melly, inform everyone." She obeyed immediately. "Understood." Patrick also prepared to leave. "I'll go see what's happening." His expression was murderous as he snarled, "Why have these guests come here?" Meanwhile, at the central hub of the Great Desert Kingdoms Alliance, the largest trade route spanning 5 nations, a woman suddenly yelled, The ground is trembling. They were horrified. What the hell? Just as a dungeon appeared, the man in white from earlier said, stunned, I told you, I would take control of the trade route. A massive, worm-like creature emerged from the ground. The woman screamed, what the hell is that thing? Darkness fell on the desert. A leader rallied his men from above. Conquer the dungeon and reclaim our land. The enemy are just overgrown insects. With the elite forces from 5 kingdoms, we will drive these vile creatures away. Moments later, the group was wiped out by the very creatures they scorned. One man was captured, screaming in terror. No, help! I don't want to die like this. The leader couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. Where did they find an army 10 times our own? He was paralyzed by fear. This is a nightmare, he yelled in despair. A monster of immense size rose up, swallowing everything. It was known as the ruler of the desert. The other creatures could only watch. Despair enveloped the 5 kingdoms. Back at the core, Patrick suddenly rushed out, deep in thought. The movements from the video were clear. He screeched to a halt. Before him was the master of a great dungeon, the Sandhell matriarch, Heth-Saber. Heth-Saber spoke up. It seems not all the monsters have recovered. A voice that mimics a human's, Patrick mused. I've heard some insect monsters can mimic the voices of those they devour. More importantly, what is its intention? Is it trying to measure the power of the ancient core? I have to act before the boss gets here. As he powered up, a voice suddenly called out, what are you two doing? Socializing? Vour appeared with a cold expression. Zine hurried after him. Sir Vour, wait for us. Patrick also spoke. Miss Zine. He stepped in front of Vour. Boss, step back. I'll handle this. Vour questioned. Why? Heth-Saber's voice suddenly softened, laced with joy. Oh, master, it's been so long. I'm so glad you're well, she said. Vour responded. Heth-Saber, have you grown? As Patrick stood dumbfounded, she casually replied, Master, you can't say that to a lady, you clumsy teacher. Vour asked. I've heard things. Getting quite famous, are you? How have you been? Heth-Saber answered. I'm doing great, thanks to everything you taught me. Vour replied cheerfully. You must be, I can tell. Hearing their familiar tone, Melly and especially Xena were petrified. Vour then began the introduction. Say hello. This is the former gatekeeper of the ancient core. Xena and Heth-Saber politely introduced themselves. Hello. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Heth-Saber, of the Sand Hell. Xene's group was in complete shock. Heth-Saber looked at them and asked, So, what's going on? Miss Heth-Saber was the gatekeeper for the Azure Path before my arrival. Was your question about recovery simply a concern for our dungeon's safety? She thought to herself. How amusing. Patrick asked in disbelief. The reason you stayed silent during our confrontation was because you were shy? Vour was also surprised. Really? Heth-Saber continued. I didn't know what to say during our first meeting. Patrick angrily whispered. Why didn't you say anything? Vour replied evasively. I was too lazy and forgot to tell you. Patrick sighed. Even if she's the former gatekeeper and close to our boss, she's now the master of another great dungeon. We cannot lower our guard. Heth-Saber suddenly declared excitedly. I'm your biggest fan, Sir Patrick. He stammered in reply. Ah, yes, she continued. They say your sword skills are peerless, earning you the title of strongest swordsman and death knight, even as a skeleton. It's such an honor to meet you. Patrick's demeanor instantly changed as he beamed. Please, make yourself at home, my lady. Did you all hear that? The master of a great dungeon is my fan. Melly cringed, while Xena said bluntly, You're so embarrassing. Heth-Saber then saw Xena and asked, And you two are? Xena answered, Gatekeepers. Melly also introduced herself. My name is the Demon King Melly. I'm not tasty because I'm still growing up. Xena tried an apologetic smile. But Miss Heth-Saber? You're the mother of all insects, right? You just introduced yourself as a lady. So, your gender is... Heth-Saber didn't get angry. I'm a woman. Xena's face showed understanding. I see. Her expression suddenly sharpened. So, Miss Heth-Saber, you're a woman who is close to Sir Vour, aren't you? Melly also shouted, Miss Xena, based on my dating experience, they must have had an illicit relationship. Patrick quickly covered her mouth. Melly, you've never dated anyone. Xena was nearly frantic. Sir Patrick, she's an insect. Patrick yelled. Wait, Xena. Melly also called out. Sir Patrick, are you kidding me? Of course I have no dating experience. But Patrick interjected. Please forgive this chaotic situation. Everyone is a bit on edge, since a creature from another great dungeon arrived without permission. Heth-Saber didn't seem to mind. I really only came here to see my master. It's been a while. Of course it is. Then, at the dungeon's core, a woman spoke. So this truly is the heart of the famed great prison. She is Maga, master of Zidat's great prison. I will warn that monster not to cause any more trouble. In the Maga sand hell, her spirit beast asked. So, you are leaving? Maga, our master. It called her name with reverence. She spoke. When Ezavot and Salo, two great prisons, clashed without reason. The incident at Nietzsche was no different. Maga descended. We cannot allow Salo to act freely. With that, she approached the dungeon core. She thought, I am Maga, ruler of the White Mountains, and the strongest of all dragons. I will not be disrespected. Fainer chirped. Sister, look at me. I can turn human now, the little girl boasted. Look at my tail. Isn't it cool? Maga replied tiredly. Sure, it's cool. She thought. I intended to come alone, but Fainer pleaded. I want to go too, please. Maga reminded her. Fainer, in public, could you call me master? Fainer beamed. Yes, sister. I mean, master. Master, isn't my smaller tail so cool? Maga chuckled. Sure, it's cool. Suddenly, another voice echoed. Cool? You brought a child to a gathering of lords? She silently wondered who this was. Maga answered calmly. And you dare take that tone at a meeting of lords? The voice belonged to the representative of Not Kumbo, the armor lord. Maga observed him, thinking, so, this is the lord of Not Kumbo. He looks like an orc, but his strength alone made him a lord. By pure strength alone, I can't believe he's the first one I've met. She then spoke aloud, despite her appearance. Fainer is far stronger than any common dragon. I will not listen to you. Fainer took a fighting stance. Me neither. The armor lord was unfazed. Fine by me. However, remember this, Dragon Monarch, he warned. Your companion could die at any moment. Maga was suspicious. That man. His expression. She whispered, Fainer, stay close to me no matter what. Understand? Fainer's eyes widened. Sister. She then answered firmly. Yes, master. All right, let's go, Maga said, starting to walk. And walk on 2 feet, Fainer protested. But this way is easier. Back in the dungeon's core, Maga noted. There's nothing here. The book said, hundreds of ice shards should be here, but there are none. Strange. The armor lord beside her spoke up. First time I'm hearing of that book, she wondered. Were they all wiped out by something? The armor lord retorted. Impossible. Maga knew in her heart this was a core of the Great Wolf. Before the crystal, she realized this was no third-rate dungeon, where monsters could be eliminated unnoticed. This is clearly a trap. Are they testing me, the great Maga? I won't forgive this disrespect. As she advanced, a voice echoed from within. There's nothing here, my lord. The magic golem is asleep. Maga was stunned. This golem is... Are sleeping? Fainer wondered. Is this part of the test? Maga's rage ignited. How dare they? How much longer will you mock me, the great Maga? She roared. If this is what you want, then I'll respond in kind. I will burn this place to cinders. A voice suddenly cut in. What are you doing? Lord Mioli sent me. Badik asked. You must be Lady Maga? And you? The armor lord? Did you two arrive together? The armor lord glared at him. We just met at the entrance. Badik feigned surprise. Is that so? Excellent. The others are waiting for you. Shall we begin? Fainer's eyes sparkled at Batik. Start what? She thought excitedly. Batik noticed and said, What else? The first meeting of the dungeon lords, of course. Fainer panicked slightly. She asked Maga, Master, what do we do? Maga replied, If I'm right, most are here because of Salo's wrath. In that case, there's only one thing to do. Even if it means facing Salo, we must unite to stop his rampage, Maga stated. She smirked. Just as I predicted. She eyed the other lords, thinking, It seems everyone has issues with him, though I'm not sure what that one is thinking. Suddenly, Badik announced, Thank you all for waiting. Maga felt a hint of anticipation. He's finally here. Let's see what he's made of. But then, Maga froze solid. Salo entered, his presence overwhelming. A cold sweat formed on her brow. So, this is the Black Calamity. Truly the strongest of the lords. She watched him intently, whispering his name in her mind. Salo. Badik bowed respectfully. Boss. Salo gave a cold grunt in reply. He took his seat with the air of a supreme ruler. The room fell into a tense silence. Maga watched him, a flicker of fear in her eyes. What if he rips my eyes out? She steeled herself. No, courage, Maga. You represent all dragons. Everyone else must feel this pressure, but they're too afraid to speak. Then it's up to me. But a voice cut in. I have nothing to say. Lucerbeth said casually, I just came to visit since everyone was here. But why is it so quiet? Maga stared, repeating the words in disbelief. Came to visit? Loserbeth suddenly snapped at Sallow. You're the problem. Stop pretending and act like the host you're supposed to be. Sallow replied. I was taking a nap, she sighed. You were quiet because you were tired? Oh heavens, please take care of yourself. Maga watched them bicker, completely bewildered. This is ridiculous. The master of Castle Trait is acquainted with Sallow, and they seem so close. Exa spoke up next. I also have nothing to say. I only came here to see my master. Maga was even more shocked. Master Exa of the Sand Hell. Is that monster's disciple? Exa sighed. Bored. This isn't fun at all. Why did I even bother coming? Oh right, that girl over there seems to have something to say. Let her speak first, she said, gesturing to Maga. Go on, speak up. Maga clenched her fists. I have to say something. Vina watched, calling out, Master. Suddenly, a booming declaration echoed through the room. I will declare war upon the Empire. The room fell silent once again. Maga quickly shook her head. It wasn't me, the armor lord spoke. It was I. I am the one who summoned you to the ancient core. I've gathered you to ask for your aid. I will get straight to the point. Before the end of winter, we of Note Combo will destroy the Empire. He declared this with absolute seriousness. Baddock glanced up at the sharp crystals overhead. Zine sighed, standing cold and still. Several of them sat talking beside a pool. Exa was the first to speak. So, what do you want? Reinforcements? He answered without hesitation. Wrong. Kojiap's face darkened as he spoke. Simply put, stay out of my fight. He sat there, stunned by his words. Their gazes clashed with fiery intensity. Suddenly, a voice from above cut in. Forgive me, but do you know how long until winter? He answered the abrupt question. 1 month. Kojiap stared forward, his expression calm. I will say it again. S.A. Bell stood listening in silence. We are the subjects of Earth Kumbo. The declaration echoed far beyond the walls, and we will destroy the Empire. His voice grew, booming with power. In 1 month, all preparations will be complete. The warriors of Not Kumbo only await my command. Then, another offered his opinion. You can't win against the Empire with just orcs. How many warriors does Not Kumbo have? 200,000? 3? The Empire has 1 million soldiers ready for war. Kogiap's reply was ice cold. This is our only chance. While they're in chaos after the fall of Rias and the incident at Neat, Kogiap's tone grew even more severe. He suddenly stood up, surprising everyone. I've also formed an alliance with an empire that shares my goal. Those words struck Maga with utter shock. Patrick couldn't believe what he had just heard. A monster trembled in silence, then suddenly spewed a strange liquid. You? Zebit glared, his eyes filled with killing intent. An alliance with humans? Patrick, Zine, and Vower watched quietly from the side. The air grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, his face soured with irritation. Hey, if you want to fight, take it outside. Don't cause trouble in my house. The growing menace in his voice terrified them. Vower didn't back down, issuing a direct challenge. You want to fight me? Zebit hesitated to speak. I have nothing to say to someone who abandoned the honor of his race. Under Patrick's watch, he let out a quiet sigh. His arms dangled behind the chair. This is how it should end. Scene change. A vehicle hovered in midair. Patrick ran toward it. You want them to leave? They've already gone. He lay with his legs crossed, clearly annoyed. You say that as if I'm the one who drove them out. The boy sat down on the steps. Kogiap is very confident. He must have allied with a rather powerful empire. Vower replied nonchalantly. Overthrowing the empire is a common goal. Why is everyone overreacting? Patrick answered flatly, as if he was used to it. You're the only person in the world who can say that. Suddenly, his expression became hard to read. Now is not the time. His mood seemed completely detached from his surroundings. At least, not yet. Across the brilliant sunset sky, a voice rang out. Master, Master, an innocent girl asked. What did he mean about destroying the empire? Are we really going to destroy that empire? Maga spoke faintly. I want to. I truly want to destroy those humans. But Maga just managed a smile. Destroying an entire empire isn't easy. It's good. But remember this, Dragon King. You could lose your comrades in a single moment of carelessness. The girl looked confused by those words. Does this have anything to do with what he said then? Suddenly, a figure flashed past Maga with incredible speed. What was that? It was them, S.A. Bell and Kogiap. The girl stared at the two of them in surprise. I thought they separated. So why are they together now? The scene changes to a sky blanketed in white snow. The southeastern Iobap Empire. This place was incredibly cold. Inside a house sat a steaming bowl of soup. "You're not eating? I don't want to eat. We are the only customers here. Maybe it's still too early. But how long are you going to be like this?" Suddenly, Bazit angrily slammed his fork into a piece of cake. "Starving won't bring your comrades back to life. I know why Garot sent you here now." She looked haggard, indifferent to his words. "Have the others gone to find Shing's whereabouts?" "Here, are you interested now that I mention another hero? They're probably hiding in disguise somewhere. Can we summon them? If we can find them, it's possible. They should have at least given us contact information to make it easier. By the way, don't even think about leaving before you're done eating. Now I have to get to my own work." Bazit left quickly but suddenly shouted, "Is the owner here?" The owner rushed out. "Here." Jiapmeo walked out while wiping his hands. "What is it, sir? We're looking for someone. We received information that he's here. Have you seen anyone that looks like this?" Bazit held a drawing out in front of him. "Ah, I don't think I've ever met him. Anyway, I can't remember the faces of all my customers." "Is that so?" But he suddenly launched a surprise attack. "How very strange." Jiapmeo easily parried the unexpected blow. "Because you look a lot like the person we're looking for. Should I call you a chef or a former hero?" "The former hero, Jiapmeo." His eyes narrowed. "I don't know what you're talking about." A slight smirk appeared on Bazit's lips. "You say that after stopping my sword with a knife. Are you really a chef?" The tense sound of metal on metal echoed. "We need your help with something." The two suddenly lunged at each other. "I refuse." Bazit sat down. "I haven't even said what it is yet. The royal palace already has too many chefs. I also need to step back and rest in my old age." Those words made him laugh like a madman. "You should leave while we're both in a good mood." Suddenly, blood vessels started to pop on Bazit's face. "Garot said you could chop me into 100 pieces. They also told me what to do if you refuse. This is more comfortable." Jiapmeo moved quickly, 36 style, Bloody Mary. His eyes looked a bit soulless as he spoke. "But I'm not." And just like that, a fight broke out inside the inn. Bazit pulled out his weapon and stated his name. "I am Bazit, of the Black Wolf Knights." Seeing his fighting spirit, Jiapmeo just shrugged in response. "I'm Jiapmeo, the chef." He was also quietly analyzing the situation. "What's that sound of grinding steel?" This curiosity came and went so quickly that he let it go. "Whatever, no more words are needed." Jiapmeo rushed forward, lifting Bazit up with a single uppercut. "It doesn't matter anyway." He defeated Bazit in a single move, without expending any extra energy. The house creaked from the impact. After the fight, he massaged his hands and feet. "Whew, it's been a while since I used my strength. My power control is not very good. Good thing I didn't punch a hole in the wall." Suddenly, Jiapmeo realized something. He fell silent. A third party had suddenly entered the fray. Bilin approached Bazit, offering weak support, and asked, "Are you okay?" Without answering, he grumbled, "Couldn't you have caught me more gently?" Even before facing Barzid, Jiapmeo had already noticed the girl's movements. To move that fast from so far away? Impressive. With agile speed, Bilnin appeared before Jiapmeo, ignoring Barzid's warning. She bowed her head deeply, in a show of respect. "It is an honor to finally meet a hero of the previous generation. My name is Bilnin Hitozia." Hearing this, Jiapmeo was slightly surprised. "The Empire's great hero comes to see a has-been like me?" She replied, "We have our reasons. The Empire is currently facing a crisis. You've heard the news of Sir Vern's passing, correct?" Those words finally made him freeze. He said flatly, "So, the rumors were true." Bilnin got straight to the point. "Will you come with us?" Sir Jiapmeo didn't refuse, instead asking, Do you know why I wield a kitchen knife, and not a sword?" While she was still confused, he continued, "It's because we are living in an era of peace. Rias is now wealthier and more prosperous than any other nation." He recounted with bitterness, "But the Empire's ambition has no end. It keeps sending its youth to their deaths, all in the name of raiding the 7th dungeon." Bilnin showed no emotion, staying focused on the mission. "Are you rejecting the Empire's noble quest to raid the 7th dungeon?" He gave a faint smile. "Ha ha, such sharp eyes. Are you planning to arrest me for treason then?" No more pleading. Bilnin drew her weapon to subdue him. "Since you've refused our polite offer, I will have to restrain you." Jiapmeo sighed, just as her weapon was about to touch his nose. Well now, he dodged in an instant. The youth of today are full of energy. Bilnin threw a punch, but Jiapmeo easily dodged it. This pattern repeated, but it was all useless. She couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. She began to doubt herself. Why? Why can't my attacks reach him? The entire fight had been witnessed by Barzid from the beginning. He was even more shocked than she was. He's dealing with Bilnin as if he were playing with a child, and he wasn't wrong. Bilnin was on the attack, but could do nothing to Jiapmeo. By now, she was exhausted, even shedding tears of helplessness. It was as if Gyatmeo could read both of their minds. You seem to be struggling to understand the reason, don't you? He then gently pushed her away with the hilt of his kitchen knife. He bluntly pointed out her mistake. Your attacks are far too direct. He gently spun the small knife, judging her seriously. It's likely due to your straightforward personality, but such a simple attack pattern will only be a hindrance against an enemy of equal or greater strength. His words hit home, causing Bill Nin to stammer. That's... Suddenly, a voice came from a piece of cloth. Bill Nin? It was a communication device. It asked, Is Sir Gyatmeo also there? Hearing his name, he was confused. Who is this now? The other side got straight to business. Greetings, sir. I am the acting commander-in-chief of the 7th Dungeon Raid Coalition, Adelto Bez Galivaton. Barzid replied, So you're the one who sent them here. Are you trying to persuade me as well? The voice on the other end ignored him and spoke to Bill Nin. Could you please give us some space? I have a private matter to discuss with Sir Gyatmeo. She obeyed. Of course. The voice then began in earnest. First, I apologize for contacting you in this manner. Given the circumstances, I truly wish I could have spoken with you directly. Gyatmeo's response was still a refusal. I'm afraid I have nothing to discuss with a subordinate of His Majesty, the Emperor. Hearing this, the man on the other end understood his resentment. As I thought, you still harbor resentment towards the Empire's high command. He then hinted at that incident. Gyatmeo was quite surprised by this. It seems you've looked into my background. The man didn't deny it. I would be grateful if you could see it as the minimum preparation for a smooth conversation with you. But this wasn't enough to convince Gyatmeo. If that's the case, then you know exactly why I can't return to the Empire. I'm ending this. But the other man didn't give up. There weren't just 6. He didn't understand his meaning. What? What did you say? The other side listed 6 names. Jacob, Brenda, Anode, Kenneth, Vacap, Egrenhart. Gyatmeo was so stunned he stammered, You. How do you know those names? The man continued. But it wasn't just 6. There were 8 in total. There were 2 others you never discovered. Hearing this, Gyatmeo was completely shocked. Is that true? The other side confirmed firmly. It is true. And I know the names of those 2. The story pauses there. Elsewhere, Salo was sprawled out on the ground, bored. Let's do nothing. Patrick sighed beside him. Perhaps doing as little as possible is the best course of action. Encouraged, he grumbled even more. See? Whether you do it now or later, you still have to put in the effort, right? His subordinate agreed. Right. Salo looked very pleased with his own logic. But if you act after something happens, your efforts will be better rewarded. Seeing this, even Patrick was amazed. I never expected you to have such a productive mindset, boss. Salo was even more pleased. Ahem. I prefer to enjoy guaranteed happiness now over chasing an uncertain future. And his subordinate chimed in. You have a point. Huh? Then he spoke earnestly. So, to be happy in the present, I'd like to request some time off. That was all it took for Salo to agree. Alright, fine. I'll do it. With that, Patrick listed a series of actions, starting with repairing the dungeon. Let's call it self-maintenance. After all, the first and second rooms are empty. Hearing that, Salo got a little defensive. Self-maintenance? But I'm already perfect. Before he finished, his subordinate threatened him with the leave request. Tsk. Seeing that, he quickly got to work. Alright, you want me to check the rooms? Even after leaving, Salo was still grumbling. That damned resignation letter. I'll tear it up when he's not looking. Suddenly, he noticed something. Isn't this the food pantry? He thought, stepping inside. I should check in here too. But then he saw something. Salo returned to Patrick. Patrick. His subordinate replied. Oh, boss. You're back sooner than I thought. He was suspicious. You weren't just going through the motions, were you? He rubbed his head tiredly. No, I just discovered a problem sooner than expected. Patrick was curious. What kind of problem is it? He also noticed his boss's aura had changed. Salo scratched his ear and said flatly, The food pantry is empty. A girl named Vina, her face smudged, cried out, Oh, I'm so sorry, bowing her head to Salo again and again. Melly, who had been listening, felt sorry for him. The Monster Guild came directly about the food supply? Baddock agreed. That's right. While other dungeons search for guilds to stock supplies, the Poison Dungeon is different. For us, it is a symbiotic relationship. We are far more than just VIP clients. We will handle the goblins. She was completely shocked. Goblins? You mean the top monster guild? Ignoring their chatter, Sato looked down at a trembling Vina and asked coldly, By the way, where is Note? The noise started up again. Melly gasped. Lord Sato remembered a guild member's name? Baddock explained from the side. Yes, because he is very talented among the goblins. The boss likes him. Vina swallowed her fear, finally daring to look up and speak. Please, let me explain. A few days ago, there was a supply raid targeting countless guilds. He cut her off. Not just you, but other guilds as well? Who did it? She trembled as she answered. It was the orcs. Baddock added, it must be the Note Combo clan. It turned out Note had been unbelievably brave. He used his small body to block them. You can't take it all. These are Lord Sato's supplies. But it was useless. Vina seethed, recalling the memory. He tried to stop them, but they refused to listen. Sato interrupted again. Did they kill him? Vina answered. No, sir. He was taken along with the supplies. He asked once more. Is that true? Seeing his absolute fury, she bowed her head to the ground, firmly stating, yes. How could I dare lie to you? I am truly so sorry. Please take my life and spare the others. Realizing he'd scared her too much, his voice softened. Where did they go? She was confused for a moment. Sir? Sato was serious. This is more complicated than I thought. I can't believe the orcs. The Note Combo clan would dare attack a monster guild for war supplies. Baddock then offered his opinion. We can retrieve the supplies, but the real problem is... Note, Sato commanded Vina. Take me to the orcs' location. She agreed immediately. Baddock wanted to join in. Should I come with you, boss? But he wasn't needed. No. It's time to teach them a lesson for daring to touch our food. At the orcs' lair, they were grilling meat over a fire, still complaining. That fool. If only he'd handed over the food from the start. But he insisted it belonged to the poison dungeon. Suddenly a voice barked, shut your mouths. He seemed to be the rational one, but had a condescending air. You believed him? You cowards? A bunch of rabbits. Another orc immediately understood. You mean we shouldn't raid for supplies, but cooperate to avoid conflict with other poison dungeons? The orc scoffed coldly. Enough, chief. This is no time for kindness. We have to win this war. His arrogance was clear. Even if we clash with the poison dungeon, as long as I, Taga-kun, am here, it's fine. If they want to play, tell them to bring out the ancient monster from the ancient core. Suddenly, Vina appeared asking, you won't regret this? Immediately, the camp was in an uproar. Who are you? Sato's appearance moments later shocked them even more. Huh? A human. Wait a second, the little one is Note. But they recognized Vina as the goblin that fled. Called out. She stammered. I came to bring Note back. Round. Hearing this, the whole group burst into insane laughter. You only brought a single human mercenary with you? Vina screamed. Where is Note? They decided to humor her. Ah, the one with the goatee? Hey, bring him over here. The Note Combo orcs dragged out Note, who was in a terrible state. Praise your courage. Here is your reward. Seeing her friend tortured and broken like this devastated her. Note, are you all right? Can you hear me? You bastard. What did you do to him? Note, used what little breath he had left. Miss Vina. The scarred orc replied. He was annoying, so we taught him a lesson. Then, without another word, he threw Note toward Vina. Here, take him. She immediately rushed forward to catch Note. He painfully tried to tell her, run. Vina began to cry along with him. But the Note Combo clan was so cruel that before they could reach each other, an arrow pierced straight through Note. By the time Vina realized it, it was too late. She could only catch him with a tragic scream. No! The orc spoke viciously. He was dying anyway. You should be grateful I ended his suffering for him. Ignoring his words, Vina desperately tried to wake Note. Note, please open your eyes. He even claimed it wasn't their fault. This is the price for defying me. He also mentioned the ancient core. As he spoke, his comrades behind him were torn apart by an unseen force. A head rolled on the ground, stunning him. Before he could react, Sato had him by the throat, hoisting him into the air. You shouldn't have done that. His anger was reaching its peak. I was only going to give you a warning, for stealing our supplies and for insulting the ancient core. But you really shouldn't have done that to Note in front of me. Hearing his words, the orc realized in horror. Don't tell me you're the ancient monster. Was that mutt telling the truth? He then screamed in terror to those behind him. Mage, teleport me now. I can't die yet. I must survive for the greater good. But the mage was also frozen in fear. Do teleport? To that place? And yet, the orc managed a smug smile. Heh, goodbye. Suddenly, the chief appeared right before his eyes. Chief! The orc cried out again. Mage, I told you to teleport me, not bring the chief here. He then turned to stammer at his leader. Chief, I can explain everything. Before he could finish his sentence, he was beheaded. As his head hit the ground, the chief expressed his regret to Shadow. This is my fault. Because of my foolishness, My subordinate was insolent. I will take responsibility. But the dead man couldn't accept his apology. Obviously, Shadow's anger hadn't cooled. Responsibility? Yes, I like that phrase. I just had an idea. You said you could destroy an empire in a month, right? Then bring me 20 times the amount of supplies you stole. The deadline is 1 month. 3 weeks should be enough. Hearing this demand, the chief found it completely unreasonable. Laughable. Where would I find that much food? But he should have valued his life, and his people's, before foolishly challenging me. But if I refuse, not just the younglings, but every orc on this continent will vanish. The only path left is to strike the empire now. With no hesitation, he accepted the terms. I understand. I swear on my name, Kurek. At the palace, Jiap Meo was rather surprised. Didn't you summon me alone? Agio, still healing, replied. No, I need to speak with both of you, Jiap Meo and Demshin. A powerful voice then resounded. That's right. 3 weeks. I'm giving you exactly 3 weeks. The silence was deafening, with dozens of Nokungbo corpses scattered on the cold ground. Another voice asked, and if we don't meet the deadline? The reply was a chilling metaphor. You know I dislike moving around too much, and it doesn't have to be me who acts. Tattered and blood-stained flags were slowly raised. The armored soldier could only swallow his fear. He didn't dare utter a word. That monster then had a thought. That's it. I have an idea. What if I unleash the black tentacles on the Nokungbo? He stood, recalling the warning. Be wary of the creator's child. An ancient mural was revealed, showing 2 great monsters. Everything around them was a sea of fire, with humanity crushed beneath their feet. The warning continued. It will devour everything. Never take your eyes off it. The end of prosperity is ruin. Never forget the battlefield has already been set. Welcoming your return is the start of a victory song, not a tragedy. At the Nokungbo base, they were cheering without end. An armored figure by the fire spoke. This was never about me. Haven't you realized that? You know what I'm talking about. A soldier entered to report. I bow to you, great general. The general replied, no need for formalities. What is the status of the research? The soldier reported. There are no errors. Everything is correct. The records of this region were well known, especially regarding the black tentacles, the core of the Great Extinction Era. They had nearly wiped out all life on the planet. Hearing this, the general tightened his grip on his sword. The soldier added, if you truly intend to release it on the Nokungbo, it will annihilate the entire orc clan. Not just the orcs, but perhaps all living things. The general cut him off with a command. Enough. Say no more. Then, the armored figure rose. He walked step by step toward them. Seeing him approach, they quickly said, General, all orcs of the Nokungbo await your command. He walked, thinking, our orc clan has no desire for your empty words. He then stood before thousands of orcs and gave his thunderous order. Declare war! The Nokungbo below roared in response. Kill! It's been so long since my heart pounded like this. The feeling is incredible. The armored warrior was determined. I will complete this mission. He then shouted with such force that spittle flew. Listen up, humans. Just hearing that, the orcs below tensed and let out a primal scream. He rallied them. This war is one the Nokungbo will surely win. We will level your empire and build our new Nokungbo upon its ashes. The scene changes. A voice announced, a war is coming. A bewildered Jiap Meo asked, what? Why so suddenly? Agio replied, be more specific. It is a world war, and it will not be easily won. Jiap Meo laughed loudly. A world war? He continued to laugh. You missed episode 2, Hero. You show up now and suddenly announce a war? This isn't funny. Do you even have proof? Agio replied, I do, or at least something very close to it. His words irritated Jiap Meo. Are you trying to start a fight with me? Ignoring Jiap Meo completely, Agio got straight to the point. It was Pope Net III. He recounted. Perhaps he didn't use the word war, but he confirmed it with me twice. War is coming. Just me. There were no guards around. Jiap Meo became serious. What? There must be some misunderstanding. Seeing his disbelief, Agio continued. If you find it so hard to believe me, you can go verify it yourself. Sir Dem Shin, you can confirm my words, can't you? Dem Shin confirmed. I've already used magic to check. Jiap Meo, he's telling the truth. Jiap Meo was shocked to see Dem Shin. When did he get here? I didn't sense a thing. I didn't even see him cast any magic. Stunned, Jiap Meo said, I can't believe it. So you want us to be peacekeepers and stop this war, is that it? Of course not, Agio replied. I didn't summon you for such trivial tasks. Suddenly, Agio stated, I truly love this kingdom. This provoked Jiap Meo. who lunged forward, yelling, "You bastard!" He grabbed Agio's collar, shouting, "I didn't come here to listen to your pathetic jokes," but he froze upon seeing the scar. He stammered, "That scar is." He then let Agio go. Agio calmed him. "Giapmio, please, calm down." He leaned against the table. "Of course, I haven't forgotten what I promised you." Suddenly, an envelope was presented. He said, "Here are the 2 names you could never find." He took the envelope. He added, "The details are all in that letter, so I will let you be the judge of it yourself." Giapmeo bowed deeply. "My apologies. I was too hasty. I'm sorry." "Understanding," he replied. "It's fine. I know the full story, so I completely understand your anger." Demshin, tired of watching them, finally spoke. "Can we get to the point? What do you want from us? As I said, war is coming. I believe it's too late to stop it now. So, I hope you will all stand with the Empire in this world war." He offered his assessment. "The Pope's faction doesn't seem strong enough for a coup." Giapmeo agreed. "I concur." He glanced briefly at Demsin. He thought, "He won't even make eye contact with me." Agio said, "It's possible he has allies. Based on the current situation, the Holy Kingdom is the most likely suspect, but we still lack conclusive evidence." Giapmeo offered his own opinion. "If it's truly treason, then we should just assassinate the Pope." He explained, "Because we don't know who the Pope's allies are, that is not the optimal solution at this time. Furthermore, if foreign powers are involved, killing the Pope won't stop the war." Hearing this, Demshin quickly understood. "So all you need is more firepower, correct?" "Understood. Then I'll be going." Giapmeo joked, "Well, I certainly can't side with the Pope." He turned back with a scowl. "But is that guy really just leaving like that? I'll never understand him." Agio asked, surprised. "The 2 of you aren't acquainted?" He shrugged. "Not at all. He prefers to work alone, and we've never once shared a mission. And since things returned to normal, I've been busy training that kid." At the mention of that name, Ajir faltered, stammering about him. Mayo spoke casually. "It's fine. Wasn't he fated to die on the Shadow mission? That was his destiny." He then brought up Shadow again. "I have a request." Hearing this, he grew anxious. "Wait, don't tell me it's..." Before he could finish, Ajir confirmed, "It is Shadow. For the coming battle, and for humanity's future. I need you to train the hero, Hitoria." Mayo sounded defeated. "Look, even if I train her, she will never..." He spoke. "You are correct. She will never surpass him. I know this all too well." Ajir gazed into the distance. "Hitoria must mature. It's a necessary process." The word process left him feeling puzzled. He continued, "Even if it's impossible, she has to try." Suddenly, he grabbed Ajir, a twisted smile on his face. "Because I truly love this kingdom," Garrett began. "You finally gathered everyone you wanted." Exhausted, Ajir leaned on her for support as they walked. "So, war is inevitable?" she asked. "Is there truly no way to stop this fight?" He replied, "No. The only way is to win." Garrett wondered aloud. "By the way, I'm curious. How did Mio obtain that list so easily? What if he abandons us after he gets it?" Ajir replied, "For now, we must build trust, not plot against him. Besides, if we don't give it to him, he'll find it in Liazi himself. We absolutely cannot let that happen." Moving toward the coffin, he told Garrot, "Stop here." Ajir immediately dropped to his knees in prayer. "I beg for fortune in the coming war, for the future, and the peace of this kingdom." A voice called out, "How nice." Titch sat there, lost in thought. Seeing him, Ajir asked, "What's wrong?" "I haven't done anything, you know." He quickly answered, "It's nothing." He raised a hand to his ear. "It's just... my ear suddenly feels itchy." Ajir replied flatly, "You don't have ears." "True," Teach said, "but it still itches. It feels like someone is calling my name. Could this be a sign my mana is finally awakening?" Ajir asked, "But don't you already know basic magic?" He replied cheerfully, "But casting complex spells like Mayo would be way better. At this rate, I could become the next easy boss." Ajir sighed, defeated. "Should I just crush your skull before that can happen?" The scene shifts. A figure stares blankly at a light. "I envy your freedom." 2 surgeons approached. "What the hell is it saying?" "Hallucinating. Ignore it. Continue the experiment." A twisted laugh echoed. "Do you wish for freedom?" The person whispered. "Who's there?" A doctor cursed. "Damn it! If it passes out, we can't observe the reaction." The voice whispered again. "Freedom is beautiful, but dangerous. Do you still yearn for it?" The voice answered, "I do." "Then let us bargain for your freedom." Suddenly, the figure jolted awake, gasping for breath. "I'm going to be sick." In the darkness, I left my comrades behind. A figure fled into the night. Nizim's shattered body ran desperately after devouring them. Tears streamed down her face. This isn't what I wanted. Blood streamed down her throat. Anything but eating her own kind. She screamed as she ran. I devoured them to survive. That skeleton, it tortured me. She tripped, falling hard. I just wanted to live. I had no choice. She struggled up, glancing back. Behind her, there was only darkness. She fearfully looked up, then quickly away. In the distance, a brilliant light beckoned. No, she cried, trying to stand. It was something I should never have done. Nizim staggered forward. It's all just an excuse. But then, a figure appeared. Stop! I have to survive. The words don't do it, echoed in her mind. Suddenly, Titch spoke. I wonder about your recovery limits. Can you regenerate as long as you eat, even if we sever your limbs? What are you waiting for? Devour them. There are still 2 left. Now, eat. All she could do was scream in despair. I have no choice. She awoke from the nightmare, to the sound of birds and bright sunlight. After that hellish nightmare, Nizim couldn't stop retching. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I'm so sorry. A bowl of hot soup appeared before her. The woman urged her. Try to eat. Even if you get sick, you must eat something. All right, you don't need to worry. She hesitated. Thank you for the food. The woman replied. All right, I'm off to the fields. Just eat slowly. Suddenly, footsteps neared. A slender foot kicked the door open. Pessu's clear voice rang out. Lancel! The sudden noise made her jump. Pessu shouted. It's afternoon and you're not done with breakfast? I told you we have to gather herbs before dark. She turned to the old woman. Wait, where are you going? Annoyed by the shouting, the woman snapped. Quiet down. I'm not deaf yet. I'm going to the fields, she warned. Stop bothering the boy. He's trying to eat. Now come help me, she asked. But what about the wild herbs? The woman scoffed. What herbs? You're just pulling weeds. I know you just want to go play in the mountains. Flustered, she stammered. I never just play around. I'll definitely bring herbs back this time. Ignoring their argument, Lancel sipped her soup. Hey, where are you sneaking off to? I said come help. Caught, Pessu yelled. Hurry up and eat, Lancel, she replied. All right, just a moment. The scene changes to the mountains. Pessu asked. Still don't remember anything? As they walked, she pressed on. What's your real name? What did you do before? You know, you looked terrifying when she found you. You were wearing armor. A mercenary, maybe? She lied. I'm not sure. But probably something like that. Pessu encouraged her. It's okay. Your memory will return soon. Suddenly, a man appeared carrying a deer. Pessu! Lancel, what are you two doing up here? She turned and cried out. Uncle! Seeing the deer on his shoulders, she gasped in awe. You just caught that? The man replied. Thanks to the guardian spirit, hunting has been much better. Nizim looked puzzled. A guardian spirit? The man explained. Because of it, the monsters have vanished, and the mountains are now full of animals. Remember that troll wandering near the walls? I found its corpse. I don't know what killed it, but I'm guessing it was the guardian spirit. Hearing this, PCCIU cheered. The man added a warning. And remember, don't mention this to my wife. You hear? She quickly agreed. Yes, we'll keep it a secret, he reminded them. Be back before sunset. I'm heading off now. PHECIU then turned to Lancel. Maybe we should head down too. Lancel then asked FACU. Did monsters often get this close to the village before? No. People avoided dangerous areas, although they've been scarce lately. Just like he said, we haven't seen any monsters at all. Lancel heard this and said, I see. PHECU suddenly asked, what is it? Are your mercenary memories returning? He stated firmly, I'm not sure I was a mercenary. PHEIU smiled brightly. It's okay, let's head down. The scene shifts to the fields, where villagers burn old crops for the next season. He stared, looking lost. A man beside him noticed. You look surprised. Lancel. First time seeing slash and burn farming? Lancel simply nodded. He asked, you always farm this way, then leave when the soil is barren? The man replied, that's right. It's not the most efficient method, but for people like us, it's the only way to survive. The man then asked, have you considered staying with us after your memory returns? Lancel paused, asking, what do you mean? The man clarified, I mean, you're one of us now, and it seems PHECIU has taken a liking to you. She's got a strong personality. You must have a hard time with her. Lancel denied it. Not at all. In fact, she's always helping me. In the distance, PCIU helped the others. Seeing this, the man, Sigus, laughed. Her energy is a strength, though she can talk a bit too much. Seeing PHEAU waving, Sigus called out, that girl, Right, I think she's calling for you. Lancel sighed in resignation. All right, I'm going. He stood up, lost in thought. Lancel. That's my name here. After escaping the ancient core, they took him in as one of their own. The people here are good. They don't pry into my past, even if I can't reveal my true self. He clenched his fist. But they're weak. They have no way to defend themselves from monsters. A single troll could wipe this village out. That's why every night, I secretly hunt them down. Near the village, he kept thinking. A guardian spirit. Once they are truly safe, I can leave. And after that, I can finally die. At the forest's edge, young orcs had arrived. One sniffed a branch, found it. Snowflakes fell upon a barren, rocky cave. Below, a group stood before a sea of monster corpses. Katu was silent. Chief, what now? Do we continue the march? He asked back. What do you see? The other replied. Just a mountain of carcasses. However, I've never heard of so many being found here. Katu spoke calmly. Just one person. Only one. His subordinate was shocked. Impossible. Katu crouched before the pile, assessing it. His build is rather small. He seems to use a two-handed sword. He binds his enemies first, inflicting many wounds to cause massive bleeding. His men listened as he continued. Then, the final blow. Katu lifted a monster's head. Always a single, precise strike to a weak point. Whoever did this is highly skilled. Every corpse here was hunted this way. One of his men spoke up. The Grand Commander ordered us to advance without delay. Katu tossed the head aside. Advance? Of course. He gave a sinister smile. We're just changing our direction a little. A dark gloom hung over the forest. Before his army, Katu spoke. Found him. Clouds drifted across the sky. Lancel sat in the snow, catching his breath. He stood and thought, I expected more monsters to head this way, after seeing the smoke. But there's nothing. I should probably check the other side. He carved a symbol into a nearby tree. This side is clear. As he walked, he sank back into thought. The number of monsters has increased dramatically. There are far too many to just be looking for winter food. Suddenly, he froze, seeing black smoke rising in the distance. Lancel wondered, what is that smoke? A middle-aged man asked. Smoke? He continued. Not sure. Probably from the bigger village below Moon Mountain. Lancel asked. There's a village there? The others quickly hushed the man, but he said, yes. It's 3 times our size. With that much smoke, they're likely having a feast. Another person said, it's probably nothing. People make smoke all the time. Lancel replied, I see. Thanks for the information. He spoke up. Good luck with the hunt today. A man laughed. Thanks. We're just collecting the monsters you already hunted. He gave a thumbs up. I left them out yesterday to dry. Get ready. Lancel, I'm treating you to a big meal tonight. He then added, by the way, Pheciu is looking for you. You should go find her. Lancel replied, all right. But his gaze turned sharp. He looked to the sky. It's probably nothing, right? Banners fluttered in the wind. Inside, children played with Lancel's hair. Your hair is so soft, Lancel. Pheciu held up a scarf. This is beautiful, Lancel. Lancel seemed confused about his welcome ceremony. Pheciu, holding a small boy, replied, we haven't done anything yet. We've been too busy. The adults are planning a festival for you. So don't tell anyone I told you, okay? That's an order. Lancel simply agreed. Okay. The boy in Pheciu's arms asked, are you and Lancel getting married? Pheciu lifted him up, blushing as she asked, who told you something so ridiculous? The boy answered innocently. Mom and Auntie said, you really like Lancel, and if you like someone, you have to marry them, she quickly explained. No, it isn't like that. Just then, another child asked Lancel, you're getting married? Pheciu must really like you. Pheciu's face turned red as she shouted, no, you little devils. The child remarked, you're not being honest. She hesitated. Well, he is kind of handsome. Pheciu pointed at Lancel. Lancel, don't get the wrong idea. I only said you looked all right, nothing more. Nifjim tilted his head, confused. Did I do something? Pheciu suddenly cleared his throat. What's keeping them? Lancel, let's go check on them. She then opened the door, asking what had caught their attention. Nifjim saw it too. Pheciu gripped his arm. Smoke from the mountain. What is that? Pheciu trembled, staring at Nifjim as she spoke. Lanzio guided her inside. Get inside, Pheciu. You'll panic the children. She agreed. Okay. The children inside asked innocently, is Daddy back? When are they coming home? Pheciu reassured them. They're just gathering more food. They will be back very soon. Just then, Nifjim spoke. Pheciu, I'm going after them. You have to stay inside. She forced a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I will return soon. Out in the forest, Nif Jim froze. Before her lay crimson stains on the snow. Behind her, a chaotic mess of footprints. Nif Jim looked over her shoulder. The trees there still stood tall against the sky. An army of monsters was advancing. One of them looked up into the sky. Nif Jim was waiting, radiating a cold, killing intent. Seeing her, the creatures roared with fury. Nif Jim launched herself from the branch, landing before the horde. Her gaze became dangerously sharp. After the battle, she stood upon a mountain of monster corpses. While catching her breath, a piercing scream echoed from the distance. Nif Jim's eyes widened. Feishu, she ran, thinking, damn it. The closer she got to the light, the more frantic she became. Faster. I have to go faster. Nif Jim's footsteps quickened with every stride, but she was stunned by the sight that greeted her. Before her stood another army of monsters. Fully armed, Kadam was seated and spoke. Welcome, warrior. I am Kadam of the great Karam tribe. Do not worry. Come closer. I have no intention of harming you just yet, Nif Jim demanded. Where are the villagers? Kadam praised her. Quite impressive. Just as I'd hoped. I just heard that one of my squads was annihilated. Nif Jim pressed on. I asked, where are the villagers? Kadam ignored her. When I saw that mountain of corpses, it made me want to come and fight you myself. Nif Jim let out a heavy sigh. I'm asking for the last time. Where are the villagers? Just then, Kadam gave the order. Bring them out. Nif Jim stood trembling before the horde. As the villagers were brought out, Kadam continued. Bring the others. I wish to fight you. I promise. He continued. If you defeat me, I will free them all. But if you lose, Nif Jim glanced at the others. Face you. Everyone. She raised her weapon. What are you waiting for? With fury in her eyes, Nif Jim continued. Get ready, orc. I will fight you. Kadam chuckled. Good, very good. He spread his arms wide, sizing her up. This was a duel to the death. As snow whipped through the air, a great axe slammed down. Kadam smashed his weapon into the ground, sending rock and dirt flying everywhere. Nif Jim used the chance to close the distance. The two locked eyes for a moment. As Kadam swung his axe, Nif Jim darted behind the massive orc. A cut to his leg made Ketum cry out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Nif Jim pressed her attack, but this time Ketum blocked with his axe, shattering her short sword. But she quickly gripped the hilt and drove it toward Ketum's chest. The broken blade struck him. Then, a powerful knee slammed into the pommel. Nif Jim had used the opening to launch herself upwards. The attack seemed to take Kadam by surprise. Without delay, she raised the broken sword, aiming for his eye. Ketum's eyes widened, remembering a monster with a pierced skull. Nif Jim drove the weapon down hard. A cracking sound echoed as more fragments broke off and fell. Nif Jim stared at the broken weapon in her hand in disbelief. Just then, Ketum spoke. Combat requires ingenuity. You must know your enemy and yourself. That is the way to victory, he smirked. The experience of hitting rock bottom is what allows me to improve. Nif Jim kicked off him, trying to retreat. She thought, damn it, his defense is too tough. If only I had a proper weapon. But Ketum had already grabbed her by the leg, saying, hey, as he prepared to punch, he asked, this is a formal duel. Are you trying to run away? Then, Ketum's fist sent her flying far away. Nif Jim's face was covered in blood, two of her front teeth broken. Looking at Nif Jim lying defeated on the ground, he chuckled. This is more enjoyable than I imagined. Human. With this, I'm another step closer to becoming the strongest warrior again. Well then, as promised. He gestured towards the villagers and continued. I can just kill all these humans, can't I? The villagers started calling for Lanzio. Nif Jim cried out in agony. In her mind, she saw Fashu and the others. A villager screamed, no, help me. Kadam coldly ordered, too noisy, kill them quietly. They're going to be food anyway. One monster replied, yes sir. Kadam then looked at his own trembling arm and the wound on it. He thought, she inflicted this much damage with just a piece of scrap metal. She's the real deal. Damn it. I won't be able to use my left arm for some time. Lying on the ground, Nif Jim moaned in pain. Her vision blurred as she watched the villagers. In despair, she silently called out, Feishu. Before her eyes closed, she saw Fashu crying out for Lanzio. Lanzio. She closed her eyes tightly, full of self-blame. Feishu, I'm sorry. Then, she heard Sivia call her name. Nif Jim. Sivia sat down and asked, you really sleep soundly? How can you sleep so peacefully while being experimented on? Nif Jim's eyes shot open in complete surprise. Sivia, a young man wearing the number 9, asked, what kind of experiments did they run on you today? Nif Jim suddenly cried out, everyone! Suddenly, Sivia spoke. Seeing your face makes me crave chocolate. The man with number 9 said, I could go for some good wine. The one wearing number 30 added, "I want stew from the water drop." A little girl said, "I want fresh bread and plenty of fruit squash." The person beside her chimed in, "I want wild boar." Another asked Nif Jim, "Is there anything you want to eat?" Sivia asked angrily, "How can you think about food after being experimented on, you fool?" The other person retorted, "But you're the one who started it, Sivia." Sivia was surprised to hear Nif Jim say, "Let's eat all of it together." She continued with a bright smile, "I'll try even harder so that we can all leave this place. And we'll sit down together and eat until our stomachs burst." Back in reality, Nif Jim's hands were bound. She whispered deliriously, "Together." A monster said, "What? She's still alive." It asked, "Human, you took a direct hit from our chief, and you're still breathing?" But Nif Jim just whispered deliriously, "Two. Together." Another monster's voice cut in, "Lord Kadam has taken a liking to you, so you will be a sacrifice." It continued, "You are truly strong. Are there humans like you in the capital?" Another monster added its voice, "Why does it matter? We have the Grand Mecha General." It looked at Nif Jim's severed leg on the ground. "Either way, she is extremely dangerous. It's a good thing we already cut off her leg." At that moment, in a vast and dark cavern, Badich looked at the paper in his hands and spoke, "Boss, it's about to begin." Someone asked again, "What is it?" Badich replied, "War. A war." Salo snapped, "Do you have to read that while sitting on me?" Badich said, "It's intel from merchants, but things are getting weird. Rivers, mountains, plains, even oceans. They advance over any terrain." Nif Jim thought, "Just as I expected. The smoke from yesterday." He continued, "They're slaughtering human villages along their path and burn." Salo asked, confused, "Why are they going through all that trouble? It's excessive." Badich sketched out a map to explain, "I believe it's a strategy. After gathering intel, they'll move secretly in a wide formation to strike the capital." Salo remarked, "They're taking the hard route." Badich continued, "And another interesting thing about this operation is..." Salo started to complain, "Enough. Stop talking. Why are you so excited?" He kept going, "Because it's fun. War is far more interesting to watch than a bonfire." Salo replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" He then scowled, "But what's that awful smell that disturbed my sleep?" Badich gestured to a bag. He remembered making it with Melly, and explained, "It's called popcorn. Melly made it using oil and magic fire. She said to eat it while watching something exciting." Salo asked hesitantly, "What's popcorn?" Badich didn't explain, only saying she made it for them to eat and watch. "Miss Bathory will be here soon." Salo complained loudly, "Why is she coming? This is my house, not hers." Just then, the sun rose over the horizon. The soldiers on the wall were grumbling, "We're suffering because of those damn orcs. They'll probably get tired and retreat soon." One asked, "This isn't a dungeon. What do they want with our land?" Another asked back, "By the way, the Holy Knight has arrived. Did you see him?" He then added with awe, "He's incredible. I wonder if he's even human." At that moment, the Count declared, "They may have numbers, but they are still just monsters. Against our royal army, this is just child's play. The problem is the super evil dungeon boss. Armor," he continued, "but if we hold on a little longer, warrior class reinforcements will arrive, and victory will be ours." The soldier behind him remained silent. "Those savage orcs are at our walls," the Count said with resolve. "I will absolutely not allow them." He stared at the horde of monsters, "to set their filthy feet in my domain." The battlefield was now a wasteland. Armor leaned on a piece of wood, gasping for breath. A voice rang out, "Are you an orc?" He struggled to look up. "You're next?" An elf, with feet hovering above the ground. The voice echoed, "How encouraging. Such extraordinary spirit. I applaud you for daring to stand, despite sensing the vast power difference between us." The elf crossed their legs excitedly. "I like it. Tell me your name. I will remember it." A voice called out repeatedly, "Commander? Commander?" After a moment of thought, he asked about the situation. Where were we?" Seeing his commander distracted, the subordinate inquired, "You seem tired, sir. Do you need to rest?" Despite this, he replied, "I'm fine." "What about Kadam?" He reported the current situation. "Katum will be joining us shortly. According to this, he has captured a special human for you." The commander repeated, "A special human? Never mind that." "Any reports on the Legion?" The man replied, "Reports state they've attacked villages and successfully gathered humans for food." Hearing this, the commander ordered, "Butcher them all when they arrive, and ensure the shares are divided equally." The subordinate replied, "As you command." The commander had another request. And can you summon Kazachi? No sooner was the order given than Kazachi appeared. You called for me, Commander? He commanded. I have something to discuss with you. Come here. The commander then stood up, and the two now faced each other. A flag fluttered against the sunset sky. The Count spoke gravely. It is good to have you here. After this, I will personally express my gratitude to the church. The soldier replied respectfully. What benefits the empire also benefits the church. Naturally, we must contribute what little strength we have. On behalf of the Pope, thank you for your kindness. A subordinate suddenly reported. My lord, a report on the current battle situation. He revealed the immediate problem. The Orc army outnumbers us dozens of times over. Based on their numbers, we can almost confirm this is their main force. However, the siege captains believe that with so few siege weapons for an army this size, the enemy can't press their numerical advantage. The Count was pleased. He then asked, Good. Do we have enough provisions? The subordinate confirmed. Yes. We prepared for winter, so there's enough for the army and civilians. The Count surveyed the scene and asked, A crucial matter. How is the recruitment progressing? The man replied quickly, The subjugation force has fully assembled, completely in secret. Both soldiers and citizens are furious with the orcs, and morale is high. After the report, the Count added, Excellent. To keep this momentum, we just need 1 week. They promised to send the Empire's strongest, the Red Spear of Doa. He stood majestically. Let's show these orcs who we are. His subordinate grew arrogant. Do we really need to wait, my lord? Look at those fools. We don't even need a report. They think those pathetic tools give them a chance against us? This is too easy. According to intel, they might rely heavily on magic. Their mages could defeat ours. The Count thought. But that's no longer an issue, since the church knights are here to nullify their magic. The man revealed his inner thoughts. Actually, something feels off. Since when do they help the Empire? I believe they're more dangerous than the orcs. The Count quickly stopped him. Don't, he explained. Our enemy is the horde of Nord Kumbo. Doubting our reinforcements will only cause chaos. Hearing this, the man dismissed his thoughts. Understood. He then mentioned his concern. By the way, when the orcs started. Before he could finish, the Count exclaimed, Something is approaching from the distance. A massive footstep slammed down, kicking up dust. Seeing the figure, the Count grew worried. There he is. So that's the infamous master of Nord Kumbo. Armor? The subordinate questioned. But from what I know, he has red hair. Of course, the Count wasn't concerned. Hair color is not important. That aura clearly belongs to a great evil dungeon boss. Immediately, a cry echoed across the battlefield. Focus! The orcs are moving. Archers to your positions. Mages prepare spells. Shields up. Highest priority is to protect the master. The subordinate, who had been observing, suddenly realized something. My lord, something was wrong. He stared in disbelief at the scene. Besides the war mech, only a single figure advanced. Was this some kind of magic? The war mech hissed, venting a chilling mist. A demonic voice boomed from within. Do you fear me, humans? The voice alone sent shockwaves, making everyone stagger. Sound amplification magic? The hulking mech threatened. I commend your will to fight, but you cannot halt our march. Dark energy oozed from it. Do you truly hope to stand against us? You dream of stopping our legion here. The mech scoffed with contempt. Humanity's refusal to wake from its foolish dream is why you must perish. A sudden silence fell over the battlefield. Only the mech's declaration remained. In half a day, I will slaughter you all, and wake you from this dream. The soldiers were stunned, then burst out laughing at the foolish orc. What's he saying? Half a day? You're the one dreaming, you fool. But the Count saw the mech's expression, and doubt crept into his heart. Why was it so confident? A leader wouldn't make such a hollow boast. He squinted, confirming his fears. He's serious. What is he waiting for? What have I missed? The Count roared to his men. Everyone, on alert. Those are the words of a powerful dungeon boss. He's plotting something. So, before he could finish, a spear burst through his stomach. The Pope's soldiers had turned on them. The Pope was right about you, Count. You truly are too brilliant. Attacking this territory first was the correct choice. The Count could only curse through the pain. You damned traitors! You dare defy the Empire! Their laughter echoed as the Count seethed. A lookout yelled, No! Stop them! A teleportation spell! They're warping orcs inside the castle. They feigned pity for him. It's too late, Count. Now, the holy war begins. Meanwhile, in a gloomy room, Nip Jim lay broken on the floor. A chilling voice echoed, Humans kill one another, but they don't eat each other. Why? She had no strength left, but the disgusting voice commanded one word, Eat. Human, you must live. I must present you to the commander. Seeing her glare, he taunted. Glaring at me? Well, I've lost the bet. Since you won't eat, the demon pressed on. Eat. My patience has run out, human. Nip Jim stared at the disgusting object and said firmly, Never. I will never eat that. She couldn't have looked more wretched. I'll die first. No. No matter what happens, I will never eat it. The demon grabbed her from behind, lifting her easily. Not eating? Fine. Panicked, Nip Jim screamed, What are you doing? Stop! He shoved the bloody mess into her face. Let me help. She pleaded helplessly. Please. He cruelly forced it into her mouth, ignoring her desperate screams. Stop. The demon savored the sight before him. Chew the human flesh. Nip Jim choked out the words. Please. Please. The gore and blood terrified her. Nip Jim was completely powerless, her mind twisting into knots. All the while, the demon kept threatening, Start eating, or you will die, human, and I will do this again. With that, he turned, abandoning her. Suddenly, her ropes snapped. Nip Jim lunged forward like a demon. He could only stare in shock. How? In that instant, her hatred became a weapon, striking the demon. Suddenly, a doctor let out a gasp. He sighed in relief after the procedure. We finally succeeded. Then he asked, Is the regeneration perfect? Do you feel anything unusual, Nip Jim? She stared, unable to believe her eyes. My severed arm? It regenerated instantly? The surgeon confirmed. Yes. With this result, we can mass-produce invincible soldiers. Suddenly, something erupted from Nip Jim's mouth. A hateful curse. You damned brat. Just eat it once. Why did you make us do this? Someone else chimed in. She has to eat it to activate her power, right? The other person was shocked. My God. To properly use her ability, she has to eat that meat. Nip Jim's mind was reeling from the revelation. She cried out in despair. Why did it have to be that? On the battlefield, Nip Jim had taken down the demon. The others panicked. What? That human is cutting off its own leg. Another demon pointed. But it has a new one. Its companion couldn't believe it. Impossible. I ground that leg to dust. Just then, Nip Jim leaned back. And in a flash, she launched herself into the air, kicking a demon down. She was facing them alone. Nip Jim dodged every single attack with ease. The demons shrieked in hatred. Damn human, just die. The battlefield descended into chaos. They swarmed her, desperate to take her down, as blood flew everywhere. The demons resolved to go all out against her. A curious monster drew near, saw the chaos, and turned to flee. But a knife from Nip Jim found its back, killing it instantly. During the fight, one demon fell, gravely wounded. Nip Jim now stood atop a pile of her foes. A much larger figure stared down at her. Foul blood streamed down Nip Jim's face. A massive axe was embedded deep in her back. The demons stared in horror. An immortal. That thing is definitely an immortal. No mere human could survive that. Seeing the impossible situation, a commander ordered, Use magic. We can't afford to waste our forces. Not when Kadam isn't here. Immediately, a cry went up. Magic squad, ready. Nip Jim watched, exhausted. Damn it. The effect is wearing off. I need to avenge the villagers properly. A demon shouted. Where are the other humans? Did you send them all away? The other replied. I did. To the main forces. Nip Jim's eyes widened at this new information. The remaining humans were sent away. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Face seal. Nip Jim remembered the doctor's warning. Remember, he'd said, don't eat the flesh of other demi-humans. We have no idea what the side effects could be. Your self-repair ability seems to react only to species of your own origin, he had added. But if you consume another demi-human species, the result won't be restoration, but collapse. The initial effect might seem similar, and you probably won't die immediately. He had grinned wickedly. But you'll definitely wish you were dead. Back in the present, the demon commander roared. Fire! His subordinates instantly deployed a magic circle. Fireballs rained down on Nip Jim's position. The demons cheered. Excellent! We got her! We can't delay any longer. We must move our forces immediately. But one demon cried out in shock. How is this possible? It couldn't believe its eyes. She's still standing. Is that human and immortal? The demon stared in utter disbelief. Impossible. How could she stand inside that inferno? Inside the raging fire, Nip Jim held her ground. So what if he was right about not dying instantly? She drew her blade with brutal force, which was more than enough. A terrified demon shrieked, Kill her! Don't let her reach the main force. The demons roared as one. Kill her! Another suddenly noticed. Wait, she's eating. The commander couldn't believe his eyes. The flesh of our own kind? Nipjim showed no hesitation, devouring everything in sight. The demon commanded, "All units, attack. She's just one human. Kill her." Raw determination burned in Nipjim's eyes. "I'm coming for you, Face Seal." The surrounding trees were now ash. The demon's jaw dropped in shock. "Impossible. Something is wrong. We are the Kadam, the overflowing Star Clan, the mightiest of all the great clans." Nipjim launched a relentless assault. A cold sweat dripped down his back, losing to a single human. The demon horde was nearly annihilated. The last survivor was paralyzed by the carnage before him. "This can't be happening. She can't be killing us like this." Axe in hand, Nipjim slowly advanced, still chewing on demon flesh. The pathetic creature could only beg, "Wait, we can talk about this. What do you want?" "I can speak to our patriarch." Nipjim swallowed her meal. She raised her axe with a blunt refusal. Not interested. Then, only screams echoed. Exhaustion finally hit, and Nipjim dropped to one knee. Now I get it. What they meant by passing humans. Were nothing but a source of food for them. Agony and regret tore through her. "I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't save you. I'm sorry. I should have been the one to die. It should have only been me. I am so sorry." She was completely broken. "Face Seal, I'm sorry." But then, a voice called out to her, "Lancel." It was Face Seal. She slowly lifted her head. She whispered his name, Lancel. Elsewhere, Melly spoke lazily. "Do you see that, John? Look at those handsome men carrying our things." She hugged John, sighing. "I may look like this now, but I was once a demon king with an entourage just like that." Melly confided with a tense gaze, "And one day, I will reclaim those glorious days, right, John?" Her companion only responded with a few barks. Melly's mood instantly soured. "Hey now, John. I'm not at all pleased with that reaction. You've been doing that a lot recently. Do you find me annoying?" His barking alone made her want to start smacking him. "Are you talking back to me?" Bad boy, bad boy." Baddox watched with utter exasperation. "What in the world are you doing?" Then, Melly's voice turned worried. "Is it really all right having so many outsiders inside the dungeon?" Baddox confessed his own thoughts. "I'm not comfortable either, but they aren't enemies. Besides, they wouldn't dare show their displeasure to the master of the dungeon." Melly confessed with a weary sigh. "Sometimes, even I forget that this place is a dungeon. It gets harder to breathe each day." Baddox replied, "I know why that is, but never mind. It's not your problem. It's the master's." Melly quickly clarified, "I wasn't talking about that. I meant I never knew you could acquire a mythic-grade magic item, and so easily, at that." Baddox simply asked for confirmation. "Oh, is that what you meant?" She watched him with a look of clear disapproval. He survives a battle like that, and then acts so nonchalant. How infuriating. Baddox then chimed in, "Well, I'm just so bored. I'd rather just watch the war from here. Do you have a magic tool that would let me? Or perhaps with magic? I found a few useful items in your collection." Melly replied, "How wonderful to hear." Inwardly, she was panicking, as she'd just stopped him from stealing something else, and using the magic crystal ball of Oscuritas, the second most powerful demon king. A new arrival suddenly exclaimed, My. Ersebus strode forward. "You didn't need to come all this way. My followers can handle all the heavy lifting. Or did you perhaps come just to greet me?" She stood before Melly with a friendly smile. "Hello, my cute little thing. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Melly simply replied, "It is a pleasure to see you, Lady Ursabest." Ursabest licked her lips with a sly grin, making Melly's legs tremble. Batix suddenly added, "You know, I am so very proud of you." Melly's suspicion flared. "Why would you suddenly say that, Batix?" Just then, Ursabest gave Melly a strange look. "Oh my, just look at that beautiful skin of yours." Melly grew more panicked. "Batix, what is happening? He's been so strange. Since you are here, Batix, we should show a little consideration, shouldn't we?" Fearful sweat beaded on Melly's brow. "I don't understand what you're saying." "Batix, look at me. Why won't you look me in the eye? And why would you say that?" "Batix, please, say something." Ursbest reached out and touched Melly, whispering something dreadful. "With skin this fine, I'm sure what flows beneath it is just as exquisite." She gleefully lifted Melly into her arms. "There we go. I'll be taking this one. A deal is a deal, after all." Melly's mind went blank. "Deal? Taking me?" She turned helplessly toward her friend, pleading, "Batix, Ursbest is under the impression that I just need to give the mirror to the wizard and leave everything else in room 4. I plan to stay a few days, so that should be acceptable." And Baddox heartlessly agreed, "That is correct." Melly, Ursabest savored the moment. and she smells absolutely divine. All Melly could do now was scream in vain. "But I even made you popcorn," she cried as Ursabest carried her away. Ursabest cooed, "I do hope the days we're about to spend together will be very enjoyable." All the while, Melly was still screaming, "My popcorn!" She furiously cursed him. "That popcorn! You shameless bonehead! May you rot in hell, Batix." Before departing, Ursabest added, "Oh, and by the way, you need me near that mirror for it to activate, so I'll be there soon, after I've had a little taste." Melly continued to shriek curses. "Damn you! I hope your life is filled with nothing but misery." Only then did Batix turn to confide in John. "Don't look at me like that. I'm sad about this, too." Elsewhere, a massive mountain of popcorn was piled high to the ceiling. Ursbeast stared at the scene, completely bewildered. "What is all this?" Batix explained. "It's called popcorn." Melly made a ton for watching things. Ursbest immediately lost interest. "Whatever, where's that little friend of yours?" A hand suddenly shot out of the popcorn pile. Batix pointed right at it. "Ah, there he is." Ursbest looked supremely bored. "I can only imagine what you've endured." Salo's voice called out, "Father, what are you doing here?" Ursabest simply walked away with an air of pure arrogance. "Patrick's the only reason I'm here," he shot back. "Why aren't you protecting your own dungeon?" Ursabet retorted. "That's rich. The dungeon should protect me, not the other way around." Salo seemed to agree. "It's absurd, but it has some merit." Ursabet sat on her throne, speaking slowly. "But let's move on," she wanted to know. "So you chose to just stand by and watch?" Salo revealed the truth. That Empire's citizens were annoying me with their raids, and since I don't care for Cutter, I realized letting them fight each other was for the best. But Ursabet wasn't done. "I heard you set a deadline for handling the Merchant Guild's raid. What were you thinking back then?" Salo's voice rose. "You still don't get it, do you? Let me spell it out." "I just realized it was more fun this way." Ursabet was skeptical. "Is that really all?" Salo hesitated. "Well, the wizard appeared, and I was curious how far Cutter would get." Ursabet seemed intrigued. "Is that so?" he then asked. "By the way, where is Jane?" Patrick replied. "She went to comfort Melly." The wizard was puzzled. Comfort her for what? Ursabet was still filled with doubt, unable to read his true intentions. Did he make a scene over the food just for entertainment? Was he truly uninterested? Or perhaps Patrick saw the wizard eating and wanted his thoughts. "How's the popcorn?" he remarked. "Good, except the smell." The wizard then noticed the mirror. "Hey now, it's starting to glow." Meanwhile, Ursabet's mind raced, wondering if this was all a calculated plot. The wizard's voice was cold and deep. "Let's see how well he's doing." The more Ursabet thought, the more confused she became. "What are you preparing for?" the wizard. In the end, she had to give up. "Forget it. It's just a headache." Ursabet's eyes suddenly flew open, while the wizard stared silently into the mirror. Elsewhere, with hurried steps, a man burst through the door to report, "Urgent news! It's a dire situation. Forgive the intrusion. Berlin," he shouted. 7 have fallen." Someone inside was in disbelief. 7 already? Agio couldn't believe his ears. "Really? But it hasn't even been 5 hours. The battle has begun. At this rate, they'll reach the leader soon." He asked the commander, "Sir, what should we do now?" A powerful footstep echoed through the hall. The leader of the Red Dragon raid force, Cutter, stepped forward. "I will enter the battle," Cutter declared with conviction. "I will lead the raid team," Agio stated flatly. "I cannot allow that." He explained the current problem. "To be frank, the situation on the battlefield is not good at all. It's not that I doubt your skills, but with our current forces, you can only buy us time. They may be just orcs, but they serve a powerful and evil dungeon. If the Red Dragon raid force is completely annihilated." A guard behind Cutter cut in. "Officer, you should watch your words." Cutter calmly ordered, "Stand down. I am speaking." The man instantly obeyed. "Yes, Captain." Cutter slowly said a name, Lee Vuitton. He stated confidently, "You may not trust me, but I trust you. Everything will proceed exactly as you have planned." Agio replied, "Yes, that's highly probable. And that," Cutter interjected, "is why I'm going." He was unwavering. "For the future that you have planned." Agio replied, displeased, "You're bringing up that old matter again." Cutter's subordinate called out, "Captain." Agio paused, then relented. "Very well, Dragon Slayer Cutter. I officially authorize the deployment of the Nikia Red Dragon raid team." That was all Cutter needed. Now, that's the spirit. He gave a clear, solemn command. "Nikia Red Dragon raid team, it is time for battle." The soldiers roared. "Sir, yes, sir." But even with the decision made, Agio's hand tightened on his staff, revealing his worry. I pray for your safe return, Cutter. At a large, extravagant hotel, in a steam-filled room, Agio dried himself after a bath. He sat down, his sigh filled with tension as his mind raced. Belstein is not a fortress that can be conquered in half a day. Given the difference in numbers, he must have already made his move. Agio's eyes were filled with thought. Pope. I was almost worried you wouldn't set the stage. It was so perfectly arranged it gave me a sliver of faith, something I've never had before. It's a true blessing that you walked the path of betrayal for so-called power. Agio was lost in these thoughts. I don't know why, and I doubt anyone does. But why are we still alive? Why is he still standing? Just then, someone entered. Officer, I am from the Magic Academy Society. Agio responded. The door's open. Come in. He got straight to the point. Are the preparations complete? The figure emerged. Yes. So I've come to escort you. Shall we go? In a castle, his guide spoke. You may lower your hood from here. No one in this place will show you any hostility. The two of them were now in a deep cellar. Look. What do you think? He said, proudly displaying his work. As you requested, we have succeeded in mass production. Agio looked at the sight before him, deeply satisfied. Excellent. The man asked. Thank you, sir. By the way, how should we handle the rat from the Pope's faction, the one we captured before? We've extracted all the necessary information. Do you need anything more? Gio replied, simply, I think you may have a use for him. He revealed a critical piece of information. His original form is gone now, but he was once known as the Pope's right hand. I offer him to you as a gift. Use him well. Agio seemed to have a hand in everything. In fact, I assume you've already decided what to do with him, correct? The man responded with a sinister smile. I simply enjoy it when things are dramatic, you know. Agio observed the magic tools, calculating. With this, all our pieces are in place, to lure out the Pope's hidden trump card. All of this was to defeat the 36th masterpiece in the Pope's possession, he thought to himself. This is the only way to stop Salon. The material can only be obtained by melting down the 36th masterpiece to forge the apocalypse Quillen will wield. Many in the Empire will have to die. And the man who planned this war is none other than myself. Seeing Agio's state, the guide became alarmed. Officer Agio couldn't stay on his feet, dropping his staff. I will surely fall to the deepest pits of hell for this. The guide rushed away. I will bring the pain medicine now. Please try to endure. Agio lay sprawled out on the ground. A monster like me should just vanish, he thought. This world has no place for me. A necessary evil. What does that even mean? What this world truly needs is... Agio's eyes burned red as he clenched his fists. Though small, a brilliant light still shined somewhere. As if sensing his heart, Quillen whispered Agio's name. ETA snapped, annoyed. If you're calling me out to train, at least try to focus, kid. But Quillen's mind was elsewhere. Wait a second. I feel like Agio just called out to me. ETA scoffed in disdain. You think he can scream loud enough to reach us here? Focus. Seeing her distracted state, he taunted. Realize you haven't landed a single hit, Miss Hero? I'm starting again. Quillen charged forward. The scene shifts. A sound echoes. Hey, calm down. Your killing intent is actually painful, you know? Elizabeth was like a raging demon. How can I be calm after seeing that? Aztec then gave his opinion. Boss, I think you should be angry in this situation too. Debaser asked. Oh, really? Aztec confirmed. Yes. He mentioned allying with humans, but I assumed it was a rival nation or some mercenaries. Aztec was seething with rage. That orc has abandoned the pride of a monster. Agio agreed. Right. Joining forces with a cult crosses the line. To avoid any misunderstanding, he clarified. I mean, aren't they all just human? At the great ice prison, Maga's palace, a respectful voice called out, Welcome, my lord. We have all been awaiting you. How did the assembly go? Maga called, Come in. There are no issues. Salome will not act, but instead, we face a different problem. Fafnir asked in fear, What do you mean? A different problem. And this is no small problem. Maga announced the shocking news. Helsa Bell of the Sandy Grave has sided with the mechs. A voice reported, Captain, I have something I'd like to ask. Cutter answered. What is it? Speak up. A girl asked. What is your relationship with Commander Leviton? Cutter thought for a moment, then replied. Ah, just a normal relationship. He explained simply. We are childhood friends. You can think of it like that. The girl still seemed to not understand, so Cutter decided to add more. We grew up together in the same village. That's all. He then gave an order. There's a cliff ahead. We're taking the long way around. I will push forward. We'll meet there. The girl replied. Yes, sir. Cutter continued to command. Go around. Nakia, Red Dragon Recon Force, advance at full speed. After he spoke, he soared into the air. On a roof of sharp tiles, Roth asked the soldier before him, "Hey, what's all that rumbling behind us?" "The elite scouts should be up front," the man stammered. "Someone just appeared out of nowhere. It all happened too fast." Roth pressed him. "That direction leads to Liger. Could it be an envoy from the capital?" The soldier tried to recall, well, their appearance. It wasn't exactly human. Roth immediately questioned, "What nonsense are you talking about? Humans look like humans. What else is there?" The soldier behind him spoke in fear. "If you saw them with your own eyes, you would understand." Suddenly, the army stared ahead, stunned. Upon seeing Cutter, Roth had to admit they looked nothing like humans at all. A loud voice cried out with an announcement. "Everyone, fall back. He is not an enemy." A nearby soldier repeated, confused, "He isn't?" While Cutter was lost in thought, someone recognized him. "The Dragon Slayer, Cutter." Roth collapsed to the ground in relief. "Ah, we've been saved. I never thought you would come here, sir. To think there are people who don't know Sir Cutter of the Red Dragon, the S-Class reconnaissance force." Binoculars scanned the area, but a voice still rang out. "Is that their main force?" The other person reported, "Yes, sir. They completely captured Pelstein in just 5 hours and are now charging here." Cutter shared his thoughts. "There wasn't enough time. So many people couldn't evacuate. We only managed to build a makeshift rampart. This is already an excellent result. More importantly, observing them this close from above only makes me more suspicious. It doesn't matter how many soldiers they have. Having more numbers doesn't automatically mean a siege, right? A siege is completely different from simple suppression. Taking a castle in 5 hours without siege weapons is unbelievable. Moreover, Pelstein is a fortress that protects the Empire. Its structure is completely different from this territory, correct?" Cutter fell deep into thought. "Impossibly fast. There's no way a lord like Callie would ever surrender. He is a truly loyal man, willing to die to protect his land and the Empire. Did they use magic to destroy the walls? In an instant?" Just then, Joseph turned and spoke. "Sir Cutter." He couldn't stop his line of thought. "No. The greatest and only power of the Ice Palace is the great mech chieftain. I've never heard of him using magic. Could Ager know something he's not telling us?" Cutter finally responded. "It doesn't matter. I already have a defensive plan in mind." Joseph was stunned. A defense? Not an escape? Someone suddenly walked in, interrupting them. "Lord Marinad, please forgive my lack of courtesy, but this is an urgent matter." Cutter wore a demonic expression as he proposed. "If you have no intention of fighting them, then grant me full command over all forces in this territory." Returning to camp, he announced, "Tonight, we strike them first." The others grew excited upon hearing this. Now that's more like it. Waiting around is not the job of the reconnaissance force. Someone beside him eagerly wanted to know, "What are the details of the plan?" Cutter began to outline it. "We will form a special force, burn their camp down, and then retreat. Burning their supplies will lower their morale, but it could also provoke them into attacking sooner. We will only target their barracks. Doing so should buy us time for reinforcements to arrive from the capital." He finished, then asked, "Who's going?" "Including me. We need exactly 7 people. We need to carry this out with the smallest force possible." After listening, they all raised their hands. "Then I will go. I'll join as well." A girl standing nearby reminded him, "But they will have increased their security." Cutter clarified, "Oh, we don't intend to sneak in from behind anyway. If they discover us during our mission," he gripped a rope tightly. "We just have to." Cutter's face filled with an oppressive aura. "Kill every last dust born in our way and return." The sky was already turning to dusk. Cutter was chatting with the beast girl. "So, they raise everything?" She explained, "They're a horde, not a nation, so their ranks are definitely mixed." Holding up a paper, Cutter asked, "Then what is this?" "A rough sketch of their barracks," she said. After explaining, she asked, "We scouted ahead with our trusted few, but monsters blocked the way, so it's incomplete. By the way, what were you like as a kid, Captain?" The sudden question caught Cutter off guard. "Why are you asking all of a sudden?" She glanced at him, revealing, "The troops have been whispering that you and the commander are childhood friends." Cutter was helpless. That shouldn't have been mentioned. In the end, he confessed, "I was just average compared to Azur." She asked nonchalantly, "Azur? You two must have been very close, right?" Cutter mused, voicing his thoughts. "Well, maybe I'm the only one who thinks so. He always faced reality, while I was off chasing ideals. Azur has always focused on reality, on practical things, and he still does. So, I should just keep chasing my dreams, right?" She blushed and replied, I suppose so. She suddenly sighed as if scolding him. Is that why you're so dense? Katter stared, confused. There you go again. What's with that question? But she gave her honest opinion. Shouldn't you face reality too, Captain? You know, like getting married or something. Katter shot back. Why suddenly bring that up? Before he could finish his sentence, someone brazenly approached. There you are, Sir Katter. The man spoke up. I want to introduce someone. It turned out an A-rank subjugation unit was stationed in the territory. We thought we could be of some small assistance, so we mustered the courage to come here. The handsome young man greeted him politely. I have heard much about you, Sir Katter. Please do not hesitate to give us your orders. A flag fluttered against the sunset sky. Now, Katter sat in his barracks, lost in thought. Something just felt wrong. Everything was too quiet, even for a war. Azar, if you were here in this situation, you'd come up with a much better plan. Compared to you, he remembered Azar's words. Knowing how to think, and not knowing. They're very different things, Katter. Back then, he could only listen helplessly. Really? I didn't know. Isn't just doing it enough? Do you really have to think? Azar firmly asserted. Yes, you think. I'll do that. And you just… A voice suddenly interrupted Katter's memory. Sir, are you in there? His face soured with annoyance. Who is it? The handsome young man from before was at the door. I am the captain of the subjugation force, who just introduced myself. Katter's voice was low. What is it? I'm resting. The man actually dared to say. So the rumor is true? That you always rest and calm yourself before every campaign? And I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I overheard you talking with the Lord. Katter was still trying to remember. Eavesdrop? On what? The man revealed. About the plan to raid the Chen clan's camp tonight. I have something to discuss. Katter flatly denied it. Only my unit is participating in this operation. We have nothing to discuss. The man added softly. It's not that important. His voice turned cunning. It's just that if the operation succeeds, I'll be in a rather tight spot. A man in black suddenly appeared behind Katter. Sir, please do me the favor of dying here. Huh? Katter let out a huge laugh that made the man tremble. By the way, he added. Yeah, I know. 5 hours sounded very strange. The traitor showed his hand from the very start. A man in black, hiding behind him, was sweating bullets. But the sword, it definitely went through. Back then, Azar had told Katter, I'm not like you. I can't act without thinking. Katter. So now, he rose to his feet powerfully. Let me ask you something. His memories were always full of Azar. For the future I dream of, I will continue to think, and you will act. Katter's face filled with rage as he warned, Who do you think I am? And that's it for this video. The above was a summary of the story. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, hello and see you again. Bye-bye.